Observing the two engaged in casual conversation, Jiang Wan stood beside them, her curious eyes blinking with youthful perplexity. Brother, weren't you in a hurry to return home for work? Why are you chatting with teacher Zhang now? In truth, Jiang Ning had not conversed with Zhang Mengqing for long, as parents and students began arriving in succession to enroll. Realizing that Zhang Mengqing would soon return to her duties, he decided to depart with his sister. Before leaving, Jiang Ning mustered his courage and took out his phone, stating earnestly, Teacher Zhang, let's exchange WeChat contacts. Should my sister encounter any issues at school, we can communicate freely. Of course, Zhang Mengqing replied with a nod, pulling out her phone to exchange contact information. Her online name was her real name, and her profile picture featured her in a purple floral dress, standing in Fenghuang ancient town, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower. As Su Song aptly remarked, purple indeed possesses a certain charm. Scanning Zhang Mengqing's QR code instantly prompted a friend request interface. Jiang Ning left a note. I am Jiang Wan's brother, Jiang Ning. Would you like to send a friend request? Send. Zhang Mengqing did not approve the request immediately, as she was busy assisting other students with their enrollment procedures. Jiang Ning, unperturbed, returned his phone to his pocket and left the classroom with his sister. Once back in the car, Jiang Ning first rolled down the windows to ventilate the vehicle, then retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the trunk, handing one to his sister. He was indeed parched and took generous gulps after unscrewing the cap. Brother, do you have a crush on teacher Zhang? Jiang Wan, seated in the passenger seat, casually inquired. What nonsense are you talking about? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Jiang Ning choked slightly. Jiang Wan pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, come on. I can see right through you. Stop pretending. Jiang Ning hesitated. Is it that obvious? He wasn't sure if he truly liked her, but he couldn't deny the fondness he felt for Zhang Mengqing. If he could have a girlfriend like her, even living in a luxury car and villa would be a small price to pay. Leaning back in her seat, arms crossed, Jiang Wan remarked, It's not particularly glaring, but no one knows you better than your sister. You understand what I mean, right? Before coming to school, you kept insisting on a quick resolution. Yet after the enrollment concluded, you not only stayed but also chatted with teacher Zhang. And when you asked her for her contact information, your voice trembled with nervousness. Though you tried to conceal it, I still caught on. If teacher Zhang were a man or an older woman, I doubt you'd have felt that way. Jiang Wan playfully pushed up her non-existent glasses, now resembling a young detective. The crafty frog has been probing your heart, Curie, smitten with teacher Zhang. All right, enough. Do not continue. Jiang Ning pinched his sister's mouth shut with 2 fingers, effectively silencing her. This little girl was astute beyond her years. He had not anticipated her keen observations. With such perceptive thoughts, would she aspire to become a Chinese teacher like Zhang Mengqing when she grows up? Jiang Wan emitted a muffled sound, straining to break free. Her counterpart dismissed her silence and activated the rapid-fire mode. If you like her, then simply admit it. What is there to be embarrassed about? I won't mock you, will I? Listen to me, brother. If you like her, then pursue her. You cannot be like that unfortunate fellow, Lu Mingfei, who only knows how to harbor a secret crush, yet lacks the courage to even confess. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation can cost you dearly. The girl you fancy might end up with someone else. Can you truly accept such an outcome? As these words lingered in the air, Jiang Ning fell into silence, quietly observing Jiang Wan, appearing to be deep in thought. Just as Jiang Wan believed her persuasion had taken effect, Jiang Ning suddenly reached out with an unrelenting hand, tousling her hair. Jiang Wan, are you instructing me? Stop watching too much of Dragon Tribe. Jiang Ning merely tantalizes and then leaves you hanging. Besides, mind your own business. I have my own rhythm. Rubbing her head in discomfort, Jiang Wan replied with a pout. I think teacher Zhang is wonderful. I want her to be my sister-in-law. I know teacher Zhang is great. Everyone knows that. But the crux of the matter is that affection must be mutual. My feelings alone are insufficient. She must also see me in a favorable light. And who knows, she might already have a boyfriend or even be married. Zhang Mengqing possesses a commendable figure, striking beauty, eloquent speech, and exceptional grace. It would be no surprise if suitors flocked around a radiant figure like hers, even if she were married. Not at all. Teacher Zhang is currently single. Jiang Wan asserted emphatically. Jiang Ning paused, momentarily taken aback. How do you know? Because when we were heading downstairs, I overheard a parent eagerly trying to introduce her to someone. Is that so? Jiang Ning racked his brain for details from their descent, but alas, he could recall nothing. having been preoccupied with adding Zhang Mengqing as a friend. I swear, believe me, Jiang Wan implored, visibly anxious. Seeing Jiang Wan's serious expression, Jiang Ning continued to inquire. How did teacher Zhang respond to that, parent? She said that living alone is quite nice. With those words, Jiang Ning fell silent for a moment. I see your little teacher Zhang is not without admirers, but simply chooses not to pursue romance. This reminded Jiang Ning of a saying he once encountered in a book. Marriage is not a task, but a genuine experience of happiness, i.e. in truth, whether in spirit or material wealth. Zhang Mengqing has already attained her freedom. She can thrive on her own. Thus, she is reluctant to disrupt her current life. When a girl states that she does not wish to engage in a relationship, it truly means, I do not wish to be in a relationship with you. Though Jiang Ning was unaware of Zhang Mengqing's criteria for a partner, it was undeniable that her standards were undoubtedly high. For until she meets the right person, she would rather remain single than settle for less. Isn't that still a lack of opportunity? Brother, opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. Jiang Wan earnestly patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. You can't just stay at home all day and expect a romance to magically unfold. Can you? You must take action, only then will you and teacher Zhang have story. If there's a topic, utilize it. If not, create one. Jiang Wan chattered on, leaving Jiang Ning momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that his younger sister, who had just entered high school, would become his love advisor. Besides, you have me to help you. Jiang Wan continued. I'll find a way to have teacher Zhang call you to school frequently. They say familiarity breeds affection. Perhaps the more you meet, the more likely it is to blossom. Ultimately, as long as you have feelings for teacher Zhang, I will do everything in my power to create opportunities for you two to meet. This sister is quite capable. She genuinely means business. Initially, Jiang Ning thought pursuing Zhang Mengqing would be a daunting challenge, but after hearing his sister's words, there is potential. It is entirely feasible. Xiao Wan, your concern for your brother's lifelong happiness is quite touching. To be honest, Jiang Ning teased, if it moves you, just give me a monthly card. Mine is about to expire. Jiang Wan took Jiang Ning's sunglasses and donned them, her delicate oval face appearing even fairer under the shades, resembling a little star. Absolutely, Jiang Ning readily agreed. It's merely a monthly card. He could give it without hesitation. After all, he is her brother. However, you need to play fewer games and avoid becoming addicted. Understood? Previously, Jiang Wan had been cooped up at home playing games after finishing her high school entrance exams, and the family had turned a blind eye. But now, circumstances have changed. Xiao Jiang is about to officially enter high school and must focus on her studies. Relax, I play games every day and haven't become addicted. You needn't worry, Jiang Wan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Ning? Playing games every day and not being addicted? Shouldn't she reconsider her words? Despite Jiang Wan's lack of seriousness, Jiang Ning firmly believed his sister wouldn't let gaming affect her academic performance. After all, she had always been a top student, excelling without much effort, at least in Jiang Ning's memory. His sister had never once studied at home, yet she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her class. Such academic talent could only be described as a divine gift. The car slowly started, and the siblings departed from Xingming High School. While waiting at a traffic light, Jiang Ning casually glanced at Jiang Wan in the passenger seat, reflecting on her eloquence regarding matters of the heart. Could it be that she was secretly dating behind their parents' backs? How else could she understand so much? Verification, a thorough investigation, is necessary. Jiang Ning certainly did not wish for a day in the future when a flamboyantly designed sports car appeared at the community entrance, and a young man with dyed hair approached. Asking old Deng, is my beloved car safe parked out front? As Jiang Ning's mind wandered with these thoughts, he inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Wan's phone wallpaper. Above was a meticulously organized timetable, with each time slot designated for specific tasks, completing daily commissions for me who you, competing in ranked matches in the canyon, and keeping up with the latest anime. Well, it seems that Jiang Ning was overthinking things. A person who devotes all their time and energy to anime and games is unlikely to indulge in early romance. However, Jiang Ning's moment of joy was short-lived, as a new concern swiftly emerged. Sister, with your days packed so tightly, is your health truly all right? Episode 4. The only thing worth cherishing in this world is good food. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Jiang Ning parked the car, his phone in his pocket vibrated, signaling a new message. I have accepted your friend request. We can now begin our conversation. Jiang Ning successfully added Zhang Mengxing on WeChat. It is often said that the quickest way to understand a person is through their social media. Zhang Mengxing's posts were quite pristine, the most recent one dating back 2 months. It was a picturesque landscape, with the evening breeze stirring the wind chimes and the horizon painted with a vast expanse of fiery clouds. The scene exuded warmth, embodying a sense of serene tranquility, a feeling often referred to as relaxation. From Jiang Ning's observation, this photograph was taken at the playground of Xingming Middle School. Indeed, this world lacks not beauty, but rather the discerning eyes to recognize it. Through Zhang Mengxing's lens, even a mundane school environment transformed into a poetic tableau. Returning to the chat interface, Jiang Ning hesitated briefly before typing. Teacher Zhang, I forgot to ask in class earlier, what time does military training begin tomorrow? Zhang Mengxing replied promptly. Tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Please remind Jiang Wan not to be late. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Ning stared at the chat interface, having drafted several messages only to delete them all. Given that they had just exchanged contact information, engaging in idle chatter would seem rather forced, revealing an undue sense of neediness. Moreover, as today marked the start of school, Zhang Mengxing, as the homeroom teacher, likely had many responsibilities to attend to. It would be best not to disrupt her work. Even if he wished to engage further with the beautiful teacher, one must be mindful of time and circumstance. Jiang Ning put away his phone and took his sister to a nearby shop, where they purchased sunscreen, herbal medicine, and various other supplies for military training. I'm so tired. Why does the school registration feel more exhausting than actual school? As soon as they returned home, Jiang Wan collapsed forward, burying her face into the soft, comfortable sofa. She had no desire to move, looking as if all her energy had been drained. Although she had done nothing, she still felt utterly fatigued. Jiang Ning was puzzled as to why his sister complained of exhaustion, considering he was the one carrying all the bags. Meow. Their little cat, having heard the commotion in the hall, scampered out from Jiang Ning's bedroom on its tiny legs. Its name was Tang Yuan, a two-colored ragdoll cat, now 6 months old. When Jiang Ning first brought Tang Yuan home, the little creature was pristine and chubby, its soft and delicate. Meows accompanied by a pair of sparkling, watery eyes that would even wink a true angel of the cat realm. However, as time passed, Tang Yuan's physique grew increasingly round, leading Jiang Ning to affectionately refer to it as Little Chub or, more often, Rebel Girl. This was due to Tang Yuan's penchant for leaping down from heights during Jiang Ning's work or rest, executing its playful yet lethal maneuvers with remarkable accuracy, leaving Jiang Ning puzzled as to where such mischievous habits had been acquired. Though an elegant and beautiful feline, Tang Yuan's temperament resembled that of a mischievous husky, a rather amusing contradiction. Meow. Tang Yuan meandered around Jiang Ning, circling him several times. The little cat, unaware of the intricacies of human society, believed that humans ventured out for the purpose of hunting. Thus, every time its owner returned home, it would eagerly approach, checking for any signs of injury. The little feline hoped for a safe return, and naturally, it would be even better if its human brought back some food. Are you feeling hungry? Jiang Ning set down his belongings and scooped up Tang Yuan, carrying it toward the balcony. As anticipated, the small iron bowl meant for cat food was utterly empty, explaining Tang Yuan's incessant meowing upon his arrival. Jiang Ning retrieved some cat food from the cupboard and filled the bowl, then added fresh water to the drinking fountain. Throughout this process, Tang Yuan sat quietly beside him, looking quite the little lady. Go ahead and eat, Jiang Ning gestured. And no sooner had the words left his lips than Tang Yuan dashed toward the food bowl, clearly famished, devouring the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, emitting contented murmurs from its mouth. The refined demeanor it had moments ago vanished, transforming it into a relentless eating machine. Brother, what are we having for lunch today? At this mealtime, Jiang Wan's stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble. Watching Tang Yuan eat so ravenously only heightened her appetite. How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes and perhaps some mapo tofu? Jiang Ning mused as he glanced into the refrigerator for remaining ingredients. Sounds great. Both are my favorite dishes, Jiang Wan exclaimed in delight. Jiang Ning expertly tied on an apron and proceeded to wash the cutting board and knife. Since these are your favorites, come lend a hand, please. Wash the tomatoes and crack 2 eggs into a bowl. Jiang Wan lowered her voice in a playful imitation of an anime character. Oh dear, what a predicament. Since you so earnestly request my help, I suppose I shall reluctantly oblige. What are you mumbling about over there? Jiang Ning's voice echoed from the kitchen. Nothing. I'm on my way. Jiang Wan donned her slippers and bounced into the kitchen to assist. The siblings divided their tasks, one washing the vegetables while the other chopped and cooked. Jiang Ning's culinary skills were quite commendable. His knife work was both steady and swift. Efficiently dicing the tomatoes and tofu, he then heated oil in the pan, pouring in the beaten eggs once the oil was hot. Sizzle. The golden egg mixture instantly transformed upon contact with the hot oil, forming fluffy, soft fried eggs. These delectable eggs absorbed the tomatoes' juices perfectly, creating a truly satisfying dish. Before long, the table was adorned with a sumptuous feast of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs alongside mapo tofu. Jiang Wan swiftly arranged the bowls and chopsticks, serving 2 steaming bowls of fragrant white rice for her brother and herself. In this world, culinary delights must never be neglected. There is scarcely any dilemma that a meal cannot remedy. If there is, then 2 meals will suffice. Observing Jiang Wan relish her meal with great enthusiasm, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Though merely 2 ordinary home-cooked dishes, they seemed exceptionally delectable in her hands. It was truly a pity she had not pursued a career as a food broadcaster. After lunch, take a brief rest, then head to the study to review high school material. You must complete all the exercises, as I will check them later. Jiang Ning assigned tasks to his sister, hoping to deter her from becoming too engrossed in her phone. Although Jiang Wan had yet to officially commence her studies and had not received her textbooks, this did not hinder her from getting a head start. Jiang Ning possessed a complete set of textbooks from freshman to senior year, even purchasing multiple sets of practice exercises for each subject, hoping his sister would appreciate this back-to-school gift. Rest assured, I shall complete the task, Jiang Wan declared with unwavering confidence, her eyes shining with determination. Seeing his sister agree so readily, Jiang Ning felt a sense of unease. Something was amiss, for he couldn't believe Jiang Wan would diligently study. May I borrow your headphones? Jiang Ning hesitated before reaching for her headphones. It is well known that in the realm of anime, the essence of characters often lies in their quirky traits, and for Jiang Wan, her essence was encapsulated in her headphones. Whether indulging in anime or gaming, she was inseparable from them. Thus, by merely taking her headphones, he anticipated that she would settle down. Why do you need my headphones? Jiang Wan suddenly became alert that my headphones are broken, and my new ones have yet to arrive. I'll return yours tonight. Jiang Ning presented his pre-prepared excuse. In his quest to keep his sister focused on her studies, he had truly exhausted his efforts. Fine then. Jiang Wan removed the headphones from around her neck and handed them to Jiang Ning, adding anxiously, but remember to return them to me tonight. You must return them. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. The contract is established. Any breach will incur the penalty of salt, Jiang Wan stated solemnly, each word pronounced with gravity. Jiang Ning found himself at a loss with his somewhat eccentric sister, ruffling her hair before retreating to his room. Upon returning to his bedroom, the first thing Jiang Ning did was charge his phone. Then he sat at his desk and powered on his computer. As the computer booted up, he retrieved a cat teaser from the drawer and waved it enticingly in front of Tang Yuan, who was curled up on the bed. The cat teaser, as the name suggests, is a toy designed to amuse kittens. Cats are naturally intrigued by swiftly moving objects, often perceiving them as prey to be pounced upon. Indeed, Tang Yuan, who had been lazily nestled on the bed, immediately perked up upon spotting the teaser. With unwavering focus on the swiftly dancing feather, it began to twist and turn, preparing to leap forward. Just then, the computer finished booting, and Jiang Ning returned the cat teaser to the drawer, beginning to type. Tang Yuan? What just zipped past? What a delightful interaction. An afternoon slipped away as Jiang Ning effortlessly penned 2 episodes of his narrative. 2 days prior, he had meticulously envisioned the content he was to write. Allowing the words to flow with remarkable ease, he accessed the online platform and uploaded the latest chapters. Is he resurrected? Has the author triumphed in the resurrection match? The missing person returns. Many readers had speculated that Jiang Ning might abandon his work, especially after the author had taken several days off. However, upon the release of the latest 2 episodes, their anxious hearts were finally at ease. Although the updates remained brief and lacking in substance, any addition was better than none. Jiang Ning quietly exited the comments section, tucking his fully charged phone into his pocket. I wonder if Jiang Wan is diligently studying. Perhaps I should check on her progress. He strode directly into the study, where he discovered Jiang Wan frantically flipping through her books, attempting to conceal her phone beneath them. She feigned nonchalance, casually twirling a pen in her fingers. Yet her anxious little eyes betrayed her unease. Tap, tap, tap. The once serene study was suddenly pierced by the sound of gunfire, reminiscent of celebratory firecrackers during the new year. Jiang Wan, why does your studying sound like gunfire? Jiang Ning feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. Jiang Wan stammered, the learning environment is akin to a battlefield. A bit of gunfire is only natural, right? Noticing Jiang Ning's silence, she continued, brother, I've completed all the assignments you assigned. You can check for yourself. Jiang Ning took the practice exercises and scrutinized them carefully. His sister had indeed spoken the truth. She had not only previewed the first unit in every subject, but had also answered all the questions correctly. You didn't use your phone to look up the answers, did you? Jiang Ning asked, suspicion lacing his tone. Jiang Wan pouted. Looking up answers on my phone is far too tedious. I merely glanced at the questions, and the answers came to me. As she spoke, she casually flipped open her practice book, writing down answers with barely a moment's thought. Jiang Ning. 6. Just a casual glance, and the answers appeared. Could it be that his sister was the legendary academic prodigy? Indeed, it seemed that heaven had favored her with such talents, and Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Had he possessed Jiang Wan's aptitude during high school, he would not have settled for merely an average university. Why was there such a disparity between individuals? The following morning, Jiang Ning drove his sister to school for military training. At 7:20 a.m., numerous students donned in uniforms and carrying backpacks trickled through the school gates. If one only observed the uniforms, distinguishing between sophomores and juniors would be a challenge, however. The freshmen were easily identifiable, clad in military training. Attire. The weather forecast predicts a temperature of 35 degrees today. I packed sunscreen and refreshing drinks in your backpack. Make sure to use them, he instructed earnestly. And remember to hydrate during breaks, all right? Jiang Ning sat in the car, imparting his advice with diligence. Jiang Wan nodded obediently. Yes, don't worry, brother, it'll be just fine. She appeared to be brimming with confidence after all. It was merely a week of military training, nothing particularly daunting. She was certain she could endure it. All right, I won't keep you longer. I must gather in the classroom. Goodbye. Jiang Wan glanced at the time and realized she was on the verge of being late, so she promptly shut the car door and hurried off to school. Upon her arrival in the classroom, she found that most of her classmates had already assembled. However, they were strangers to one another, and only a few engaged in conversation, with most engrossed in their own tasks. Some extroverted boys, sensing the quiet atmosphere, took the initiative to inquire about which middle school their peers had graduated from. I graduated from the 6th middle school. What a coincidence. I have a friend who also came from your school. Do you know Triple X? After receiving a reply of unacquaintance, the conversation quickly fizzled out. Everyone yearned to acclimate to their new class and environment swiftly, but struggled to find effective icebreakers, resorting instead to feigning busyness. It is well known that people tend to appear occupied when ensnared in awkwardness. Jiang Wan raised her head to survey the classroom. Since classes had yet to commence, the seating was on a first-come, first-served basis, allowing for casual selection. The central seats were already filled, leaving only the front row and the last 2 rows vacant. After a moment's hesitation, she shouldered her backpack and approached the front row, positioning herself beside a girl near the door. This girl had long hair, cascading to her waist, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses. Her features were not strikingly beautiful, but possessed a certain charm that was pleasing to the eye. At that moment, she was engrossed in solving transitional problems from middle school to high school. Noticing someone standing before her, she instinctively looked up. Hello, my name is Jiang Wan. May I sit beside you? Jiang Wan offered a courteous smile to the girl. The girl seemed somewhat socially anxious, as her face reflected confusion and nervousness. She could hardly meet Jiang Wan's gaze, stammering a response. Yes. Please, have a seat. Thank you. With the girl's permission, Jiang Wan pulled out a chair and sat down. Just as she placed her backpack down, the girl silently handed her a pack of wet wipes. The desks here are a bit dirty. It's best to wipe them down. The previous occupants of this classroom were the graduating class of the last year, and following the conclusion of the college entrance examinations in June, it had remained unused. Now, over 2 months had passed, and indeed, a layer of dust had settled on the desks. Jiang Wan accepted the wipes from her desk mate and initiated a conversation. Thank you. What is your name? I am called. Just as the girl was about to respond, the classroom suddenly erupted into a cacophony of voices. Look, look! Teacher Zhang has arrived. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. It was then that Jiang Wan noticed Zhang Mengqing standing at the classroom door, having appeared unnoticed. Indeed, teachers tended to walk without making a sound, even the younger ones. Today, the young teacher donned a white floral dress, and her previously loose hair was meticulously styled into an elegant high ponytail. Zhang Mengqing approached the podium and surveyed the room. Good morning, everyone. Since we met yesterday, I shall forego further introductions that I merely hope that in the coming year we can progress together and grow collectively. Now, may I request everyone to bring their water bottles and join me in proceeding to the playground? Chapter 6. Indeed, the treatment in this regard largely depends on the homeroom teacher of other classes. This year's first-year high school has over 1,800 students. Even if each class contains 60 individuals, that amounts to 30 classes. At this very moment, the playground and basketball court of Xingming Middle School have been dominantly occupied by 30 formations, each claiming their space. Jiang Wan's class has been assigned to the third camp's first company, under the guidance of a tall female instructor with short hair. Zhang Mengqing first escorted the students to the playground, and then engaged in a brief exchange with the instructor before departing. What followed was a delightful period for the instructor and the students. To be honest, upon learning that the instructor was female, many in the class secretly sighed in relief, as they surmised that a woman's temperament would likely be more amiable, steering clear of the tyrannical and tormenting persona of a strict drill sergeant. With this in mind, it seemed that the 7 days of military training might be navigated with relative ease. However, as everyone relished this fortunate turn of events, the female instructor, hands clasped behind her back, slowly approached the group. I've heard that you, Class 16, are the top class, with each of you being an academic achiever. Her voice was soft yet resonant, and the formidable aura she exuded immediately silenced the raucous assembly. I do not care how well you perform academically or whether you are indeed the Sarmi de la Sarmi. Here, you are bound to adhere to my rules. From this moment forward, if anyone is caught whispering or giggling during training, you shall immediately be required to perform 50 push-ups. Understand? As the sternness of the instructor's tone resonated, the students realized not all women were easy to converse with, and they complied dutifully, affirming, understood. The instructor frowned, her displeasure evident. Have you not eaten? Even the elderly woman selling popsicles at the school gate has a louder voice than you. Let us try that again. Understood. This time, their response was considerably louder, even drawing the attention of students from other classes. The academic elites of Class 16, who typically garnered attention through their stellar grades, had now attracted notice through their exuberant voices, an occurrence quite novel for them. Jiang Wan mused that military training was rather intriguing and not as torturous as she had anticipated. However, this fleeting thought dissipated almost instantly, as the sun fully ascended in the sky, subjecting everyone to its relentless rays. The military uniforms issued by the school were suffocating and stifling, and despite Jiang Wan having applied sunscreen beforehand, she could still palpably feel the sweltering heat enveloping her. The air was thick with the scent of the rubber track. While not overtly unpleasant, it was certainly far from delightful. This was merely the first morning of training, and Jiang Wan had already begun to silently wish that she could close her eyes and awaken to find the 7 days of military training at an end. Yet, reality felt like an eternity, with that single morning stretching out as if it were a lifetime. Her hands pressed firmly against the seams of her trousers. She leaned slightly forward. Do not move. Any movement requires a report. The instructor's stern voice occasionally reverberated through the ranks. On the inaugural day of military training, the instructors refrained from imparting extensive knowledge, primarily instructing the students to stand in military posture. As the much-anticipated break arrived, everyone instinctively rushed to the water dispenser for a drink. In the blink of an eye, the once brimming container of water had diminished by more than half. Although the students were less than enthusiastic about the training, their eagerness to hydrate was unmistakable. Especially in such sweltering weather, merely standing could induce a profuse sweat, making hydration imperative. Are you not going to get some water? Jiang Wan inquired of her deskmate upon returning with her cup. She noticed the girl quietly seated on the grass, seemingly uninterested in drinking. It's quite all right. Let everyone go first. I'm not too thirsty, the girl replied softly, shaking her head while glancing at the crowded water dispenser. She appeared fragile, overwhelmed by the social anxiety that made her ill-suited for such bustling environments. Even if she desired a drink, she would wait until the dispenser was devoid of patrons. Not very thirsty, but still in need of hydration, right? It's essential to replenish fluids promptly to avoid heat exhaustion. Jiang Wan discerned her deskmate's discomfort and extended her hand. Here, pass me your cup, and I shall fetch the water for you. Oh, no need to trouble yourself. Thank you for your kindness, the girl stammered, slightly flustered by Jiang Wan's enthusiasm. Jiang Wan found her deskmate's blush rather charming, realizing the truth in the saying that people are each other's playthings. It's no trouble at all, my cup is empty, and I intended to queue for water anyway. I might as well help you while I'm at it. Jiang Wan offered a rationale that would be more palatable to the girl. After a moment's hesitation, the girl finally relinquished her cup to Jiang Wan. Thank you for your effort, Jiang Wan. I'll treat you to ice cream at noon, she replied. It's merely a small favor, no need for such formality. Jiang Wan reassured her. Before long, Jiang Wan returned triumphantly, handing one of the cups back to her deskmate. The water, having been exposed to the sun, was somewhat lukewarm and less than refreshing, leaving them still parched, but any water was better than none. They sat together on the grass, using their hats to fan themselves as they engaged in light conversation. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet, Jiang Wan said, hugging her knees. My name is Zhang Jinqing, the girl replied. Your name is quite similar to that of our teacher, Jiang Wan remarked with surprise. Their homeroom teacher was named Zhang Mengqing, and it struck her as peculiar that her deskmate's name was so closely related. It's truly a fortuitous coincidence, she mused. Suddenly, Jiang Wan's eyes widened with realization. Could it be? Zhang Jinqing whispered, Zhang Mengqing is my sister. Why are you smiling so broadly all of a sudden? Zhang Jinqing asked. Huh? Is it that obvious? Jiang Wan retorted, momentarily startled. How could she not be ecstatic? With Zhang Mengqing as her homeroom teacher and Zhang Jinqing as her deskmate. She felt as though the stars had aligned perfectly. This revelation significantly increased the likelihood of her brother succeeding in winning over Zhang Mengqing. At this moment, Jiang Wan's feelings were beyond description, encapsulated in 4 simple words. This is secured. Teacher Zhang has arrived. She has come to see us. Look quickly. Teacher Zhang is holding numerous items. Could it be that she has noticed our arduous military training and brought us supplies? Just as Jiang Wan's thoughts wandered, the murmurs of the crowd interrupted her reverie. Zhang Mengqing reappeared, carrying several bags of shuewang. Everyone has worked hard during training. Would anyone like some chilled lemonade? She inquired cheerfully as she approached the line. Upon her words, the entire class 16 erupted in excitement. Lemonade. And it's chilled. This is akin to a national treasure. The boys in the back row were leaping with joy, their exuberance rivaling even that of the legendary Sun Wukong. Teacher Zhang, from this day forth, you are my goddess. Oh, Goddess Zhang, you are too kind to us. What? The relief supplies have arrived. Quick, help me up. I still have the energy to revel. Observing the throng of eager top students, Zhang Mengqing began to restore order. Form a line, one at a time. Everyone will get their share. It was evident that the school would not treat each student to shuewang lemonade. Clearly, Zhang Mengqing was footing the bill herself. Surrounding classes cast envious glances, as their homeroom teachers had not only refrained from buying lemonade, but had also disappeared after handing them over to the instructors. Indeed, when it came to treatment, one must look to the homeroom teacher of another class. Instructor, thank you for your effort in training these children, Zhang Mengqing said as she handed a cup of lemonade to the female instructor. She had even considered the instructor's beverage, displaying thoughtful generosity. You are too polite. Teacher Zhang, this is all part of my duty, the female instructor replied, graciously accepting the lemonade. She too benefited from the student's kindness, enjoying a complimentary cup of chilled refreshment. It must be said, sipping ice-cold lemonade during military training truly invigorates the spirit. The 20-minute break soon elapsed, and another round of standing training was about to commence. Zhang Mengqing understood that her presence would only hinder the instructor's work, so she prepared to leave. Before departing, she advised the students of Class 16, cooperate well with the instructor during training. If you perform admirably, I shall treat you to watermelon this afternoon. No one doubted the sincerity of her words, for the lemonade had already arrived. How far could the watermelon be? Thus, the spirit of Class 16 was revitalized, and everyone appeared filled with determination. They were ready to endure military training for the sake of watermelon. Chapter 7. Unable to be friends. Let alone lovers at 2 in the afternoon, the warmest time of the day. Under the scorching sun, everyone kept their distance, avoiding exposure wherever possible. Only the unfortunate trainees stood motionless beneath the sun's relentless rays. Zhang Mengqing, feeling for the students' hardship in training, decided to leave the school alone, intending to visit a nearby fruit market to buy some watermelons. Dingling. At that moment, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Jiang Wan's parent, Jiang Ning. Hello. Jiang Wan's parent. How may I assist you? Zhang Mengqing answered the call, her voice soft and attentive. Teacher Zhang, I would like to inquire if the children are permitted to consume watermelon during military training. The weather is exceedingly hot, and I wish to bring 2 watermelons to help them cool off. In response to Jiang Ning's query, Zhang Mengqing pondered briefly before replying. It is advisable for parents to refrain from visiting the school during military training, as such visits may distract the children and hinder their training effectiveness. However, rest assured, the school has measures in place to alleviate the heat. Later, I will purchase some watermelons to assist the children in coping with the oppressive temperatures. Zhang Mengqing, being a high school teacher, articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity and logic, undoubtedly scoring highly during her interview. The only drawback was that her speech felt somewhat formal, creating a sense of distance. Yet, this is understandable, given that Zhang Mengqing and Jiang Ning currently share merely a teacher-parent relationship, not quite qualifying as friends. Teacher Zhang, are you going to buy watermelons? Why don't we go together? I happen to be near the school. Without waiting for Zhang Mengqing to respond, Jiang Ning continued over the phone. I think I see you, the girl in the white dress standing at the school gate. It's you, isn't it? I am right across from you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengqing instinctively looked up, noticing a white sedan parked nearby, with Jiang Ning standing beside it, waving energetically. Zhang Mengqing did not expect such coincidence. Jiang Ning happened to be passing by the school. In truth, this was not mere chance. The moment she mentioned treating the entire class 16 to watermelon, Jiang Wan had relayed the information to Jiang Ning. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ning made a special trip to the school, merely intending to invite Zhang Mengqing to accompany her to purchase watermelons. Do you want to join me? Faced with Jiang Ning's invitation, Zhang Mengqing hesitated. She felt reluctant to trouble Jiang Ning, yet considered the inconvenience of a round trip by taxi. If she had a car to go to the wholesale market, it would be far more convenient, saving a significant amount of time. Just as she was caught in indecision, Jiang Ning's voice echoed once more. Indeed, let us go together. Purchasing only 1 or 2 watermelons would surely be insufficient, and buying more would be cumbersome for one person. If I accompany you, I can lend a hand. You make a valid point. I will come over now. After a moment of internal conflict, Zhang Mengqing ultimately acquiesced to Jiang Ning's invitation. Her strength alone was rather limited, particularly since carrying watermelons required considerable effort, better suited for a male companion. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to impose on someone else, it was a necessary decision in the circumstances. She could express her gratitude to Jiang Ning sincerely after they had procured the watermelons. Teacher Zhang, you are the most dedicated homeroom teacher I have ever encountered. As Zhang Mengqing approached, Jiang Ning greeted her warmly. Being a graduate of Xingming High School himself, he was well aware that the lemonade and watermelons were purchased out of Zhang Mengqing's own pocket. Few teachers in the entire school exhibit such kindness towards their students. Parent Jiang Wan, you are also the most responsible parent I have ever met, Zhang Mengqing replied. Jiang Ning smiled lightly, saying, you may as well call me Jiang Ning. Referring to me as Jiang Wan's guardian sounds rather peculiar. He recalled having seen a video on Douyin featuring a so-called master of scoundrels, which posited that for 2 individuals to embark on a healthy romantic relationship, they must first establish an equal footing, and their forms of address should not be overly formal. If Zhang Mengqing continued to address him as Jiang Wan's guardian, their dynamic would forever remain that of teacher and parent, precluding any possibility of friendship or romance. Is it inappropriate to call you by your name directly? Zhang Mengqing pondered, having never encountered a situation where a student referred to their guardian by their first name. She felt uncertain. The material she had studied did not cover such scenarios. The usually gentle and poised elder sister now resembled a flustered young girl. It's perfectly fine. This isn't school, and you needn't be so formal. If it makes you more comfortable, you may call me Jiang Wan's brother, Jiang Ning suggested with a playful tone to lighten the mood. Zhang Mengqing couldn't help but chuckle. That title seems even stranger. I think I shall simply call you Jiang Ning. In truth, she found it awkward to address Jiang Ning as a guardian, for he appeared quite youthful, likely having graduated university not long ago, and was at least 3 years her junior. Referring to a boy 3 years her junior as a guardian felt quite uncomfortable. Conversely, directly calling him Jiang Ning felt more natural to her. This shift in their forms of address proved to be a favorable development for both, fostering a more relaxed interaction. Teacher Xiao Zhang, the sun is rather intense outside. Let us converse in the car, Jiang Ning suggested, also altering how he addressed Zhang Mengqing. Though he merely prefixed her title with Xiao, it imbued the address with a sense of warmth. In the midst of their exchange, he opened the front passenger door for her. The contrast between the outside and inside of the car was stark. Outside, the heat was oppressive, and even the air felt thick, while inside, the cool air conditioning provided a refreshing respite from the heat. Once back in the vehicle, Jiang Ning handed Zhang Mengqing a bottle of mineral water, then retrieved his phone to search for the location of a fruit market. The navigation system activated, indicating a 10-kilometer journey to the nearest fruit market. With an estimated arrival time of 17 minutes, Jiang Ning disengaged the handbrake and gently pressed the accelerator, allowing the car to glide silently into the bustling traffic. 20 minutes later, they arrived successfully at the fruit market. An abundance of fruit varieties lay strewn about as if they were free, and the air was suffused with the sweet fragrance unique to fruits. Jiang Ning approached the nearest vendor, crouching to gently tap a watermelon. Generally, a crisp sound indicated a good melon, while a dull thud suggested otherwise. Hey, don't tap it anymore. Our watermelons are guaranteed ripe. We won't sell you any underripe ones. Rest assured, the vendor remarked. He bore a resemblance to the character from Kung Fu, dressed in a loose white tank top, casually reclining with one leg crossed, a fan in one hand, and leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. Jiang Ning nodded gently towards Zhang Mengqing, affirming that the boss had not exaggerated. Moments earlier, he had casually selected several watermelons, and merely listening to their sound was enough to assure their quality. After choosing a stall, the two squatted in front of the fruit stand and proceeded to select several watermelons. These would suffice for Class 16, as well as for the teachers sharing an office with Zhang Mengqing. Subsequently, the vendor placed all the watermelons into a burlap sack and weighed them. Glancing down at the electronic scale, a total of 63 yuan. Will that be cash or mobile payment? Jiang Ning took out his phone, ready to scan. But Zhang Mengqing promptly stopped him. Let me handle it. I have cash and have been looking for an opportunity to use it. In this technological age, young people typically prefer mobile payments and seldom carry cash. If they do have cash, they tend to spend it first. However, beyond merely wanting to spend her cash, Zhang Mengqing adhered to her own principles. Since she had promised to treat all of Class 16 to watermelon, it would be improper for Jiang Ning to bear the cost. While conversing, Zhang Mengqing rummaged through her pocket, retrieved some coins, and handed them to the fruit vendor. You get what you pay for. 63 yuan may not make a splash in the gaming world, but it can buy a whole sack of hefty watermelons. Jiang Ning exerted considerable effort to lift the watermelons into the trunk. Jiang Ning, you've truly worked hard. Without your assistance, I wouldn't know how to transport these watermelons back to school. Zhang Mengqing offered him a pack of wet wipes to help him wipe the sweat from his forehead. Like the socially anxious stammerer Zhang Jinqing, teacher Xiao Zhang also carried wet wipes, suggesting a shared trait between the two. You needn't be so courteous, you provide the funds. And I lend my strength. We are all working for the benefit of Class 16, Jiang Ning replied with a playful tone. Essentially, this remark conveyed that purchasing the watermelons was not solely his endeavor. Zhang Mengqing had equally contributed, and both had put in hard work. Jiang Ning did not relish taking credit for himself. He was not one to seek glory. Since this task was accomplished together, the honor should be shared as well. Jiang Ning, the school requires each class to have a parent representative. Would you be interested in serving as the parent representative for Class 16? Zhang Mengqing had observed Jiang Ning carefully and found him humble and responsible, making him well suited for the role. A parent representative? Is that the one who rallies everyone in the parent group to actively cooperate with the school's initiatives? Jiang Ning teased with a smile. His words, though blunt, held truth. The so-called parent representative was indeed tasked with mobilizing other parents for the school. That's about the gist of it, Zhang Mengqing nodded. Furthermore, the parent representative was required to visit the school monthly to report on the children's academic progress to the homeroom teacher. In actuality, being a parent representative was a thankless job, lacking any tangible remuneration while demanding various tasks, hence few were willing to take it on. Noticing Jiang Ning's troubled expression, Zhang Mengqing quickly added, if you're busy with work and don't have time, You could also extend it to coming to the school every 2 to 3 months. She was clearly considering the issue from Jiang Ning's perspective, but little did she expect that her words would only complicate matters further for him. Hesitant, he finally spoke up. Teacher Zhang, a month is too long. Could we possibly meet once a week instead? Zhang Mingqing was taken aback, finding herself at a loss. It was her first encounter with a parent like Jiang Ning, who seemed to relish frequent visits to the school. He appeared to be someone who busies himself with joyful activities, only to retreat into a state of relaxation when weariness struck. Casually listening to others while making his own decisions, avoiding emotional entanglements. With a glass of red wine in hand and a movie playing on a weekend evening, he would turn off his phone and sink comfortably into the sofa. The car glided along smoothly, silence enveloping the interior, save for the melodious strains of music gracing their ears. The song playing was It's Not That Simple, performed by Huang Xiaohu. As the melody filled the air, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Mingqing's eyes. She had not anticipated Jiang Ning's fondness for this particular piece. In truth, It's Not That Simple was the most frequently looped song on her phone, without a doubt. Through the lyrics, she felt as if she were hearing a mature woman recount her life experiences. It seemed that Jiang Ning shared her taste, both appreciating the timeless charm of classic songs. At that moment, the soft vocals transformed into a lullaby, and Zhang Mingqing found her eyelids growing heavy, sleepiness washing over her like a tide. Teacher Zhang, I'll drive you directly to the school. Jiang Ning attempted to initiate a conversation as they paused at a traffic light. However, the passenger seat remained silent. And when he turned to glance, he discovered that Teacher Zhang had succumbed to slumber. Her head rested gently against the window, her breath steady and calm, while the sunlight streaming and sculpted her profile, casting a delicate halo around her. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quietly adjusted the air conditioning from level 3 to 1, then lowered the volume of the music, striving not to disturb her rest. When Zhang Mingqing finally opened her eyes, she discovered a brown blanket draped over her. The car was parked in the school lot, enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Jiang Ning was engrossed in typing on his phone, using the Notes app as his makeshift draft box. Noticing her awakening, he set down his device and said, Teacher Zhang, we've arrived at the school. I noticed you looked quite exhausted, so I thought it best to let you sleep a little longer. Jiang Ning, I'm so sorry for the trouble, Zhang Mingqing replied, her expression one of regret. She was unsure how long she had been asleep, but recognized that Jiang Ning had adjusted both the air conditioning and the music to ensure her comfort. She had caught a glimpse of the dense text on Jiang Ning's phone screen and pondered if he had been writing an article, but she quickly averted her gaze, never intending to invade his privacy. It's perfectly fine. Within the school, you are the homeroom teacher, and I am the parent representative. We are here to support each other. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively, encouraging her not to feel burdened. Regardless, I truly appreciate your help. As they conversed, Zhang Mingqing delicately took out her phone to check the time. It was already 3 o'clock, and she needed to hurry to the playground with the watermelons. Jiang Ning understood her intent and energetically opened the trunk to assist with unloading. One by one, the plump watermelons were placed on the ground, destined to be delivered to the playground to satiate the hungry children awaiting them. Once all the watermelons were out, Zhang Mingqing began to gather them together, slowly packing them into a burlap sack. Just as Jiang Ning was about to close the trunk, he noticed 2 watermelons nestled in the corner. Assuming they had been overlooked by Zhang Mingqing, he kindly remarked, Teacher Zhang, there are still 2 watermelons left uncollected. Those 2 watermelons are for you. As a token of my gratitude for accompanying me to the market, she replied. Feeling he had caused her inconvenience, Zhang Mingqing offered the 2 watermelons as compensation. Jiang Ning graciously accepted, recognizing that these were not merely 2 watermelons, but a symbol of the burgeoning bond between them. Chapter 9. Instructor, do not gaze. Our teacher Zhang already has a partner. Little teacher Zhang, allow me to assist you in carrying this sack of watermelons inside, Jiang Ning volunteered. The hefty sack was nearly equivalent to the weight of an adult woman, and although Zhang Mingqing appeared gentle and demure, it was uncertain whether she could manage it alone. These watermelons are quite heavy. It might be difficult for just the 2 of us, she expressed her concern. While she believed Jiang Ning could handle the burden for a short distance, the playground was nearly a 20-minute walk away. If he strained himself while carrying such a weight, it would indeed be troublesome. How about this? I will call the instructor and request a few strong boys to come help with the watermelons, Zhang Mingqing suggested as she reached for her phone to contact the female instructor. All class advisors possessed a skill known as the human C tactic, whenever assistance was needed. A simple announcement to the class would suffice, and the boys in the back row were always eager to lend a hand. Before long, 5 tall boys appeared within their line of sight, looking enthusiastic as they jogged over. Assisting Zhang Mengqing not only provided a break from military training, but also placed them in the spotlight, a win-win situation. Under little teacher Zhang's direction, each student took a watermelon. We shall take our leave now. Zhang Mengqing bid farewell to Jiang Ning. All right, take care and remember to rest. Your health is paramount. He replied, recalling how Zhang Mengqing had dozed off from exhaustion in the car. Taken aback by Jiang Ning's concern, she softly responded, you too. As these words fell, the 5 boys exchanged glances. Though no words were spoken, their silence spoke volumes. A shared understanding conveyed through a mere look. Teacher, was that person your boyfriend? Once Jiang Ning had disappeared from sight, the boys' curiosity ignited. Why are you all so interested in the teacher's love life? Zhang Mengqing inquired, casting a disapproving glance at the boys. Alas, Teacher Zhang, do enlighten us. Our curiosity is quite piqued. Our junior high instructor has instilled in us the spirit of inquiry, urging us to relentlessly pursue knowledge. Thus, we are eager to ascertain whether that individual is indeed Teacher Zhang's partner. Surely, this is a reasonable question? Unable to withstand the incessant chatter of the students, Zhang Mengqing cleared her throat and replied with solemnity. Very well, I shall pose a question. Should you manage to answer it, I will divulge the information you seek. Not a problem. Bring it on. The confidence radiating from several boys was palpable. As they were all top scholars in their respective grades, adept at solving any problem below the high school level with ease. Listen closely. A bus is traveling along the road. At the first stop, 3 passengers board. At the second stop, 2 more board, while 1 disembarks. At the third stop, 1 boards, and 3 alight. Pray tell, what is the name of the bus driver? The boys. Ah, I see how it is, they muttered. The 5 boys swiftly calculated their answers. Yet Zhang Mengqing's unconventional approach was utterly unexpected. She was straying from the norm. This was a roundabout way to dissuade them from further questioning. However, upon reflection, Zhang Mengqing's lack of a direct response could indeed be construed as an answer of sorts. There could be no doubt. That individual must certainly be Teacher Zhang's significant other. At that moment, Zhang Mengqing remained blissfully unaware of the fanciful speculations swirling in the minds of the 5 students. Her relationship with Jiang Ning was merely that of homeroom teacher and parent. Although, after an afternoon spent together, a semblance of friendship had begun to form. Nevertheless, there was no need to elaborate on this. Doing so might evoke the impression of a guilty conscience. In truth, regardless of whether Zhang Mengqing chose to deny or remain silent, in the eyes of those 5 boys, her connection with Jiang Ning was undoubtedly extraordinary. Such is the nature of the youth today. They curate their own narratives and conjure their own theories. Before long, Zhang Mengqing led her students to the playground, commencing the distribution of watermelons to Class 16. Long live Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, in my next life, I shall still be your student, cheered the students, raising their arms in jubilation as they received their watermelon. Witnessing the entirety of Class 16 revel in their watermelon bounty, envy was palpable among the other classes, who had exhausted the very notion of envy itself. Sipping iced lemon tea in the morning and relishing watermelon in the afternoon, such was the privilege of the top scholars. Meanwhile, their peers in the ordinary classes had stood under the sun for over half an hour without so much as a sip of water. Truly, the absence of comparison brings no pain. Report, instructor. I feel unwell. My relative has arrived, exclaimed a girl from one class, her spirit broken, unable to endure any longer and requesting a leave of absence. Observing her pale countenance, which seemed genuine, the instructor waved her off to a shaded area for respite. Upon witnessing this, the boys in the line immediately chimed in. Report, instructor. My uncle has also arrived. This proclamation elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. The instructor approached and kicked the boy lightly. It is understandable for the girls to feel unwell during certain days of the month. But what is your excuse for your uncle's arrival? Return to training and behave yourself. The boy, looking quite aggrieved, insisted that indeed his uncle was waiting for him at the school gate. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the moment for the entire camp to take a break arrived. The students were preoccupied with fetching water and attending to their needs, while others languidly reclined on the grass, reluctant to move. The instructors gathered in small clusters, exchanging insights about their respective classes and the upcoming military training schedule. Some instructors encourage their students to showcase their talents, primarily through singing and dancing. 3 boys took turns to perform, astonishingly executing the same dance. Indeed, the tales from martial arts novels hold a grain of truth. A single movement can reveal one's lineage. Though that man has departed from the realm, his legends continue to linger within it. Overall, the atmosphere during the 20-minute break was quite pleasant. Teacher Zhang treated the students exceptionally well, offering them lemon tea and watermelon. An instructor from the adjacent class casually strolled over to the activity area of Class 16 and engaged in light conversation with the boys at the back. It was not only the students who admired a teacher like Zhang Mengqing. Many instructors were also captivated by her. This young teacher exuded grace and maturity, radiating a warmth that made her a cherished figure in the hearts of many. Among this group of instructors were several bachelors, all of whom had set their sights on Zhang Mengqing. They say that those closest to the water tower are the first to enjoy the moonlight, and the instructor from the neighboring class was the first to make a move. While feigning conversation with the boys at the back of Class 16, his attention was primarily fixed on Zhang Mengqing. Yet, the boy at the back extinguished the instructor's budding interest with a single remark: "Don't look. Our teacher Zhang already has a partner." Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, after parting ways with Zhang Mengqing, did not leave the school immediately, but instead reached out to an old high school teacher. Upon learning of Jiang Ning's return, the teacher was delighted and invited him over for a visit. Coincidentally, this teacher also bore the surname Zhang, with the full name Zhang Shanha, and was likewise a Chinese language instructor. "Teacher Zhang, I'm downstairs at the staff quarters, but there are so many buildings here. Which one is Block 8? Jiang Ning, holding the phone, gazed upward at the dense array of buildings, feeling somewhat lost. During his high school years, he had only ventured into the teaching area, making this his first visit to the staff quarters where the teachers resided. "You arrived so quickly. Please wait for me. I'll be right out." Not long after hanging up, Jiang Ning heard someone calling his name. It was a man in his 50s, clad in a green striped shirt and black trousers, with a large set of keys dangling from his waist, an archetypal middle-aged male teacher's attire. Years had passed, yet Zhang Shanha's appearance had not changed drastically. He bore some age spots, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had deepened. Once, old Zhang had a head of black hair that evoked envy among his peers, but now he could only seek out the strands of black amidst the white. Upon reuniting after 5 years, Jiang Ning's mind flickered with the thought: old Zhang has truly aged. His posture was less upright than before, and his steps had slowed. As Jiang Ning's generation gradually matured, the preceding one was slowly growing older as well. "Teacher Zhang, knowing your fondness for tea, I have brought you some tea leaves. They are not particularly valuable, merely a specialty from my hometown, and I hope you will enjoy them." Jiang Ning handed the carefully prepared gift box to Zhang Shanha. During his school days, Zhang Shanha was never without a teacup in hand. He would take a sip of tea every few sentences at the podium to pause and collect his thoughts. Thus, presenting him with tea leaves was indeed a thoughtful gesture. "You child, why do you bring something when you visit?" Despite the reproach in his tone, Zhang Shanha's face could not hide his beaming smile. His entire life had been devoted to the field of education, guiding countless students to success, and it could be said that his influence spread far and wide. Regrettably, most graduates lost touch after leaving school, and students like Jiang Ning, who returned to visit him, were a rarity. Zhang Shanha's joy stemmed not from receiving tea leaves, but from the fact that he was still remembered by a student. "Come, I have brewed the tea. Let us enjoy it while we converse." Zhang Shanha patted Jiang Ning's shoulder with vigor, feeling a swell of nostalgia. After several years apart, the once naive child had now matured into a responsible adult. Zhang Shanha's residence was on the 3rd floor, and this family housing complex lacked an elevator, necessitating a climb up the stairs. Fortunately, the 3rd floor was manageable. A higher floor would have posed a greater challenge. With a click, Zhang Shanha turned the doorknob and entered. The school-provided apartment comprised 3 rooms and a living area, with everything meticulously arranged and orderly. 2 potted plants adorned the balcony, adding a pleasing touch to the space. Jiang Ning suspected that teacher Zhang might possess obsessive tendencies. For how else could one maintain such impeccable cleanliness? Upon returning home, Zhang Shanha first turned on the television to fill the space with sound, then retrieved a set of pure silver tea utensils from the cupboard. Such a set would command a considerable price, often reaching 4 or even 5 figures. Typically, such tea sets were reserved for display rather than everyday use, which indicated Zhang Shanha's esteem for his guest, Jiang Ning. "Make yourself comfortable, Jiang Ning. Do not stand on ceremony, as if you were in your own home. All right, Jiang Ning responded, yet he still sat upright, adhering to proper decorum. Teacher, how have you been lately? Quite well, thank you. I completed my retirement formalities last year, so now I spend my days taking strolls in the park and playing chess. No wonder Zhang Shanhe had invited Jiang Ning over. He was no longer teaching at the school. That's wonderful. With retirement, you have more time now to discuss travel plans with your wife, Jiang Ning teased. Zhang Shanhe shared the sentiment. Indeed, we are considering a trip, though nothing is set in stone yet. The main issue is that my wife is still preoccupied with the renovations of our new home. Teacher, you bought a new house? Congratulations. Zhang Shanhe chuckled. It's primarily because our children are growing up, and we, as parents, must prepare a marital home in advance. That is why my wife is so invested in the renovations. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging that home decoration is indeed a significant life event, fraught with complexities that can easily lead to pitfalls if one is not careful. Having someone to oversee the process can indeed be beneficial. Jiang Ning, you seem to possess considerable experience in this area of renovation. Are you currently employed at a decoration company? No, he replied. I am currently engaged in writing online literature. Essentially a homebody, Jiang Ning quipped about his situation. Is that so? Congratulations on realizing your dream, came the response. With a hint of surprise that teacher Zhang still remembered this aspiration. Jiang Ning was taken aback. His dream during high school had been to write novels. A mere casual remark made in the office to Zhang Shanhe, yet it had lingered in the latter's memory all these years. Of course I remember. Among all the students I have taught, you have left a particularly deep impression on me, Zhang Shanhe remarked, as he began brewing some kung fu tea, filling the living room with a rich aroma. I recall that during every Chinese exam, while other students wrote conventional three-part essays, your compositions were always narratives. I even called you to my office to discuss this matter. Do you remember? Yes, I do, Jiang Ning nodded. At that time, you praised my writing style but lamented my reluctance to compose serious essays, often favoring more ethereal subjects. Zhang Shanhe replied, I merely wished to help you improve your language scores. Young people often overlook the good intentions of their elders. Jiang Ning understood the underlying logic. Indeed, essays written in a structured argumentative style would yield higher marks than fictional narratives. He had often felt like an outsider in a world that seemed to demand conformity, while Zhang Shanhe endeavored to guide him back to the mainstream. Upon hearing Zhang Shanhe refer to himself as an elder, Jiang Ning shook his head, asserting, Teacher Zhang, you are far from old. If anything, you are as sharp as ever, still wielding your literary prowess with finesse. Indeed, a true master of the written word knows how to speak eloquently. Zhang Shanhe laughed heartily. With such eloquence, I must ask, are you currently in a romantic relationship? In Chapter 11, Who Murdered My Romance? If a teacher were to inquire about a student's romantic endeavors during high school, it would typically signal impending trouble. However, given that Jiang Ning had long since graduated, Zhang Shanhe's inquiry about his relationship status was merely a gesture of concern from an elder to a junior. Not yet. I remain single, Jiang Ning replied, shaking his head. Zhang Shanhe took a sip from his teacup, stating, at your age, you should consider seeking a partner. If you encounter a suitable young woman, you ought to make an effort to pursue her. Our Xingming High School boasts many talented young female teachers. Would you like me to introduce you? Having taught at Xingming High School for 30 years, Zhang Shanhe may not have known every teacher personally, but he could recognize most of them on the street by name. Jiang Ning was taken aback by Zhang Shanhe's offer to play matchmaker. Well, it seems that after retirement, old Zhang has turned to matchmaking. That's not necessary, Teacher Zhang. I already have someone I admire. Interestingly, she is also a teacher at Xingming High School. As he spoke, the image of Zhang Mengqing naturally surfaced in Jiang Ning's mind. Is that so? What is her name? I could help you gather some information about her, Zhang Shanhe exclaimed. Suddenly intrigued, he seems to be straying further down the path of romance, seemingly delighting in it. However, perhaps it's best to refrain. As the stars have yet to align for me, it would be inconsiderate to trouble the teacher. What if it doesn't come to fruition in the end? That would render your efforts futile. Jiang Ning politely declined. Dear sir, times have changed. The youth of today cannot rely on matchmaking to cultivate relationships. Very well. You young people have your own ideas. I, an old relic, shall refrain from meddling. However, I must emphasize that pursuing the opposite sex should not be a relentless chase. There must be a balance, especially concerning the teachers at school. They must attend classes regularly and only find leisure on Sundays. Zhang Shanha patted Jiang Ning's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Make good use of your Sundays, as well as your holidays. Observing Zhang Shanha speak with such eloquence, Jiang Ning was taken aback, surprised to discover that old Zhang was quite the master in matters of the heart. With a hint of skepticism, he asked, "Was this how you pursued my teacher back in the day?" "Not quite," Zhang Shanha replied straightforwardly, shaking his head. "It was actually your teacher who pursued me." Jiang Ning's expression grew complex as he gazed at the seemingly unserious, if not slightly clever, old Zhang. Had it not been for the fact that his teacher had previously visited their classroom, he might have believed it. Having met Zhang Shanha's wife, he knew she was the epitome of a typical Jiangnan woman, graceful and gentle, exuding an air of refined elegance, and undeniably beautiful. Standing together, old Zhang and his wife resembled a Beauty and the Beast scenario. How could it possibly be that his teacher had chased him? Ha ha ha, please don't expose me directly. This is a rare opportunity for me to boast. Zhang Shanha chuckled heartily, like a mischievous child. The two sat in the living room, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon dusk arrived. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the sky, painting a breathtaking tapestry of the vast landscape. The saying goes, morning glories do not leave home, while evening glories travel 1,000 miles, indicating that the coming days would be filled with clear skies, and those undergoing military training would soon endure hardships in silence. Jiang Ning, why not stay for dinner before heading home? As it approached mealtime, Zhang Shanha rose to prepare rice. Teacher Zhang, I must politely decline your invitation for dinner, as I have prior commitments. Jiang Ning respectfully refused. He had promised his sister to dine together, and as an elder brother, he could not go back on his word. Furthermore, old Zhang's wife and children would soon return for dinner, and remaining there as an outsider would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. It was best to make a quick exit. Very well, since you have plans today, I shan't insist. We shall have dinner together another time. Zhang Shanha nodded in understanding. Next time, for sure, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Zhang Shanha accompanied Jiang Ning downstairs before returning home to commence cooking. About half an hour later, there was a stir outside, followed by the opening of the door as Zhang Meng entered, leading Zhang Jin in. The two sisters were busy during the day and only returned home together at night for dinner. Did Dad make seaweed and pork rib soup today? From a considerable distance, the enticing aroma wafted towards us. Zhang Mengqing swiftly changed into her slippers and hurried to the kitchen, with her younger sister, Zhang Jin, trailing behind like a little shadow. At that moment, Zhang Shanha was busy stir-frying vegetables in the kitchen, while a purple clay pot by the window released wisps of steam, the fragrance of kelp emanating from it. A connoisseur indeed. You can smell it from afar, Zhang Shanha teased with a smile. Consuming kelp soup in summer is beneficial for the body. It enhances appetite and cools the heat. All right, wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be served shortly. Zhang Shanha, feeling empathetic towards his daughters after their grueling military training, had prepared a lavish spread to nourish them. Thank you for your efforts, Chef Zhang. Zhang Mengqing replied with a cheerful smile. There is truly no greater happiness than returning home after a long day of toil to savor a delectable meal. As they passed through the living room, the sisters noticed 2 teacups on the tea table, still uncollected. Dad, do we have guests today? Zhang Mengqing casually inquired. Zhang Shanha, preoccupied with plating the dishes, replied without turning his head. Yes, a former student came to visit me at school, so I invited him over. That's great. It shows that Teacher Zhang's teaching skills have been acknowledged by everyone. Zhang Shanha laughed heartily. It's merely a superficial accolade, hardly worth mentioning. Unfortunately, he has prior engagements tonight. Otherwise, I would have liked to invite him for a couple of drinks. In truth, Zhang Shanha harbored an unspoken regret that Jiang Ning already had someone she fancied. Otherwise, he would have certainly introduced Jiang Ning to his eldest daughter. Whether or not to pursue a relationship was another matter. After all, having more friends opens up more opportunities. You should drink less alcohol, or else Mom will scold you again, Zhang Mengqing remarked as she bent down to grab some bowls and chopsticks. By the way, where's Mom? Your mother is overseeing the renovations at the new house. She got caught in traffic on her way back and told us to eat first, not to wait for her. Speaking of the new house, Zhang Shanha provided an update. The renovations are nearing completion. In a couple of days, the furniture will be delivered, and only minor details like touch-ups remain. Mengqing, when you have a moment, do visit and see if the decorating style pleases you. I trust your mother's taste. As long as you are satisfied, that house is meant for you two to reside in. Zhang Mengqing, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, lifted a white porcelain spoon to sip a small amount of kelp soup. How can it be for us? It is prepared as your wedding house. I don't want it. If you don't live there, then let my sister have it. Zhang Jin, quietly sipping her soup, suddenly paused. She merely wished to remain unnoticed, but the conversation had inevitably shifted to her. Your sister has just begun high school. Discussing housing matters is premature. Besides, we are also preparing a house for her. You two will each have your own wedding residence. Zhang Shanhe believed in fairness and equality, regardless of the gift. He would always prepare two of everything. What the elder sister had, the younger sister could not lack, and likewise. What the younger sister desired would also be provided for the elder sister. In essence, he ensured that everything was balanced. Zhang Mengqing, not wishing to engage in an argument with her father, replied softly, "Let us discuss it later," brushing the matter aside. She set down her chopsticks, declaring, "I have finished my meal, you may take your time." With that, Zhang Mengqing gracefully turned and retreated to her room. Zhang Shanhe watched his eldest daughter depart, then glanced at the bowl on the table, which had contained merely a bowl of soup. He let out a resigned sigh. Every time the conversation veered toward marriage, it inevitably ended in discord. A few years ago, he would have simply acquiesced to his daughter's wishes. Yet now, at the age of 27, Zhang Mengqing was on the brink of turning 30 in 2 years. Worry was inevitable. He remained oblivious to the type of man that would appeal to her or who could possibly temper her spirited nature. Powerless to intervene, he resigned himself to let fate take its course. Upon returning to her room, Zhang Mengqing donned her Bluetooth headphones and lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The song playing was It's Not That Simple by Huang Xiaohu. It wasn't easy to find a companion with whom one could truly connect, particularly after witnessing so much betrayal. An undercurrent of anxiety lingered, compelling her to adopt a stance of resilience. Who has murdered my romance? Meanwhile, word had spread in class that this afternoon, teacher Zhang's boyfriend had accompanied her to buy watermelons. I knew the person they were discussing was you. Bro, considering the enormity of my assistance, is it too much to ask for a sumptuous meal in return? Jiang Wan blinked, her face alight with anticipation. Not at all. It is certainly not excessive. We must indulge in a feast today, Jiang Ning replied without hesitation. After all, his connection with Zhang Mengqing had been significantly aided by his sister's efforts. However, when Jiang Wan joyfully followed Jiang Ning to their dining destination, her expression shifted as she surveyed the surroundings and then looked at him, her countenance becoming rather complex. Is this so-called feast you speak of merely a meal at the school cafeteria? Jiang Ning retorted, what is wrong with the cafeteria? Does it not serve grand meals? Fine dining often employs simple cooking methods. He gestured towards the cafeteria lady, humming a tune while mopping the floor nearby. Moreover, observe the pleasant dining environment. We can enjoy a concert while we eat. Most importantly, the food here is clean. At least we won't be consuming gutter oil. Jiang Wan remained silent, observing Jiang Ning's performance. Well, to be honest, it has been many years since I last dined at the school cafeteria, and I find myself nostalgic for its flavors. Jiang Ning finally admitted. We'll eat at the cafeteria today, and once your military training concludes, I shall treat you to a grand meal outside, hot pot, barbecue, whatever you fancy. How does that sound? Deal. Now, let us hurry and queue for food. I'll just have one meat and one vegetable dish. You can choose, Jiang Ning urged. Jiang Wan responded. So, after I helped you, I am also expected to treat you to a meal? How could such a frosty statement emerge from a mouth as warm as 37 degrees? Jiang Ning caught sight of Jiang Wan's disheartened expression. Given that you hold the only meal card between us, it is only logical for you to fetch the food. Rest assured, I shall not let you run errands for nothing. I will buy you a monthly game card later. All right. There is nothing better than having a brother. Jiang Wan's face lit up with joy. The most delightful phrase in the world was, I will buy it for you. Watching his younger sister happily queuing for food, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Who said that the art of Sichuan opera's face-changing lacked heritage? Jiang Wan was indeed a promising talent. Before long, Jiang Wan returned with 2 plates of food, both laden with the same dishes, stir-fried chili pork and shredded potatoes. It could be said that stir-fried chili pork was the provincial dish of Xianjiang province. When in doubt about what to eat, opting for a serving of this dish was always a safe bet. Consequently, netizens often joked that stir-fried chili pork would bless every child from Xianjiang who had left home. Jiang Ning picked up his chopsticks and tasted the stir-fried chili pork. It was back. All of it was back. The flavor remained unchanged, bringing back familiar sensations. As usual, It was not particularly appetizing. Jiang Wan scooped most of the food from her plate onto Jiang Ning's, leaving herself with very little. After a day of military training under the sun, she simply had no appetite. After a simple dinner, Jiang Wan picked up her phone to engage in a game and complete her daily tasks. Jiang Ning said nothing, understanding that his sister hadn't touched her phone all day, and allowing her a moment of relaxation after dinner was perfectly fine. So annoying. I rolled the wrong character on the pity poll, Jiang Wan exclaimed, her face filled with frustration. She had aimed to draw a 5-star water-type female character wielding a bow, but instead, she received a 5-star fire-type male character wielding a great sword. It's like I rolled all the way to my grandmother's house. Isn't it normal to roll the wrong pity poll? Jiang Ning inquired, accustomed to his own account frequently yielding disappointing results. It's not normal. I've never rolled the wrong one before, in any game. Jiang Wan protested, clearly disheartened. Until today, I lost my ultimate invincible supreme luckiest player title. Seeing his sister's pitiful expression, Jiang Ning gently patted her head. Dear, your face is as dark as a lump of coal. Perhaps it's best not to call yourself the luckiest player. Look on the bright side. It's all about getting used to it. Games are meant to be enjoyed with a smile. Jiang Ning took on the role of a life mentor, attempting to console his despondent sister. Brother, hearing you say that makes me feel much better, because I rolled on your account and got the wrong pity poll. Jiang Ning. Donnie Yin pointed and laughed at a certain spot. The roles of the two had now switched, with Jiang Wan beginning to comfort Jiang Ning. All right, brother. Don't be disheartened. As you just said, games should be played with a smile. You don't understand. My account has rolled the wrong pity poll 8 times in a row. How dare it roll the 9th time? Jiang Ning exclaimed. The probability of a coin landing on the same side 8 times consecutively is minuscule, let alone the 9th time. True despair does not stem from loud arguments. This terrible game has ruined my youth. Uninstall. I must uninstall it immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning removed a certain game from his phone. Jiang Wan. Older brother, while I completely understand if you want to quit, why uninstall the game from my phone? Don't focus on the details. The atmosphere has been built up to this point. Not uninstalling would be impolite, Jiang Ning replied with conviction. I can't eat anymore. Let us go. Jiang Ning subtly shifted the topic. Jiang Wan mumbled, but you still have so much food left in your bowl. Wasting food is shameful. It's only because you took all the food. How could I possibly finish 2 servings alone? Jiang Ning reached out to tousle his sister's hair. However, there is no need for concern regarding waste. The school is home to numerous stray cats and dogs, and the leftover food will serve as their sustenance. Chapter 13. Will you come home with me? Hello, that will be $8.50. Would you like a bag? No, thank you. Welcome to visit us again. Zhang Mengqing gently clutched her sandwich and bottled water, slowly making her way out of the convenience store. Earlier, during dinner, she had only sipped a bit of seaweed soup, having consumed nothing else. Concerned that her evening work performance might be affected, she hesitated before deciding to purchase something to satisfy her hunger near home. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, an hour remaining until the evening study session at Xingming Middle School. This week's evening study was relatively relaxed, primarily consisting of instructors leading students in singing on the playground, with unity is strength being an indispensable part of the activity. Alternatively, several teams would gather to play games, competing to see who could last the longest. In summary, the evening study sessions during military training were filled with recreational activities. Everyone sat on the playground, enjoying the evening breeze and relishing their youthful days. For the homeroom teachers, the nights during military training were also a rare opportunity for rest. As they were not yet in formal classes, they were free from lesson planning, grading assignments, and guiding students through exercises. Some homeroom teachers even took on a laissez-faire attitude, opting not to attend evening study, leaving the students entirely in the care of the instructors. However, such a scenario would certainly not apply to Zhang Mengqing. Young teachers possess 2 notable qualities: enthusiasm and a sense of responsibility. Even if the evening study sessions did not require the homeroom teacher's presence, she would still think of visiting her class. First, she would finish her dinner and then check in on the classroom. With this thought in mind, Zhang Mengqing made her way to a pavilion. During the daytime, retired teachers often gathered here to play chess and cards. However, at this hour, everyone was busy picking up their grandchildren or returning home to prepare dinner, leaving the place in serene solitude. She extended her delicate fingers and gently opened the sandwich's outer packaging. Inside the sandwich, chicken and a fried egg were nestled together, and at the moment she unwrapped it, A delightful aroma of fresh bread wafted through the air. Just as Zhang Mengqing prepared to enjoy her dinner, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the bushes, followed by the appearance of a petite figure. Meow. It was a small mixed-breed British Shorthair with blue and white fur, appearing to be only a few months old. Adorably disheveled, it resembled a princess fallen on hard times from a storybook. At this moment, it lifted its head, its pair of clean, bright eyes quietly gazing at Zhang Mengqing. More precisely, it was fixated on the sandwich in her hand, its face clearly displaying a desire for food. Little one, you haven't had dinner either, have you? Zhang Mengqing crouched down to close the distance with the kitten. The encounter between the girl and the cat evoked a sense of camaraderie among the lost. Meow. The kitten mewed softly, appearing pitiful and utterly endearing. Zhang Mengqing had never owned a cat, so she was unaware of what foods were unsuitable for them. To be on the safe side, she took out her phone to search for information and confirmed that chicken and fried eggs were safe foods that could be given to cats in moderation. Go ahead. Eat up. No need to be polite. She tore the fried egg and chicken into pieces the size of a fingernail and placed them before the feline. The little creature approached cautiously, sniffing to ensure there was no danger, before eagerly devouring the food. It appeared to have gone several days without a meal, consuming the food ravenously and with great urgency. While the kitten was preoccupied with its meal, Zhang Mengqing gently extended her hand, attempting to stroke its head. The cat was docile and compliant, showing no signs of retreat. Perhaps it understood the unspoken rule that accepting food came with the allowance for gentle touch. Zhang Mengqing was pleasantly surprised by the kitten's obedience, and a thought sprouted in her mind to take it home. Coincidentally, her parents had been frequently expressing their desire for a grandchild. Bringing this furry creature home would fulfill their wish. As the kitten finished its meal, Zhang Mengqing tidied up the scraps on the ground and turned to throw them into the trash bin. Little one, I'm leaving. Would you like to come home with me? She offered the choice to the kitten, knowing she would not impose her will if it was unwilling to accompany her. Any bond should be a mutual selection. Even in the realm of pet ownership, the kitten tilted its head, silently assessing Zhang Mengqing, as if contemplating her words. After a moment, it took a few tiny steps to follow her. While she could not be certain it understood her, one thing was clear: it recognized the distinction between a full meal and hunger. Thank you for choosing me. Rest assured, I will take good care of you. Zhang Mengqing beamed with a radiant smile, making a sincere promise. Just as she was about to scoop the kitten into her arms, it suddenly seemed to lose all its strength, collapsing stiffly onto the ground. Its chest heaved violently, and its gaze grew vacant and distant, as if life itself was slipping away. Zhang Mengqing stood frozen in shock. She had thoroughly researched and confirmed that the kitten could eat fried eggs and chicken. So how could this happen? Her immediate instinct was to rush the kitten to a veterinary clinic. But the map indicated that the nearest one was at least a 30-minute drive away. Given the current circumstances, whether the kitten could survive that long was uncertain. Urgent care was imperative. However, as a novice cat owner, she felt utterly unprepared to handle such an emergency and could only seek assistance from others. The first person who came to mind was her close friend, who had previously owned several cats and surely possessed experience in this area. Unfortunately, her friend was currently abroad, and she was unsure if she could reach her. Without time to ponder, Zhang Mengqing quickly dialed her friend's number, but was met with a busy signal. No one answered. What to do? It seemed that none of her acquaintances were cat owners. Wait, there was one friend who had a cat, Jiang Ning. She recalled Jiang Ning's social media posts, filled with images of her cat's daily life, indicating that she had experience. Perhaps Jiang Ning would know how to handle this situation. Upon realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Mengqing swiftly retrieved her mobile phone and dialed Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I apologize for the sudden interruption. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. My little cat has collapsed and is struggling to breathe. It has lost consciousness. What should I do? Struggling to breathe and unconscious? Is it nearby? Let us engage in a video call so I can assess the situation. The call was promptly disconnected, and a video chat request ensued. Throughout her life, Zhang Mengqing had maintained a little-known habit of only accepting video calls from family and close friends, disregarding all others. However, given the exceptional circumstances, she deemed it necessary to make an exception. Jiang Ning, are you currently driving? Zhang Mengqing noticed Jiang Ning sitting in his vehicle, secured by his seatbelt. She was concerned about his potential distraction while driving, as it posed significant danger. Do not worry. I have pulled over to the side of the road. Let us focus on the cat's condition. All right. Zhang Mingqing hastily switched the camera to reveal the feeble stray cat lying at her feet. I just fed it a bit of chicken and scrambled eggs. And then it suddenly collapsed. It is unlikely that the food you provided is the cause. It may be suffering from another ailment. The cat's rapid breathing could indicate a risk of heat stroke, Jiang Ning speculated. Let me see if there is anything nearby to help cool it down. I have a bottle of mineral water that might be useful, Zhang Mingqing responded promptly. Pour some water on its paws, neck, and abdomen. Following Jiang Ning's instructions, Zhang Mingqing complied. What should I do next? Next, please send me your location. I will come over immediately. Chapter 14. Pet Repair Center, you need me to assist you. Teacher Zhang. You will have to return to the classroom alone afterward, Jiang Ning explained to his sister, who sat across from him at the dining table. Go ahead. It's important, Jiang Wan nodded in understanding. The distance from the cafeteria to the classroom was short, and she could manage returning alone without issue. Jiang Ning rose to leave, only to hear his sister's encouraging voice. Good luck, brother. I mean not only with saving the cat, but also with your love life. I await your good news. Jiang Ning remained silent, merely waving his hand without turning back, and strode out of the cafeteria. Since graduating from university, he had not run 1,000 meters and was uncertain of his stamina. Jiang Ning took several deep breaths to steady himself before gradually increasing his pace. Racing towards the family compound with utmost urgency. He was now in a race against time, attempting to rescue the cat from the clutches of fate. Fortunately, having visited the family compound earlier that afternoon, Jiang Ning was somewhat familiar with the terrain and quickly located the gazebo where Zhang Mingqing awaited. At that moment, she was crouched on the ground, fanning the stray cat and occasionally pouring water on its abdomen and paws to help cool it down. Jiang Ning, you've arrived. Zhang Mingqing was taken aback by Jiang Ning's swift arrival, but now was not the time to contemplate such matters. Immediately, she noticed Jiang Ning panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, indicating that he must have rushed from a considerable distance. At that moment, Zhang Mingqing felt a stirring within her, akin to ripples suddenly disturbing the calm surface of a lake. She had not anticipated Jiang Ning would be so invested in the plight of the kitten, so anxious as if it were his own beloved pet suffering from heat stroke. Could this be the unique compassion inherent in cat owners? While Zhang Mingqing hesitated to assert whether all cat enthusiasts shared this sentiment, she found Jiang Ning to be an exceptionally warm-hearted and gentle individual. It is often said that small details reveal great truths, and the seemingly trivial acts, from purchasing watermelon in the afternoon to his dedicated rush to assist her now, illustrated Jiang Ning's stable demeanor, as gentle as jade. One could only imagine that his family, friends, and even pets would truly feel the warmth of his presence. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your hard work. You've done wonderfully. Leave the rest to me, Jiang Ning reassured her. Unbeknownst to him, he held a lofty place in Zhang Mingqing's heart, as his focus remained solely on the kitten, which was teetering on the brink of life. He approached her side to assess the kitten's condition, first extending a finger to check its breathing, then gently prying open its mouth to examine the color of its gums and tongue. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated to the point necessitating cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Jiang Ning's examination was both professional and adept, allowing Zhang Mingqing to finally release the tension that had gripped her heart, replaced by an indescribable sense of safety she had never experienced before. Unaware that this feeling was indeed safety, she simply thought Jiang Ning appeared remarkably capable, leading her to believe the kitten would recover. With Jiang Ning's assistance, the comatose kitten gradually regained consciousness, although it still bore the appearance of a recently ailing creature. Its condition had significantly improved. For now, it seems stable, but we cannot dismiss the potential for other ailments, Jiang Ning stated as he rose to his feet, addressing Zhang Mingqing beside him. Then I should take it to a pet hospital. I can't help but worry, Zhang Mingqing replied, her expression filled with concern. She feared that the kitten might succumb to shock once more. Observing her deep concern for the stray, Jiang Ning surmised that Teacher Zhang likely intended to adopt the kitten. This decision seemed sound. He would probably do the same if he were in her position. Allow me to drive you there. I know someone at a pet hospital who won't prescribe unnecessary treatments or be negligent, Jiang Ning offered. Zhang Mingqing nodded in agreement, replying, thank you very much. She had previously heard from her friends about the murky waters of pet hospitals, where unscrupulous veterinarians often prioritize profit over care. Thus, having a familiar contact at a pet hospital was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Ning brought Zhang Mingqing to the entrance of a pet hospital. The establishment was humorously named Fixing Cats and Dogs Pet Repair Center, aptly and straightforwardly conveying the services offered within. At the front desk sat a young man with a buzz cut, appearing to be a recent university graduate, clad in a blue work uniform that indicated his role as a staff member. At that moment, he was engrossed in watching short videos on his phone, grinning foolishly with his prominent teeth. His complete focus was so intense that he failed to notice when customers arrived. It was only when Jiang Ning approached and tapped on the table that the young man lifted his head. "Hello, senior," he instinctively greeted. This was the acquaintance Jiang Ning referred to. The veterinarian before him was a junior he had looked after during his university days. Jiang Ning responded with a simple then teased, "Watching beautiful women again." "Not at all. I'm clearly watching videos about Odysseus and Banana, and also some about trimming donkey hooves," the junior protested, feeling unjustly accused. He swiftly pulled out his phone to prove his innocence, rapidly refreshing the video content as he scrolled down. The first video was indeed about Odysseus and bananas, the second about trimming donkey hooves, and the third about carpet cleaning. They were genuinely respectable men as topics. However, just as Jiang Ning thought the junior was getting serious, the fourth video showcased a young woman dancing. The junior offered an awkward yet polite smile as he quickly swiped away the video of the beautiful woman. To his surprise, the more he scrolled, the more such videos appeared, as if he had inadvertently stumbled into a haven of leggy beauties. Out of 10 videos, 8 featured long-legged ladies in various styles of stockings dancing. Jiang Ning realized that the junior's account had indeed been curated with such content, something he would never part with for 100,000. Clearing his throat, the junior earnestly explained, "I have never really understood the significance of such videos, so I repeatedly watched them in an attempt to comprehend." Jiang Ning replied, "You managed to articulate a fondness for watching beautiful women in such an unpretentious manner. You truly are a talent." Chapter 15. The World of Tattered Kittens. This is Wang Jiao, a junior I met during my university days. Jiang Ning casually introduced the identity of the pet doctor to Zhang Mengqing, although Jiang Ning merely brushed over their relationship with a single phrase. Zhang Mengqing could discern that the bond between the two young men was quite strong. Earlier, while cradling a kitten at the door, she had vaguely overheard Jiang Ning and Wang Jiao discussing the concept of repeated viewing in an attempt to understand. It must have pertained to something academic, which was enough to indicate their good rapport. "Hello, Dr. Wang," Zhang Mengqing greeted with a polite smile. "Hello, Wang Jiao responded promptly. As he spoke, his gaze frequently darted towards Jiang Ning. He had assumed Jiang Ning had come alone, not realizing that a young woman accompanied him. Most notably, this young woman was fair-skinned and beautiful, graceful and dignified, exuding more charm than those online female streamers with hundreds of thousands of followers. In that moment, Wang Jiao was filled with mixed emotions. They had agreed to remain single together, so how could his senior secretly find a partner? While his own single status was indeed painful, the thought of a friend's newfound relationship was even more heart-wrenching. It hurt. It hurt too much. Jiang Ning was unaware that the junior was indulging in theatricality as he continued his introduction. "Yuzu, this is my sister-in-law." Before Jiang Ning could clarify that she was his sister's homeroom teacher, Wang Jiao had already interjected. After addressing her as sister-in-law, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at Jiang Ning, his eyes brimming with pride. "What do you think, senior? Did I embarrass you?" Jiang Ning mused that the junior appeared quite perceptive, and he felt a sense of satisfaction from the term sister-in-law. However, it was unfortunate that Zhang Mengqing was not his girlfriend. They were merely good friends, and now they shared an additional layer of camaraderie as fellow cat enthusiasts who could enjoy time together with felines. "You misunderstood. She is my sister's homeroom teacher," Jiang Ning quickly clarified. "Sister's homeroom teacher? My apologies," Wang Jiao exclaimed, momentarily stunned, then began to profusely apologize. He had been too clever for his own good, leading to a significant blunder. "It's all right," Zhang Mengqing said, shaking her head. She appeared as graceful as ever, yet her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Did standing next to Jiang Ning truly give the impression of being a couple? It seemed that everyone believed so. From a psychological perspective, when an individual begins to ponder such matters, they are often contemplating the compatibility of the two parties involved. However, Teacher Zhang was oblivious to this notion. She had mentally prepared herself for a lifetime of singleness and would not allow herself to develop feelings for anyone. "No, absolutely not. Yuzu, we came here to ask for your assistance in conducting a comprehensive health check for this little cat," Jiang Ning said, presenting the dirty, distressed feline to Wang Jiao. Faced with Wang Jiao, who donned a white coat and reeked of disinfectant, the kitten appeared terrified, tucking its tail and timidly meowing. Wang Jiao gently took the kitten and stroked its tiny head. Thank goodness you arrived in time. If you had come any later, I would have been off duty. What a cute little thing. What is its name? Name? Zhang Mengqing suddenly realized she had yet to name the kitten. Jiang Ning, she softly called. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Huh? The kitten is to be named after me? No, no. Zhang Mengqing quickly shook her head, regretting her lack of clarity. I meant to ask what your ragdoll cat is named. Not being adept at naming animals herself, she sought to draw inspiration from Jiang Ning's choice. My cat is named Tang Yuan, Jiang Ning replied. What prompted you to choose the name Tang Yuan? Jiang Ning began to reminisce. It was past 10 at night when I brought it home, and I hadn't had dinner yet. So I boiled some Tang Yuan to stave off hunger. As I sat down to eat, it suddenly leaped onto my lap and quietly settled there, neither fussing nor making a sound. I found that moment quite heartwarming, and I wished to remember that night forever, hence the name Tang Yuan. Now it makes sense. Zhang Mengqing nodded, her thoughts clearly sparked. September. I wish to name this little kitten September. Zhang Mengqing glanced at the cat, and then at Jiang Ning, explaining that their acquaintance began in September. Today marks the first day of September, a moment where Zhang Mengqing formally meets Jiang Ning and the unfortunate princess. She yearns to etch this day in her memory forever. Currently, September's 4 little paws exhibit signs of thermal injury. Wang Jiao first conducted a brief examination of the kitten's condition before sharing his findings. Each year, during August and September, the ground temperature in Xiangjiang soars to an extraordinary degree. A blogger once performed an experiment where a raw egg, dropped on the ground, would cook within moments. This exemplifies the extreme nature of Xiangjiang summers. Homeless stray cats and dogs, in their struggle for survival, must endure the scorching ground to scavenge for food. Over time, their paws sustain varying degrees of burns, and in severe cases, they may suffer heat stroke and perish. You must have endured much hardship, Zhang Mengqing said with a heart full of compassion as she gently stroked September's chin. The kitten blinked in confusion, unaware of why Zhang Mengqing suddenly felt sorrowful. After a moment, it leaned forward to nuzzle her hand, hoping to lift her spirits in this way. The world may be fragmented, yet the little cat mends the pieces. Yuzu, aside from the burns on its paws, are there any other issues with September? Jiang Ning inquired. Wang Jiao shook his head, stating, I have thoroughly examined its eyes, nose, and ears, and have not found any problems for now. However, further examinations are necessary to ascertain the results. A complete blood count is essential. I recommend keeping September at the veterinary hospital for observation for 7 days. As long as everything is normal after that duration, it can be taken home. From his professional veterinarian perspective, Wang Jiao offered a viable solution to Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. Jiang Ning recognized the reasonableness of Wang Jiao's proposal, yet he acknowledged that the final decision rested with Zhang Mengqing. What do you think, Teacher Xiaozhang? Jiang Ning asked. That sounds good. Let us proceed with that decision. Although Zhang Mengqing longed to take the kitten home immediately, she chose to accept the veterinary hospital's treatment plan for the sake of the kitten's well-being. I will give it a bath first, and then apply ointment to its burned paws, Wang Jiao stated as he began to gather cotton swabs and ointment. Afterward, he cradled the dirty little kitten and carried it to the shower, adjusting the water temperature. Once it was suitable, he gently poured water over the kitten, gradually wetting its fur. Since September was a stray, it had never been bathed before. Sudden drenching could frighten it, potentially leading to a stress response. Therefore, the bathing process had to be gradual, allowing it to adapt to the new environment bit by bit. September huddled in a corner, trembling, its fur damp and appearing small, pitiful and helpless. Do not think that your mewling will soften my heart. I must confess, after a decade of gutting fish at Durun Fa, my heart has grown as cold as my blade, Wang Jiao said, lathering foam in his hands as he began to wash September's back. During this period, he playfully crafted a bubble spiral ball and placed it atop September's head, resembling a small kitten donning a white hat. Subsequently, he rinsed the foam off the kitten with a shower head, allowing the murky gray water to flow down the drain. Look at how dirty you were before. Now you're all cleaned up. You should sleep more comfortably tonight, Wang Jiao remarked to September. The interplay of sounds, meows and human speech, was a curious phenomenon, as the two, despite their linguistic barriers, engaged in delightful conversation. In Chapter 16, Zhang Mengqing proposed, how about I treat you to hot pot? September, originally a charming little kitten, had appeared rather disheveled due to its tumultuous past as a stray. Now, under the tender care of the veterinarian, it radiated a newfound beauty, exuding a sense of purity and simplicity. The fallen princess had shed her misfortunes, emerging anew as a true princess. Zhang Mingxing's decision to adopt September was entirely based on the kitten's gentle and understanding demeanor. To her surprise, after the bath, September looked exceptionally lovely, a delightful revelation. "September, you are so beautiful," Zhang Mingxing said, bending down to stroke the kitten's head. September, having just bathed, moved with an air of grace, playfully swaying its tail atop the table in response. September was remarkably docile, remaining calm during bath time and when applying medicine. Wang Jiao recounted the earlier experience with a smile. As a veterinarian, he encountered a myriad of cats and dogs daily. Some cats would become frantic at the mere touch of water, darting about the shower room, proving more unruly than a pig on New Year's. In contrast, there were particularly aggressive cats that could inflict painful scratches on the staff if not handled with care. Compared to them, September was a gentle angel, readily cooperating during its baths, embodying the ideal companion for any cat owner, with no further need for Jiang Ning and Zhang Mingxing to remain. As the kitten required a period of rest and recuperation, they briefly discussed their plans and decided to leave. "You're in charge of September, Yuzu. We'll return in 7 days to pick her up," Jiang Ning said, giving Wang Jiao's shoulder a reassuring pat. The use of "we" implied that he and Zhang Mingxing would return together. Zhang Mingxing, a language teacher with a keen sensitivity to words, discerned the underlying meaning but chose to remain silent, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. "Rest assured, Senior, I'll take good care of the kitten," Wang Jiao vowed earnestly. Despite his typically carefree demeanor, he was serious and responsible in his work, which was why Jiang Ning felt confident in trusting the cat to his care. Leaving the veterinary clinic, the two emerged onto the bustling streets. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, and the sky lingered at the threshold between day and night, an ideal time for a leisurely post-dinner stroll. Some elderly women dragged speakers to the center of the square, and with a sound, the Sunset Red Girl Group made a dazzling entrance. "Jiang Ning, thank you so much for today," Teacher Zhang softly uttered, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Jiang Ning. Whether it was buying watermelons together or rescuing a kitten, Jiang Ning had been immensely helpful. For Zhang Mingxing's expressions of thanks, once, twice, thrice, Jiang Ning remained unresponsive, instead playfully curling her finger, appearing deep in thought. Zhang Mingxing blinked in curiosity, puzzled by Jiang Ning's intent. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm counting how many times you've said thank you today. When the total reaches a certain number, could I perhaps exchange them for a rewards card from you? For instance, to lighten my sister's homework load," Jiang Ning jested, lightening the atmosphere. "Do you mean you want me to reduce Jiang Wan's homework?" Zhang Mingxing inquired hesitantly. "No, I mean to suggest an increase in workload." "Achoo!" Jiang Wan, currently undergoing military training, suddenly sneezed. "Why do I suddenly feel so flustered? Who is it? Who dares to conspire against me?" Jiang Wan vigilantly scanned her surroundings, only to be met with a perplexed silence. Completing homework is indeed an effective means of enhancing academic performance, yet it is imperative to devise reasonable plans tailored to each student's circumstances. An inundation of exercises is inadvisable. Zhang Mingxing articulated her perspective earnestly. The current educational system is implementing a dual reduction policy, aimed at alleviating the burdens of homework and extracurricular training. Jiang Ning's thoughts seemed to contradict this educational direction, necessitating her role as a homeroom teacher to provide guidance. Moreover, as a representative parent, it was even more crucial to engage in this dialogue. Observing Zhang Mingxing's earnest expression, Jiang Ning quickly reassured her. "Teacher Zhang, you are the expert in education. I will certainly cooperate with your efforts." "Thank you," Zhang Mingxing instinctively replied, a reflexive gesture akin to muscle memory. Coming from a literary family, with both parents being cultured educators, she had grown up surrounded by polite expressions such as sorry, thank you, and excuse me. Likewise, Jiang Wan also cherished using such courteous expressions when conversing with Jiang Ning. "Excuse me, I didn't bring any money today. Could you please cover the bill? Thank you." Or, "Please treat me to dinner. Don't hesitate to choose something expensive. Thank you." Although these polite phrases were identical, their combinations yielded entirely different meanings. Zhang Mingxing's excessive politeness sometimes created a sense of distance in their interactions. Jiang Ning pondered ways to bridge this gap. Once, twice, thrice. She found herself curling her finger again, resuming the count of Zhang Mingqing's expressions of gratitude. Here you go again. Zhang Mingqing was amused by her serious demeanor. I'll just refrain from saying thank you as much as possible. By the way, have you had dinner yet? If not, how about I treat you to hot pot? Zhang Mingqing proposed, shifting from mere words of thanks to a tangible invitation. Jiang Ming gladly accepted. Just in time, I'm quite hungry. Let us indulge, Teacher Zhang. In truth, he was not hungry. In fact, he had recently dined, his stomach pleasantly full. However, it was Miss Zhang who had graciously extended the invitation for dinner. The act of dining itself was of little consequence, nor was the choice of cuisine particularly significant. What truly mattered was the opportunity for the two to deepen their understanding of one another during this meal. Should they successfully seize this moment, their relationship might very well advance to a new level. Chapter 17. I sense a hint of ambiguity between us. The Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant boasted delectable flavors and was conveniently located near Xingming High School, a place I frequented with friends. Zhang Mingqing softly elaborated on the details of the hot pot establishment to Jiang Ming. The restaurant spanned 2 floors. The ground floor served as the cashier and kitchen, while the second floor was designated for diners. Even though the dinner rush had passed, the business remained vibrant. On ordinary weekdays, it was bustling, and on weekends or holidays, patrons would likely find themselves queuing outside for a table. Zhang Mingqing chose a table by the window, where they could catch a glimpse of the outlines of Xingming High School. As soon as they settled in, an enthusiastic server promptly brought tea and a tablet for placing orders. Jiang Ming, can you handle spicy food? Zhang Mingqing inquired, her delicate fingers gliding over the tablet as she navigated to the broth options. Jiang Ming offered an awkward smile. To be honest, I can't tolerate it very well. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a native of Xiangjiang, he was unable to enjoy spicy cuisine. His palate leaned more towards the mild flavors of Guangcai, favoring simplicity and soups. At home, he rarely used chili peppers in his cooking, and when dining out for hot pot, he could only manage a mild spice level. Then let us order a yin-yang pot, Zhang Mingqing suggested, handing the tablet to Jiang Ning. You can select the rest. I will prepare the dipping sauce. All right. Jiang Ning watched as Zhang Mingqing walked away, turning his attention back to the tablet. The order summary displayed only the yin-yang pot. There was nothing else listed. Unfamiliar with Zhang Mingqing's tastes, he could only rely on his sister's preferences for his selections. Presumably, a girl would favor similar dishes when enjoying hot pot, opting for vegetables and snacks over meat. He began by selecting a variety of greens, followed by red sugar glutinous rice cakes, crispy pork, and sweet rice dumplings. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingqing busied herself with a white porcelain dish, adding crushed peanuts, chili oil, and chili flakes. It was surprising to see that the seemingly demure Miss Zhang had such a penchant for spiciness. Ding dong. At that moment, Zhang Mingqing's phone lit up with a message from her close friend, Qin Xiao. Just woke up. What do you need? Earlier, when a kitten had suffered from heat stroke, Zhang Mingqing, at a loss, had first reached out to Qin Xiao, who had experience with cats. Unfortunately, her call had gone unanswered. Upon reading the message, Zhang Mingqing realized that Qin Xiao had been asleep at that time. It made sense. After all, with a time difference of 12 hours, Qin Xiao was currently abroad. As dusk descended upon Zhang Mingqing, far across the ocean, Qin Xiao was already greeted by the soft light of dawn. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xiao initiated a video call with Zhang Mingqing. Observing this, Zhang Mingqing hastily moved to a relatively quiet spot to answer the call. Darling. At the moment the call connected, a playful face filled the entire screen of her phone. The girl on the other end was quite beautiful, with exquisite features, rosy lips, and a bright smile that made her eyes sparkle, complete with 2 adorable little canine teeth. Yet, she had a penchant for choosing unflattering angles during video calls. Perhaps a trait of beauties who often tend to be a bit capricious. Zhang Mingqing was relieved to have found a quieter place to take the call. Otherwise, her friend's enthusiastic greeting could have been enough to induce social embarrassment. I feel there's a bit of ambiguity between us. Who starts with kisses right away? Zhang Mingqing remarked. But your nickname is indeed Qingqing, so calling you darling Qingqing is not incorrect, Qin Xiao retorted nonchalantly, lacking any defensiveness. Zhang Mingqing found her friend's antics amusingly exasperating. Just call me Xiaoqing. At least that won't send shivers down my spine. No way. Isn't Xiaoqing trapped under Leifeng Pagoda? Oh, that is by Suzhen. Regardless, I don't care. I just like calling you Qingqing. Some girls are forthright with boys, but indulge in playful banter with their close friends. Clearly, Qin Xiu was one of those. In her own words, she possessed all the skills to charm, yet alas, she was just a girl herself. Darling Qingqing, why did you call me earlier? Were you missing me? Qin Xiu inquired curiously. I originally wanted to seek your help with a problem, but it has been resolved now, Zhang Mengqing replied. Oh, I see. Qin Xiu did not press for details about Zhang Mengqing's predicament since it had already been resolved, rendering further inquiry pointless. Darling Qingqing, if you need anything, just call me. I may not be able to help with major issues, and I'm not keen on the minor ones, but just call me if you need anything. Reliable. Qin Xiu had always been a dependable girl, but since going abroad, the time zone difference often rendered her unreachable. This had exacerbated Zhang Mengqing's loneliness, as she had few friends to begin with. Even on weekends, she struggled to find a companion to enjoy hot pot with. When are you coming back, beautiful Qin? Zhang Mengqing asked. Are you longing for my company? Qin Xiu smiled, her eyes curving with delight. I can't specify my return date, but I can assure you of one thing. I will definitely celebrate your birthday with you this year. Zhang Mengqing's birthday fell in mid-November, which was just over 2 months away. In that regard, it seemed quite soon. Wait a moment. Are you currently at the Sichuan Hot Pot restaurant in Xingming? Qin Xiu's sharp eyes recognized the familiar background behind Zhang Mengqing. You recognized it? Impressive, Zhang Mengqing praised, giving her a thumbs up. Qin Xiu haughtily huffed. Of course. My memory is quite remarkable, you know. We used to frequent this hot pot restaurant. How could I not recognize it? Qin Xiu stroked her chin thoughtfully and remarked. Based on my understanding of you, it's unlikely that someone would go out for hot pot alone. It must be a colleague from the school, right? No. It's a new friend I just met, Zhang Mengqing clarified gently. Have you made a new friend over there? Qin Xiu inquired with an expression of surprise. She was entirely unbothered by her good friend meeting new acquaintances. On the contrary, she felt a sense of joy for Zhang Mengqing. After all, this meant that Zhang Mengqing would not be lonely anymore. A friend who invites you out for hot pot surely must be quite a remarkable person. You should add your friend to our little group. Yes, a boy, Zhang Mengqing replied softly. As she spoke, she felt her cheeks warm. Unsure if it was due to the insufficient air conditioning in the corner. A boy. Qin Xiu's voice on the other end of the line suddenly escalated several octaves. Am I still dreaming? Surely, I must be dreaming. You, the goddess Zhang, are going out for hot pot with a boy. Did that boy save the galaxy in his past life? Chapter 18. Innocent and Pure Friendship. It was no wonder Qin Xiu reacted so strongly. In her memory, Zhang Mengqing had always maintained a certain distance from all males. She had never accepted gifts from any boy, let alone dine alone with one for hot pot. Seeing her best friend finally blossom, sharing a meal with a male, was astonishing. What are you thinking? That boy helped me a lot today, so I invited him to dinner as a token of gratitude, Zhang Mengqing hurriedly explained. Oh, a dinner as a token of gratitude. Qin Xiu deliberately elongated her tone, her voice rich with teasing, relishing the drama of it all. Zhang Mengqing's face grew even redder. Our relationship is purely platonic. It's not what you're imagining. Yes, I didn't say anything at all. Why are you so vehemently denying it? A glint of mischief danced in Qin Xiu's eyes. She enjoyed seeing her friend flustered. You may not have said anything, but your expression reveals everything, Zhang Mengqing retorted. What expression? That sly smile. Qin Xiu immediately countered. Impossible. You must be mistaken. I have undergone professional training. No matter how amusing something may be, I will not laugh unless I truly cannot contain myself. Yet, I could hear your laughter even through the screen. Zhang Mengqing replied with a hint of melancholy. Haha, let us not dwell on such minutiae. Let us joyfully discuss that boy instead. Qin Xiu swiftly shifted the topic. I'm quite curious about how much that boy helped you to warrant a hot pot invitation. This is a long story, so I'll try to keep it brief. Soon, Zhang Mengqing recounted the incident involving buying watermelons and rescuing a kitten in detail to Qin Xiu. From what you say, that lad named Jiang Ning seems to possess commendable character. What does he look like? Is he handsome? Qin Xiu's interest was piqued. Yes, not bad. A bit handsome. Wait, why do you care about Jiang Ning's looks? Zhang Mengqing realized belatedly. Qin Xiu casually responded, Oh, nothing in particular. I'm merely curious about what kind of boy can share hot pot with my dear Qingqing. Not even I have that privilege. Why don't you flip your camera around and let me see Jiang Ning's appearance? Qin Xiu felt an incessant tingling sensation, as if ants were crawling all over her body, driven by an insatiable curiosity about Jiang Ning's appearance. After all, he was the protagonist of the conversation. How could he remain in the shadows? No, That would be akin to secretly taking photos. Zhang Mingqing gently shook her head in refusal. How could that be considered secretive? Matters pertaining to scholars cannot be labeled as such, Qin Xiu retorted, albeit her argument lacked conviction. If one were to suddenly take a picture of a stranger on the street, trembling with anxiety at the prospect of being discovered, that would indeed be clandestine. However, you and Jiang Ning are neither strangers, nor do you need to fear him uncovering your intentions. Thus, it cannot be deemed as such. It is truly a pity that Qin Xiu did not pursue a career in debate, for her rhetoric was remarkably persuasive, enticing Zhang Mingqing to open Pandora's box. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mingqing softly replied, I vehemently opposed when Teacher Qin initially withdrew from the debate scene. Nonetheless, I must still refuse. Secret photography is secret photography. Its essence is unchanged, regardless of friendship. After a brief pause, she added, however, I can search for photos of Jiang Ning in my social circle to show you. Please do, Qin Xiu urged. Zhang Mingqing tilted her head, confusion evident in her gaze. What does that mean? It is better for young ladies not to pry into adult matters, Zhang Mingqing quipped. You are not even older than I am. How dare you call me a young lady? Qin Xiu retorted, suddenly straightening her posture. Zhang Mingqing quickly grasped the implication behind Qin Xiu's words, her face flushing as she scolded, You shameless girl. Observing Zhang Mingqing's bashful demeanor, Qin Xiu erupted into a hearty laugh. Subsequently, Zhang Mingqing selected a photograph from Jiang Ning's social media profile and sent it to Qin Xiu. In the image, Jiang Ning cradled a Tang Yuan in his arms, portraying a serene scene of paternal affection. The young man is quite handsome. From his visage, he appears to be amiable. Qin Xiu analyzed astutely. Jiang Ning's countenance exuded an approachable charm, indicative of a gentle temperament and emotional stability. Indeed, Jiang Ning possesses a remarkable character, a subtlety that nurtures in silence, making interactions with him feel effortlessly relaxed. Zhang Mingqing nodded in agreement with Qin Xiu's assessment. Oh my, it is the first time I have witnessed Teacher Zhang bestowing such high praise upon someone. Qin Xiu paused, gazing intently into Zhang Mingqing's eyes, and articulated deliberately, My dear, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for Jiang Ning, can you? Qin Xiu's words seemed to unleash a torrent of emotions, shattering Zhang Mingqing's calm facade. She hastily shook her head, vehemently denying, Impossible. You are overthinking. Jiang Ning and I are merely ordinary friends. Our relationship is entirely platonic. Moreover, as you know, I have resigned myself to perpetual singleness and have never contemplated romance. I once had a cousin who expressed similar sentiments. Qin Xiu propped her chin on her hand, speaking leisurely. And what became of her? Now she is a mother of 3. Zhang Mingqing was left speechless. Qin Xiu, setting aside her previous playfulness, adopted a rare seriousness. My dear, regardless of the choices you make, I shall steadfastly support you. However, I wish to express that if love were to truly knock at your door, I hope you would not shy away, but rather embrace it with courage. As these words fell, Zhang Mingqing gazed quietly at the screen of her phone, lost in silence. What is it? Have my philosophically rich words touched your soul? Qin Xiu inquired with lively enthusiasm. Her demeanor, however, could not be serious for long, as she quickly reverted to her usual self. Zhang Mingqing hesitated, her expression intricate. I wonder, given that you, like me, have never been in a relationship, how can you articulate matters of the heart so eloquently? Oh, how rude of you, dear elder. Though I have never seen a pig run, I have certainly observed it. Qin Xiu huffed in dissatisfaction. I'm done playing with you. I'm getting up to play video games. Thus, their video call came to an end. Zhang Mingqing glanced at the call duration, realizing she had chatted for too long, and promptly retraced her steps. Upon returning to her seat, she found that all the dishes ordered by Jiang Ning had been served. Jiang Ning, however, had been patiently waiting for her, not having touched his chopsticks. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I received a call that delayed me. Zhang Mingqing quickly expressed her regrets. Having promised to treat him to a meal, she felt genuinely remorseful for leaving Jiang Ning alone. Jiang Ning smiled to lighten the mood. It's perfectly fine. It's better to finish everything before dining, so we won't be disturbed during the meal. Chapter 19. Here, you can be a child. Little Teacher Zhang. I am unsure of your preferences, so I randomly ordered some dishes. Please let me know if you would like to add anything. As soon as Zhang Mingqing sat down, Jiang Ning promptly handed her the menu. Let us add some beef and lamb. You've worked hard today and need to replenish your energy. Zhang Mingqing surveyed the snacks and vegetables on the table, realizing that these dishes were already sufficient for her. However, considering that Jiang Ning was a boy, merely eating vegetables would not suffice. There must be meat. Thus, she scrolled through the menu, ordering snowflake beef, fatty beef rolls, and fatty lamb rolls. These dishes were the signature offerings of the hot pot restaurant, the kind one could trust without a second thought. Not long after placing the order, the waitress brought the dishes to the table. Zhang Mengqing stood to receive the dishes and then placed them in front of Jiang Ning, facilitating his cooking of the meat later on. With everything set, the diners began their meal. Zhang Mengqing was the first to take potato slices and immerse them in the spicy broth, as such items required longer cooking times and should be prioritized in the hot pot. While waiting, she picked up a piece of sweet glutinous rice cake and savored it in small bites. Crispy on the outside and tender within, it was delightful. Jiang Ning. The sweet glutinous rice cake at this establishment is exquisite. Do give it a try. She offered a snack to Jiang Ning. All right, I shall not be polite then. Jiang Ning was eager to sample the recommendation from little teacher Zhang, seizing the opportunity to learn about her eating habits. The surface of the glutinous rice cake was coated in a thick syrup, and while one might expect it to be overly sweet, it surprisingly turned out to be quite mild. The chef had mastered the sweetness perfectly, akin to a milk tea with just the right amount of sugar. Sweet yet not cloying. What surprised me the most was that the brown sugar glutinous rice cake possessed a distinctive aroma, reminiscent of osmanthus flowers. Jiang Ning expressed his thoughts, noting that he rarely indulged in sweet treats, yet he found occasional indulgence refreshing. Do you feel the same? Zhang Mengqing blinked in delight, resonating with Jiang Ning's sentiments. A friend of mine remarked that all brown sugar glutinous rice cakes from hot pot restaurants taste identical. However, I believe this establishment's offering is exceptional, as it truly exudes a unique fragrance. At times, I find myself visiting solely for the brown sugar glutinous rice cake, even when I came for hot pot. How could I describe this sensation? For the sake of this vinegar, I would sacrifice this meal of dumplings? Jiang Ning interjected. Exactly. For this little bit of vinegar, I would indeed sacrifice this meal of dumplings. Zhang Mengqing nodded, finding Jiang Ning's description remarkably apparent. It felt wonderful to be understood. She silently raised her teacup, toasting to a kindred spirit with tea in place of wine. Teacher Xiao Zhang, the potatoes in the pot are ready to eat. At that moment, Jiang Ning picked up a slotted spoon and began to fish out all the ingredients Zhang Mengqing had previously added to the red oil broth. The potatoes had cooked to a tender softness and needed to be removed. Otherwise, they would turn into mashed potatoes. Jiang Ning, would you like to try a slice of potato? Instead of immediately placing the potato in her bowl, Zhang Mengqing chose to share it with Jiang Ning. He glanced at the red-oiled potato slices, shaking his head in polite refusal. You go ahead. I'll stick to the clear broth vegetables. All right, then I'll dig in. Zhang Mengqing gently tucked her hair behind her ear and picked up a slice of potato with her chopsticks, savoring it in small bites. Isn't it spicy? Jiang Ning asked curiously, observing how the seemingly fiery potato slices were met with her calm demeanor. Was Zhang Mengqing exceptionally tolerant of spice? Or was the red oil merely a fade, lacking genuine heat? These dishes only appear spicy. They're actually quite mild, Zhang Mengqing explained with a smile. Really? Jiang Ning felt a flicker of intrigue, contemplating the possibility of trying it himself. It's truly not spicy. Would you like to give it a go? All right. Jiang Ning retrieved a slice of potato from the red oil broth, but after tasting it, he quietly remarked, I think I'll stick to the clear broth. You really can't handle spice at all. Zhang Mengqing noticed Jiang Ning's flushed face and quickly offered him a bottle of milk. He gulped it down in one go, finally feeling some relief. Spicy braised beef noodles are the spiciest I can tolerate, he joked. It was perplexing how his younger sister and parents could handle spice, yet he could not. Where had it all gone awry? No worries, if you can't handle spice. Don't force yourself. Zhang Mengqing decided against persuading Jiang Ning to try the red oil broth, fearing it might upset his stomach later. All right, I'll pause for a moment and take a breather. Jiang Ning set down his chopsticks, focusing on the ingredients. Teacher Xiao Zhang, what would you like to eat? I can help you cook. No, I can manage on my own, thank you. Zhang Mengqing shook her head vigorously. She harbors an aversion to imposing on others, always opting for a hands-on approach in all her endeavors. Thus, when she heard Jiang Ning offer to assist with the cooking, she instinctively declined. Fear not, Teacher Zhang. Although I cannot guarantee my culinary skills will astound, I assure you, there will be no undercooked dishes, Jiang Ning jested, lightening the mood. Zhang Mengqing hastily clarified. That's not my intention. I simply do not wish to be a burden. What burden? It's merely a trivial task, he replied. Typically, when I take my sister out for hot pot, I handle the cooking while she enjoys the meal. We have a clear division of labor and have grown accustomed to it. Go ahead and eat. I shall prepare some vegetables for you, Jiang Ning said, pouring the ingredients into the pot with a gentle, measured pace to prevent any scorching oil from splattering. His attention to detail was impeccable, and it is often those subtle gestures that resonate profoundly with women. Observing Jiang Ning's diligent efforts stirred a tempest within Zhang Mengqing's heart. She had always been the one to selflessly care for others, her friends, her cat, and the entire class of 16. She had grown accustomed to prioritizing others' feelings above her own. Until today, she found herself in the unfamiliar role of being cared for. There was no need for her to do anything. She could simply sit back and await nourishment. This sensation was nuanced, akin to someone abruptly entering her world and whispering, "You need not pretend to be the mature adult any longer. It is time to rest." Essentially, it meant, "Here, you may embrace your inner child." Despite being older than Jiang Ning, in this moment, he was the one tenderly attending to her. An indescribable emotion surged within her. When happiness knocks upon your door, do not shy away, embrace it with courage. Zhang Mengqing suddenly recalled her friend's earlier words. Why did this phrase echo in her mind? Was it because she was genuinely experiencing happiness? In this moment, her steadfast commitment to singlehood began to waver. Chapter 20. A heart finally at peace simultaneously. In the same Sichuan hot pot restaurant, two young teachers from Xingming Middle School sat together, indulging in a meal. Both were subject teachers for the first year, enjoying the freedom of their schedules during military training, and had agreed to meet for a leisurely outing. Hey, aren't you interested in pursuing that teacher Zhang from class 16? How is that progressing? Inquired the middle-aged teacher, his expression rife with curiosity. Zhang Mengqing was renowned as the school's beauty, yet she was already married, leaving him to lament and wish his friend well in her romantic endeavors. Don't mention it. Teacher Zhang already has a boyfriend, the young teacher across from him sighed. Taking a swig of beer, the bitter liquid burned his throat. A painful reminder that his romantic pursuit had not even begun before it had met its demise. Who could bear such a blow? Is that truly the case? Did you witness it with your own eyes? The middle-aged teacher exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. Not quite. It was merely what the students from class 16 relayed. After the middle-aged teacher finished listening, he silently took a sip of beer and then spoke earnestly. My dear brother, hearing is but a deception, while seeing is the truth. Unless you witness teacher Zhang in private company with a man, perhaps sharing a hot pot, everything else is mere illusion and cannot be taken seriously. Hey, are you even listening to me? The middle-aged teacher noticed the younger teacher had zoned out and waved his hand in front of him. The younger teacher snapped back to attention and pointed not far away. Look, isn't that teacher Zhang at that table? She's having hot pot with a man. The middle-aged teacher followed the direction of the younger teacher's finger and saw Zhang Mengqing and Jiang Ning seated by the window, enjoying their hot pot. Laughter filling the air. He suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. For just moments ago, he had asserted that sharing a hot pot would prove their romantic involvement, and now it seemed his words had come to fruition. Well, it's just a meal together. It may not signify much. Perhaps they are merely friends? He rationalized to himself. If they were a couple, surely the man would be serving food to the woman, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Jiang Ning scoop ingredients from the pot and place them into Zhang Mengqing's bowl. At this, the middle-aged teacher felt even more awkward. Ahem. Serving food doesn't necessarily mean anything. They must be holding hands for it to count. All right, enough. Please stop talking, the younger teacher interrupted hastily, fearing the older man's words might become prophetic. When I first heard the rumor about teacher Zhang having a partner, my heart was in turmoil. Now, thanks to your comforting words, that turmoil has finally ceased. I understand your intentions are good, but my advice is to refrain from further speculation. The younger teacher crushed the beer can in his hand and continued, I'm leaving now, heading home. He longed to escape the hot pot restaurant, a place rife with heartache. What else could he do but flee? Are you okay, brother? The middle-aged teacher, concerned for the younger man's state, hurried after him. Come on, don't joke around. What could possibly be wrong with me? The younger teacher waved his hand dismissively, though his silhouette was steeped in melancholy. Each departure was always accompanied by a facade of ease. He reached the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, do you believe in love? The younger teacher felt increasingly despondent, yearning to confide in a stranger. The taxi driver glanced back at him. Young man, If you spill your woes in my cab, it's 300. Jiang Ning could hardly have anticipated that a simple hot pot dinner could eliminate a rival in love. Truly, fate is a mysterious thing. After their meal, the two returned to school. With merely 20 minutes remaining before evening study concluded, many homeroom teachers had already left for home. Yet Zhang Mingxing resolved to check on her class. Before she exited the vehicle, Jiang Ning spoke up. Teacher Zhang, thank you for today. When you have a day off, let me know, and I'll treat you to a meal. All right, I appreciate it in advance, Boss Jiang, Zhang Mingxing replied, unusually accepting without declining. She found it quite delightful to have someone like Jiang Ning as her dining companion, as their interactions were remarkably relaxed, devoid of any pressure. Presently, Zhang Mingxing no longer regarded Jiang Ning merely as a parent of a student, but rather as a kindred spirit, a friend with whom she shared common aspirations. As she gradually distanced herself, ultimately vanishing at the end of the road, Jiang Ning withdrew his gaze and began to await his sister's return from school. During this interval, he took out his phone and aimlessly scrolled through short videos. The content he viewed was quite eclectic, ranging from comprehensive assessments of keyboards and mice to the daily lives of couple vloggers and anime video edits. Before long, the front passenger door was unexpectedly flung open. Jiang Wan swiftly entered the car, lounging comfortably in a relaxed posture. Sensing the refreshing cool breeze within the vehicle, she couldn't help but exclaim, at last, I feel alive again. How wonderful it would be if I could sit in the car during military training. Little Wan, you should head home early to wash up and sleep. There's everything in dreams, Jiang Ning teased with a smile. Jiang Wan pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, brother, you are too cruel. Can't you let me indulge in a little daydream? Suddenly, she straightened up, her senses alert. Wait, what's that smell in the car? What smell? It's merely the fragrance of an air freshener, Jiang Ning replied casually. No, it's definitely something much more pronounced. Jiang Wan furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Brother, why do you reek of hot pot? She lamented dramatically. You took me to the cafeteria, yet you went off to enjoy hot pot yourself? How could you? You and I are supposed to be on the same wavelength. Jiang Wan's eyes shimmered with disappointment. Her lips pursed in dismay. What are you saying? Jiang Ning protested, feeling wronged. I merely assisted your teacher, Zhang, and as a token of gratitude, she treated me to hot pot. How could I refuse? I refuse to believe you. Men's words are often deceiving, Jiang Wan huffed, turning her head away in irritation. All right, I had intended to surprise you, but since you're unwilling to listen, wait. How can I not listen to my brother? What surprise did you bring for me? Jiang Wan exclaimed, her face lighting up with anticipation. Of course, it's something wonderful. My offerings are always of the highest quality. Jiang Ning reassured her, still harboring fondness for his sister, even when indulging in hot pot. He retrieved a discount voucher for the hot pot restaurant from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Wan. Is this your surprise? Jiang Wan stood frozen in disbelief. Just tell me if it's useful. Isn't it a surprise? Jiang Ning urged. Jiang Wan huffed in silence, turning her head for another round of contemplation. Such discount vouchers are typically mere giveaways from hot pot establishments, often discarded without a second thought, revealing her brother's lack of sincerity. When she returned, she would jot this incident down in her little notebook. All right, I won't tease you any longer. The real surprise is in the back seat. Go take a look. Jiang Ning finally revealed the truth. Jiang Wan stealthily peeked into the back seat and indeed found a gift bag from a Sichuan hot pot restaurant. Upon opening it, she discovered an assortment of her favorite snacks. Dear brother, I always knew you were the best. Jiang Wan's mood shifted from overcast to bright, and even her voice took on a sweeter tone. Are you no longer upset? Jiang Ning inquired. I may have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. Jiang Wan admitted with sincere contrition. Let me express my gratitude to you, for your warmth has brightened the 4 seasons. All right, that's enough. No more singing, Jiang Ning interjected, playfully pinching her lips with 2 fingers. Your singing lacks technique and is purely emotional. It resides somewhere between pleasant and unpleasant, quite unpleasant, indeed. Chapter 21. A generous feast for one's former self. By the time Jiang Ning returned home with his sister, the clock had struck 10 in the evening. He had spent the entire day idly wandering outside, neglecting to even turn on the family computer, let alone write. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario and had saved 2 chapters in advance. Otherwise, he would face another interruption in his updates tonight. Upon logging onto the novel website, he published the day's chapter seamlessly, completing his update tasks with ease. However, This did not signify the end of his responsibilities for the day. The absence of saved material left him feeling uneasy. Should another day arise like today, where he lacked the time to write, he would encounter yet another interruption. It was prudent to prepare additional drafts to be well prepared for any eventuality. Jiang Ning resolved to take a brief respite before commencing his writing in half an hour. Tang Yuan, come here, he called, retrieving a cat toy from the drawer, eager to engage in playful antics with his feline companion and strengthen their bond. With a soft patter, Tang Yuan scampered over, its tail held high, a clear indication of its cheerful disposition. It is widely known that ragdolls exhibit canine-like traits. In their world, there are no villains or virtuous felines. The ragdoll that Jiang Ning owned embodied a quintessentially dog-like nature, often affectionate and quick to respond to its name, rushing over eagerly to play. However, today, Tang Yuan seemed slightly out of sorts. Initially bounding over joyfully, it then paused, sniffing the air as it discerned Jiang Ning's scent. Suddenly, its once upright tail drooped dismally. With a forlorn meow, Tang Yuan cast a disappointed glance at Jiang Ning and turned to leave without a word. What's the matter? Are you upset with me like Jiang Wan for not taking you out for hot pot? Jiang Ning speculated, assuming that the lingering aroma of hot pot on his clothes might have displeased Tang Yuan. Yet, he recalled that he had previously dined out for hot pot, and Tang Yuan had always reacted normally upon his return. This suggested that Tang Yuan's disdain was not for the scent of hot pot itself. Could it be related to the stray cat he had aided? Suddenly, everything began to make sense. Jiang Ning had treated the stray cat in September, leaving traces of its scent on him. Upon returning home, the perceptive Tang Yuan, as a native, must have detected the unfamiliar odor of another cat on him. Thus, Tang Yuan had grown upset and walked away without a glance back. Jealousy can transform a cat's demeanor, Jiang Ning mused. Listen to me, little chubby one, it's not as you perceive. He gently picked up Tang Yuan, earnestly attempting to clarify the situation. He felt as if he were a cat, indulging in ambiguous relationships with other cats while returning home to assure his primary partner that there was nothing significant between him and them. Even his explanations echoed the classic templates of a rogue. Jiang Ning never anticipated that he would traverse further down the path of a scoundrel. Yet the dilemma was that he was undeniably single, having never even experienced a romantic relationship. Who could he turn to for justification? Ultimately, Jiang Ning fed Tang Yuan some cat treats, opened a can of food, and helped groom the little creature, which finally ceased its displeasure. Curling up on Jiang Ning's lap, it purred contentedly. Is Yuzu still well behaved with you in September? Jiang Ning inquired as he took out his phone to message Wang Jiao. Tang Yuan's jealousy had reminded him of the little kitten left at the pet hospital. Wang Jiao quickly replied, it cried a bit after you left, but has settled down now, sleeping in its cage. Shortly after, Wang Jiao sent several videos, showcasing September quietly eating and drinking in its enclosure. Jiang Ning casually forwarded these videos to Zhang Mengqing with a note that the kitten was doing well, so there was no need for concern. Zhang Mengqing did not respond, perhaps having succumbed to slumber. After all, she was a high school teacher and homeroom instructor, rising early each day, unlike Jiang Ning, who was a night owl. Senior, Zhang Jie is coming to Xiangjiang for a concert. Are you going to watch? Wang Jiao messaged again. He recalled that Jiang Ning's playlist featured many classic old songs, with Zhang Jie appearing frequently, leading him to believe Jiang Ning might be interested in the concert. Jiang Ning promptly replied, I have thoughts about it. He genuinely admired Zhang Jie's music, from the initial This Is Love to the recent theme song Listen from Raging, and the latest Sleepless Night from Pinocchio. During his university days, he had contemplated attending a Zhang Jie concert to experience the live atmosphere. However, back then, his finances were limited, and the notion of attending a concert remained merely that, an unfulfilled aspiration. Now, he had the means to earn money, and it was high time to make up for the concert tickets he had missed. Jiang Ning considered this a significant endeavor, one day as an adult, to generously treat his former self. When does Zhang Jie's concert begin? Jiang Ning sent an inquiring emoji. Mid-October, Wang Jiao reminded him, if you plan to go, remember to grab tickets at midnight tonight. All right, I'll set an alarm and see if I can secure a ticket. Let's go for it. Jiang Ning pulled out his phone, setting an alarm for 23:55, noting the words concert in the reminder. The phone displayed a pop-up message. Alarm will remind in 1 hour and 35 minutes. Afterward, Jiang Ning opened his computer and began typing. As he had already outlined the plot for the past few days, he found the writing process smooth and uninterrupted. The latest development in his narrative had reached the point where the female lead brought the male lead home to meet her parents. The male lead sat there, feeling as if he were on pins and needles, acutely aware of the scrutiny he was under. After all, no parent would be particularly pleased to discover their daughter's affection was directed towards someone unworthy. As Jiang Ning reached this point in the narrative, he suddenly paused, a question unexpectedly surfacing in his mind. He wondered about Zhang Mingqing's family and what kind of person her father might be. Would he be like the father-in-law portrayed in his book, sharpening knives in the kitchen at the slightest provocation? Jiang Ning quickly retracted his thoughts, chiding himself for overthinking. He and Zhang Mingqing were not a couple, let alone in a stage of discussing marriage. Buzzing incessantly, the phone on the table vibrated, interrupting Jiang Ning's contemplation. It was the alarm, indicating that there were just 5 minutes left until the pre-sale for concert tickets commenced. Jiang Ning accessed the ticketing app, diligently filling in the required purchasing information while keeping a vigilant eye on the countdown. The moment the clock struck midnight, he hastily clicked to purchase the ticket. However, the app was excruciatingly slow, unresponsive at that crucial moment. It was rumored that 300,000 people were competing for tickets simultaneously, causing the app to crash. Frustrated, Jiang Ning resorted to posting on his social media for assistance. Dear friends, does anyone know a reliable ticket vendor? If so, please recommend one to me. My child wishes to purchase a ticket for Zhang Jia's concert. Chapter 22. Is this the ambiguous phase? It was not only Jiang Ning who struggled to secure a ticket. The majority of fans faced a similar predicament. This was due to the event organizers releasing only 30 of the tickets during the pre-sale, with the remaining 70 sold in bulk to ticketing agencies. These agencies, while slightly more cumbersome to deal with, were legitimate channels, unlike scalpers who would inflate prices exorbitantly. However, in recent years, the prevalence of individuals masquerading as legitimate ticket sellers had increased, resulting in numerous cases where fans spent money only to miss the concert. Hence, Jiang Ning opted to seek help within his social circle, where at least he was familiar with the people, minimizing the risk of deceit. Unfortunately, his plea for assistance vanished into the void, receiving no responses. Meanwhile, on Zhang Mingqing's side, she had just finished her shower, emerging from the bathroom clad in a gray silk nightgown. The hem of the gown brushed her knees, revealing a glimpse of her long, elegant calves. Her naturally rosy skin appeared even more delicate and flawless after her bath. In that moment, had her close friend Qin Xiu been there to witness such a radiant sight, she would undoubtedly have teased, "My dear friend, you smell divine." Zhang Mingqing initially planned to dry her hair with a blow-dryer, but reconsidered, thinking it better not to create noise since her family had already turned in for the night. Fortunately, it was summer, and even without the aid of a blow-dryer, her hair could dry naturally within half an hour. With one hand, she gently toweled her hair, while the other reached for her phone, which was charging on the bedside. She discovered 2 video messages from Jiang Ning, both featuring their kitten, September. I was worried September wouldn't adapt to the pet hospital environment. But it seems I was overly concerned, she replied in text. Shortly after, Jiang Ning sent her a message. Are you still awake? Zhang Mingqing responded, No. I just finished showering and will sleep once my hair is dry. What about you? Why are you still awake at this hour? Jiang Ning, I am still at work. After I finish my tasks, I plan to rest. Zhang Mingqing, oh, you're working so late. Jiang Ning, the quiet of the night enhances my work efficiency. Zhang Mingqing, you should avoid staying up late. Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Jiang Ning, all right, I will do my best. Zhang Mingqing, it's not just doing your best. You must ensure you do not stay up late. After sending that message, Zhang Mingqing suddenly froze in place. Whether Jiang Ning stayed up late or had dark circles was his lifestyle and his freedom. Why did she feel an uncontrollable urge to oversee him? What right did she have to manage his choices? This was not about control. It was merely a friend's advice. Indeed, just that. Zhang Mingqing silently reassured herself. As she gradually calmed her emotions, Jiang Ning replied, All right, starting tomorrow, I will go to bed early and rise early. I certainly won't stay up late. You can supervise me. Zhang Mingqing was taken aback that Jiang Ning would follow her lead and even invited her to oversee him. An uncontrollable urge to manage, paired with a willingness to be managed. Was this the ambiguous phase of interactions between the opposite sexes? Zhang Mingqing was uncertain, her mind now a blank slate. After a brief silence, she messaged Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. Jiang Ning, all right, good night. Zhang Mingqing, good night. As they exchanged their farewells, Zhang Mingqing turned off her desk lamp and lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The entire bedroom was enveloped in silence. Yet her heart felt as tumultuous as a battalion, refusing to calm. The normally well-rested teacher Zhang found herself wide awake that night, all due to a boy 3 years her junior. Zhang Mingqing illuminated her phone screen, hoping to distract herself by browsing her social media, seeking to soothe her emotions. Shortly after, she noticed Jiang Ning had posted a status not long ago. Does anyone know a reliable ticket vendor? Zhang Mingqing whispered the term ticket vendor and then reached out to her close friend Qin Xiao with a message. Hey, I remember you used to go to concerts often. Do you know any trustworthy ticket vendors? Sweetheart, are you going to a concert? Why didn't you invite me? Qin Xiao almost instantaneously replied. Due to the time difference. While it was the dead of night for Zhang Mingqing, it was midday for Qin Xiao. Then hurry back and accompany me to the concert in October. Zhang Mingqing sent a playful emoji. Qin Xiao responded with a tearful emoji. But the earliest I can return is in November, perfectly missing the concert. By the way, whose concert are you planning to attend? Zhang Mingqing replied, Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie? I recall his songs were not on your playlist. Now they are. All right. I will send you the contact information for the ticket vendor. If you have specific requests, feel free to communicate directly with her. Okay. Are you still playing games? Zhang Mingqing casually inquired. Yes, I am currently an emotionless gaming master. How many games did you win today? Zhang Mingqing asked again. If we win this time, and then win 2 more times, that will make it 3 victories. Zhang Mingqing paused briefly. So, you mean to say, not a single win yet? There's no need to articulate it so bluntly. It's rather lacking in subtlety. But I shan't dwell on that for now. I hear footsteps approaching. Qin Xiao concluded the conversation and slid a business card across the table. Zhang Mingqing requested to add her as a friend, and the request was swiftly accepted. Zhang Mingqing. Hello, may I inquire if there are still tickets available for Zhang Jie's concert in mid-next month? Ticketing, greetings. Unfortunately, all the grandstand tickets have sold out. We only have inter-venue tickets left, starting at 1080 each. Would you like to purchase them? Zhang Mingqing did not hesitate. I'll take 2, please. And I would like them to be adjacent. Ticketing, certainly. Let me confirm the details with you. 2 inter-venue tickets will total 2160. In the end, Zhang Mingqing spent a little over 2,000 yuan to acquire 2 concert tickets. In truth, purchasing a single ticket for Jiang Ning would have sufficed, yet inexplicably, Zhang Mingqing ended up buying 2. She herself was unsure why she suddenly felt drawn to the concert. Perhaps she wished to experience the ambience of a live performance? Soon after, Zhang Mingqing messaged Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, are you awake? Not yet. What's up, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Mingqing quickly typed. Well, I had arranged with a friend to attend Zhang Jie's concert next month, and we had already secured our tickets. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, she will be abroad next month and can no longer accompany me. Zhang Mingqing briefly explained the situation, a blend of truth and fiction. She felt too embarrassed to admit that the tickets were specifically bought for Jiang Ning. That would be too awkward. By using her friend as a cover, the situation appeared far more natural. Are you suggesting that you wish to transfer those 2 tickets to me? Jiang Ning suddenly understood. No. I meant to ask if you would like to accompany me to the concert. Chapter 23. Are you there? The opening must be a jester. Absolutely. I would be delighted. Jiang Ning had been lamenting the lack of a way to procure tickets, and now Zhang Mingqing unexpectedly had an extra one. What a stroke of luck. Teacher Zhang, how much were the tickets? I can transfer the money to you now, Jiang Ning inquired. It wasn't much, just show up when the time comes. Zhang Mingqing did not mention the cost, treating the 1,000 yuan tickets as a mere triviality. All right then, when you have a day off, I'll treat you to dinner, twice. Zhang Mingqing's casual remark about the ticket price led Jiang Ning to believe they were merely the 300 yuan grandstand tickets, so he did not think much of the expense. Had he known that Zhang Mingqing had spent 2,000 yuan on those tickets, he would have insisted on transferring the money or preparing a gift of equivalent value in gratitude. After a brief chat, Zhang Mingqing decided it was time to rest. This time she truly meant to sleep, lest she be late for work the following day. As a high school teacher, particularly as a homeroom instructor, she had to rise early each morning. Just as Jiang Ning exited the chat interface, he immediately received a message from Wang Jiao. Senior, did you manage to snag a ticket? I've heard that this concert's tickets are exceptionally hard to come by, and many ticket vendors are sold out. Jiang Ning, I couldn't get a ticket either. However, someone invited me to a concert. Wang Jiao. It couldn't be that Teacher Zhang invited you. Could it? How did you know? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Wang Jiao sent a cool emoji, a man's intuition. Moreover, I have a premonition that Teacher Zhang has feelings for you. You two might just have a chance. Jiang Ning, if it really is as you say, that would be wonderful. But the reality is that Teacher Zhang originally planned to attend the concert with a friend. It was only after the friend became unavailable that they asked me to join. Wang Jiao. Oh, I see. Given the current situation, I'm a bit uncertain now. Jiang Ning, there's nothing to guess. As they say, it's up to us to take action. We should do our best in what we can, and leave the rest to fate. If it works out, that would be splendid. If the outcome is contrary to our hopes, at least I will have no regrets. Having made an effort, Jiang Ning's words resonated deeply with Wang Jiao. He thought to himself, the senior is indeed remarkable. There is a strength in his words. Back then, I was vehemently opposed to Teacher Zhang's withdrawal from the literary world. No, Jiang Ning is still active in the online literature scene. So there is no such thing as withdrawal. The correct phrase should be rapid updates. Sleepless nights. Unintended words can inspire. Wang Jiao felt invigorated and ready to fight. He decided to learn from Jiang Ning and sound the clarion call for love. Are you there? Wang Jiao bravely reached out to the high school girl he once secretly admired, taking the first step. If you are not yet friends, please send a friend verification request. The message failed to send, displaying a red exclamation mark. Wang Jiao. I finally mustered the courage, and yet you make me fail so completely? Damn. At this moment, Jiang Ning was unaware that Wang had turned into a red-nosed clown. He was lying in bed, searching for the recipe for brown sugar glutinous rice balls on his phone. This was precisely what he meant by taking matters into one's own hands. Starting with Zhang Mengqing's interests. However, creating the brown sugar glutinous rice balls that Zhang Mengqing likes was no simple task. The real challenge lay in recreating the osmanthus fragrance. But how could one reproduce the osmanthus scent? Jiang Ning was at a loss and decided to order a few packs of semi-finished products online, planning to experiment once they arrived. After completing this task, he finally closed his eyes and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Dingling dingling. At 6:30 in the morning, Jiang Ning's alarm rang punctually. Normally, he would not wake up this early, but he had to take his sister to school and couldn't he afford to sleep in. Shaoan, hurry up or you'll be late. Jiang Ning gently knocked on his sister's door. Got it, I'll get up right away, came the response from inside. Shortly after, the door opened, and Jiang Wan emerged in her military training uniform. She quickly ran to the washstand to brush her teeth and wash her face. By the time she finished, Jiang Ning had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Today's breakfast consisted of boiled eggs, steamed corn, and dumplings. It is not that Jiang Ning is incapable of creating exquisite dishes, but rather that time is of the essence and the tasks at hand are weighty, leaving little opportunity for his sister Jiang Wan to enjoy her meals. Breakfasts such as corn and steamed dumplings are most suitable for those on the go, simple, easily portable, and unobtrusive even when tucked away in a pocket, with the paramount benefit of staving off hunger. Is everything ready? Let us prepare to set off, Jiang Ning said, observing his sister's readiness as he swiftly packed their breakfast into a bag. Onward. As Jiang Wan bent down to change her shoes, Jiang Ning noted that the journey from their home to the school would take approximately half an hour. Departing at 7 o'clock would allow them to arrive by 7:30, just in time for the bell to ring at 7:50. The schedule was tight, leaving little breathing room for the young Jiang. Just like yesterday, I've packed sunscreen and some tonic in your backpack. Remember to use them, he cautioned as they waited at a traffic light. After enduring a full day of exposure to the sun, many girls had noticeably tanned skin, often with their arms one shade and faces another. In contrast, Jiang Wan fared much better, her skin not severely darkened, and it would be easy for her to restore her complexion after a period of care post-military training. This demonstrated that applying sunscreen has its merits. The tonic, a veritable lifesaver against heat exhaustion, was indispensable. Also, make sure to eat your breakfast while it's warm. It won't taste as good once it cools down, Jiang Ning advised, handing the breakfast bag to Jiang Wan. Brother, you've given me all the breakfast. What will you eat? Jiang Wan blinked, inquiring. Jiang Ning chuckled. No worries, as long as you are satisfied, I can manage with a light meal. Was managing with a light meal a euphemism for skipping breakfast? Jiang Wan felt a surge of affection and care. Despite their frequent bickering, Jiang Ning would always yield the best to his sister. That is the essence of an elder brother, ever cradling her in his hands, tenderly safeguarding her. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wan forcefully broke the corn in half. Let me share my breakfast with you. One cannot start the day on an empty stomach. It's detrimental to health. No. This is all for you. You need not divide it with me. Jiang Ning shook his head. There is a nearby KFC at your school. I can grab breakfast there afterwards. My dear sister, while you are in a hurry for school, I have no such constraints. I can easily find a place to sit and leisurely enjoy my meal. Jiang Wan realized that when Jiang Ning mentioned managing with a light meal, he meant dining at KFC. After all that, she felt somewhat disillusioned. Jiang Ning had it better than her. Suddenly, the corn and dumplings in her hand lost their appeal. Chapter 24. Teacher, why Haven Tea? I seen my brother Zihan. Jiang Ning's driving skills were commendable, as Jiang Wan was able to eat breakfast in the passenger seat without discomfort. Eventually, the car came to a smooth halt outside the gates of Xingming High School. Brother, this weekend the school will hold the closing ceremony for military training. Will you attend? She asked with eager anticipation before exiting the vehicle. The so-called closing ceremony serves as a splendid conclusion to the military training phase. On this day, the first-year students will showcase the skills they have acquired over the past week, taking turns to grace the stage as a class. Undoubtedly, the closing ceremony will be a lively affair, drawing the attention of second- and third-year students, teachers, and esteemed figures such as the grade principal. Jiang Wan naturally hopes to catch a glimpse of Jiang Ning on the day of the ceremony. Teacher Zhang mentioned the closing ceremony to me yesterday. I shall attend. Jiang Ning replied with a gentle nod. As a representative of the parents, his presence at such a significant school event is indeed essential. Jiang Wan cheered. That's wonderful. Be sure to take photos of me, and remember to use the beauty filter, especially the whitening feature. I got it. Are you really worried about my photography skills? Jiang Ning chuckled, bemused by his sister's enthusiasm. Oh, this sister of his, so diligent in everything except her studies. Brother, are you still treating me to that grand feast you promised after military training? Jiang Wan suddenly inquired. Of course, why do you ask? I no longer wish to eat hot pot. May I invite my classmates to your home for dinner instead? Your cooking is far superior to any restaurant. After the closing ceremony, the first-year students will enjoy a brief respite in the afternoon and evening. Jiang Wan plans to take Zhang Jinxing home for a meal and must inform the family chef, Jiang Xiaochu, in advance. Unmoved by his sister's flattery, Jiang Ning replied, I have been rather busy these past few days. Here, take 200 yuan. Why don't you just take your classmates out for hot pot? He was preoccupied with perfecting the recipe for brown sugar glutinous rice cakes and had no time to host guests. All right. I had hoped to let teacher Zhang's sister sample your culinary skills, but if you're too busy, then so be it. Jiang Wan feigned a sigh, secretly observing Jiang Ning's expression. Who? Teacher Zhang's sister? Jiang Ning exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Wan beamed with pride. Indeed. Teacher Zhang's sister is in class 16, and she is my desk mate. Her invitation for Zhang Jinxing to dine at their home stemmed from regarding her as a close friend, as well as hoping that Zhang Jinxing might lend a hand in Jiang Ning's romantic endeavors. The young man remains oblivious to her heartfelt intentions. This household would be incomplete without her. Little sister, I find your reasoning quite sound. The food outside is unhygienic. It's far better to eat at home. Jiang Ning's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Ask Xiao Zhang what dishes she would like, and feel free to order whatever you desire. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. Men, truly, just as they say online, they're all big oafs. The military training for high school students begins with practicing standing at attention. As the students gradually acclimatize to the sweltering heat, they advance to learning how to march in step and execute the forward march. This period is typically the most joyous of military training, as some individuals, due to a lack of coordination, may find themselves moving in sync with the wrong limbs, unable to distinguish left from right, or even reacting a beat too slowly. Once the instructor identifies these issues, they will isolate the particularly awkward students for additional practice. Some will quickly recognize their shortcomings, make the necessary adjustments, and refrain from repeating the mistakes. Yet there are those whose minds comprehend the task at hand, yet their hands and feet fail to synchronize, each harboring their own thoughts, even successfully leading the instructor astray, eliciting waves of laughter across the playground. Thus, the tedious yet exhilarating days of military training swiftly passed, and before long, we arrived at the final day's closing ceremony. During the training, everyone found the days to be exceedingly arduous, yearning for the swift conclusion of this trying period. However, as the day of culmination approached, a glance back incited a bittersweet realization that the military training had concluded so swiftly, stirring a sense of reluctance to part ways. At this moment, we were greeted by the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion, a formation characterized by positivity and resilience. Their rallying cry was, "To achieve success, one must first toil." Charging ahead without hesitation, "Today we shall practice diligently. Tomorrow we shall excel in our examinations." The strains of the athletes' march echoed through the playground, accompanied by the resonant voice of a broadcasting student. Soon after, the class formations emerged into public view, commencing with a march in place before advancing in unison. As they passed the viewing platform, the synchronized march transformed into a spirited step, accompanied by the resounding class slogan. The school leaders seated above responded with smiles and nods, grading each class based on the volume of their voices and the precision of their movements. Classes ranked in the top 5 would earn certificates for being exemplary or advanced classes, a truly commemorative honor. Click, click. Jiang Ning captured numerous photographs of the event, sharing them in the parents' group. His task for the day was to document the proceedings, allowing parents unable to attend due to work commitments to feel as though they were present. "Mr. Zhang, why isn't my child Zihan featured in any of these photos?" queried a parent in the group. At this moment, someone tagged Zhang Mengqing and Jiang Ning. Zhang Mengqing replied, "Hello, Zihan's parent. These photographs depict other classes. Hence Zihan does not appear." "Oh, I see. When will my child Zihan take the stage?" the parent inquired further. Zhang Mengqing glanced at the playground and quickly counted how many classes remained to perform. Judging by the current pace, it would be at least another hour before class 16 would take their turn. Zihan's mother, must we wait so long? Your school's efficiency is rather slow. Isn't it? How much time will this waste? What is the purpose of military training anyway? Wouldn't it be better to have the children solve a few more problems during this time?" Silence enveloped the group, save for the persistent lamentations of Zihan's mother. Jiang Ning, unable to bear the situation, prepared to defend Zhang Mengqing in the group chat. However, Zhang Mengqing stopped him, asserting that this matter must be addressed by her. As the homeroom teacher, "Dear parent of Gong Zihan, as guardians, we must not solely focus on our children's academic achievements. We should also consider their physical and mental well-being, as well as their holistic development. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work. Military training cultivates the willpower and resilience of the children, laying a solid foundation for their forthcoming high school journey." Zhang Mengqing, a distinguished language teacher and homeroom instructor, effortlessly crafted a powerful message to convey. Gong Zihan's mother fell silent, prompting Zhang Mengqing to set her phone down and emit a soft sigh. This sigh was laden with a multitude of emotions, 3 parts relief, 3 parts exhaustion, and 4 parts the burdens of life. Chapter 25. The spring breeze is uninformed of romance. Stirring the hearts of youth, it seems that being a homeroom teacher is no easy task. One must constantly attend to the class's dynamics while managing various parents. Jiang Ning, who sat beside her, sighed in empathy, having witnessed Zhang Mengqing maintain order within the parent group. "Indeed, it was only after I became a teacher that I realized the challenges of this profession, especially as a homeroom teacher." Zhang Mengqing nodded in agreement. She had once thought that teaching was merely about imparting knowledge within the school, but it appeared to be far more complicated. Noticing Zhang Mengqing's contemplative expression, Jiang Ning sought to console her. Parents like Zihan's mother are, after all, a minority. Most parents are rather inconspicuous, even neglecting to check the parent group. He recounted his own experience. "I recall when I was in school, our homeroom teacher announced a parent meeting for Saturday, and by the time my father saw the message, a month had already passed. Your father must have been quite at ease." Zhang Mengqing chuckled at Jiang Ning's remark. Was this what they meant by paternal love being as solid as a landslide? See, even I, as an ordinary student, had family members who were completely relaxed about it. As a top-tier class, the parents of class 16 have even less reason to worry, don't you think? Jiang Ning used his own example to reassure Zhang Mengqing. "Regardless of how other parents perceive you as a homeroom teacher, in my eyes, you are the best." When Jiang Ning uttered those 5 words, his voice was low. Yet to Zhang Mengqing, it resonated with profound clarity, cutting through the din of the bustling world around them. How delightful it is to feel chosen so resolutely. "Xiaozhong, you seem a bit flushed. Is it because of the heat?" Jiang Ning inquired with concern. "It is a tad warm," Zhang Mengqing replied, discreetly concealing her emotions. "Then hand me your water bottle. I shall fetch some water for you." The military training closing ceremony would consume an entire morning, and teachers were expected to bring their water bottles for timely hydration, Zhang Mengqing included. "All right, I appreciate your help," she said, handing Jiang Ning her pristine white thermos. As the homeroom teacher, she felt it inappropriate to leave her post, but Jiang Ning was not bound by such constraints, being a non-faculty member. Before long, Jiang Ning departed the playground with the water bottle, and 20 minutes elapsed. Zhang Mingqing wondered where he had gone to fetch the water. Even if he returned to the classroom, 20 minutes was ample time for a round trip. Could he have gotten lost on campus? It seemed plausible. After all, Xingming High School was neither particularly large nor small, accommodating thousands of individuals, and parents often found themselves disoriented. With this thought in mind, Zhang Mingqing took out her phone to call Jiang Ning. The moment the call connected, the sound of a ringtone echoed in her ear. "I apologize, Teacher Zhang, for keeping you waiting." Jiang Ning returned to his seat, extending the thermos in his hand towards her. "It's quite all right. I thought you had lost your way at school and was just about to call you to check on the situation." Zhang Mingqing gently accepted the thermos and opened it. Discovering it contained milk tea, she blinked in surprise, instinctively raising her gaze to Jiang Ning. It turned out that during the 20 minutes he was away, he had gone out to purchase milk tea. No wonder he had taken so long. "Shoo, let's keep this a secret from others." Jiang Ning lowered his voice intentionally, as if this were a confidential matter just between the two of them. "Today's weather is unbearably hot. I thought mere water wound tea sufficed to cool you down. So, I dashed to the milk tea shop outside the school and had the owner fill the thermos with chilled milk tea. Go on. Take a sip and tell me how it tastes." "Oh, all right." Under Jiang Ning's encouragement, Zhang Mingqing cradled the thermos and took a small sip. At that moment, she could distinctly feel her heart racing. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Mingqing was perplexed by the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat. Was it the anxiety of secretly drinking milk tea during work hours, fearing discovery? Or perhaps it was the meticulous care Jiang Ning had shown her. She did not know the answer, but one thing was certain. This cup of milk tea was the most memorable she had ever tasted. No matter how much time passed, she would always remember that once, a boy named Jiang Ning had worried about her overheating and had gone out of his way to buy her milk tea. Though the milk tea cost little, the concern behind it was priceless. Zhang Mingqing surreptitiously admired Jiang Ning's profile. From this angle, he appeared rather handsome. Jiang Ning sensed someone watching him and instinctively turned to look at Zhang Mingqing. However, by the time he glanced over, she was intently gazing in the direction of Class 16, as if her eyes had never lingered upon him. How strange, had he merely imagined it? Once Jiang Ning averted his gaze, Zhang Mingqing discreetly exhaled in relief. That was close. She had almost been discovered. Next, the spotlight would shine on the highly regarded 3rd Battalion, 1st Company, whose slogan was, "This year, freshmen, next year, sophomores, the year after, seniors." At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Jiang Ning sat up straight upon hearing the mention of the 3rd Battalion, 1st Company, for that was the squad his younger sister belonged to. Zhang Mingqing's class was finally about to take the stage. It was evident that the school favored this academically elite class to the point of audacity, even allowing them to create such a casual slogan. Most remarkably, the school had actually approved it. Jiang Ning took out his phone, capturing numerous photos and videos of Class 16 as they approached, and sent them to the parents' group. He did not know who Gong Zihan was, nor did he wish to give Zihan's mother any special attention. As long as every student appeared in the video, he would consider his duty as a parent representative fulfilled. After sharing several video clips in the group, Jiang Ning switched to the beauty mode on her camera, focusing on her younger sister, Jiang Wan. This was a task that Jiang Ning had been specifically reminded of a few days prior, and she certainly would not forget it. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingqing, sitting beside her, also took out her phone to capture photos and record videos. Like Jiang Ning, she first posted the videos in the parents' group before taking individual shots of her sister, Zhang Jinqing. These photographs held significant sentimental value. When revisited in the future, they would evoke the essence of youthful exuberance. Jiang Ning and Zhang Mingqing had vastly different styles of photography. Jiang Ning selected one decent photo from dozens, while Zhang Mingqing meticulously considered composition and settings, producing images imbued with beauty and artistry. Seizing the moment while Zhang Mingqing busily photographed her sister, Jiang Ning discreetly flipped her camera to selfie mode, attempting to angle it so that Zhang Mingqing's silhouette remained in the frame. He longed to capture a joint photograph with Zhang Mingqing, but felt too shy to directly ask, fearing rejection. Thus, he resorted to this indirect method to include them both in the shot. As Jiang Ning prepared to press the shutter, he noticed Zhang Mingqing slowly raising her phone, activating her own selfie mode. Astonishingly, They were both engaged in the same endeavor, wishing to capture an image of their backs together. A sense of fate filled the air in that moment. Almost instinctively, they turned to face each other, their eyes meeting. "Miss Zhang, how about we take a group photo?" Jiang Ning proposed after a brief silence. Zhang Mengqing readily agreed. "Sure, but make sure to capture me looking good." "You always look wonderful," he replied, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks as she playfully retorted, "You flatterer." With a click, time froze at that instant. The summer was dry and stifling. Yet Miss Zhang's smile was like a refreshing breeze from the mountains, stirring Jiang Ning's heart. As the closing ceremony concluded successfully, the first-year military training officially reached its end, signifying that the instructors would soon pack their belongings and depart. "Will we see you again, instructors? Please be happy when we meet again, all right?" Despite having spent only a brief week together, many felt reluctant to say goodbye to the instructors. Unanimously, they gathered to bid farewell. As the hardships endured during military training were genuine, and the joy it brought was equally real, embodying a shared experience of camaraderie. Weren't you all eagerly awaiting the end of military training? Now that your wish has come true, why does everyone seem so discontent? The instructors, who typically bore serious expressions and adhered strictly to protocol, appeared more approachable at this moment of parting, their tones softened. "Is it that you feel the training wasn't rigorous enough? Very well, everyone. Now run 3 laps around the playground and stand at attention for half an hour." All right. I was just joking. You all have worked hard these past few days, and we appreciate your cooperation." The instructors sought to soothe the students' emotions as they gradually boarded their departing vehicles. The cars slowly rolled out, leaving the school under the watchful eyes of the students. The instructors leaned out of the car windows, bidding farewell to the students behind them. The verdant hills remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure. Until we meet again. Dear friends, goodbye, instructors. Remember to visit us when you have the time. The students waved fervently, shouting with all their might. Parting is invariably sorrowful, as one is left uncertain of when the next reunion will occur, or even if there will be another chance to meet. All one can do is to utter a few more words, steal a last glance, and bid farewell with all their strength. This is not merely a farewell to those departing, but also a poignant adieu to the fleeting passage of time. Instructors, how can I possibly live without you?" At that moment, a boy suddenly sprang from the crowd, desperately chasing after the car. Despite panting heavily and dripping with sweat, he showed no sign of stopping. His fervent pursuit touched the hearts of onlookers. It was the first time they had witnessed someone so reluctant to let the instructors go. His feelings were undeniably sincere. Indeed, it was evident that this young man possessed genuine emotion. Surely, his instructor must have been exceptionally kind to him. Just as everyone was reflecting on this, the boy shouted, "Instructors, my phone. You forgot to return it to me. Can you please hand it back before you leave?" After the military training concluded, the first-year students enjoyed a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wan invited Zhang Jinqing to her home for dinner. "Make yourself at home, my friend. Feel free to sit wherever you like. There's no need to be formal." Upon entering the house, Jiang Wan led Zhang Jinqing to the sofa. "All right, sounds good," Zhang Jinqing replied, though her body remained tense, sitting upright with her spine straight. She was unsure of where to place her hands, wrestling with her discomfort before ultimately resting them on her knees. This was Zhang Jinqing's first visit to a friend's house, and she was entirely inexperienced in such matters. Compounded by her social anxiety, she felt increasingly ill at ease. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, the sound of a kitten echoed through the living room. Zhang Jinqing, intrigued, searched for the source of the sound, eventually discovering a pristine white ragdoll cat perched atop the refrigerator, its ascent a mystery. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence in the house, Tang Yuan, the cat, leaped down and curiously approached Zhang Jinqing. The already anxious Zhang Jinqing felt even more apprehensive, unsure of how to navigate this unexpected situation. "Its name is Tang Yuan. It neither scratches nor bites. If you wish to play with it, it will be quite pleased," Jiang Wan assured her. Jiang Wan scooped up Tang Yuan, and the kitten instantly transformed into a fluffy toy in her embrace, completely at her mercy. Zhang Jinqing bent down gently to stroke Tang Yuan, whispering, "Hello, Tang Yuan." Meow. Tang Yuan tilted its neck and let out a soft mew, as if responding. "It's so adorable." A smile finally graced Zhang Jinqing's face, indicating her gradual acclimatization to the environment. "Isn't it? I think so too. My brother and I often share pictures of Tang Yuan on our social media," Jiang Wan said. pulling out her phone to share snapshots of the kitten's life with Zhang Jinxing. Some Tang Yuan are sprawled on the bed, hands tucked in, exuding an air of contentment, while others serve as warm treasures for the siblings on chilly days. Zhang Jinxing gazed at these photographs and suddenly felt that having a small life at home would be delightful. My sister is also considering adopting a kitten. She discussed this with us a few days ago. Is that so? Then we can let the two kittens play together. Jiang Wan has already begun to anticipate the beautiful days ahead. When the time comes, the two kittens will frolic while she and Zhang Jinxing engage in their own play. And of course, her older brother will be enjoying time with teacher Zhang. Xiaowan, you should first have some fruit with your classmates to fill your stomach a bit. At that moment, Jiang Ning brought a fruit platter to the tea table, filled with sliced watermelon and cantaloupe. Thank you, brother, Zhang Jinxing whispered her gratitude. She felt rather shy in front of strangers, only revealing her true self around familiar faces. Jiang Ning smiled in response. You're welcome. You all enjoy some television. I will head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Given that his sister had endured a grueling military training period recently and guests were visiting today, Jiang Ning decided to prepare a feast of 4 dishes and a soup: sweet and sour ribs, fragrant farmhouse rice, braised fish, mushroom chicken, and corn rib soup. He had purchased all the ingredients early that morning, and now it was merely a matter of simple preparation before they could enjoy their meal. While Jiang Ning busied himself with cooking, Jiang Wan was not idle either. She took Zhang Jinxing's hand and led her toward the bedroom. Classmate, I know you feel uneasy in the living room. Why not sit in my room for a while? Thank you, classmate. Zhang Jinxing expressed her gratitude sincerely. Compared to the living room, the bedroom was a true sanctuary for those plagued by social anxiety. Jiang Wan waved her hand dismissively. Oh, there's no need for thanks. Inviting you over for dinner means I must consider your feelings. We can stay in the room until my brother calls us for dinner. All right. Chapter 27. She looks on the verge of shattering if the decor of a room reflects a person's psychological age. Then Jiang Wan undoubtedly possesses a heart imbued with youthful innocence. Her bedroom boasts a distinct style, with rose-colored wardrobes and walls, a plush, cloud-like beanbag chair, and bells hanging by the window that chime softly in the breeze. Jiang Wan has also adorned her desk and bedside table with numerous figurines of characters such as Fire Fist Ace, Phantom Thief Kid, and Gojo Satoru. Zhang Jinxing does not recognize these anime figures, yet she can sense their formidable presence. Classmate, do you play games often? Jiang Wan reclined on the beanbag, a gaming device in her hands. Zhang Jinxing pondered for a moment before weakly admitting, I occasionally play Candy Crush. Nowadays, children in games exhibit remarkable skills. Many middle schoolers and even elementary school students can showcase dazzling maneuvers. In contrast, Zhang Jinxing, who only plays Candy Crush, is a breath of fresh air. Besides Candy Crush, do you play any other games? Jiang Wan inquired. Zhang Jinxing shook her head. No, I don't. Jiang Wan had initially wanted to offer to teach her, but the words were swallowed back before they could escape her lips. Due to the varying constitutions of individuals, some find a balance between leisure and gaming, while others may see their academic performance plummet as a result of their gaming habits. It would indeed be unfortunate if Zhang Jindream's engagement with video games were to adversely affect her studies. In fact, abstaining from gaming can be quite beneficial. One need not rise early and toil late on daily tasks akin to a job. Nay, it is, in truth, even more exhausting than a regular occupation. Speaking of games, Jiang Wan has much to reflect upon. The current gaming landscape has become increasingly arduous. It appears that players are no longer the ones engaging with games, but rather, the games are now exploiting the players. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Wan, a paragon of dedication, has gradually reduced her weekly gaming hours. Not due to a lack of ability, but rather because the enjoyment derived from these games has dwindled. Manufacturers seem solely focused on profit, neglecting the essential creation of compelling content. Of course, this does not apply to Honkai Star Rail. Jiang Wan had a fortunate streak today, achieving a double gold in her 10 draws, and successfully acquiring items from the weapon pool after just 30 attempts. Do you watch dramas, my deskmate? Jiang Wan inquired, attempting to find common ground with Zhang Jinxing. No, I don't, Zhang Jinxing replied, shaking her head once more. She neither follows series nor plays games, and she seldom utilizes her smartphone, leading a lifestyle reminiscent of a retired official. What do you typically do at home during your breaks? Jiang Wan asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I practice calligraphy with my sister, play the piano, and engage in Sudoku, Zhang Jinxing responded. Jiang Wan tried to immerse herself in Zhang Jinqing's life, realizing that her own holidays could never be devoid of her phone, even without gaming. The weight of her smartphone in her pocket provided a sense of comfort. Don't you find it boring to spend your holidays practicing calligraphy and playing the piano? Jiang Wan tilted her head, puzzled. Zhang Jinqing shook her head. Not at all. I find it very enjoyable. Practicing calligraphy allows me to calm my mind and cultivate my character. Your handwriting must be quite beautiful then, Jiang Wan exclaimed, and at the compliment, Zhang Jinqing's cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Not really. My parents and sister write much better than I do. Is teacher Zhang's handwriting beautiful as well? Jiang Wan, intrigued by her desk mate's mention of her teacher's skills, inquired further. Zhang Jinqing nodded. Yes, my sister won awards in calligraphy competitions when she was younger. Jiang Wan was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly unassuming Zhang Jinqing's sister was, in fact, a person of remarkable talent, well-read and wise, and also a master of calligraphy. Had this been ancient times, she would surely be regarded as a refined lady, with suitors flocking to her doorstep. Surely, she is more suited to be a calligraphy teacher. Why did she choose to be a language teacher instead? Jiang Wan asked curiously. Both of my parents are language teachers, and under their influence. My sister has aspired to be a language teacher since childhood. There was a popular saying on the internet, if one is not in a hurry, language should be the most beautiful subject. Many fail to grasp the meaning of this phrase, and by the time they do, their youth has slipped away, and the fleeting moments of their adolescence have struck them squarely in the forehead. Fortunately, Zhang Mingqing has felt the allure of the Chinese language since childhood and has developed a profound affection for this discipline. Are you also planning to become a Chinese teacher when you grow up? Jiang Wan inquired. She had an inkling that Zhang Jinqing would eventually follow in her family's footsteps as a Chinese teacher. I don't think so, Zhang Jinqing replied without hesitation, shaking her head. I aspire to be a calligraphy teacher. So, it seems your family will remain in the teaching profession, Jiang Wan remarked. What about you? What do you wish to do when you grow up? Zhang Jinqing turned her gaze towards Jiang Wan. I want to fly planes, become an astronaut, live in a grand house. Jiang Wan exclaimed playfully. Just kidding. I actually want to be a voice actor. As she spoke of her interests, the sparkle in Jiang Wan's eyes shone brightly. A voice actor? Will you be pursuing that specialty in your second year of high school? Zhang Jinqing asked timidly. Specialties can be categorized into many types, such as sports, fine arts, and broadcasting. Typically, students begin seeking professional training for their specialties in their second year, as delaying further makes it challenging to balance academic and specialized courses, let alone gain admission to a prestigious university. Yes, I've already discussed this with my family, and they all agree. Jiang Wan nodded enthusiastically. Especially my brother. He wholeheartedly supports my desire to study broadcasting. Why is that? Because then I can provide voiceovers for the novels he writes, essentially becoming his free labor. Your brother writes novels? Zhang Jinqing asked in surprise. Yes, after graduating from university. He has been writing online fiction at home for over a year now. That's impressive. I struggled to finish my essays during Chinese exams. Zhang Jinqing admired novelists, recognizing that the length of their works often spans hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of words. Setting aside their writing skills, the sheer perseverance required is commendable. Xiao Wan, I brought your classmate out for a meal, came Jiang Ning's voice from outside. Oh, coming. Jiang Wan responded loudly. Let's go, classmate, we're heading out to eat. Jiang Wan confidently took Zhang Jinqing's hand, and the two young ladies walked toward the dining table. By this time, Jiang Ning had already taken his seat, with 4 dishes and a soup before him, the aroma wafting through the air. You've worked hard, my dearest brother. Jiang Wan beamed as she sat opposite him. Today's meal consisted of her favorite dishes, bringing her great joy. Zhang Jinqing, the little follower, weakly echoed a thank you. Though it was fortunate that the house was quiet enough today, otherwise, her words might have gone unheard. This is to reward you for your hard work during military training. Jiang Ning teased. He picked up a ladle and served each person a bowl of soup. Drink some soup before your meal. It's slim and healthy. This bowl is for you, Xiao Zhang. Jiang Ning handed the first bowl of soup to Zhang Jinqing, as she was the guest of honor today. Thank you. Zhang Jinqing replied politely, accepting the bowl with both hands. Her bowl was filled to the brim with succulent pork ribs, stacked high like a little mountain. The ribs simmered in the clay pot for an entire morning, rendering them tender to the point that a gentle pull would suffice to detach the meat from the bone. Xiao Jiang, this bowl is for you. Jiang Ning handed the second bowl of soup to Jiang Wan, reserving the last for himself. Here you go, my friend. Jiang Wan accepted the bowl and, feeling parched, quickly tasted the soup. It seems a bit bland today, doesn't it? Bland. Jiang Ning hastily sipped the broth. I find it quite all right. The situation had become a matter of one vote against another, and Jiang Wan turned to Zhang Jinqing, whose opinion would sway the outcome. Deskmate, do you think the soup is bland? Caught off guard, Zhang Jinqing, who merely wished to enjoy her meal in silence, did not anticipate being suddenly addressed. Under the weight of two gazes, she took a small sip of the soup and replied softly, I don't think it's bland. But perhaps a tad less salt would enhance it. This ambiguous response seemed to provide an answer while simultaneously evading commitment. Reminiscent of someone being questioned about their loyalties. One was a close friend, the other, a friend's brother. Zhang Jinqing was utterly at a loss as to whom to support. Coupled with her inherent social anxiety, she appeared on the verge of crumbling. Chapter 28. What about Ma Shumi? As Jiang Ning and his companions began their meal, Zhang Mengqing returned home. She had just slipped into her slippers when she spotted her father, clad in an apron, bringing steaming dishes to the table. Ever since his retirement, Zhang Shanha had embraced a leisurely life filled with nature's beauty. His days were spent tending to flowers, playing chess, and preparing warm meals for his family. This was his current bliss. Xiaoming is back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Zhang Shanha called out. Oh, by the way, please go to the bedroom and ask your mother to join us for dinner. All right, I'll do that now, Zhang Mengqing replied, making her way toward her parents' room. Just as she was about to knock, the door creaked open, revealing a tall, graceful woman of striking presence, Zhang Mengqing's mother, Shen Siyun. Though over 50, her appearance belied her age. Many mistook them for sisters when they strolled together. Today, Shen Siyun wore a charming orange floral dress, paired with a light beige jacket, and a star and moon necklace adorned her slender neck. The golden-rimmed glasses added a touch of sophistication, exuding an air of mature elegance. At that moment, Shen Siyun held her phone to her ear, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Mom, dinner is ready, Zhang Mengqing gently reminded her. Shen Siyun nodded and proceeded toward the dining table, while the voice on the other end continued to elaborate. Unfazed, she responded with a stoic expression, I have already stated that today is the final day of renovations. Any delays are the responsibility of your renovation company. If the house is not delivered on time, I will seek compensation according to the renovation contract. With that, Shen Siyun decisively hung up the phone. The renovation companies speak in circles, evading the core issues and shirking responsibility. She has no desire to hear such meaningless chatter, as it is merely a waste of time. Calm down, calm down. Zhang Shanha, perceptive as ever, promptly poured a glass of warm water for his wife. I am not angry, Shen Siyun replied. Without exerting some pressure on these renovation companies, one cannot fathom how long the delays would extend. Take Xiao Lu from our office. For instance, he sought a renovation company to furnish his new home last year, and yet, after all this time, not even the tiles have been laid. Ultimately, it boils down to the renovation company's lack of initiative, taking money without delivering results. It is widely acknowledged that there are two types of clients renovation companies dread serving: lawyers and teachers. Teachers are particularly meticulous, holding stringent standards for their home renovations. What is acceptable, and what is not. There is no room for mediocrity in their eyes. One can only imagine the diligence of retired teachers like Shen Siyun, who frequently visits the construction site to oversee the work. If no one is working that day, she does not hesitate to call the renovation company, making it difficult for the workers to slack off or cut corners. Xiaoming, isn't your sister back with you? Shen Siyun inquired, taking a sip from her cup and then noticing the absence of a family member. Typically, the two sisters would return home together for dinner. What was amiss today? Mom, my sister went to a friend's house for dinner and will be back later, Zhang Mengqing explained gently. Zhang Jinqing is merely introverted. In reality, she is a well-behaved and considerate child. She always informs Zhang Mengqing and Zhang Shanha in advance when she plans to dine at Jiang Wan's house, ensuring the family does not worry. Dining at a friend's house? Why didn't she inform me? Shen Siyun asked. Sitting nearby, Zhang Shanha mused that if she had told her, would she have allowed the child to go? Shen Siyun is notoriously strict in her parenting. Such outings are permissible for others, but not for her daughter. Mom, the friend inviting my sister for dinner is also a student in my class. I know that child well. She is lively, cheerful, and kind-hearted. So please do not worry about my sister, Zhang Mengqing reassured her. Now it seems you all do not discuss anything with me. It feels as though the three Zhangs are ganging up on me. leaving me with no place in this family, Shin Soo-yoon lamented, shaking her head with a hint of sorrow. The children have grown, developed their own thoughts. And she ought to let go. Not at all. In this family, you will always be the matriarch. Zhang Mengqing noticed her mother's melancholy and immediately embraced her, playfully seeking comfort. There is no one like a mother. Children with mothers are treasures. Rest assured, we will ensure you have peace of mind. After such affectionate words from Zhang Mengqing, her mother's spirits lifted considerably. She was, after all, a tough exterior with a tender heart. If you truly want to ease my mind, then hurry up and resolve your marital matters, Shin Soo-yoon stated. Huh? What about Dongmei ma dong what ma what may? Zhang Mengqing feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the marriage pressure. Will you be able to bring a boyfriend home for us to meet this year? Shin Soo-yoon asked straightforwardly. She does not expect her daughter to marry immediately, but surely, finding a boyfriend is a reasonable request. Ababa, I cannot comprehend your words. Zhang Mengqing silently lowered her head to eat, observing Zhang Mengqing's palpable resistance to the topic of marriage. Shin Soo-yoon could only shake her head in resignation and refrain from pursuing the matter further. Xiaoming, please reach out to your sister's classmate and invite that child to dinner at our home tonight. Although Shin Soo-yoon did not support the idea of children dining at someone else's home, given the circumstances, she felt compelled to move forward. Since the classmate had graciously hosted Zhang Jinqing, it was only fitting that the Zhang family reciprocate the gesture. All right, I will contact that student's family. Zhang Mengqing retrieved her phone from her pocket. Lacking Jiang Wan's contact information, she opted to send a message to Jiang Ning instead. Jiang Ning, my parents just mentioned that they would like Jiang Wan to come over for dinner tonight. After a brief hesitation, she added, you should come too. As far as Zhang Mengqing was aware, Jiang Ning's parents were in the countryside, leaving the siblings to fend for themselves at mealtimes. If Jiang Wan were to join the Zhang family for dinner, it would be inconvenient for Jiang Ning to cook alone at home. It was far more practical for him to accompany her. After all, it merely required an extra pair of chopsticks. Besides, hadn't her mother been urging her to bring home a boyfriend? Jiang Ning was indeed a male friend. As a Chinese language teacher, Zhang Mengqing was quite adept at wordplay. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was enjoying his meal when his phone suddenly lit up with two messages from Zhang Mengqing. The first message invited his sister, Jiang Wan, to dine at the Zhang household. Jiang Ning was not surprised by the invitation, as he recognized the impeccable manners exhibited by the Zhang sisters, indicative of their excellent upbringing. It was customary to reciprocate kindness, and for them, this was merely a basic courtesy. However, the second message left him astounded, for it suggested that he should join as well. Huh, is it permissible for me to go? This would mean directly facing Zhang Mengqing's parents, a scenario he could hardly fathom. Yet, if even Zhang Mengqing was unafraid, then he too could muster the courage. Jiang Ning had to ponder deeply whether this was a rare opportunity in his life. Should he let it slip away, it would be a missed chance indeed. However, if he seized it, he could potentially visit the Zhang residence a second and third time. Friendship. This would be a grand gamble. All right, we will drive over later. Jiang Ning typed in response. Oh, by the way, what are your parents' preferences? I'd like to bring a little something along. It was only proper to arrive for a first visit with a gift in hand, a notion even Zhang Jinqing understood, and Jiang Ning certainly would not err in this regard. Zhang Mengqing replied, I have already prepared the gifts in advance. Just say they are from you when the time comes. Remember to arrive early and not too late. Drive carefully on the way. Just as with concert tickets, Zhang Mengqing did not require Jiang Ning to spend money. His presence was all that mattered. She even thoughtfully arranged a small gift for him to present to her family. Where could one find such a considerate girl? Although Zhang Mengqing assured Jiang Ning that he need not bring anything, he could not possibly show up empty-handed. He hastily finished his meal and rummaged through his home, hoping to find something suitable for a gift, but ultimately returned empty-handed. How can one describe such a feeling? It's akin to watching delectable food videos in the dead of night, only to awaken with a gnawing hunger. He then got up to search for something to eat, meandering for a long while, only to end up sipping vinegar in the kitchen. His parents had returned to the countryside for a visit, taking with them all the gifts he could have offered. Now, there was truly nothing in the house that he could present as a gift. He did possess several specialized keyboards for typing, each priced at nearly 1,000, yet these hardly constituted appropriate gifts. Surely, he couldn't show up at Zhang Mengqing's house and present her parents with, Uncle and Auntie, I bring you 2 keyboards. Perhaps you could become internet pianists in your spare time. Such a notion was far too abstract. With no other options, Jiang Ning resorted to calling for assistance. Yuzu, do you have anything suitable for elders on your side? His first call was to Wang Jiao. Senior, why not consider gifting a kitten or puppy? Wang Jiao's hesitant voice came through the line. Well, that was a futile inquiry, given that he spent all day in a pet hospital surrounded by cats and dogs. What could he possibly offer for elders? Never mind. Go enjoy yourself. Jiang Ning prepared to hang up. Oh, by the way, how is Jiyue recovering? The little stray cat named Jiyue had been at the pet hospital for quite some time. Although Jiang Ning had not seen her in person, he inquired daily about her health. What a coincidence. I was just about to call you about that. Wang Jiao immediately began to elaborate. That little rascal is now full of energy and has become the ruler of our hospital. Ruler? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? She seems quite well behaved. Jiang Ning remarked skeptically. Wang Jiao sighed. She merely puts on a good show in front of humans. Behind the scenes, she's quite the dominator. Let me put it this way. Any other kitten in our hospital could easily find itself on the receiving end of a hefty slap just from a glance at her. It's no exaggeration. You should have seen how she had the others yowling. Jiang Ning paused, hesitating. Is there truly no villain without a good cat? Exactly. That description is spot on. Wang Jiao wholeheartedly agreed. You should come by and take Jiyue home sometime. I'm genuinely afraid of this little tyrant. All right. I'll call you when I come over. After finishing his call with Wang Jiao, the gift dilemma remained unresolved. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment before calling his former Chinese teacher, Zhang Shanha. Teacher Zhang, during our last tea gathering, you mentioned having a few treasured bottles of fine wine at home. I was wondering if I could purchase one from you. Jiang Ning got straight to the point. Purchase? With our relationship, I might as well gift you a bottle. Zhang Shanha's hearty laughter resonated through the phone, exuding generosity. I can't accept that. I am already very grateful for your help. How could I let you incur a cost? Enough of that. Let's not discuss such matters between us. Just come over later and take the wine. Zhang Shanha paused before adding. I assume this sudden request for wine is intended as a gift? Indeed. Jiang Ning openly confessed that during our previous conversation, he had developed feelings for a female teacher. Do you recall that? She has just invited me to dinner at her home tonight, and I cannot arrive empty-handed. I am considering bringing a fine bottle of wine. Indeed. I did not expect your progression to be so swift, already reaching the stage of meeting the parents. Zhang Shanha exclaimed with delight over the phone, genuinely happy for Jiang Ning. It is indeed a meeting of the parents, but merely among friends. Jiang Ning chuckled as he clarified. A meeting among friends? I recognize each character in that phrase, yet when they are combined, they elude my understanding. Perhaps it is a sign of my advancing age, rendering me incapable of grasping the contemporary thoughts of youth. In my day, meeting the parents signified intentions of marriage. I am still just an ordinary friend of hers. She merely invited me for a meal, Jiang Ning explained. An ordinary friend can invite you to dinner at their home? Zhang Shanha posed a probing question. Within traditional Chinese culture, the most significant gatherings are family meals. In my view, once you win over your future in-laws, the matter with that young lady will nearly be settled. Zhang Shanha enthusiastically assumed the role of matchmaker, offering Jiang Ning advice. Do you know what her parents like? I do not, as I have yet to meet them. I see. Then you should prepare gifts like tea leaves or a shaving kit for her father, and perhaps a set of cosmetics for her mother. Naturally, do not forget the essential cigarettes and alcohol. These are important for making a good impression. Having the guidance of someone experienced like Zhang Shanha, Jiang Ning felt illuminated. Yes, I shall remember what the teacher advised, and will go shopping this afternoon. Do not rush to buy things. First, come to me for the wine. Zhang Shanha laughed heartily. Above all, maintaining a relaxed mindset is crucial. Do not become anxious. My dear Jiang, the teacher has high hopes for you. If my daughter were to bring you home, she would surely approve of you as a son-in-law. Zhang Shanha encouraged Jiang Ning. Chapter 30. At the celebration dinner, no one is allowed to eat until old Zhang arrives. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning drove to Xingming High School. At this moment, Zhang Shanha had already been waiting downstairs for quite some time, holding a finely crafted black gift box, presumably containing the exquisite wine meant for Jiang Ning to present. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Observing Zhang Shanha, who was clearly sweating from the heat, Jiang Ning felt a pang of guilt. It is nothing. I just came down as well and did not wait long. Zhang Shanha waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Ning, it seems you arrived particularly swiftly today. It appears you are eager to acquire the fine wine for your visit to your future father-in-law. Zhang Shanha teased with a smile. Proudly displaying the gift box in his hands, a sauce-flavored Feitian Mitai, This is undoubtedly a perfect gift. It was evident that old Zhang was deeply invested in Jiang Ning's romantic endeavors, even going so far as to generously offer expensive matai. To claim he felt no pang of regret would be disingenuous. However, it mattered little, as he had 2 daughters. And surely his future son-in-law would reciprocate with gifts of matai. Rounded up, it was as if he had not incurred any loss at all. Teacher Zhang, I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Jiang Ning took the gift box and placed it in the passenger seat of the car. Oh, by the way, on my way here, I passed by a fishing tackle shop and spotted a rather exquisite fishing rod. I thought you might appreciate it, so I procured it. Jiang Ning was not one to accept Teacher Zhang's fine wine without reciprocation. His trunk housed a fishing rod worth over 1,000 yuan. A token of gratitude he had prepared. How did you know I enjoyed fishing? Zhang Shanhe inquired, his expression one of astonishment. He had only developed an interest in fishing after retirement and had not mentioned it to Jiang Ning. My father also has a fondness for fishing. Whenever he returns home from a fishing trip, a distinct scent of fish lingers on his hands, Jiang Ning explained. That day I visited your home. I happened to catch a whiff of that familiar aroma, leading me to surmise that you too were a fishing enthusiast. Ah, I see, Zhang Shanhe exclaimed, enlightened. You are quite observant, my boy. In that case, tonight's meeting with the parents should be a foregone conclusion. However, we must not grow complacent. We shall not engage in an unprepared battle. After a pause, Zhang Shanhe continued with seriousness. Now, allow me to instruct you on how to navigate your future father-in-law. As the saying goes, sharpening the spear before battle, even slowly, is still effective. Zhang Shanhe proceeded to impart some crucial tips on meeting parents. Observing his earnest demeanor, one might mistake him for conveying the significance of preparing for an important examination. Indeed, in a sense, meeting the parents is an examination in itself. The moment the parents arrive, the test commences, albeit one without a standard answer. Every word and action of the candidate holds the potential to either add or subtract points. In this scenario, Zhang Shanhe was akin to a tutor, guiding Jiang Ning to maximize his score. Teacher, you have been immensely helpful today, Jiang Ning expressed his gratitude, his face radiating appreciation. Zhang Shanhe had not only delivered wine, but had also provided strategic counsel, illuminating the path forward. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort. Zhang Shanhe waved his hand nonchalantly, embodying the spirit of one who quietly accomplishes deeds of merit without seeking recognition. Young man, put in some effort. I am eagerly awaiting to partake in your wedding feast. Zhang Shanhe clapped Jiang Ning on the shoulder, clearly optimistic about this young man as prospects. Jiang Ning seized upon Zhang Shanhe's words. If it truly comes to fruition, I will certainly treat you to the wedding banquet. And you shall occupy the seat of honor. No one shall partake in the meal without your presence. Jiang Ning may not possess the knack for charming young ladies, but he certainly knew how to endear himself to elders. Indeed, his words brought a smile to Zhang Shanhe's face. Jiang Ning, it is still early. Would you care to come upstairs for a cup of tea? Zhang Shanhe extended an invitation, eager to share more of his romantic wisdom. I think I shall decline for now. It would be improper to disturb your afternoon rest, Jiang Ning politely refused. As Zhang Shanhe had just mentioned, Jiang Ning was eager to secure the fine wine to visit Zhang Mengqing's family, leaving him no time to linger over tea. Perhaps next time for sure. Very well. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Zhang Shanhe fully understood Jiang Ning's current sentiments. Just like he was back then, filled with an unsettling apprehension, yet equally eager to embark on this new venture. His thoughts were solely consumed by the prospect of meeting the parents, rendering him indifferent to all else. However, there was one notable distinction. Jiang Ning surpassed him in confidence at that age. Dad, what have you been up to? You look all flustered and sweaty. Zhang Shanhe's eldest daughter, Zhang Mengqing, immediately noticed his unusual demeanor upon his return home and promptly handed him a tissue to wipe his brow. It's nothing. I just went downstairs to retrieve some items for my students and broke a bit of a sweat on the way back, Zhang Shanhe replied nonchalantly, glossing over the significant task of procuring the precious Feitian Matai. In this regard, the father and daughter shared a remarkable similarity. Can your students come over to our house? It's sweltering outside, Zhang Mengqing suggested. The heat of the day peaked, with the wind carrying an oppressive warmth. Zhang Shanhe's choice to venture out at such a time seemed like a self-imposed trial. He shook his head. Never mind. That child is eager to gather his things for something important. I wouldn't want to impede his time. Zhang Mengqing opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Her father's disposition was such that she could only acquiesce to his decisions. Nevertheless, the concept of time sparked a thought in Zhang Mengqing's mind. She had invited Jiang Ning over for dinner that evening, but was uncertain of his arrival. With that in mind, she took out her phone and messaged him, "Jiang Ning, please text me when you're nearing the school. I'll come down and meet you." Chapter 31. The stakes have been raised. A man seeks recognition when writing about the wind. One must not merely describe the breeze. It is essential to convey the drifting willow catkins, the rippling lake surface, and the swaying wind chimes. Similarly, when dining at the home of a girl one admires, it is insufficient to simply partake in the meal. Young individuals should imbue their actions with vitality. Arriving early to assist with washing vegetables and setting the table is prudent. Showcasing one's culinary skills can also be an appropriate display of effort. It is wise to familiarize oneself with the preferences of the parents to avoid an awkward silence when seated together. As a seasoned individual, Zhang Shanhe imparted this wisdom, offering the entirety of his experiences. Jiang Ning found great merit in old Zhang's words, and thus, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he drove with Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing to the residential area of Xingming High School. Zhang Mengqing, aware of their impending arrival, had made a point to wait downstairs. "Teacher Zhang, sister." As the car came to a halt, Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing, hand in hand, exited the vehicle and greeted Zhang Mengqing. "Welcome to our home." Jiang Wan. Zhang Mengqing responded with a warm smile. She then turned her gaze to Zhang Jinqing beside her. "Did you have fun at your friend's house?" "Very much so." Zhang Jinqing nodded enthusiastically. She had toured Jiang Wan's room, savored Jiang Ning's culinary creations, and spent the afternoon playing with a kitten. Each experience was delightful. "That is wonderful to hear." Zhang Mengqing felt a wave of relief. Her younger sister's introverted nature had, for years, hindered her from forming friendships. Now, with Jiang Wan's presence, a shift seemed to be occurring. Jiang Wan's spirited and vivacious character contrasted sharply with Zhang Jinqing's sometimes hasty and careless demeanor. Zhang Jinqing, though not particularly loquacious, possesses a calm demeanor and an exceptionally meticulous mind. The two individuals complement each other perfectly in their friendship. Zhang Mengqing is genuinely pleased to witness the bond between these two children and hopes they will frequently interact. "Teacher Zhang, I was uncertain about what to buy for your uncle and aunt, so I just picked up a few things," she remarked. At that moment, Jiang Ning exited the driver's seat and opened the trunk of the car, following Zhang Shanhe's suggestion. He had procured not only the renowned Flying Mitai, but also a pack of cigarettes, a set of cosmetics, and some jewelry. "Jiang Ning, what is all this?" Zhang Mengqing exclaimed, astonished by the trunk overflowing with gift boxes. She had already prepared a meeting gift for Jiang Ning, never anticipating he would add such lavish items to the mix. Zhang Mengqing had only witnessed a similar scene in a short video, and the caption still echoed in her mind. "Things are getting serious. The man is seeking a commitment." Was Jiang Ning truly contemplating such a thing? Startled by her own thoughts, she found it strange that such peculiar notions would arise in her mind. After all, she and Jiang Ning were merely ordinary friends gathering for a meal, certainly not a meeting with parents or a request for commitment. Indeed, it was simply a casual meal together. "Zhang Mengqing, you mustn't entertain such fanciful thoughts." Jiang Ning chuckled as he explained, "After all, it's my first visit to your home with Jiang Wan, and it would be rather impolite to arrive empty-handed." Now, it was her turn to feel awkward. "You've spent so much on just one meal." Zhang Mengqing estimated that the gifts in Jiang Ning's trunk must total no less than 5,000 yuan. After all, the bottle of Flying Mitai alone cost 3,000. Yet, the meal her family prepared could hardly amount to 5,000. As for an average household, spending 500 on a meal was already quite extravagant. "Actually, I didn't spend much. The most expensive mitai was a gift from a friend. Besides, I don't drink, so I thought your uncle might appreciate it." Jiang Ning candidly admitted to using borrowed splendor, feeling no embarrassment in doing so. He simply did not want to deceive Zhang Mengqing, and his reasoning was straightforward. "Teacher Zhang, allow my brother to carry these gifts inside," Jiang Wan interjected. He had been bustling about all afternoon preparing these meeting gifts, and it would be a shame to let his efforts go to waste. At this crucial moment, Jiang Wan provided the perfect support. The socially anxious Zhang Jinqing nodded in agreement, affirming that everything Jiang Wan said was true. She had quietly observed Jiang Ning's thoughtful preparations for the evening. "Very well. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my parents for the thoughtful gifts you have prepared," Zhang Mengqing said repeatedly, thankful. Accepting gifts was easy, but reciprocating was another matter entirely. After today, she found herself pondering how to repay such a grand gesture. Perhaps she could bring an entire trunk of gifts to Jiang Ning's home? It wasn't out of the question, but it hinged on one condition. Jiang Ning must invite her over for dinner first. If Jiang Ning hadn't broached the subject, she would never have taken the initiative to mention it herself. After all, for a girl to suggest dining at a boy's house is quite audacious. Zhang Mingqing was rather shy. Under no circumstances would she utter such words. Even if Jiang Ning extended an invitation for dinner, she would need to maintain her poise and deliberate before responding, unable to accept immediately. Teacher Xiaozhong, when you have a few days off, why not come over to my place for dinner? Bring your sister along, Jiang Ning proposed. He had been diligently experimenting with how to create sweet osmanthus-flavored glutinous rice cakes. After numerous setbacks, he had gradually begun to grasp the technique. While he might not perfectly replicate the sweet rice cakes from that Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant, his version bore a striking resemblance, sufficiently close for his satisfaction. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He could discern the presence of electricity merely by touch. Certainly, Zhang Mingqing replied without a moment's hesitation. Wait, what was happening to her? Why had she agreed so readily? She had intended to feign contemplation and delay her response. Zhang Mingqing felt peculiar, almost unrecognizable to herself. In the past, she would have never accepted an invitation to dine with any male, let alone at their home. Yet now, not only had she consented to Jiang Ning's invitation, but she had done so with remarkable swiftness, without a moment's reflection. Suddenly, Zhang Mingqing wished she could vanish into a crevice. She felt utterly lacking in composure, unable to restrain herself. She wondered how Jiang Ning would perceive her. Thus, they made arrangements for the next holiday, when she would bring her sister to his home for dinner. Jiang Ning appeared quite pleased. After all, Zhang Mingqing had not outright declined, indicating that their relationship had undergone a subtle transformation unbeknownst to them. Observing Jiang Ning's joyful demeanor, Zhang Mingqing found herself in a daze. Why did he seem so elated? It was as if he had triumphed in battle. Afterward, the Zhang sisters escorted the Jiang brothers home. Jiang Ning followed quietly behind, occasionally surveying his surroundings, inexplicably struck by a sense of familiarity. Had he been here before? Uncertain, he decided to investigate further. Indeed, he had been here. What a coincidence that Xiao Zhang and Lao Zhang resided in the same residential complex. At that moment, Jiang Ning was blissfully unaware that Zhang Mingqing and Zhang Shanhe were father and daughter. The thought had never crossed his mind. After all, teacher Xiao Zhang was a stunning beauty, while Lao Zhang was merely an ordinary man. How could they possibly be related? Mom, Dad, my sister and her classmates have arrived. Zhang Mingqing called out as they entered the house, her classmates bearing an abundance of gifts. Oh dear, just come as you are. Why bring gifts, little ones? You are warmly welcome to our home, Zhang Shanhe cheerfully replied, rising from the sofa. Perhaps due to his profession as a teacher, he particularly enjoyed interacting with students. However, upon seeing Jiang Ning standing behind Zhang Mingqing, he was momentarily stunned. Jiang Ning, Teacher Zhang, they exclaimed in unison, their expressions mirroring one another's astonishment. Zhang Shanhe could hardly fathom that the female teacher Jiang Ning admired was, in fact, his own daughter. How amusing it was that the Maotai liquor he had given away had, in an unexpected twist of fate, found its way back into his hands. Moreover, he instructed Jiang Ning on how to deal with his future father-in-law, which in essence meant confronting himself. Jiang Ning was bewildered. He had not anticipated that Zhang Mingqing's father was Zhang Shanhe. Suddenly, he felt utterly exposed in front of Zhang Shanhe, as if he had no secrets left, transparent as if he were bare. This was because he had divulged his affection for Zhang Mingqing entirely to old Zhang. The silence in the air was palpable. So, you two are acquainted? Zhang Mingqing, oblivious to the situation, wore an expression of surprise. Initially concerned that Jiang Ning would feel awkward meeting her parents, she now realized that they were all familiar faces, and thus, no discomfort would arise. Mr. Zhang was my Chinese teacher in high school. Jiang Ning endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. I see. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea while I assist in the kitchen, Zhang Mingqing announced before darting off to help her busy mother. Meanwhile, the somewhat socially anxious Zhang Jinling took Jiang Wan to the bedroom. She seemed to sense that the living room was about to become a battleground and graciously made space for everyone. In an instant, the living room was left with only Jiang Ning and Zhang Shanhe. Earlier that afternoon, Zhang Shanhe had invited Jiang Ning to join him upstairs for tea. However, at that time, Jiang Ning was preoccupied with the thought of meeting his girlfriend's parents and had politely declined old Zhang's invitation, promising to accept next time. Little did he expect that the next opportunity for tea would arrive so swiftly. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhang Shanha across from him, which reminded him of a game they had once played together. A teacher, once a comrade in arms through trials and tribulations, had now transformed into the ultimate adversary at the story's climax. What a twist of fate. What are you staring at? Focus on the questions. No cheating. And certainly no early submissions. Old Zhang feigned a stern expression. Thus began an unspoken examination, aptly named Meeting the Parents. The moment they both took their seats at the tea table, Jiang Ning remained the one answering questions, albeit now Zhang Shanha had transitioned from trainer to examiner. Mr. Zhang, I shall check the kitchen to see if I can assist in any way. Jiang Ning attempted to make a discreet exit, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with old Zhang. However, Zhang Shanha adamantly insisted, no need. There are already enough hands in the kitchen. Your presence would only overcrowd the space. Jiang Ning. Old Zhang, you certainly did not teach me this. Then I shall help set the table. Unnecessary. We have plenty of time before dinner. Let us enjoy our tea first, no rush. Jiang Ning. Old Zhang had previously assured him that this tactic was infallible. How could it be so easily undermined with just a few casual words? All right. The final explanation rests with the individual, is it? Jiang Ning conceded and returned to his seat opposite Zhang Shanha. True warriors dare to confront the harsh realities of life. Mr. Zhang, Jiang Ning cleared his throat, deciding to take the initiative. What do you wish me to call you? Zhang Shanha feigned astonishment. Previously, their relationship had been that of teacher and student, where it was perfectly acceptable for Jiang Ning to address him as teacher. However, times had changed, and their identities had shifted. Appealing to sentimentality was no longer permissible. You wish to forego teacher? Jiang Ning hesitated, tentatively trying out dad? Zhang Shanha. Did you do this on purpose or by accident? Old Zhang's lips twitched slightly, and he finally said in a low voice, call me Uncle Zhang. Oh, Uncle Zhang. Jiang Ning straightened his back, placing his hands on his knees, sitting in a manner that exuded utmost sincerity. You young man, to what stage have you developed with my daughter? Zhang Shanha, without looking up, casually brewed tea, appearing indifferent. Yet, in reality, he posed the most piercing question with the calmest demeanor. Uncle Zhang, I haven't started dating teacher Zhang yet. Jiang Ning replied honestly. Zhang Shanha was evidently dissatisfied with this response. If you're not dating, why would she invite you over for dinner? Let me put it this way, aside from you, my daughter has only ever invited her close friends to our home for a meal. Do you think an ordinary friend would receive such treatment? In the face of Uncle Zhang's soul-searching inquiry, Jiang Ning suddenly gained clarity. Zhang Mengqing inviting him over for dinner had been justified by her reasoning that cooking alone was too cumbersome, and sharing a meal was simply a matter of extra chopsticks. At that moment, Jiang Ning found her logic quite reasonable, unable to offer a valid refusal. It was only now, after Uncle Zhang's prompt, that he belatedly understood. If it were merely for convenience, wouldn't he ordering takeout at home be even simpler? This indicated that Zhang Mengqing's invitation was not solely for practicality, but carried other significant implications. For instance, introducing Jiang Ning to her parents. When someone is willing to introduce a friend to their parents, it signifies a deepening relationship. If the friend is of the opposite sex, the implications are even more profound. No girl would casually bring a boy home. Any male who is welcomed into the family has undoubtedly passed her own threshold of acceptance. Suddenly, Jiang Ning felt a flush of embarrassment. As a romance writer, it was utterly inappropriate for him to be so oblivious to a girl's feelings. Jiang Ning, can you not handle spicy food? Zhang Shanha inquired. Jiang Ning was taken aback by this unexpected question, pausing momentarily before nodding. Yes. That explains it, Zhang Shanha said, a look of realization washing over him. She had specifically instructed her mother to prepare a milder meal that evening, minimizing the use of chili, or ideally, omitting it altogether. Tell me, who do you think she did this for? Chapter 33. More than friends, less than lovers as the saying goes. Those embroiled in a situation are often bewildered, while bystanders see clearly. Zhang Shanha's words served as a wake-up call for Jiang Ning. He began to reassess his relationship with Zhang Mengqing. To label them as friends seemed inadequate. Her invitation to dine at her home was a privilege that was truly exceptional. To categorize them as lovers was equally misleading, as they had yet to reach that level of intimacy. Their time spent alone together was scant, and their conversations had never broached the subject of romance. Jiang Ning succinctly summarized their current status in 8 words: more than friendship, less than love. Uncle Zhang, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have realized how much Teacher Zhang has quietly done for me. Jiang Ning took the initiative to pour steaming tea into Zhang Shanha's cup. His tone was humble, and his demeanor was earnest, reminiscent of a prospective son-in-law respectfully offering tea to his future father-in-law. Matters of the heart, after all, hold significance only when there is mutual pursuit. I shall treat this relationship with the utmost seriousness, ensuring that neither Xiao Zhang nor you shall be disappointed. Jiang Ning stated with solemn conviction. In truth, Zhang Shanha's lengthy discourse and the gravity of the atmosphere were merely a pretext for him to seek a commitment from Jiang Ning. The crux of this commitment undoubtedly revolved around the care of Zhang Mengqing. I understand that empty words hold little weight. A single meaningful action surpasses 1,000 hollow statements. The days ahead stretch long before us, and time will reveal one's true character. Gradually, Jiang Ning began to take charge of the conversation's rhythm, transitioning from Zhang Shanha speaking to him speaking while Zhang Shanha listened. Throughout this exchange, Lao Zheng's demeanor softened, the sternness of his countenance giving way to a more relaxed demeanor. This shift indicated that Jiang Ning's responses had indeed earned him some favor in Zhang Shanha's eyes. As time trickled by, mealtime approached swiftly. The Zhang family had prepared a lavish spread, featuring an array of 5 dishes and a soup: golden shrimp balls, glutinous rice dumplings, beef brisket stewed with potatoes, scrambled eggs with preserved vegetables, stir-fried green beans with pork cracklings, and chicken soup with pig intestines. These dishes were remarkably light, nearly devoid of any spiciness. In deference to Zhang Mengqing's preferences, the Zhang family had meticulously adjusted the menu to accommodate Jiang Ning's dietary habits. The labor-intensive beef brisket stew was nearing completion, and soon, only a couple of home-style dishes remained to be prepared before the meal could commence. At that moment, Shun Siyun's phone rang. It was a call from the renovation company. Sister Shun, the renovations for your new home have been completed. You should come over to take a look. It appeared that exerting pressure on the renovation company had yielded results, as they had managed to finish all tasks on the very last day. Despite initial plans for a delay, with her hands busy chopping vegetables, Shin Siyun could only wedge the phone between her shoulder and ear. All right, I'll come over right after dinner. After dedicating an entire afternoon to preparing a feast, it seemed unreasonable not to have a bite before departing. Furthermore, the journey from Xingming Middle School to her new home was not short. A round trip would consume over an hour. She certainly needed to fill her stomach to avoid hunger later on. On the other end of the line, a chuckle was heard. Sister Shun, our renovation team of 5 or 6 hasn't eaten either. We're waiting here for you to inspect the work. Shin Suyun, known for her sharp tongue yet tender heart, felt a pang of guilt at the thought of those 5 or 6 workers waiting on her behalf. All right, I'm on my way now. She untied her apron and stepped into the living room to inform Zhang Shanha. I'm going to check the new house. Please entertain the guests in my absence. Are you heading out now, teacher? I can drive you there, Jiang Ning quickly offered, eager to make a good impression on his future in-laws. This notion had been instilled in him by Zhang Shanha. No need. You stay here and enjoy your meal. I can manage on my own. Shin Suyun gently declined, shaking her head. Jiang Ning, a guest at the home, felt it inappropriate to refuse a meal and instead take on the role of a driver. During the evening rush hour, many office workers were returning home, making it likely that finding a taxi would prove difficult. Hence, it was suggested that Jiang Ning drive her instead. At this moment, Zhang Shanha interjected, showing no reluctance to address Jiang Ning directly. The young lad aspired to become a son-in-law of the Zhang family. It was only reasonable that he should contribute a modicum of effort. After pausing for emphasis, Zhang Shanha continued, stating that Jiang Ning possessed some knowledge regarding renovations, and having him accompany her would only yield benefits. Since Zhang Shanha had spoken, Shin Siyun also ceased her formality. Xiao Jiang, it would be a great help if you could drive me. It's no trouble at all. It is truly a laborious task for the mistress to prepare a grand feast, Jiang Ning replied with a smile, cleverly acknowledging Shin Siyun's efforts throughout the afternoon, thus scoring high marks in the parental approval department. Following this, he turned to Zhang Mengqing. Would you care to join us? Jiang Ning was concerned that the atmosphere during the drive might be awkward, given his unfamiliarity with Shin Siyun, as they had scarcely met before and had little to discuss. However, if Zhang Mengqing were to accompany them, the situation would be significantly improved, as she could serve as an effective intermediary to ease the tension. Forget it. Xiaoming Wan Tigo, Shin Suyun instinctively shook her head. She had previously invited Zhang Mengqing to visit the new house on multiple occasions, yet each time, Zhang Mengqing had concocted various excuses to decline, as if the new residents were some ferocious beast to be avoided. I will go with you, Zhang Mengqing finally agreed. She shared Jiang Ning's sentiment, understanding the necessity of a familiar intermediary to alleviate any discomfort. Without a doubt, she was the most fitting choice. My daughter has actually agreed to visit the new house. Is this for real? Shin Suyun thought in disbelief, seriously questioning whether she had misheard. Was her daughter willing to go merely because Jiang Ning had invited her? It appeared that her parents' words held less weight than those of an outsider. At that moment, Shin Suyun finally grasped the meaning of a daughter grows up and begins to turn away, yet she felt no sadness. Rather, a sense of joy blossomed within her, as it indicated that her daughter's happiness was on the horizon. Mom, let us hurry up and leave. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Zhang Mengqing had already reached the door and turned back to urge them on. Shin Suyun's thoughts were interrupted, and she quickly replied, Coming. Madam, please take care while descending the stairs, Jiang Ning reminded gently, noting the dim lighting in the building as night approached. Still calling me madam? Just like Zhang Shana. Shin Suyun insisted that Jiang Ning change his form of address. Having learned his lesson from a prior encounter with old Zhang, he was determined not to make the same mistake again. One cannot step into the same river twice. Shanai, call me mom, Jiang Ning. Zhang Mengqing. Shin Suyun coughed lightly, and then added, if you are going to call me that, do so loudly and with conviction. Boys must be confident, do you understand? This is her occupational ailment as a teacher, a penchant for correcting the words and actions of her juniors. Jiang Ning was taken aback, nearly convinced that Shin Suyun was prompting him to address her as mother. After a moment's confusion, it became clear that she merely wanted him to speak louder and with greater confidence. All right, Aunt Shun, Jiang Ning responded, raising his voice. Chapter 34. I understand your urgency. But please, hold your horses. Zhang's parents had purchased a new residence for Zhang Mengqing in the heart of the city, surrounded by a plethora of amenities. Hospitals, schools, parks, and shopping plazas all lay within a 2-kilometer radius of the new home. The advantage of residing in the city center is its connectivity, making travel exceedingly convenient. However, it comes with a glaring drawback, the congestion of both people and vehicles in such bustling areas. Jiang Ning found himself waiting through 2 traffic lights at the intersection, only to witness the vehicles ahead remain stationary for an extended period, illustrating the extent of the traffic jam. Ding dong. At that moment, Shun Suyun's phone chimed again. A voice message from the renovation company had arrived. Sister Shun, how long until you arrive at the site? We are withering away from waiting. Since Shin Suyun was in a sealed vehicle and her voice message was played aloud, both Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing could hear its contents clearly. I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. The traffic on Sports Road is severely congested. I can't sprout wings and fly there, can I? Shin Suyun replied with a voice message. Once she set her phone down, Jiang Ning, curious, inquired, Aunt Shun, why is the renovation company so insistent on our arrival? Because the renovation tasks for the new house have been completed, and they are awaiting my inspection before they can receive the final payment, Shun Suyun elucidated. Oh, that makes sense, Jiang Ning realized. Some unreliable renovation companies operate in this manner, often delaying work until payment is due, at which point they become exceedingly eager. It seemed that Shin Suyun had unwittingly engaged with one of these industry parasites. After all, who, in their right mind, would contact homeowners for inspections at night? Ultimately, it appeared they aimed to exploit the diminished lighting conditions to their advantage. Jiang Ning sensed there was much more than met the eye and resolved to remain vigilant during the inspection. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the new residence. Situated on the 6th floor, accessibility was effortless whether by elevator or stairs. The entrance still bore a red protection cover emblazoned with auspicious phrases, and upon entering, a strong scent of paint assaulted their senses. The entire space was adorned with gray tiles measuring 1.5 by 1.5 meters, exuding a minimalist elegance that was also remarkably easy to maintain. Zhang Mengqing surveyed the new home in silence. Although she held no particular feelings toward the property, she could not deny that her mother's taste remained impeccable. The house, overseen by her mother's supervision, truly possessed a distinctive charm that was pleasing to the eye. Sister Shun, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, we might have had our fill of the northwestern winds, remarked a man from the renovation company as he approached upon hearing the commotion at the door. He appeared to be in his 40s, impeccably dressed, with slicked back hair. And the most notable feature was his heavily gelled hairstyle. The individual before them did not appear to be one engaged in manual labor. Rather, he seemed to be the head of a renovation company. Subsequently, the man brandished a completion inspection form before Shin Soo-yoon, saying, "Sister Shun, please take a look at the state of the house's renovations. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed with the acceptance and signature." Shin Soo-yoon did not respond immediately, but instead circled the new residence, inspecting every nook and cranny. She scrutinized the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom multiple times. "What do you think?" she inquired of Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. While she felt confident about the condition, she was still somewhat indecisive, for accepting the house was indeed a significant matter. Once she signed her name and paid the final payment, any subsequent discoveries of issues would leave her at a disadvantage when seeking recourse from the renovation company. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning voiced his opinion. "Aunt Shen, there's no rush to sign. Let us continue our inspection." The young man added, "All new home renovations tend to yield similar results. Even if you were to scrutinize it from tonight until tomorrow morning, you wouldn't uncover any hidden flaws." Just as it seemed they were on the verge of successfully persuading Shin Soo-yoon to sign, an unexpected complication arose. Jiang Ning, who was keenly aware of the situation, prompted irritation from the renovation company, which could not overtly express their frustration. They could only subtly insinuate that he was an amateur, wasting everyone's time. Unfazed by the renovation company's snide remarks, Jiang Ning chuckled, "I indeed lack your expertise, but I did assist in renovating a house for my family last year. And I've picked up some details and techniques for inspections from the inspector." As he spoke, Jiang Ning retrieved his phone, activated the flashlight, and commenced a new round of examination. Truth be told, his methodical approach to inspecting the house was quite impressive. He ran his hand along the walls to check for smoothness and held the flashlight close to the wardrobe to look for cracks. "Do you need assistance?" Zhang Mengqing quietly inquired, feeling it inappropriate to let Jiang Ning exert himself alone in her new home. "All right, could you hold the flashlight for me?" Jiang Ning handed his phone to Zhang Mengqing. "Oh, of course." She positioned herself beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder, during which she discreetly observed Jiang Ning's profile. He looked rather handsome when he was focused. As Jiang Ning diligently examined the state of the new home, a sense of foreboding washed over the renovation company. Oh no! Could this lad truly be adept at inspections? The wardrobe in the bedroom had not yet been used, yet its door panels were already warped and deformed, necessitating replacement. The door frame of the study had evidently suffered impacts, displaying cracks and peeling to a certain extent, and the doorknob was alarmingly wobbly. Furthermore, Jiang Ning identified over 10 potential issues, his scrutiny not merely an exercise in fault-finding, but rather an assertion of his rights. Since the homeowner had paid for the renovations, it was incumbent upon the renovation company to fulfill their obligations properly, rather than resorting to shoddy work and deceitful practices. "Shaoli, I trust you heard the concerns raised by that young man just now. Replace what needs replacing and repair what needs repairing. Once all these issues are addressed, you may return to me for the inspection." Shin Soo-yoon's expression was as cold as ice, her voice imbued with a chilling clarity. Previously, the renovation company had confidently assured that the new house would harbor no quality issues. However, it now appears to be merely an elegant faade. Naturally, Shin Soo-yoon harbored no fondness for such deceitful individuals. The head of the renovation company, his countenance darkened, muttered an acknowledgement before departing with his subordinates. As they left, he cast a venomous glare at Jiang Ning, evidently displeased with this young man's meddling. This scene did not escape Shin Soo-yoon's attention. She boldly positioned Jiang Ning behind her, exuding an aura that rivaled that of Mr. Li. Her gesture was unmistakable. "This child is under my protection. What do you intend to do?" Mr. Li, having encountered the formidable presence of this middle-aged language teacher, could only leave in a disgraced retreat. Chapter 35. You youngster, defy the heavens. Jiang Ning, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude today. Otherwise, Annie might have unwittingly accepted the house. Once the group had distanced themselves, Shin Soo-yoon expressed her thanks to Jiang Ning. "Auntie, there's no need for formalities. I wouldn't wish for you to stumble into the pitfalls I once did. After all, no one's money comes easily," Jiang Ning replied. "It is often said that inexpensive goods lack quality, yet if a hefty sum cannot procure good items, that would indeed be a grave misfortune." Shin Soo-yoon nodded repeatedly, increasingly satisfied with Jiang Ning's insights. Zhang Mengqing quietly trailed behind them, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous. Her mother had been animatedly conversing with Jiang Ning, rendering her presence as inconspicuous as the air. Nevertheless, witnessing Shen Siyun's approval of Jiang Ning filled Zhang Mingqing's heart with an inexplicable joy. How peculiar! The one being praised was not her. Yet she felt a sense of happiness. As the hour grew late, Shen Siyun suggested, "It's getting late, and you must be hungry. Shall we find something to eat nearby?" Glancing at her phone, she noted the time was already 8:30. Even with the quickest drive home, they wouldn't arrive until at least 9. Though she herself felt no hunger, she was concerned about her daughter and Jiang Ning's well-being, hence proposing to dine out. "I'm not hungry yet. You may decide." Jiang Ning offered the decision to the mother-daughter duo. Zhang Mingqing shook her head. "I'm not hungry either." "Jiang Ning, you make the choice," Shen Siyun asserted. Young people should have their own opinions, especially the boys. With Shen's encouragement, Jiang Ning voiced, rather than dining out, "I would prefer to savor the dishes prepared by Annie Shen and teacher Zhang." His words implied that while dining out could happen at any time, the opportunity to enjoy home-cooked meals by Zhang Mingqing and her mother was indeed rare. This statement delighted Shen Siyun, as it confirmed the value of their efforts in Jiang Ning's eyes. "Very well, since you're not yet hungry, let us return home to reheat some food." She paused before continuing, "Jiang Ning, you are welcome to bring your sister over for meals more often. It merely requires a few extra pairs of chopsticks." The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was taken aback, blinking in surprise. "Throughout the years, my mother has adhered to the principle of not bothering me, nor allowing me to trouble her, and has always been averse to socializing with friends and family. Yet, astonishingly, she now invites Jiang Ning over for dinner regularly. The once strict and aloof teacher seems to have transformed overnight into a warm and hospitable presence. This is truly remarkable. Is there something on my face?" Shen Siyun noticed Zhang Mingqing's gaze and hesitantly inquired. Zhang Mingqing confidently nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes." "What is it?" "It's rather charming." Zhang Mingqing had learned some rustic compliments from her friend Qin Xiao and attempted to amuse her mother. "Oh dear, mother is practically shedding goosebumps." Shen Siyun crossed her arms and exaggeratedly shivered. Zhang Mingqing, blushing, turned her head away. "If you're going to react like that when I compliment you, I won't do it again." "Then I retract my previous statement. You should shower me with compliments more often," Shen Siyun replied with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Ning, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and perceived the warmth of the Zhang family's bond. Although Shen Siyun was strong-willed, she revealed a tender side when interacting with her children. Likewise, the typically composed Zhang Mingqing transformed into a playful, childlike girl in her mother's presence. This was the first time Jiang Ning had witnessed such a side of Zhang Mingqing, and he found it quite endearing. Following this, the trio returned to the Zhang residence. The living room was quiet. Old Zhang, wearing a pair of heavy reading glasses, stood on the balcony tending to the flowers. There was no sign of Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing. The two girls had likely retreated to their rooms. "Old Zhang, did you heat the dishes in advance?" Shen Siyun hung her bag on the wall, inquiring without looking up. "They were ready long ago, just waiting for your return." Zhang Shan, he set down what he was holding and quickly walked towards the kitchen. Before long, he served the steaming dishes onto the table. "Hurry and eat while it's hot. These dishes were saved just for you, untouched by anyone." Zhang Shan, he urged. Zhang Mingqing rose first to serve Shen Siyun a bowl of rice. Then, she reached out to Jiang Ning, signaling her intention to serve him as well. Jiang Ning, not wanting to seem impolite, readily offered his bowl to Zhang Mingqing. Just then, Zhang Shanhe, seated on the sofa, suddenly coughed a couple of times. He then touched his nose and muttered, "I think I might be catching a cold." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Ning. "Allowing my daughter to serve you, isn't that reversing the natural order?" Jiang Ning quickly realized old Zhang was subtly admonishing him. So he turned to Zhang Mingqing and said, "Let me do it." He took the serving spoon, first dishing out rice for the young teacher before serving himself. After completing this task, Jiang Ning instinctively glanced at Zhang Shanhe, who had already left the sofa to return to the balcony and continue watering the flowers. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Ning began to eat. It must be said, the dishes prepared by Shen Siyun and Zhang Mingqing are indeed delectable. Even though Jiang Ning had already reached the point of starvation, he still managed to consume 2 bowls of rice, ultimately leaving him quite stuffed. Following the meal, it was time for dishwashing. Jiang Ning intended to lend a hand, but Zhang Mingqing insisted he remain seated on the sofa to rest. As he sat in the living room, He felt a dissonance with everything around him. In moments of awkwardness, one often seeks to appear busy. Yet Jiang Ning was at a loss for what to do. At that juncture, he recalled the mnemonic Zhang Shanhe had previously shared. If you have brothers, tease them. If not, tease the dogs. If neither, wander the streets. Bored and restless, Jiang Ning knocked on Zhang Jinxing's door to inquire about the activities of the two young ladies. If nothing was amiss, he planned to stay a while longer before taking his sister home. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Jinxing. She glanced at Jiang Ning and quietly said, "Brother, Jiang Wan has already fallen asleep." Jiang Ning was surprised to learn that little Jiang was asleep. Following Zhang Jinxing's pointed gesture, he noticed Jiang Wan sprawled comfortably on the bed, sleeping soundly in a carefree manner, as if she were in her own home. This child truly made herself at home, prompting a chuckle from Jiang Ning. Shen Siyun approached to clarify the situation. "Let your sister stay here tonight. It's perfectly fine. After all, she and my Jinxing are classmates, and they can go to school together in the morning. What do you think?" Zhang Jinxing's bed was quite spacious, accommodating two young girls without issue, provided Jiang Wan could manage her sleep without encroaching too much on Zhang Jinxing's space. Jiang Ning considered this a viable solution and nodded in agreement. Then let us follow Annie Shan's arrangement. With his sister's sleeping arrangement settled, Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave. Just as he was about to depart, Zhang Mingqing's voice called out from behind, "Jiang Ning, why don't you stay over at my house tonight?" Young teacher Zhang was considering the late hour and the safety concerns of driving in the middle of the night. "Isn't that rather inconvenient?" Jiang Ning replied hesitantly, slowing his pace. The Zhang household comprised 3 bedrooms, one for the parents, one for the sister, and the last for the elder sister. There seemed to be no suitable place for Jiang Ning to sleep. Would he have to take the sofa? In truth, sleeping on the sofa was not entirely out of the question, especially since it was summer, and a simple blanket would suffice for comfort. Zhang Mingqing jingled the keys in her hand. "The school has provided me with a studio apartment, which I rarely use. You can stay there for the night." Chapter 36. Is that friend you mentioned yourself? Each year, as graduation season approaches, countless fresh graduates compete for teaching positions at Xingming High School. The allure of this institution lies not only in its generous salary, but, more importantly, in the accommodation provided for its teachers. For instance, Zhang Shanhe and Shen Siyun have devoted their entire lives to Xingming High School. The school allocated them a 3-bedroom apartment without a time limit, allowing them to reside as long as they wished. Conversely, young teachers like Zhang Mingqing, who had recently joined Xingming High School, were provided with single rooms. However, Zhang Mingqing seldom stayed in her allocated space, as she preferred to live with her parents and younger sister. After all, a home is defined by the presence of family. Living alone feels rather desolate. The room is somewhat cramped, and tonight, you may have to endure a little discomfort. As darkness enveloped the space, starlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow on the floor. Zhang Mingqing switched on the incandescent light, unveiling the room's mysteries. A large bed occupied nearly half of the area, beneath a ceiling fan that emitted a familiar creaking sound typical of classrooms. To the right of the entrance lay the bathroom, barely spacious enough for one person. Accommodating 2 would be quite a challenge. Though Zhang Mingqing's living quarters were merely a single room, the amenities were surprisingly adequate, featuring a television, refrigerator, and washing machine. The only downside was the prohibition against cooking at home. However, this was not a significant drawback for Jiang Ning, as he was merely staying for one night. Planning to depart at dawn. "Jiang Ning, I am uncertain of your slipper size, but you seem to be about the same height as my father. So I brought his slippers for you." Slippers do not simply vanish, they change hands. This night is destined for a burly man to search in vain for his footwear. Oh, and there's a case of bottled water beneath the table. Feel free to help yourself if thirst strikes in the middle of the night. Should you wish to take a shower, I can instruct you on using the water heater. There are disposable towels here, all clean and safe for use. Zhang Mingqing remained her ever-gentle and considerate self, anticipating every possible scenario. Were she a character in a game, she would surely garner the affectionate admiration of many. "This is the blanket for you tonight, freshly washed not long ago, so you can use it without worry." She then retrieved a white air-conditioning blanket from the wardrobe, primarily concerned that it might grow chilly in the latter part of the night, and that one ought to cover oneself while sleeping. Jiang Ning accepted the blanket, which bore a subtle, pleasant floral fragrance, identical to that of Zhang Mingqing. Could it be that she frequently used this blanket, allowing its scent to permeate? The thought of sleeping with this blanket made Jiang Ning ponder how delightful the night would be. "Ah, Ms. Zhang, I see you enjoy this genre of novels," he remarked, noticing a complete set of Tomb Raider notes on her bedside. Zhang Mingqing shook her head, replying, "I seldom read novels. This set was a gift from a dear friend as a keepsake." Understanding now, Jiang Ning casually flipped through the pages when suddenly a piece of stationery fell out with a soft thud. He instinctively bent down to retrieve it, inadvertently catching a glimpse of its contents. "Dear wife, as I write to you, it feels as though I am with you. Today is June 1st, 2023. Surprised, aren't you, that I would choose this day to pen a letter? In my heart, you are indeed the adorable little friend." This letter was penned 3 months ago, wherein the writer affectionately refers to Zhang Mingqing as his beloved. The words within exude profound affection, unmistakably resembling a declaration of love. Suddenly, Jiang Ning felt the fervent blood coursing through his veins gradually cool, his heart sinking deeper, plummeting into an abyss. It appeared that someone had already claimed precedence before him. What, then, did his current endeavors signify? Was he merely an intruder in another's affections? Perhaps it would be best for him to return home, as lingering here would only cause trouble for you. Jiang Ning slipped the letter back into the novel. He forced a smile onto his face, striving to appear untroubled. In this intricate emotional triangle, he resolved to withdraw. "What are you daydreaming about?" Observing Jiang Ning's despondent demeanor, Zhang Mingqing delicately flicked his forehead with her slender, porcelain-like fingers. "This letter was written to me by a college roommate. A girl." "A girl? Of course, it's a girl. Did you think it was a boy?" Zhang Mingqing maintained a respectful distance from all males, with Jiang Ning being the sole exception. How could this fool not see through it? "Oh, I see, I misunderstood." Jiang Ning had merely glanced at the letter earlier, mistakenly believing that Zhang Mingqing had a boyfriend. Now, upon rereading the letter, he noted the elegant, neat handwriting, embellished with numerous charming emoticons, clearly penned by a female hand. "Are you still planning to leave?" Zhang Mingqing inquired. Jiang Ning shook his head. "I want to leave. You've gone to great lengths to prepare all these things for me. If I were to just walk away, it would be a disservice to your kindness." Zhang Mingqing huffed. "So you do realize that you would disappoint me?" "I'm merely concerned about being a bother to you," Jiang Ning mumbled, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. "I'm not afraid. Why are you?" "I've never considered you a nuisance," Zhang Mingqing instinctively replied. For a moment, the room fell silent. Jiang Ning gazed at her in surprise. Zhang Mingqing's face flushed a deep crimson. "What on earth am I saying?" As time was slipping away, she stammered. "It's getting late. You should rest early. Good night." With that, she hastily exited. Once Zhang Mingqing closed the door, she leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, feeling her cheeks burn and her heart race. If it had been her former self, she would never have offered any explanation to Jiang Ning. However, through their time together, she began to genuinely care for his feelings. The moment Jiang Ning displayed sadness, Zhang Mingqing's heart clearly tightened, fearing he might depart due to this misunderstanding. Have I developed feelings for him? Uncertain, she took out her phone and messaged Qin Xiu. I have a friend who seems to have fallen for a boy recently, but she's unsure if what she feels is truly love. Do you know how to discern it? Qin Xiu replied. Is this friend you? Dear, quickly confess, have you fallen for Jiang Ning? Qin Xiu was suddenly invigorated and eagerly inquired. The two were exceptionally close friends. And how could Zhang Mingqing's little thoughts possibly remain concealed from Qin Xiu? I don't know if it's because of a fondness for Zhang Mingqing that I hesitated to speak, which is why I came to ask you about the situation. If you're asking me, then you've indeed chosen the right person, Qin Xiu replied, standing tall with unwavering confidence. This strategist had successfully navigated over 100 romance games, possessing a profound understanding of love encapsulated in 2 words, mastery and finesse. Although both Qin Xiu and Zhang Mingqing were lifelong singles, it did not hinder her astute analyses of love. Don't ask. Wise individuals do not fall into the snares of love. Is gaming not more entertaining than romance? Wouldn't it be delightful to spend time gaming instead of dating? A moment of gaming brings fleeting joy. Continuous gaming brings everlasting delight. Dear, determining whether you have feelings for Jiang Ning is quite straightforward. You need only answer me one question. Qin Xiu cleared her throat and solemnly stated, if Jiang Ning and I both fell into water, whom would you save first? I would save Jiang Ning first, Zhang Mingqing replied without hesitation. Why not save me first? Qin Xiu lamented. You've changed, my friend. Our friendship has capsized. Zhang Mingqing responded. Because you can swim, you don't need my help. But what if I couldn't swim, and both Jiang Ning and I fell into the water? Who would you save then? I would still save Jiang Ning first, Qin Xiu exclaimed. Why? Because neither of you can swim. I would save him first, and then have him assist in rescuing you. Zhang Mingqing's reasoning remained impressively coherent and logical. All right, what if I couldn't swim? But Jiang Ning could? If we both fell into the water, who would you save first? Qin Xiu nearly had the words, "choose me" written on her face. While others answered based on the questions posed, she cleverly crafted questions from the answers given. At this moment, the nature of the question had transformed. Jealousy distorted her perception. This question is unreasonable. Since Jiang Ning can swim, he doesn't require my assistance. And he could even save you, Zhang Mingqing mused, her intelligence uncovering the flaw in the question. He cannot save me nor himself. You must choose between us. Qin Xiu amended the rules of the query. I choose to save Jiang Ning first, Zhang Mingqing contemplated before responding. If someone who can swim needs rescuing, it must indicate a serious situation, right? Qin Xiu exclaimed. All right then, let us disregard those who cannot swim and save one who can. Am I the fool here? Feeling somewhat unwell, she declared. I shall take my leave. Now, the answer was glaringly evident. You like Jiang Ning, and your affections for him far surpass those for me. Qin Xiu pouted. Feeling a sense of neglect, Zhang Mingqing hurriedly reassured her. This is merely a test question and does not imply that our bond has weakened. I refuse to listen. You prioritize love over friendship. I have seen through your intentions. Qin Xiu covered her ears. Zhang Mingqing quietly confessed. I invited him over for dinner today, and it seems my parents quite like him. You've already introduced him to your parents? Let us hear all about that encounter. Wait a moment. I shall fetch some sunflower seeds and peanuts. When it comes to indulging in snacks, Qin Xiu is quite the connoisseur, immediately appearing on screen with an abundance of treats. She savors the sunflower seeds while fixating her gaze on Zhang Mingqing, urging, Dear Zhang, do share your story. Zhang Mingqing pours herself a glass of water, takes a sip, and begins recounting the events of the day. Initially, Jiang Ning arrived at her home burdened with numerous items, accompanying them to inspect their new residence, which led to a late dinner, ultimately resulting in him staying the night. It is now apparent that neither your sister nor your parents harbor any aversion towards Jiang Ning. The remaining question lies with you. With me? She ponders. Indeed, will you accept Jiang Ning's affections? As a sister, I earnestly advise you to grant him a chance. After all, he is the sole gentleman who has captured your heart in over 20 years, is he not? The sincerity of one is compelling. Yet the sincerity of two is irresistible. Since you both share mutual feelings, why not explore this possibility? Dear, do you recall the words I previously shared with you? When love comes knocking, I hope you muster the courage to embrace it. Qin Xiu transforms into a relationship guru, speaking with earnestness. As a devoted friend, she genuinely wishes for Zhang Mingqing's happiness. In truth, Zhang Mingqing had already made her decision in her heart, though she had lacked the conviction until now. After heeding Qin Xiu's counsel, she finds her heart liberated from any doubts. I understand, my dear. Following a day of rest, the first-year students at Xingming High School officially commenced their classes. The curriculum for Class 16 this morning comprises 2 mathematics lessons, 1 English lesson, and 1 chemistry lesson. The mathematics teacher, an elderly gentleman nearing retirement, dons a striped shirt paired with white trousers and leather sandals. Though not particularly tall, he exudes vitality, his voice resonant and authoritative. Upon ascending the podium, the first words from the mathematics teacher are, Class, our progress has significantly lagged. Despite it being merely the first day of formal instruction, there is a palpable sense of urgency, as if time is of the essence. Such is the pace of the elite class, where a single lesson must encompass the content of 3 in a standard class. Fortunately, Jiang Wan had pre-studied the material, allowing her to effortlessly follow the teacher's train of thought. She even finds leisure to twirl her ballpoint pen, daydreaming while gazing out at the birds outside the window. In contrast, Zhang Jinqing, seated beside her, is entirely focused on the blackboard, diligently taking notes. Unlike Jiang Wan, who possesses a gift for understanding concepts at a glance, Zhang Jinqing embodies the spirit of hard work, earning her grades through relentless study. Even during the break, Zhang Jinqing remains seated, engrossed in reviewing the previous lesson's key points. Typically boisterous, Jiang Wan also chooses this moment to maintain silence, refraining from disturbing her classmates' concentration. I wonder what my brother is up to at this moment. Jiang Wan twirls her pen, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. Surely he hasn't succumbed to slumber still? Chapter 38. The desire to share is the pinnacle of romance. Meanwhile, on Jiang Ning's side, when he finally opens his eyes, it is already past 9 in the morning. Last night, he was engrossed in typing on his phone until nearly 2 in the morning, thus indulging in a leisurely sleep in the following morning. Indeed, not having to rise early to send his sister off to school was quite delightful. Regrettably, he was not lounging at home, leaving him unable to drift back into slumber. Jiang Ning picked up his phone from the bedside and noticed several messages awaiting his attention. Zhang Mengqing wrote, "The toothpaste and toothbrush are behind the mirror at the washstand. Just open it to see. I've placed your breakfast on the windowsill, so remember to eat it once you wake up. I'll take my sister to her classroom first." The chat concluded with a photograph showing Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinxing walking hand in hand through the campus, with the young teacher personally accompanying his sisters to school. Jiang Ning felt a sense of reassurance. He swiftly got out of bed, donned his shoes, and stepped outside. Indeed, a breakfast of steamed buns had been left on the windowsill, still emanating a hint of warmth. He carried the food back into his room and then located the toothpaste and toothbrush at the washstand. It seemed Zhang Mengqing seldom utilized the small bathroom, as there were hardly any traces of her presence. Even the toothpaste remained unopened. Jiang Ning wet his toothbrush, squeezed out some toothpaste, and began brushing his teeth while continuing to check his messages. Wang Jiao messaged, "Senior, are you coming to pick up the cat today? Your little tyrant is bullying the other kittens again." Watching the video of Jiao Yu asserting dominance over the other kittens stirred a pang of guilt within Jiang Ning. He quickly typed a reply, "I apologize. I'll come by this afternoon to pick up the cat." Wang Jiao responded, "All right." Returning to the chat interface, Jiang Ning noticed that his father had called him at 8 o'clock. However, he had been in deep slumber and missed the call. In Jiang Ning's recollection, his father rarely called or even texted him. He typically reached out only when there was something important to discuss. With this thought, Jiang Ning promptly returned the call. "Dad, what can I do for you?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Xiao Ning, your mother and I are taking the bus back this afternoon. We should arrive in Xiangnan around 5 or 6. Please meet us at the bus station." His parents would be returning to their hometown for over a week. Yet, Jiang Ning refrained from inquiring further about their intentions. It seemed the matter was nearly concluded. "All right," Jiang Ning readily assented. "Xiaowan must have started her classes by now. How is she adjusting to the pace of high school?" His father inquired about Jiang Wan's academic situation. "It's the first day of classes. It's too soon to tell," Jiang Ning replied. "Besides, my opinion doesn't hold much weight. It's better to wait until you both return this evening and let her report to you in person. Indeed, we shall discuss it upon our reunion tonight." After exchanging a few casual remarks, the father and son concluded their call. Jiang Ning sat at his desk enjoying the steamed buns while sending a message to Zhang Mengqing. "Teacher Zhang, are you free this afternoon? I plan to go to the veterinary clinic to retrieve Jiao Yu." Zhang Mengqing promptly replied, "Sure, I'll accompany you." Jiang Ning inquired, "Where shall we meet?" Zhang Mengqing, "At the school gate, our first meeting place. Do you remember?" Jiang Ning, "Of course, I remember. That afternoon, we went to buy watermelon together." Zhang Mengqing, "Yes. See you at noon then." Jiang Ning, "See you at noon." Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the midday dismissal. High school students clad in their star-bright uniforms gradually exited the campus, either heading to nearby restaurants for a meal or catching buses to return home. The air-conditioned milk tea shops were also favored haunts. Naturally, some rushed off in a frenzy, eager to secure 2 computers at the internet CAF. They insisted on sitting together, for otherwise, it would disrupt their collaboration later. In short, whenever the school bell rang, the vicinity would buzz with activity. Jiang Ning had already parked his car beneath a shady tree and switched on the air conditioning, ensuring that Zhang Mengqing would be comfortably cool upon her arrival. Before long, Jiang Ning spotted a tall figure wielding a sunshade, navigating through the sea of people towards him. Today, Zhang Mengqing donned a light beige short-sleeve shirt paired with pale blue jeans, creating an ensemble that accentuated her slender figure and long legs. With her fair complexion and beauty, complemented by her fashionable attire, she turned heads as she strolled down the street. "Where are you headed, beautiful? I can give you a ride." "Hey, gorgeous, need a lift? You're so stunning. I'll offer you a special price." The drivers lurking under the tree immediately converged upon Zhang Mengqing as she exited the school. After all, in their line of work, one must actively solicit passengers, or else only the wind would be their company. "Thank you, but no," Zhang Mengqing politely declined, gracefully evading their advances with light-footed steps. Jiang Ning emerged from the car, waving to Zhang Mengqing across the street. Hey, beautiful, need a taxi? The fare is absolutely reasonable. The drivers collectively fixed their gaze on Jiang Ning, astonished that this young man would dare to encroach upon their territory. Yet, considering someone of Zhang Mengqing's remarkable charm, if she refused their vehicles, she likely would not be interested in Jiang Ning's modest 10,000 yuan domestic car either. To their surprise, Zhang Mengqing smiled and nodded, sure. Under the watchful eyes of the drivers, she took the passenger seat in Jiang Ning's car, which then sped away. How could my 200,000 yuan electric vehicle be outshone by a 10,000 yuan domestic car? Where did I go wrong? It's simple. Domestic cars have improved tremendously. You should consider upgrading yours. Jiang Ning, these bear-shaped cookies were made by my colleague, and I think they're delightful. I brought some for you to try. Zhang Mengqing, settling into the passenger seat, immediately shared the snacks from her pocket with Jiang Ning. While such bear-shaped cookies were commonplace and not a rarity, she simply wished to share them with him. Zhang Mengqing recalled a line she had read in a book. The desire to share is the highest form of romance. She yearned to share all that she experienced, heard, and tasted with Jiang Ning. Really? The delightful bear-shaped cookies, specially brought over by teacher Xiao Zhang, certainly deserve a thorough tasting, remarked Jiang Ning as he received the cookies with enthusiasm. These cookies were baked to perfection, crisp and crunchy, reminiscent of potato chips, producing a delightful crackling sound with each bite. He nodded in approval, stating, "It is evident that your colleague possesses considerable culinary skills. These bear-shaped cookies are quite delectable and perfect for breakfast. Do you enjoy them? I can make some for you during the holidays," Zhang Mengqing said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with captivating light. "You can bake cookies?" Jiang Ning inquired curiously. "Not yet, but I am willing to learn." Chapter 39. Humans refer to this as dopamine. As Jiang Ning escorted Zhang Mengqing to the pet hospital, it coincided perfectly with lunchtime. Wang Jiao was seated at the front desk, relishing a pig trotter rice dish. Upon noticing the entrance of Jiang Ning and his companion, he greeted them warmly. "Senior, Teacher Zhang, have you eaten? Would you care to join me for a meal?" If Jiang Ning had come alone, he would have undoubtedly indulged in a hearty feast with Wang Jiao. However, considering the presence of Teacher Zhang, he opted against subjecting her to a casual fast food meal. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. "You go ahead. We've just had some bear-shaped cookies and are not hungry yet." "Oh, I see." Wang Jiao nodded, somewhat perplexed. What kind of cookies can substitute for a proper meal? I wouldn't dare to ask. "Dr. Wang, may I inquire where Jiyue is?" Zhang Mengqing then posed her most pressing question. Wang Jiao gestured with his chin, indicating, "In that room at the back. You'll see it as you approach." The room where Jiyue was located contained 8 cages, each housing a little kitten. However, Jiyue had somehow managed to open its cage and was now exploring freely, inspecting its surroundings as if on a territory patrol, while the other kittens lounged inside their cages, dozing off without a care. Jiyue felt the need to assert its presence by playfully swatting at them as it passed by, eliciting cries of distress from the others. "Jiyue," Zhang Mengqing softly called as she crouched down. The once unruly Jiyue paused at the sound of her voice, its ears perking up. Upon recognizing the speaker as Zhang Mengqing, it immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, meowing in a seemingly harmless manner, a stark contrast to its earlier fierce persona. "Ah, it is not intentional, I assure you," Jiang Ning commented, reflecting on Jiyue's behavior. Having been a stray, it exhibits strong territorial instincts and aggression towards its kind. After all, the law of survival in the wild is one of the strong preying on the weak. If one does not assert themselves, they risk having their food stolen or worse, starving. Zhang Mengqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Ning's perspective. In September, the little cat displayed a fierce demeanor towards other kittens, yet remained remarkably gentle in the presence of humans. No matter how one stroked it, it would not exhibit any signs of annoyance, merely gazing up with an expression of mild grievance. Zhang Mengqing gently opened the door and stepped inside, cradling the kitten in her arms and tenderly caressing it. After a week of recuperation, September's spirits had noticeably improved, its fur becoming smooth and lustrous, a testament to the attentive care provided by the veterinary clinic. "Dr. Wang, we truly appreciate your hard work during this time. Please let me know the total medical expenses incurred for September, and I shall transfer the amount to you now." With one hand holding the cat, Zhang Mengqing retrieved her phone from her pocket, preparing to make the payment. "Teacher Zhang, there's no need for that. Senior has already settled September's medical fees," Wang Jiao replied, shaking his head. Settled? Zhang Mingqing blinked, turning to Jiang Ning beside her. I am the one responsible for September's treatment. How could I allow you to foot the bill? Suddenly, she became alert. Are you trying to steal my daughter? Looking into Zhang Mingqing's bright, clear eyes, Jiang Ning was tempted to suggest that they could raise this daughter together. However, the words remained unspoken, as the timing felt premature. Their relationship had not yet matured to that level, and voicing such a thought would seem too forward. Rest assured, September is your daughter, and no one can take her away, Jiang Ning reassured her. Earlier, when you won the concert tickets, did you not decline my offer to pay? Thus, it is only reasonable for me to assist with the medical expenses, wouldn't you agree? His intent was clear. The financial contribution could be shared, with no need for strict delineation. Very well, September, let us express our gratitude to Boss Jiang, Zhang Mingqing said, directing her words to the kitten in her embrace. It was the first time she referred to Jiang Ning as Boss Jiang, her tone imbued with affection and playfulness. Let me see what else we need to purchase from the pet hospital, she continued, operating her phone with one hand. In preparation for cat ownership, she had meticulously crafted an extensive guide and noted every necessary item in her memo. Cat food, scratching post, cat toy, litter box, cat litter, she murmured softly. Jiang Ning promptly interrupted her. No need to check. I have already prepared a beginner's cat care package for you. Earlier that morning, after waking, he had driven back home to feed his own cat, subsequently loading his car with items he anticipated Zhang Mingqing would need. Yesterday, the trunk was filled to the brim with gifts for her parents. Today, it brimmed with gifts for her pet. When pursuing a woman, one must first win over her close friends and even her beloved pets, a strategy Jiang Ning had come to understand well. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the residential area of Xingming Middle School. Jiang Ning, would you like to come in for a glass of water? Zhang Mingqing extended the invitation. Though Jiang Ning was inclined to accept, he hesitated, concerned about encountering Zhang Mingqing's parents, which could create an awkward situation. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Perhaps not. I'm not that thirsty. Sensing his apprehension, Zhang Mingqing added reassuringly, my parents are not at home. However, let us return to the matter at hand. The temperature today is excessively high. If one does not replenish fluids promptly, the risk of heat stroke becomes quite troublesome. Thus, I shall ascend and have a glass of water, Jiang Ning stated earnestly. In the midst of his speech, he retrieved a novice-esque gift package from the trunk and, with determined strides, carried it upstairs. Zhang Mingqing, gently cradling a kitten, trailed behind him, urging him to slow down, just a little. Although the Zhang family resides on the third floor, the staircase was stifling and hot, lacking any semblance of ventilation. Coupled with the burden of carrying a heavy load during the midday heat, Jiang Ning was soon drenched in perspiration. Jiang Ning, might you consider pausing for a moment to rest? Zhang Mingqing instinctively offered him a wet wipe from her pocket, only to realize that Jiang Ning's hands were fully occupied. Yet, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, threatening to invade his eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she took the wet wipe and gently wiped away the sweat from his brow. Faced with this unexpected kindness, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, then promptly halted his steps, cooperating with Zhang Mingqing's delicate ministrations. It was the first time a girl had ever helped him wipe away sweat, and an indescribable warmth spread within him. Although Jiang Ning had no candy in his mouth, he could distinctly taste sweetness at that moment. All the toil and heat dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Similarly, it was Zhang Mingqing's first experience aiding a boy in such a manner. She had not thought much of it at the time. She simply felt that Jiang Ning appeared uncomfortable, prompting her to extend the wet wipe. In that instant, she sensed her heart racing, nearly leaping into her throat. Yet she feigned nonchalance. Ms. Zhang's gaze lowered, colliding perfectly with Jiang Ning's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. San Mao once said that affection cannot be concealed. Even if one covers their mouth, it will escape through their eyes. Zhang Mingqing now truly comprehended the essence of this statement. Done, she exclaimed, snapping back to reality as she quickly averted her gaze. A blush crept across her cheeks, even tinting her fair, elongated neck with a hint of pink. Thank you, I feel much better, Jiang Ning replied softly. Indeed, it must be said that sweat on the forehead is both uncomfortable and obstructive to vision. After being wiped away, he felt considerably refreshed. Zhang Mingqing, now too shy to meet Jiang Ning's gaze, looked down at the kitten in her arms and said, You're welcome. Mew mew mew. September tilted its head. Its small eyes filled with confusion. It attempted to grasp Zhang Mengqing's words, but failed to comprehend. September could not fathom the complexities of human situations, as it was merely a kitten. However, it sensed a change in its owner's aura, a newfound pleasant and sweet fragrance, something humans refer to as dopamine. Chapter 40. Affection cannot be concealed. Following the house inspection incident yesterday, Zhang Mengqing's mother deemed it essential to procure a specialized set of home inspection tools. Consequently, the couple ventured out to shop after their midday meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinqing remained in the classroom, engrossed in her studies. Thus, the Zhang household was devoid of occupants. Enveloped in silence. Snap! Zhang Mengqing gently retrieved her key and unlocked the door, ushering Jiang Ning inside. Meow. September, now back on the ground, softly mewed, raising its little head to curiously survey its new surroundings. From this day forth, this would be its new abode. For a kitten, particularly one that has roamed the streets, the size of the home matters little. As long as it provides shelter from the elements and a meal to sustain, such a life is already a great blessing. Jiang Ning, please take a seat. I shall fetch some water, Zhang Mengqing said, activating the living room fan before retreating into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she emerged bearing a glass of water and a plate of freshly sliced watermelon. Jiang Ning noticed a distinct dividing line in the watermelon and inquired with curiosity, Teacher Zhang, aren't these all watermelons? Why separate them with such a clear boundary? Because I have set aside the sweetest part of the watermelon for you, Zhang Mengqing replied. The most delectable portion of a watermelon lies in its heart, and she had intentionally reserved that for Jiang Ning. This was her nature. Once she felt a flutter of affection, she would wholeheartedly care for that person. Contemporary watermelons are indeed sweet enough that such distinctions are unnecessary. Jiang Ning picked up a toothpick, mischievously rearranging the neatly arranged slices of watermelon. He then skewered a piece and offered it to Zhang Mengqing, saying, Teacher Zhang, you've worked hard to cut the watermelon, so you should have the first bite. Delicious. Zhang Mengqing, no longer hesitant, accepted the watermelon from Jiang Ning's hand. You should try it too. It's exceptionally sweet. Then I shan't be polite. The two settled onto the sofa, enjoying the refreshing breeze from the fan while savoring the watermelon, making the heat feel less oppressive. Jiang Ning, do you know how to repair computers? At that moment, Zhang Mengqing seemed to recall something and asked abruptly, My computer has been lagging recently, and I cannot figure out why. I can take a look for you. Though Jiang Ning was not a professional computer technician, he certainly had enough skill to assist a girl in need. Zhang Mengqing's desktop computer was in her bedroom, and Jiang Ning followed her into the room. Frankly, this was his first time entering a girl's room, apart from his sister's. Zhang Mengqing's room was quite minimalist, furnished with a bed, a bookshelf, and a desk by the window. Compared to Jiang Ning's chaotic space, resembling a dog's den, her room was impeccably organized. The bedding was meticulously arranged like in a hotel, and the books on the shelf were categorized by author and color. On her desk sat a pink keyboard, accompanied by a pot of crystalline succulent. Jiang Ning approached the desk, pulled out an ergonomic chair, and sat down, while Zhang Mengqing brought over another chair to sit closely beside him. Upon starting the computer, Jiang Ning observed 3 antivirus programs, 3 monitoring tools, and 4 input methods cluttering the desktop. He seemed to have pinpointed the cause of the lag. Jiang Ning began by uninstalling the unnecessary software, clearing out junk files, and partitioning the disk. In short, he employed every method he could think of to enhance the computer's performance. After completing these tasks, he rebooted the computer, and it was evident that its operation had become considerably smoother. Both the booting speed and the fluidity of web browsing have seen a significant enhancement. Remarkable. Now, it functions seamlessly, Zhang Mengqing exclaimed. Teacher Xiaozhang, do you play games often? Jiang Ning inquired. Zhang Mengqing's desktop computer, somewhat outdated, was at least 5 years old, which meant it struggled to keep pace with current versions. He pondered whether he should assist in upgrading Zhang Mengqing's computer with an additional memory stick and a new 4060 graphics card. If Zhang Mengqing was indeed a gamer, such upgrades would be necessary. I play occasionally, just now and then, Zhang Mengqing replied. Jiang Ning asked further, what do you play? If it were major titles, it was clear that Zhang Mengqing's computer would not be able to handle them, and a configuration change would be imperative. Little crocodile loves bathing. Let me show you, Zhang Mengqing exclaimed, deftly taking the mouse from Jiang Ning and navigating to 4399. As Jiang Ning gazed at the web-based games on the screen, he felt a sense of relief. His concerns seemed somewhat unwarranted. The current web game Zhang Mengqing was playing indicated that her computer could last another 3 to 5 years without issue. Zhang Ning, do you know how to play this game? Zhang Mengqing pointed at little crocodile loves bathing on the computer. Zhang Ning mused that he had completed this game back in elementary school. Yet, he shook his head and replied, I don't know how to play. Then I'll teach you. Zhang Mengqing appeared eager, delighted to share the game with Zhang Ning. All right, I shall be a student of teacher Xiao Zhang today. Zhang Ning agreed with a nod. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Shanhe, Suyun, Mengqing, Jinxing, is anyone home? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Mengqing immediately rose from her chair. My grandparents have arrived. Your grandparents? Zhang Ning was taken aback. Zhang Mengqing affirmed, they usually live in the countryside, raising chickens and growing vegetables, and they occasionally bring fresh produce for us. In that case, you should stay in the room and not go out. Huh? Zhang Ning was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? He had intended to come up for a glass of water and to foster a connection with teacher Xiao Zhang. Yet now he found himself in a confusing situation, needing to hide in the room. I'm not quite sure how to explain this to you right now, but I'm doing this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Observing Zhang Mengqing's anxious expression, Zhang Ning began to sense that the situation was precarious. All right. Chapter 41. My surname is Jiang. The neighboring old Jiang. The knocking continued incessantly outside, as Zhang Mengqing swiftly exited the room to open the door. Grandpa, Grandma, I didn't hear you knocking from my room. I apologize. It's all right. We thought no one was home, and we're just about to call your father. Oh my. There's a little cat in the house. Yes, its name is September. What a charming little creature. Can it perform congratulations and prosperity? In an instant, the house was filled with the sounds of meowing, though none of it came from the kitten. Zhang Ning remained in the bedroom, faintly hearing the conversation between Zhang Mengqing and her grandparents in the living room. He swiftly muted his phone, fearing that any unexpected noise might lead to his downfall. It was best to remain cautious. Zhang Ning thought to himself that his grandparents had arrived at the most inconvenient time. Had they come a little earlier or later, he wouldn't be forced to hide. Mengqing, as we passed a clothing mall while entering the city with your grandfather, I saw many lovely dresses. Came the voice of the elderly lady from outside. I believe you and your sister would look splendid in them, so I bought each of you one. Now, you should go and fetch it from the room. The sound of her footsteps grew nearer, and Zhang Ning's heart raced in response. Indeed, one could not conceal affection. Even while hiding in the bedroom, he could be found. What should he do now? Wait awkwardly in the chair for his grandmother to open the door, their eyes meeting in an uncomfortable gaze, or perhaps find a place to hide. But where could he possibly conceal himself? Behind the curtains? Inside the wardrobe? Outside the window? That would make him no different from the neighbor, old Jiang. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. At that critical moment, Zhang Mengqing timely intervened. Grandma, let me handle it myself. I'm not sure how long those clothes have been hanging in the mall. It's best to wash them before bringing them into the bedroom. All right, do as you see fit. Her grandmother's voice faded into the distance, and Zhang Ning exhaled in relief. He quickly took out his phone and messaged Zhang Mengqing. What should we do next? Just as he sent the message, he heard the distinctive sound of a notification from the living room. It was the special alert for messages from someone significant. Zhang Ning paused for a moment. Had Xiao Zhang set him as someone particularly important? Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Although he could only hide in the room, he now understood Zhang Mengqing's feelings towards him. He mused that the timing of his grandparents' visit was impeccable. Had it been any earlier or later, it wouldn't have had the same effect. Later, I will take Grandma and Grandpa out shopping, and once we are far enough away, you can come downstairs. Zhang Mengqing replied. All right, Zhang Ning responded. About 20 minutes later, he heard the door close, indicating someone had left. Yet, he did not rush out of the room. Instead, he peered through the window to observe the situation below. Soon enough, he spotted Zhang Mengqing, accompanied by a pair of stooped elderly figures, her grandparents, no doubt. Seeing this, Zhang Ning finally felt at ease and stepped out of Zhang Mengqing's bedroom. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Mengqing, I've gone out with Grandma and Grandpa. You can come out now. I left some watermelon for you in the kitchen. Take it with you on the way. Zhang Ning hurried to the kitchen, where neatly cut watermelon awaited him on the quartz countertop. Zhang Mengqing had prepared fruit for her grandparents and made sure to set aside a portion for him. I see it. I'll take it all, he replied. Mengqing, all right, drive safely. You too. Take care of Grandma and Grandpa, and return early. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Ning arrived at the passenger bus station. Today marked the return of his parents, and in addition to preparing a sumptuous feast, he also needed to drive to pick them up. According to old Zhang's estimate over the phone, the couple would arrive at the station in about 10 minutes. Thus, Jiang Ning stood at the entrance, ready to lend a hand should his parents have a considerable amount of luggage. Before long, 2 buses slowly pulled into the station, one after the other. As soon as the drivers parked, a swarm of ride-hailing drivers rushed over to solicit passengers. Is anyone headed to the city center? Only 10 yuan each. Anyone looking to share a ride to the train station? Jiang Ning joined the throng of drivers, but rather than seeking fares, he awaited the arrival of his parents. One by one, passengers disembarked, and it wasn't long before Jiang Ning spotted his parents. They had indeed brought back a significant quantity of items from their trip to the countryside, especially old Jiang, who struggled to carry 2 large burlap bags. Though the contents remained a mystery, it was evident that they were quite heavy, as old Jiang appeared strained under the weight. Let me help you with that, Jiang Ning offered, stepping forward to take the burden from his father. No, we don't need a taxi. Thank you, young man. Old Jiang replied without even glancing at Jiang Ning, his demeanor defensive, as if he feared this ride-hailing driver might forcibly take his belongings and usher him into a vehicle. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had envisioned numerous scenarios of reuniting with his father, but never had he anticipated that old Jiang would fail to recognize him. While old Jiang bore a semblance of a father, it was only slight. Seeing this exchange, his mother chuckled in disbelief. Jiang Xiangjuan, you cannot even recognize our own son? My son. Jiang Xiangjuan paused, and with his wife's nudge, finally noticed Jiang Ning beside him. Xiao Ning, so it's you. When did you become a ride-hailing driver? Isn't that a tough job? Jiang Ning had witnessed families at odds, but this was his first encounter with a family that seemed unfamiliar with one another. Chapter 42. Homemade, low-alcohol content dad. What on earth is in those bags? They are so heavy. Jiang Ning struggled to lift the 2 burlap sacks into the trunk. Winter melon, pumpkin, watermelon, Jiang Xiangjuan counted on his fingers. These were all personally grown by your grandmother. Purely organic, no additives. We brought them back for you to enjoy since you can't find these in the city. Thus, the weight of the sacks became clear. They were filled with fruits and vegetables. Mom and Dad, please have some water. You must be parched from the journey. Jiang Ning took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the car and handed them to his parents, quenching his own thirst with a bottle as well. Drink slowly. Don't gulp it down like someone is trying to snatch it from you. His mother, Su Yujin, disapproved of Jiang Ning's habits as the family had just reunited, and she swiftly fell into her familiar role of admonishing him. Turning to old Jiang, she added, Jiang Xiangjuan, why are you just standing there? Don't you have anything to say about our son's bad habits? Glug, glug, glug. Old Jiang downed an entire bottle of mineral water in one go. Jiang Ning's mother remarked, no wonder it is said that like father, like son. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The younger ones rushed to quench their thirst, most likely emulating the older ones. Forget it. Let it be destroyed. She can neither control nor is she inclined to manage it. Su Yujin now only hopes Jiang Ning will find a partner soon, so that the partner can take charge of him. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they prepared to set off. Jiang Ning tossed the mineral water bottle into the trash can and then took out his car keys to unlock the door. He parked the vehicle in a shaded area, away from the sun, ensuring the interior would not become stifling. Upon opening the door, he could simply step in. He drove cautiously, aware that it was rush hour with heavy traffic. Jiang Xiangjuan, seated in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt. Ordinarily, Jiang Xiangjuan would be the one driving home. But after a day spent on a long bus ride, he felt utterly exhausted and reluctant to move. Thus, the responsibility of driving fell upon Jiang Ning's shoulders. Meanwhile, their mother sat in the back, carrying several small bags, but as soon as she settled into her seat, she immediately noticed a long hair on the car mat. The hair was certainly not hers, nor was it Jiang Wan's, as both mother and daughter sported shoulder-length bobs. This indicated that the owner of the long hair must be someone else. Su Yujin straightened the hair and curiously inquired, Jiang Ning, what is the story behind this hair? Oh, there's long hair in the passenger seat too. It seems there's a discovery on old Jiang's side as well. These 2 strands must belong to the same person, right? At that moment, Jiang Ning was deeply focused on driving, making it difficult for him to divert his attention to answer her question. Son, are you in a relationship? Su Yujin posed a profound inquiry. Jiang Xiangjuan, who had been reclining comfortably, straightened up at this question. If we're discussing this, I might just perk up. It appeared that the appetite for gossip was not limited to internet-addicted teenagers like Qin Xiao, but also extended to middle-aged couples. The traffic light ahead turned red, and Jiang Ning gently tapped the brake, allowing the car to decelerate and come to a stop just behind the crosswalk. Once the vehicle was securely halted, he explained the situation. There is a girl I connect with well. I believe we both have mutual feelings. Jiang Ning used the word should because he was not entirely sure. After all, life is rife with three major illusions. No one is in the grass. I can turn the tables, and she likes me. Jiang Ning preferred to leave room for uncertainty, a hallmark of his character. Initially, he had intended to inform his family about teacher Xiaozhang only once their relationship was formally established. However, the two strands of hair had completely disrupted his plans. Given the circumstances, he could only disclose to his parents that there were mutual feelings. That's fine. Mutual feelings are all that matters, Su Yujin said, her face brightening with joy. As a young man, you must take the initiative and invite her out more often. Spend what you need to. Don't be stingy, understood? As she spoke, she took out her phone and began to operate it with haste. I'll transfer you 20,000 yuan as your dating fund, if that's insufficient. Let me know. Aim to bring a girl home for the new year by the end of this year. Jiang Ning was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden influx of 2,000 yuan into his account without understanding how it had come to pass. In this world, there is nothing quite like a mother's love. A child with a mother is akin to a treasure. I express my gratitude to you, for you have brought warmth to all seasons. My dear wife, it is rare to see you so generous. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Xiangjuan sighed. That is indeed 20,000 yuan in pocket money. The word envy has been uttered to the point of exhaustion. Are you implying that I am usually stingy? Song Yujin's voice dropped several degrees. Old Jiang shook his head, filled with a desire for self-preservation. That is not what I meant. I simply think you are incredibly impressive. Able to part with 20,000 yuan so effortlessly, while I could never bring myself to do so. I too find it difficult to part with money. But it is not my own that is being spent, which eases my conscience a little, Song Yujin replied nonchalantly. Jiang Xiangjuan was taken aback, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. If Song Yujin was not spending her own money, then she must be spending. Old Jiang as parents. We must unconditionally support our son in his pursuit of love, right? Therefore, I took the liberty of allocating 20,000 yuan for our son's romantic endeavors. Jiang Ning, do not forget to thank your father. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Xiangjuan suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It was one thing to observe from the sidelines, but quite another to be embroiled in the situation himself. After a while, he turned to his son, Jiang Ning, and said, You little rascal, you must accompany me for a couple of drinks tonight. Jiang Ning remained silent, glancing at his mother in the back seat. He was apprehensive that his mother might reprimand the both of them. Thus he refrained from expressing his agreement too hastily. Song Yujin observed the sorrowful and frustrated visage of Jiang Xiangjuan. Your father is aware that your love life is blossoming. He is genuinely happy for you. It is perfectly fine for you to join him for a couple of healthful drinks. By the time Jiang Ning drove them home, it was already 7 in the evening. Fortunately, he had prepared the ingredients in advance and swiftly presented a steaming meal on the table. 3 dishes and a soup, simple yet satisfying. Observing Jiang Ning's culinary skills flourish to the point where he could manage on his own, Jiang Xiangjuan and his wife felt a sense of pride. Old Jiang had also adjusted his mindset. If 20,000 yuan could bring Jiang Ning closer to the girl he fancied, then it was indeed a worthy investment. After all, what do parents toil for throughout their lives if not for their children? Having come to this realization, Jiang Xiangjuan retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet along with 2 disposable cups. Like Zhang Shanhe, old Jiang enjoyed a drink now and then, though his choice was not Maotai, but rather homemade rice wine. He poured himself a glass, then filled one for Jiang Ning as well. Take it easy. Don't get drunk, reminded Song Yujin from the side. Jiang Xiangjuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, this wine is mild, akin to a beverage one can drink casually. Jiang Ning raised his glass and took a sip. It was smooth on the palate, with a hint of sweetness, indeed low in alcohol content. However, as he progressed through his drink, he began to feel a shift. The wine had a potent after-effect that hit him unexpectedly, making his head feel heavy and drowsy. He left the table without clearing the dishes, bidding his parents farewell before retreating to his room. Just as he removed his shoes and lay on the cool mat, his phone on the bedside table lit up with a video call from Zhang Ming. Jiang Ning reached out to answer, and on the other side, a curious little face. resembling that of a kitten, was gazing intently at the screen. It appears I have indulged a bit too much, as I see September calling me via video. Jiang Ning chuckled self-deprecatingly. Moments later, in the video, September dashed away, revealing the true face of Zhang Mengqing lurking behind. Initially, Zhang Mengqing wore a smile, but upon noticing Jiang Ning's condition, she immediately grew concerned. Jiang Ning, how much have you had to drink? Your face is all flushed. Not much. Jiang Ning shook his head. What does not much mean? Zhang Mengqing pressed. Jiang Ning slowly raised a finger. 1 drink? Zhang Mengqing inquired. 1 hour, Jiang Ning replied. Chapter 43. The breezy little cotton jacket Zhang Mengqing didn't drink, so she had no concept of what 1 drink over an hour meant. But she recognized that Jiang Ning was not in a good state. Even through the phone screen, the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him was palpable. You. Zhang Mengqing hesitated, initially wanting to share many thoughts with Jiang Ning. However, seeing him so intoxicated and red-faced, she realized it was not the right moment for such discussions. She advised him to rest well and hurriedly ended the call. As Jiang Ning gazed at the dimming phone screen, he fell into contemplation, resolving to avoid alcohol in the future. Not only was drinking harmful to his health, but more importantly, he sensed sadness and discontent in Zhang Mengqing's tone. I'm sorry. He mused for a moment before sending her a message. Ding dong. Zhang Mengqing promptly replied. Next time you drink too much, I'll give you a beating. Accompanying her words was a playful meme of one kitten playfully striking another, with the caption here, "SA punch for you," projecting an adorably fierce demeanor. All right. I won't drink too much again, Jiang Ning assured her repeatedly. He then placed his phone back on the bedside table and began to rest his eyes. The room was enveloped in silence, with the waning sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, casting a quiet glow across the desk, while only the floor fan hummed softly. After about an hour, Jiang Ning's phone rang again. Jiang Ning, I'm outside your community. Is it convenient for you to come out? Zhang Mengqing's voice came through the line. You're outside my community? Jiang Ning sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping, instantly sobering up. Zhang Mengqing, as the homeroom teacher, naturally knew the addresses of her students' families, which was not surprising. What truly astonished Jiang Ning was that Ms. Zhang had taken the initiative to come to his home. Yes, I made you some hangover soup. Drink it before you sleep. And you want to feel awful when you wake up tomorrow, Zhang Mengqing added. Jiang Ning then understood that she had hastily ended the call to prepare the soup for him. He quickly slipped on his shoes and exited the bedroom. Find a place to sit for a moment. I'll be right down. As he passed through the living room, Jiang Ning instinctively glanced at his parents on the sofa. Old Jiang was fast asleep, snoring loudly despite his constant complaints of insomnia. Meanwhile, Song Yujin seemed oblivious to the noise, embodying the truism that the strong never complain about their surroundings. At that moment, she had a facial mask on and was engrossed in a short drama on her phone. The current market for short dramas is thriving, with many middle-aged women, even grandmothers, enjoying a couple of episodes of female-led series during their leisure time. However, they typically only pursue free content, bidding farewell as soon as they encounter paywalls. Their engagement is primarily driven by a desire for companionship. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit, Jiang Ning announced to his mother. Upon hearing this, Song Yujin paused her short drama, expressing concern. It's rather late to be going out. Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow? Observing Jiang Ning's slightly inebriated state, she felt uneasy about him venturing out. The young lady knows I've had a bit too much to drink and has kindly prepared a hangover soup, which she brought to the entrance of our community. Jiang Ning explained his necessity to leave. Then you should hurry along. Don't keep the young lady waiting. Song Yujin's demeanor shifted immediately upon learning it was a girl her son fancied, granting him her blessing to leave. After a brief pause, she added, since she made the effort to bring you the soup, you ought to show some appreciation. Invite her over for some water and watermelon. It's incredibly hot out. Jiang Ning mused that given teacher Zhang's reserved nature, the likelihood of her accepting an invitation to their home was slim, especially with his parents present. Nonetheless, he nodded at his mother. I'll ask her when we meet. Go on now. I'll put the watermelon in the fridge for you two to enjoy when you return, she said, as she slipped into the kitchen, selecting a large, ripe watermelon to chill. As Jiang Ning arrived at the entrance of the community, he found a group of elderly folks dancing, while Zhang Mengqing sat quietly on a bench, cradling a silver thermos. Teacher Zhang, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Jiang Ning said as he took a seat beside her. She shook her head. It's quite all right. Sitting here in the breeze and watching these grandparents dance is rather entertaining. In the midst of their conversation, she unscrewed the thermos and handed it to him. The hangover soup is most effective when served warm. You should drink it all. Is there really that much? Jiang Ning stared at the overflowing wine-red soup with a sense of trepidation. Finishing it in one go would indeed be a daunting task. Now you know better, Zhang Mengqing remarked, her tone tinged with discontent. Had you known this would be the outcome, perhaps you wouldn't have indulged so much. Jiang Ning began to explain, I wanted to practice my drinking capacity in advance. Just in case Uncle Zhang decides to invite me for a drink one day. I wouldn't want to be incapacitated after just one cup. His overindulgence that night was not only to console the troubled Lao Jiang, but also to hone his tolerance. Knowing that Zhang Shanhe enjoyed drinking, he believed it prudent to cater to his preferences. Who knows, perhaps one day, if he impressed Uncle Zhang enough, he might even be affectionately dubbed his son-in-law. As these thoughts lingered, Zhang Mengqing found herself momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Ning would drink so much merely to please Uncle Zhang. Was it to earn the approval of her family? Unaccustomed to drinking, she could distinctly feel her heart racing at that moment. She was uncertain about the future Jiang Ning envisioned, yet one thing was clear, she was an integral part of his plans. In truth, there was no need for her to practice her alcohol tolerance. If her father insisted on dragging her into drinking, she would safeguard him. Zhang Mengqing articulated each word with remarkable seriousness. It is often said that daughters are their father's little warm garments, yet it seemed that this little garment, worn by teacher Zhang, had some drafts. Her allegiance lay with Jiang Ning, not with old Zhang. Protect me? Jiang Ning, slightly inebriated, found it difficult to think clearly, pondering whether this constituted a form of dependence. It was no wonder so many were enamored with relationships where the woman was older, who wouldn't appreciate a gentle, nurturing sister figure. Hurry and drink your soup, it will get cold. Zhang Mengqing's voice interrupted Jiang Ning's reverie. Oh right. Jiang Ning cradled the thermos, consuming the hangover soup eagerly. The primary ingredients were ginger and honey, imparting a slight spiciness, yet overall, it was quite palatable. Thank you for the hangover soup, teacher Zhang. I feel much better now. He set down the thermos and exhaled deeply, having exerted considerable effort to finish the entire pot. His body, previously languid, now felt uncomfortably full. You should head home and rest. I must be off as well. Zhang Mengqing took the thermos from Jiang Ning, preparing to leave. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Are you leaving so soon? Would you like to come to my house for a drink or a piece of watermelon? It seemed impolite not to invite teacher Zhang, who had already reached the threshold of her home. Zhang Mengqing did not respond directly, but instead retrieved her phone to show Jiang Ning its contents. It was a voice message from 10 minutes prior, sent by Shen Siyun. My dear, it's almost 9:30. When will you be home? Don't stay out too late. Your father and I are worried about you, you know? After the messages played, Zhang Mengqing placed her phone back in her pocket. It's getting late. I think I should visit another day. Zhang Mengqing's family enforced strict rules. If she was out, she had to return home by 10 o'clock. All right. Then I'll see you home, Jiang Ning offered, understanding her predicament. Zhang Mengqing shook her head. I can take a taxi home. You should rest at home. Be obedient. She couldn't bear to see Jiang Ning, inebriated, scurrying about in the night. It's late. I'm also concerned about you taking a cab alone. Let me escort you home. Jiang Ning was resolute. Besides, my younger sister will be finishing her night classes soon. I need to pick her up. And we can go together. Typically, Jiang Ning drove to collect Jiang Wan after her evening studies. But today he was unable to drive due to his intoxication and would have to take a taxi. Fine. Unable to resist Jiang Ning's insistence, Zhang Mengqing nodded in acquiescence. At that moment, a profound warmth enveloped her heart. Perhaps it was the realization that even in his inebriated state, Jiang Ning was determined to ensure her safe return home. Was this feeling of being valued and protected what they referred to as a sense of security? Let us go, the taxi has arrived. Jiang Ning hailed a taxi by the roadside, gesturing for Zhang Mengqing to follow closely. The vehicle arrived, and Zhang Mengqing responded with an affirmative nod. Settling into the back seat alongside Jiang Ning, the taxi slowly pulled away, making its way toward Xingming High School. Zhang Mengqing rolled down the window, allowing the cool evening breeze to sweep into the car, tousling her long hair and the satin ribbon of her dress. The streetlights on either side swiftly receded, and the surrounding traffic gradually increased. The city shimmered with vibrant hues as they traversed through the enchanting summer night. Chapter 44. Happy Teacher's Day. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing arrived at the entrance of Xingming High School. By this time, Students from the first and second years had already finished their evening study sessions, and a steady stream of them was exiting the campus. "Brother, over here." At that moment, Jiang Ning heard Jiang Wan's loud call. Following the sound, he spotted Jiang Wan standing in front of a barbecue stall with a backpack slung over her shoulder, accompanied by the somewhat socially anxious Zhang Jinqing. There was no need to look further. It was evident that Jiang Wan had dragged Zhang Jinqing out for some barbecue. Little Jiang seems to be enjoying life. Indulging in a late-night snack after class, Jiang Ning teased as he approached them. "Hee, it's just barely manageable," Jiang Wan replied with a beaming smile. "You texted me to wait at the school gate, so I couldn't just stand around. There happens to be a barbecue place here, and I ordered a little bit of barbecue, which seems quite reasonable, doesn't it?" Her notion of a little bit referred to 2 overflowing baskets of skewers, with the grill already filled with those that were being cooked. "Quite reasonable indeed," Jiang Ning nodded. "But can you 2 young ladies truly finish such a quantity of barbecue?" Jiang Wan explained. "It's not just for the 2 of us. There's also a portion for you and Teacher Zhang, since I can't eat anymore. You 3 girls can share it." Jiang Ning shook his head. He had just consumed a substantial serving of hangover soup, leaving him so full that he had no appetite for anything, even barbecue, which seemed unappealing at the moment. "I won't be eating either. You 2 young ladies can take these barbecues." Like Jiang Ning, Zhang Mingqing also had no inclination towards the barbecue. It wasn't that she disliked it. Rather, she couldn't indulge. Recently, she had been monitoring her carbohydrate intake, and caloric bombs like barbecue were entirely off limits. Consuming them would undo her efforts, and she had to resist. "Hey, aren't you all eating?" Jiang Wan was taken aback, surprised that her brother and sister were so courteous. This meant that she and Zhang Jinqing would have to consume a feast meant for 4. Realizing the predicament, Jiang Wan quickly approached the barbecue stall owner to return a portion of the order. Fortunately, the stall owner was reasonable and, upon understanding the situation, agreed to refund the excess barbecue and recalculate the bill. "It totals 63 yuan. The payment code is in front," the stall owner stated. Barbecue near the school was reasonably priced, and when divided between the 2, it amounted to just over 30 yuan each. Zhang Mingqing and Jiang Ning simultaneously took out their phones, preparing to scan the payment code. "Little Teacher Zhang, let me take care of this meal. After all, it was my sister who suggested the barbecue," Jiang Ning offered. Zhang Mingqing gently shook her head and said, "Boss Jiang, it cannot always be you footing the bill. It is my turn this time." While the 2 were engaged in their debate, Zhang Jinqing quietly took out her small purse and handed 63 yuan to the proprietress. "Auntie, here is 63 yuan. Please count it." The proprietress, beaming, accepted the cash without a glance and promptly placed it in her pocket, saying, "No need to count. I trust you." The sisters, Zhang Mingqing and Zhang Jinqing, inherited their mother's beauty. The elder sister, Zhang Mingqing, exuded a gentle and approachable aura, while the younger, Zhang Jinqing, possessed a serene demeanor that gave off an impression of a well-behaved and honest child. Their classmate, Jiang Wan, called out softly. Originally, she had planned for her older brother to treat them, but to her surprise, it was Zhang Jinqing who paid the bill. How could she accept that? "Since you are treating us to barbecue today, how about I bring you breakfast for the next week?" Jiang Wan, unwilling to let Zhang Jinqing bear the cost alone, proposed to compensate her in this manner. "It's really okay." Zhang Jinqing instinctively wanted to decline. She and Jiang Wan were good friends, and treating someone to barbecue was no big deal. She never intended to exchange it for breakfast. However, before Zhang Jinqing could finish her thought, Jiang Wan interjected, "All right. If you have no objections, then it's settled." It was evident that the 2 young girls shared a strong bond. "Big brother, for the coming week, you must wake me up early. I need to bring breakfast for my classmate." On their way back, Jiang Wan chattered excitedly. She was adept at enlivening the atmosphere, ensuring that even if Jiang Ning remained silent, the conversation would not falter. "Look at you, yawning and appearing drowsy. It's clear you have no interest in my affairs." Jiang Wan pouted, expressing her discontent with a huff. "Let us talk about Teacher Zhang then. Teacher's Day is approaching. What gift do you plan to give her?" It was Teacher Zhang's first Teacher's Day, and it was essential to present a memorable gift. Wouldn't you agree? The first festival following military training was indeed Teacher's Day. Jiang Ning checked his phone to glance at the calendar. Teacher's Day fell on a Sunday, and the school would grant a half-day off. As the days progressed, their first year of high school gradually fell into a routine. Soon, it was September 10th, Teacher's Day. On this day, when the class monitor called for everyone to stand, the students would shift their greetings from good morning teacher to Happy Teacher's Day. Naturally, they would also use class funds or their own pockets to gift presents to their subject teachers. On Teacher's Day, the first class for Class 16 in the morning was Chinese, taught by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Mengqing. All units, be advised. Teacher Zhang has appeared in the corridor and is heading towards Class 16. Copy that. The props team is ready and can act at any moment. At that moment, Zhang Mengqing was blissfully unaware of the surprise that Class 16 had prepared for her. She walked into the classroom as usual and stood at the center of the podium. Class, stand up. Happy Teacher's Day. Immediately, two girls dashed to the podium to present their gifts to Zhang Mengqing. Chapter 45. Did he know that this was a love poem? The entire Class 16 presented a vibrant red banner to Zhang Mengqing as a Teacher's Day gift. Upon unfolding it, she found only a brief numerical evaluation inscribed upon it. It is widely acknowledged that in the hearts of the post-2000 generation, the number 6 represents the utmost commendation for an individual. To put it succinctly, the significance of proclaiming you are a 6 is rivaled only by the renowned phrase Feng Lang Ju Su. However, applying such praise to a female figure carries an odd connotation. Zhang Mengqing lowered her gaze to the banner, then lifted her eyes to the students. Her beautiful large eyes filled with astonishment. This was the first Teacher's Day gift she had ever received since becoming a teacher, and it was indeed unique and unforgettable. Oh no, it seems there was a mix-up. That banner was intended for the mathematics teacher. Mr. Zhang, this banner belongs to you. The girl who had presented the banner earlier was so anxious that she confused the two Teacher's Day gifts. Once she realized the error, she blushed and hurried back on stage to present the correct banner to Zhang Mengqing. Upon reopening it, she discovered the inscription, Most Beautiful Teacher. In the eyes of Class 16 and the broader community, Zhang Mengqing was undoubtedly the most beautiful teacher at Xingming High School, a true embodiment of grace and charm. Bestowing her this banner was indeed well-deserved. Zhang Mengqing lowered her head, examining the vivid and striking banner in her hands. She had not anticipated such a high regard from her class. Thank you for this Teacher's Day gift and for your acknowledgement of my efforts. Carefully, she tucked the banner away, declaring, as a token of gratitude, there will be no Chinese homework assigned today. Long live Teacher Zhang. Woohoo, let's soar. The announcement sparked a wave of excitement among the students, who erupted in cheers. Word spread quickly. Teacher Zhang said there's no homework today? What? Does that mean we won't have to do homework anymore? I propose we make Teacher Zhang the head of our grade. Who is in favor? Who is against? Zhang Mengqing stood at the podium, witnessing firsthand how rumors take flight. What she had clearly stated was that there would be no Chinese homework. Yet the message morphed into the notion that all subjects would have no homework assigned. Some even claimed that there would be no homework ever again. Had she not been present, the extent of the rumor's evolution was beyond imagination. Nonetheless, this incident revealed the students' instinctive aversion to homework. Even the high achievers were reluctant to complete it. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Mengqing tapped the podium to signal for silence. After class, I will speak to the other subject teachers on your behalf, striving to secure a day without homework for Class 16. However, before that, we must focus on this lesson. With that, she picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write prose poetry on the blackboard. Her handwriting was equally elegant and neat. A pleasure to behold. No wonder she had won accolades in calligraphy competitions. Now, let us commence our lesson. Today's text is Rain Alley. If one were to read attentively, they would discover that Rain Lane is a beautifully crafted prose poem. Zhang Mengqing embodies the essence of a compassionate elder sister and a dedicated high school teacher with professional integrity. Once she enters her teaching mode, her focus sharpens. Her entire being is devoted to the classroom. Influenced by her unwavering dedication, the students of Class 16 quickly immerse themselves in their studies. The 45 minutes pass swiftly, and as the bell signaling the end of class rings, Zhang Mengqing gathers her lesson plans and departs from the classroom. She is mindful of a prior agreement and, upon reaching the office, attempts to negotiate with her fellow teachers to forego the homework for Class 16 that day. To her delight, there is no resistance. All the subject teachers readily concur. Today marks Teacher's Day, and the school will distribute shopping vouchers to each instructor, coupled with a half-day off in the afternoon. Thus, the teachers' spirits remain high, and canceling a day's worth of assignments is but a trifling matter. Afterward, Zhang Mengqing returns to her desk. Her workspace is neat and unembellished, containing only well-organized teaching materials, a thermos, and a potted plant. As she pulls out the chair beneath her desk, She is taken aback to find a large gift box adorned with a red satin bow resting on it. A sticky note affixed to the box reads, "For Teacher Xiao Zhang." Teacher Liang, do you know who placed this gift box here? Zhang Mengqing refrains from opening the box immediately, turning instead to her colleague. With gifts of unknown origin, a cautious approach is prudent. Teacher Liang pauses her work, contemplating. Earlier, while you were teaching, your boyfriend came by the office carrying this gift box. My boyfriend? Zhang Ning. Zhang Mengqing stands momentarily stunned. In the past, if someone mentioned her boyfriend, her instinctive reaction would have been to deny having one. Yet now, her immediate thought is of Zhang Ning. She is perplexed as to why her subconscious connects him to the term boyfriend. Has her mind subconsciously accepted Zhang Ning in that role? No, that cannot be. She and Zhang Ning are not in a romantic relationship. He has yet to confess his feelings, and she is reluctant to unwittingly become someone else's girlfriend. Unless Zhang Ning formally declares his intentions, she will not hastily agree. Even if he does, she must ponder her response carefully. Resolute in her thoughts, Zhang Mengqing sits at her desk and begins to unwrap the gift box. Inside, she finds it filled with raffia grass, symbolizing a sense of ceremony. And the top layer contains a selection of fresh fruits, nectarines, and honey plums. Is this a wish for her to have students flourishing like fruits? A smile graces her lips as she appreciates the thoughtful symbolism of the gift. She places the fruits on her desk and proceeds to unveil the second layer. To her delight, she discovers hand cream and throat lozenges nestled within. For a female teacher, such items are of utmost importance, for they often speak loudly in the classroom. And over time, their voices can easily become strained. The fine dust produced by chalk can cling to one's fingers and burn the skin, and in severe cases, it may even wear away fingerprints. The second gift from Zhang Ning serves to alleviate Zhang Mengqing's work-related stress effectively. The third gift is a milky white scented candle. Upon seeing this present, Zhang Mengqing is immediately reminded of a well-known ancient poem by Li Shangyin. The silkworms cease to spin only upon death. The wax torch turns to ash, and tears begin to dry. These lines are often used in modern times to depict the spirit of dedication among teachers. However, as a Chinese language instructor, Zhang Mengqing is acutely aware that this poem is, in fact, a love poem, expressing the poet's affections for his beloved. Wait, does Zhang Ning realize this is a love poem? If he knows, could he be subtly confessing his feelings for her? At that moment, Zhang Mengqing's mind goes blank. Completely overwhelmed. Just moments ago, she asserted that Zhang Ning had not confessed his feelings, yet here he was, seemingly doing so. How should she respond? Should she say, "I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time"? But what if Zhang Ning had no intention of confessing at all? That would indeed be quite awkward. Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance. Yes, pretend she does not recognize this as a love poem. In a mere few seconds, 1,000 scenarios whirl through her mind. Teacher Zhang, you are truly popular, receiving so many gifts for Teacher's Day. At that moment, a female teacher who had just returned from class, still without her little bee pin, cast an envious glance toward Zhang Mengqing. She was seated directly across from her, making it impossible not to notice the gifts adorning the table. Zhang Mengqing set her phone aside, reflecting that only one banner was a gift from the students of Class 16. The remaining presents were all from Zhang Ning, which did not necessarily indicate her popularity among her students. However, in a sense, Zhang Ning was also her student, as she had once taught him to play with a little crocodile in a computer game. Teacher Chen, did you not also receive gifts for Teacher's Day? At this moment, Zhang Mengqing noticed a gift box on Teacher Chen's desk. Oh, this? Teacher Chen unwrapped the box in front of everyone. The gift from my students for Teacher's Day is a hearing aid. A hearing aid? Zhang Mengqing blinked in confusion. Teacher Chen appeared to be in her 30s. How could she possibly need a hearing aid at such a young age? They say I always miss the bell at the end of class. So they got me a hearing aid, Teacher Chen replied, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhang Mengqing couldn't help but laugh. Those mischievous children were indirectly teasing Teacher Chen for her tendency to prolong classes. Teacher Zhang, since today is a special occasion, I plan to organize a gathering for our office, Teacher Chen declared, removing her little bee pin to express her thoughts. Other teachers from our office will join us as well. You should come along. The school had provided each teacher with a holiday shopping card, and everyone was eager to seize the opportunity for a delightful outing. That sounds good. Zhang Mengqing hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. This would mark the third invitation she had received from Teacher Chen to join the office gathering. It is often said that matters should not exceed 3 attempts. Should there be another refusal this time, it would indeed seem impolite. As all of us coexist in the same office, it is essential that our relationships do not become overly strained, given our daily encounters. Subsequently, Zhang Mengqing delicately took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Ning. There will be a gathering in the office this noon. Also, I sincerely appreciate your Teacher's Day gift. I truly adore it. Chapter 46. Love can overcome all difficulties at noon. Zhang Mengqing followed 3 female colleagues to a splendid upscale restaurant adorned with golden opulence. The establishment boasted an exquisite ambience, with superb sound insulation that shielded diners from the external clamor. A dapper pianist sat with his back to the audience, his melodious and captivating tunes resonating throughout the hall. The warm yellow lighting blossomed like clusters of floral arrangements, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Additionally, all the windows had been transformed into floor-to-ceiling panes, allowing for an unobstructed view of the city's breathtaking skyline, while flooding the space with abundant natural light. Such a trendy restaurant ensured that even the most casual photographs exuded sophistication. "Good day, ladies. Do you have a reservation?" a polite waiter inquired as they approached. Given the restaurant's popularity and constant full occupancy, patrons were required to book a table a day in advance. "Yes, we do. I contacted your restaurant yesterday. My surname is Chun, and my phone number ends with 59. Teacher Chen stepped forward to converse with the waiter. In no time, the waiter led the 4 educators to their designated table. He first distributed the menus to Teacher Chen, then quietly stepped aside, patiently awaiting their orders. "Let us peruse the menu and decide what to indulge in today," Teacher Chen suggested as she passed the menu to her colleagues. Zhang Mengqing glanced at the menu and quickly realized that even the simplest dishes cost no less than 200 to 300, with the least expensive item priced at 88. 4 single meal sets. There were options priced at 888 and 1888. After a moment of careful consideration, Zhang Mengqing settled on a main dish of steak and a serving of wasabi shrimp. Following suit, the other 3 teachers gradually placed their orders as well. Before long, the waiter arrived, wheeling a cart laden with their selections. Dining at a Western restaurant is characterized by large plates with minimal portions, leaving ample empty space. The dishes ordered by the 4 appeared visually appealing, yet collectively, they might not suffice to satiate even one person's appetite. In such upscale dining establishments, the experience revolves around the ambience and service rather than the flavor of the food. Let us not rush to begin. Allow me to take a couple of photos first. The first bite is for my social media. As the dishes were served, colleagues eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. It was only then that Zhang Mengqing realized that this so-called office gathering was merely an excuse to dine at a lavish restaurant, order a few aesthetically pleasing dishes, and share them on social media. The quality of the food seemed to hold little significance. This clashed with her own dining philosophy. She mused inwardly about the necessity to minimize futile social engagements in the future. When philosophies diverge, even sitting together can lead to silence, only amplifying the awkwardness. Once the teachers finished taking photos and shared them on their social media, they began to engage in casual banter. Perhaps they felt that the portions of the meal were rather meager. If one could finish it in just a few bites, the expense would seem futile. Naturally, their conversation revolved around the new colleague, Zhang Mengqing. "How old is she this year?" one of the teachers casually inquired. Zhang Mengqing answered honestly, 28. Another teacher seated across from her was taken aback, exclaiming, "You're 28 and still unmarried? By the time I was your age, I already had my first child." Teacher Chun interjected to smooth things over. "It's perfectly fine to marry later. After all, finding a husband is not like shopping at a market. One must be discerning, or else one may end up regretting it later." Among the 4 teachers present, only Zhang Mengqing was unmarried, while the others were middle-aged women. Teacher Chen's remark resonated strongly with her 2 colleagues. Indeed, when seeking a husband, while other factors may be negotiable, one must certainly consider his employment status. Ideally, a civil servant with a stable job would be preferable. The teacher who had children at 28 remarked, "If I had the chance to choose again, I would definitely opt for someone more handsome. I get annoyed just looking at my husband's face every day, though I can't quite explain why." Teacher Chen laughed and remarked, "Love without material support is like a scattered pile of sand. Ultimately, one must seek a wealthy husband." Listening to her colleagues' perspectives on marriage, Zhang Mengqing suddenly felt like a child dressed in a suit, attempting to blend in with adults. Her views diverged significantly from theirs. The stability of her partner's job was of little consequence, nor was wealth or physical appearance. After all, an unstable job could still provide a good life. Money could be earned together, and beauty would inevitably fade with time. What truly mattered was that the person must be sincere. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Love could conquer all challenges. While this notion might seem idealistic, it was precisely why Zhang Mengqing had remained single. If she could not find that sincere person, she would prefer to remain single for as long as it took, even if it meant a lifetime. Fortunately, it seemed she had encountered that individual. I'm craving some sweet glutinous rice balls. How about we go to that Sichuan hot pot restaurant tonight? Zhang Mengqing texted Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning promptly replied. It seems this office gathering wasn't very enjoyable. Otherwise, you wouldn't be craving sweet glutinous rice balls. How about we go eat now? Zhang Mengqing responded. At this time, the hot pot restaurant will surely be crowded. We might have to wait. Let us go tonight instead. Jiang Ning replied. Forget the hot pot. I'll cook for you. Chapter 47. Want to learn? I'll teach you. I'm sorry. I have to leave early. You all enjoy your meal. Zhang Mengqing sent her location to Jiang Ning and then waited in the restaurant for over half an hour. As she watched her three colleagues engaged in lively conversation, showing no signs of wrapping up, she decided to stand up, bid them farewell, and exit the restaurant. The sun blazed outside, and a thick wave of heat hit her face, accompanied by an incessant cacophony. The contrast between the bustling atmosphere outside and the elegant ambience of the high-end restaurant was stark. At this moment, Zhang Mengqing felt an inexplicable sense of ease. Miss, would you like to hail a cab? There's a discount right now, and ordering will get you some sweet glutinous rice cakes. Just then, a white sedan glided past her and gradually came to a halt ahead. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Ning, who feigned unfamiliarity as a Didi driver, warmly pitching his offerings. Zhang Mengqing leaned down, peering into the car, and inquired playfully, Driver, is your sweet glutinous rice cake delectable? Oh dear, young lady. With words like that, if it's not delicious, it won't cost you a dime. Jiang Ning was quite confident in his sweet glutinous rice cakes. After numerous attempts, including failures, he had perfected his technique for frying them. Zhang Mengqing blinked and earnestly asked, May I have a portion of your not-so-tasty sweet glutinous rice cake? Jiang Ning, pointing with a grin, replied, Beauty, you can't simply leverage your looks to get your way. With a sigh, he conceded, All right, given your beauty, I shall treat you to sweet glutinous rice cakes today. Hop in. With just a few casual words, he transformed Zhang Mengqing's initially sour mood into one of delight. She opened the passenger door and settled in, greeted immediately by a freshly fried, warm sweet glutinous rice cake. Indeed, there is sweet glutinous rice cake to enjoy. Zhang Mengqing beamed, using a toothpick to pick up a piece and savoring it. How does it taste? Jiang Ning inquired with eager anticipation. Delicious. Are you sure this isn't from that Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant? Zhang Mengqing questioned skeptically, for this sweet glutinous rice cake appeared and tasted just like the one she adored. She began to wonder if Jiang Ning had made a special trip to the hot pot restaurant to procure one. Jiang Ning shook his head. Of course not. Take another careful taste. I've made some upgrades and improvements. Is that so? Then I must thoroughly appreciate Chef Zhang's culinary skills. Zhang Mengqing declared as she picked up another piece of sweet glutinous rice cake, this time with utmost seriousness, embodying the demeanor of a gourmet connoisseur. The fragrant osmanthus was more pronounced, and it had been enriched with crushed peanuts. At this moment, Zhang Mengqing was completely convinced that this sweet glutinous rice cake was indeed Jiang Ning's creation, as the ones from the hot pot restaurant lacked such rich and nuanced layers. Jiang Ning, how did you accomplish this? Zhang Mengqing asked, her curiosity piqued. To be honest, she had not anticipated Jiang Ning could make sweet glutinous rice cakes so deliciously. It was a delightful surprise. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Jiang Ning responded with a classic line. Observing Jiang Ning's buoyant demeanor, Zhang Mengqing found herself inexplicably compelled to bite his arm. There was no particular reason. It was simply that Jiang Ning's current demeanor was rather infuriating. Wait, what is happening to me? Why am I having thoughts of biting him? Zhang Mengqing pondered, feeling increasingly odd. Moreover, she realized that her eccentricity seemed to manifest only in Jiang Ning's presence, as she did not behave this way with others. She suddenly felt an urge to take out her phone and search whether biting a boy's arm signifies affection. After much contemplation, she pondered whether to seek him as her master. Jiang Ning, unaware of Zhang Mengqing's inner turmoil, teasingly inquired. Zhang Mengqing, with a haughty hum, retorted, I wouldn't dream of it. Just prepare me some sweet glutinous rice balls in the future. Very well. Just let me know whenever you crave them. I guarantee ample portions. Previously, Jiang Ning lacked the recipe, which meant that whenever teacher Zhang desired sweet glutinous rice balls, she had to visit a hot pot restaurant. However, the situation had changed. He could now create sweet glutinous rice balls at home that rivaled, if not surpassed, those from the restaurant. Jiang Ning, your sweet glutinous rice balls are so delectable. You must have put in a great deal of effort, Zhang Mengqing suddenly remarked. Her focus extended beyond the deliciousness of the treat. She was more intrigued by Jiang Ning's silent dedication. Fortunately, I've merely been engaged with sweet glutinous rice balls daily. They are nearly my staple food now. It is often said that every successful general is built on the sacrifices of many, and a dish's triumph is similarly the result of numerous failures. Yet, Jiang Ning lightly brushed over this arduous journey. Despite this, Zhang Mengqing felt a surge of emotions upon hearing this. Jiang Ning had been diligently researching and experimenting daily to perfect the recipe for sweet glutinous rice balls. She could imagine the twists and turns he encountered along the way, and achieving success was no small feat. This sincerity surpassed any monetary wealth, beauty, or profession. Teacher Zhang, do you have any plans for this afternoon since there are no classes? Jiang Ning inquired. The upcoming traffic light presented two divergent choices, a left turn towards Xingming High School or a straight path to the bustling city center. The decision lay solely in Zhang Mengqing's hands. Plans? In previous instances, she would have undoubtedly opted to return home, to rest, and indulge in relaxing activities such as lying on her bed listening to music or practicing calligraphy with a brush. However, today, she did not wish to return so soon. She desired to spend more time with Jiang Ning. I have no plans. Do you have any ideas? Zhang Mengqing countered, aware that Jiang Ning must have something in mind. How about we try an escape room? Jiang Ning suggested. The escape room game had been recommended to him by Wang Jiao a few days prior. The junior had ventured alone to the escape room, initially hoping to meet girls and find romance, only to become completely immersed in the game, declaring it thrilling and insisting that Jiang Ning join him for a second round. Jiang Ning felt deeply touched by the lengthy invitation messages from Wang Jiao, but ultimately declined. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the game. Rather, the experience with teacher Zhang held far greater value. Who would take two big boys to an escape room? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to share the experience with a girl? If she were startled, she might seek refuge in his arms. How charming would that be? I seem to recall the escape room in the city center. I often see their promotional videos on my phone lately. Zhang Mengqing carefully recalled the relevant details. If her memory served her right, the escape room currently offered three themes: a mental asylum, an abandoned school, and a ghost marriage. Among them, the most popular was undoubtedly the mental asylum scenario, where players would be pursued by specific entities. In truth, Zhang Mengqing was not particularly interested in such thrilling horror games. She preferred gentler experiences akin to the game Little Crocodile Loves Bathing. However, if Jiang Ning wished to play, she would accompany him. Let us go take a look. I have some free time this afternoon, she said. At the intersection of the traffic lights, she chose to go straight. Chapter 48. If we're holding hands, why not intertwine our fingers? It was evident that escape room games had recently surged in popularity. When Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing arrived at the establishment, the lobby was already filled with visitors. Some had just emerged from the escape rooms, still visibly shaken, as if they had returned but their souls had yet to catch up. Others were eager to enter the rooms, brimming with confidence and anticipation. Good afternoon. Is this your first time experiencing our games? A staff member approached them with enthusiasm. His attire was rather distinctive, featuring a Grim Reaper mask, a flowing black cloak, and a gleaming silver scythe in hand. It's not only our first experience here, but also our first time playing such horror games, Jiang Ning admitted with a nod. The staff member suggested, you might consider opting for a 2-player difficulty level with a mildly scary script. This escape room could accommodate up to 6 players at once. And naturally, the more participants, the greater the challenge. Wang Jiao had previously chosen a 2-player scenario, teaming up with a beautiful single lady to solve puzzles. Although it could have been an opportunity for them to bond, the fellow had been so engrossed in the game that he completely ignored the girl being chased. Jiang Ning had no intention of making such a blunder. His goal was clear, to cultivate a connection with teacher Zhang in the eerie atmosphere. Regardless of whether they succeeded in completing the game, your mild horror should indeed be genuinely mild, correct? Jiang Ning inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. He regarded the establishment's claim of mild horror with caution, much like how some individuals claim to be novices while wielding impressively advanced accounts. Rest assured, it is genuinely mild horror. We are very friendly towards new players, the staff member assured repeatedly. Satisfied with the sincerity, Jiang Ning nodded and proceeded to the front desk to redeem their group coupon. Afterward, the Grim Reaper led them to the waiting area. This escape room was quite considerate, providing games like Ludo and Werewolf for guests to enjoy while they awaited their turn. During this time, the chilling echoes of anguish screams occasionally emanated from the haunted house. Many visitors, like Jiang Ning, were both inexperienced and eager to partake. Not long after, it was Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing's turn to enter the escape room. "Don't be nervous, Teacher Zhang. No matter what happens, I will protect you," he reassured her. Jiang Ning stepped forward, instinctively shielding Zhang Mengqing behind him. Zhang Mengqing nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, then I shall rely on you to guide me through this, dear Jiang." "What did you just call me?" Jiang Ning paused, taken aback. "It's nothing, let us hurry along. Time is of the essence," Zhang Mengqing urged as she encouraged Jiang Ning to enter the secret chamber. In the real world, the passage to the gaming scene was marked by a corridor, its walls inscribed with numerous bizarre and alarming messages. "They killed me, and thus I became one of them. Turn back now, do not enter. By the time you read this, you are already dead." Sometimes, death is the only way to truly live. The dungeon Jiang Ning had chosen was a psychiatric hospital escape room, requiring them to search for clues and items across 20 different rooms. What lay behind those 20 doors was a complete mystery. It was possible that upon opening a door, they might encounter a chainsaw-wielding lunatic, pursuing them relentlessly. Alternatively, they could find themselves forcibly dragged in by a doctor or nurse, restrained upon an operating table. The allure of escape rooms lies in their inherent danger and uncertainty. This was merely a light horror difficulty, yet the sense of oppression was already palpable. Jiang Ning sighed in contemplation as he and Zhang Mengqing traversed the corridor, officially entering the psychiatric hospital escape room. The visibility here was exceedingly low. The only illumination came from ultraviolet lights on the walls meant for sterilization. Dried bloodstains were conspicuously present on the floors and walls, crafted to the point of realism. Occasionally, a black speaker mounted in the corner would emit sudden, pre-recorded screams, further enhancing the atmosphere of despair and tension. Jiang Ning advanced slowly with Zhang Mengqing, when suddenly, a figure shrouded in bandages appeared silently behind them. This entity's task was to follow the players without deliberately creating noise, waiting for them to notice that an extra person had joined their group. "Little Zhang, the lighting here is too dim. Allow me to guide you," Jiang Ning said. His gaze fixed ahead, extending his hand without turning back. Before Zhang Mengqing could react, a terrifying figure leapt out from around the corner. Jiang Ning was startled, and without a second thought, he grasped the hand behind him and took off running. However, he had unwittingly grabbed the hand of the bandaged figure trailing silently behind them instead of Zhang Mengqing. Unexpectedly, he found himself leading this entity in flight. During their escape, Jiang Ning felt a unique sensation in his palm. It was indeed the hand of a girl. Little Zhang seemed so petite, yet her hand was surprisingly large. He had never noticed this before. Why did she have calluses on her hands? Was it due to the hardships of her work? The hand cream he had gifted her today seemed perfectly timed. Allowing Jiang Ning to pull her along, the figure playfully scratched his palm with her fingers. Jiang Ning stumbled slightly, thinking, that's against the rules. Moreover, they were currently in a life-or-death situation, after all. Jiang Ning. At that moment, a gentle voice belonging to Zhang Mengqing emanated from behind. Jiang Ning was instantly taken aback. Wait, something was decidedly amiss. The voice of teacher Xiao Zhang was rather distant. So who was the person he was currently holding on to? Jiang Ning turned to look, and behind him, someone was grinning widely. "Hey handsome, come with me, Jiang Ning." He felt as if he had been jolted by electricity and immediately released the hand he was holding. Following this, Jiang Ning dashed towards the direction of Zhang Mengqing, desperately trying to create distance. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no relentless pursuit from behind. His job did not involve that aspect, as merely scaring the visitors was considered a triumph. "Classmate Xiao Jiang, may I interview you? What does it feel like to hold hands while deciphering clues in a mystery room?" Once the danger had passed, Zhang Mengqing jested. Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly. "I thought you were behind me. I wanted to protect you. Now it's my turn to protect you." Zhang Mengqing extended her hand toward Jiang Ning. He hesitated momentarily before grasping Zhang Mengqing's hand. "Ah, this is what a girl's hand feels like," cold, delicate, and soft, akin to a peeled egg. We're just holding hands. Why are you intertwining your fingers? Fortunately, in the darkness, her expression was obscured. Otherwise, Zhang Mengqing would undoubtedly be blushing. Because it makes it harder to separate while running away, Jiang Ning replied, his tone unapologetic. Zhang Mengqing huffed, men's words are deceitful, you big oaf. Though she said this, she allowed Jiang Ning to hold her hand tightly. This sensation was peculiar, in a dimly lit environment fraught with unknown dangers. Having someone hold her hand indeed provided a profound sense of security. The once terrifying mystery room no longer seemed so frightful. Chapter 49, Jiang Ning. You rascal, as this was a mildly terrifying introductory mystery room. The two did not experience an adrenaline rush during their exploration. Most of the time, the oppressive enclosed space and the eerie background music created a sense of unease, a classic case of self-induced fright. During their exploration, lifelike figures would be stationed in the corners of the room, and when players approached to search for clues, they would suddenly grasp their hands. As long as the players quickly broke free and ran out to close the door, there would be no pursuit. However, some players would deliberately exploit this game rule for amusement, repeatedly opening the door and hopping back and forth. I'm coming over, I'm going back. Oh, I'm coming over again, I'm going back again. Typically, at this juncture, the voice of the establishment would resonate from the speakers on the wall. Dear player, please do not tease our lovely ladies. If players heeded this advice, everything would proceed as usual. Yet, if players disregarded the rules, the establishment would automatically escalate the difficulty of the mystery room. At that moment, all the psychiatric wards would simultaneously open, and the inhabitants would surge forth, truly engaging with the players. Whether the players found this experience enjoyable was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly exuberant. If you do not comprehend reason, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Great mighty heavenly dragon, supreme law spell, tornado, destroy the parking lot. Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing are both earnest novice players, diligently adhering to the rules of the game without indulging in any frivolity. After approximately half an hour, they successfully completed the escape room challenge. As the light ahead grew ever closer, Jiang Ning discreetly released Zhang Mengqing's hand. The thought of continuing to hold the hand of the lovely teacher was indeed tempting. However, he refrained, for desire often knows no bounds, while love requires restraint. Having held hands for a solid half hour was already a commendable achievement. To press further would risk disrespecting her, a behavior that could significantly diminish her fondness for him. Jiang Ning understood well that haste makes waste. The moment he let go, a subtle change flickered across Zhang Mengqing's face. After all, they had been intertwined for half an hour, and the sudden absence of his touch would not go unnoticed. Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Ning's profile but quickly averted her gaze, pretending nothing had transpired. Overall, the escape room experience was quite delightful, and he mused about inviting Xiao Wan and Jin Qing to join for a 4-player game. What do you think? Jiang Ning expressed his thoughts. Given Jiang Wan's boisterous nature, she would surely relish an adventure in an escape room. Inviting her was undoubtedly a wise choice. As for Zhang Jinqing, her introverted disposition meant that remaining cooped up at home was not ideal. It was essential for her to occasionally step outside for fresh air. Zhang Mengqing nodded in agreement, suggesting, I think that sounds good. Let us plan for the upcoming holiday at the end of this month. The Mid-Autumn Festival in 2023 falls on September 29th, closely followed by the National Day holiday in October, coinciding beautifully with family and national celebrations. By then, Xingming High School would enjoy a 9-day break. More than ample time for an escape room adventure or even a leisurely road trip. Wait, a road trip? An idea sparked in Jiang Ning's mind. Should he propose a self-drive journey with Zhang Mengqing during this short holiday? If it were just the two of them, she might hesitate. But if he included Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing, the prospect became enticing. It was indeed promising. However, this matter required careful consideration. It could not be approached lightly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing strolled through the city center, passing by a newly opened CAF. The vibrant flowers and banners outside suggested it had just begun its operations. Jiang Ning, shall we step inside the CAF? Zhang Mengqing inquired. For cat enthusiasts, such CAFs are akin to paradise, offering an opportunity to interact with a variety of gentle, affectionate kittens. Jiang Ning observed the playful kittens within and recalled the last time he returned home scented with the essence of September. His cat, Tang Yuan, had become jealous upon detecting the aroma of other felines on him. sulking and pouting more dramatically than any girl could. Would you two like to explore our CAF? We are offering free entry for our grand opening. The amiable owner of the cat CAF enthusiastically announced. Free? With that offer, I'm wide awake. Jiang Ning replied, turning to Zhang Mengqing. Come on, teacher Xiao Zhang, let us go take a look. He pondered that, in truth, even a petulant kitten could be pacified, provided one was willing to invest time with them. At worst, upon returning home, he could simply take a bath to rid himself of any lingering scent of other kittens. Under the guidance of the cat CAF owner, Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing gracefully entered the establishment. As they crossed the threshold, the kittens converged from every direction, mewing incessantly at them. Jiang Ning, are they hungry? Zhang Mengqing inquired softly, recalling her first encounter with September when the little creature had similarly called out. Would you like to feed the kittens? Our CAF offers cat food and treats, the owner said, rubbing his hands together in delight at the prospect of business. Cat food is 10 yuan each, while treats are 5 yuan apiece, and we accept both cash and scanning codes. Jiang Ning finally grasped the meaning behind the adage that free things are often the most costly. Wasn't this akin to the old trick of free meals while charging exorbitantly for bottled water? It was not merely similar, it was identical. The CAF owner's strategy was straightforward. Guests could enjoy free kitten cuddling, yet the adorable antics of the kittens would surely tempt them to spend. Perhaps Jiang Ning could manage to look the other way, but Zhang Mengqing certainly would not. After all, she was the kind of person who would rather go hungry than deny dinner to a stray cat. I'll take 2 treats and 1 can of cat food, Teacher Zhang announced, producing 20 yuan in cash from her wallet to hand to the owner. Upon spotting the food in Zhang Mengqing's hands, the CAF staff immediately surrounded her, employing their most charming tactics. Some kittens rubbed against her pant legs, others sprawled on the ground exposing their bellies, while a few boldly leapt onto her lap. In an instant, Zhang Mengqing became the most adored patron of the CAF. Seeing the kittens eagerly awaiting nourishment, she promptly opened the snacks and distributed them among the kittens, ensuring an equitable share for each. Once she had dispensed all the treats, the CAF staff dispersed in search of the next customer, leaving behind a plump orange cat that lay contentedly on Zhang Mengqing's lap, dozing peacefully. Jiang Ning, these kittens have such stable temperaments. You can hold them any way you like, she remarked, stroking the fur on the orange cat's back, expressing her thoughts. Have you ever encountered an emotionally unstable kitten? Jiang Ning mused before responding. When I was a child, I witnessed a black cat bite off a mouse's ear. It caused quite a stir and even made the news. Zhang Mengqing was initially taken aback, astonished that such a fierce kitten could exist. Yet, as she pondered, she realized Jiang Ning was referring to the character from the animated series, Black Cat Sheriff. Jiang Ning, you rascal, she thought, her inclination to playfully bite him deepening. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. The two spent an afternoon at the CAF before Jiang Ning drove Zhang Mengqing back to her residence. Tomorrow morning, during the big break, we will hold the class officer elections, and we will also be rearranging seats. If you're not busy, you should come by, Zhang Mengqing mentioned as they parted ways. After all, Jiang Ning, as a representative of the parents, should certainly be informed of any arrangements made by the school. Jiang Ning nodded. All right, I will attend punctually. Typically, he is quite free during the day and works at night, which means that as long as Zhang Mengqing invites him, he is available at any time. I'm heading upstairs now. See you tomorrow. Zhang Mengqing waved and slowly disappeared into the staircase. Ding dong. Just as Jiang Ning was about to drive away, he suddenly received a text message. Jiang Wan, brother, are you there? I just logged into your account and got a 10 consecutive draws with double gold. Jiang Ning, is that true? He could hardly believe it. Could it be that his ultimate account, notoriously unlucky, finally had its moment of fortune? Jiang Wan, just kidding. I was checking if you were online. A batch of goods has arrived, and the organization has decided to send you to make contact. The meeting address is at the Canyao station, and the code is 732. Jiang Ning. 6. Only someone like his sister could make picking up a package sound so extravagant. It seemed her delusions were becoming increasingly severe. Got it, Jiang Ning replied. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan, upon seeing her brother's willingness to retrieve the package, contentedly lay on her bed, crossing her left foot over her right. Since my brother is helping me with the package, I might as well log in and complete the daily commissions for him, she mused. In truth, Jiang Ning had taken a break from the game for quite some time, primarily because his character's incessant bad luck had left him feeling quite disheartened. It was fair to say that for the past few days, it was Jiang Wan who had been managing his account. She logged into the Sky Island, collected the monthly card rewards, and completed the daily commissions, discovering that he had just enough for 10 draws. Adhering to the principle that miracles often arise from 10 consecutive draws, Jiang Wan proceeded without hesitation. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of golden light streaked across the blue sky, signaling a rare event. A gold drop, and it's double gold. Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Had she truly helped her brother's account achieve 10 consecutive double gold draws? Was this a manifestation of her words becoming reality? Quickly regaining her composure, Jiang Wan sent a message to Jiang Ning. You will definitely be with Teacher Zhang. Jiang Ning, why the sudden proclamation? Jiang Wan, nothing, I just have faith in you too. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning retrieved the package for his sister and drove home. The first thing he did upon arriving was take a shower. Indeed, after freshening up and changing his clothes, his cat, Tang Yuan, had no inkling of his visit to the cat CAF. Not only did Tang Yuan meow affectionately around him, but it also willingly rolled over for a belly rub. Watching the little creature being so obedient, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of guilt and rewarded it with 2 cans of cat food as compensation. Afterward, Jiang Ning sat down at his computer to commence a new day of writing. Perhaps it was the added motivation from holding hands with Teacher Zhang that had enhanced his productivity. He found his writing efficiency unusually high. What usually took an entire evening to produce just 2 chapters was completed in merely 2 hours. He logged onto the novel platform and published the latest chapter. Before long, familiar readers began to emerge in the comment section. What was going on? The recent plot had been unusually sweet. Could it be that the author had truly fallen in love? All right. If the author doesn't update diligently now, it might indeed be tough for the future sister-in-law. Seeing the author navigating singlehood is more distressing than my own heartbreak. Author, could you kindly inquire if your partner has a boyfriend? The comments section is filled with longtime readers who enjoy playfully contributing to the popularity of Jiang Ning's works. The beauty of the internet lies in its ability to unite strangers through shared interests, fostering genuine friendships despite the impossibility of ever meeting in person. Ding ding ding. At this moment, a chat notification dances in the bottom right corner of the screen. Wang Jiao, Sr. Today I encountered a fortune teller who ominously claimed I am destined for a calamity. I am quite anxious now. Jiang Ning, what are you worried about? Did the master specify what calamity? Wang Jiao, not at all. Jiang Ning, then there's nothing to fret over. The fortune teller said you're destined for a calamity. I believe it may be a Porsche. At worst, it's a romantic entanglement, indicating you might be in for some love adventures. Wang Jiao suddenly sees the light. Master, I have attained enlightenment. If only a girl would suddenly appear in my life and surprise me immensely. Jiang Ning, rest assured, it will happen. Shall we indulge in some chaotic gaming? Wang Jiao, absolutely. The two soon encountered each other in the game, with Wang Jiao's username as Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, while Jiang Ning's was rather unremarkable, simply a user named Jiang. The brawl game's mechanism randomly assigns characters to players, allowing them to re-roll if unsatisfied, with discarded characters flowing into a public pool for others to choose. This leads some players to conserve their re-rolls, waiting for teammates to take action. Wang Jiao typed on the public screen. Those who hoard re-rolls and brawls are bound to suffer from hemorrhoids. Jiang Ning was startled by his audacity. You Yuzu, I see you haven't re-rolled either. Why the harsh words? Wang Jiao, it's no big deal. I genuinely have hemorrhoids. The following day, during the break at Xingming High School, Jiang Ning arrived at the classroom as promised. His role today was that of a parental representative, akin to a reporter. For instance, today's agenda included class officer elections and seating rearrangements. So he was to capture photos of those elected as class officers and the new seating arrangements to share in the parent group, concluding with a note from our correspondent. Jiang Ning. Zhang Mengqing had also arrived, standing at the podium to conduct a brief class meeting. Today, Teacher Zhang donned a gray dress paired with a black jacket and white sneakers, exuding an air of tranquility, elegance, and approachability. In Jiang Ning's memory, Zhang Mengqing had never repeated an outfit. Indeed, she was a young socialite. She proceeded to take up chalk and swiftly write on the blackboard, addressing two main topics: the selection of class officers and the rearrangement of seats. Chapter 51. How about we deepen our ties? As the first few days of the first year were dedicated to military training, many arrangements were provisional, temporary seating, makeshift slogans, and even the class officers were not permanent. signifying that everything would need to be restructured. The election for class monitor and vice monitor is now underway, and all are encouraged to participate enthusiastically. Zhang Mengqing stands at the podium, surveying the room. The election for the class leaders in Class 16 employs a voting system, affording everyone an opportunity to showcase their abilities. However, after observing for a considerable time, Zhang Mengqing notices that no one has raised their hand to step forward. It seems the temporary class monitor and vice monitor during military training have performed their duties diligently, earning a commendable reputation within the class. Recognizing their inability to compete, the other students have chosen to forego the opportunity. Well then, since no one is vying for the positions of class monitor and vice monitor, let Jiang Xian and Zheng Hao continue in their roles. Jiang Xian, a girl with a high ponytail and two small canine teeth that appear when she smiles, excels in singing and dancing. During military training, she organized tasks effectively, allowing Zhang Mengqing to rest easy under her leadership. Zheng Hao, on the other hand, was the boy standing at the back of the line during military training. When Zhang Mengqing called a few boys to carry watermelons to the school gate, he was among them. It is worth mentioning that several military instructors had taken an interest in Zhang Mengqing, and it was Zheng Hao who remarked, "Don't look, instructor. Our teacher Zhang already has a partner." A classic quote indeed. Next, Zhang Mengqing inquires about the position of hygiene committee member, asking if anyone wishes to attempt this role. Her gaze conveys encouragement, hoping someone in the audience will raise their hand. Yet, everyone merely exchanges glances, remaining unmoved. After all, the position of hygiene committee member is a thankless task, requiring daily interaction with refuse that is both dirty and foul. There are no rewards for doing well, but one must shoulder the blame if things go awry, making the prospect rather unappealing. Seated in the front row, Zhang Jinqing turns to look behind her. Seeing that no one has raised their hand, she hesitates briefly before standing up. "Teacher, I would like to be the hygiene committee member." "Very well, then." Zhang Jinqing will serve as the hygiene committee member for this semester. Zhang Mengqing cannot help but glance at her sister again, knowing that it takes considerable courage for her to stand up given her personality. Amidst the applause, Zhang Jinqing quickly sits down, her face flushed. "Why do you want to be the hygiene committee member?" asks Jiang Wan, seated nearby, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Jinqing whispers in response, "Because no one else raised their hand. I didn't want to leave my sister's words hanging." Understanding dawns on Jiang Wan. Her desk mate does not genuinely seek a position of leadership. She merely wishes to support her sister's endeavors, and nothing more. The subsequent election process for class leaders proceeds smoothly, with students eagerly raising their hands for positions such as cultural committee member and academic committee member. After all, these roles carry a certain authority and can leave a significant mark on their forthcoming high school experience. Once the elections are concluded, it is time to rearrange the seating. Zhang Mengqing has long prepared a seating chart, projecting it onto the classroom screen. Everyone simply needs to find their designated spot according to the chart. In an instant, the classroom is filled with the sounds of desks and chairs being moved, creating a cacophony of activity. After more than a week of interaction, everyone has gradually become familiar with their companions. The rearrangement of seats signifies the need to reacquaint oneself with those nearby. Yet, some remain steadfastly together, like Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing, who have moved from the front row to the third, but still sit side by side. Jiang Wan gazes at Zhang Jinqing, her face lighting up with a smile. "Hello, deskmate. I am Jiang Wan, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Hello, deskmate. I am Zhang Jinqing, and I hope for your guidance as well." As the two girls exchange smiles, Jiang Ning captures the moment with a click of his camera, freezing time in that instant. Representing the parents, he takes pictures of the class officer elections, and the seating changes to share in the group chat. Feeling fulfilled in his role, ding dong. At that moment, Jiang Ning receives a text message. "Wang Jiao, Senior, I've been hospitalized." Jiang Ning slowly types a question mark. "As a veterinarian, isn't it quite reasonable for you to be in a hospital?" "No, it's me who's injured." "What happened?" Wang Jiao. "This morning, in my haste to get to work, I collided with an equally hurried lady in a narrow alley. She said, 'You go left, I go right,' and we bumped into each other. The fortune teller was quite accurate. I indeed have a calamity in my fate." Crying, crying, crying. Jiang Ning. "Poor child. Do you want me to visit you in the hospital?" Wang Jiao. "Absolutely, senior. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear." Immediately, Wang Jiao sends the location of the hospital, along with the floor and room number. Jiang Ning pockets his phone and approaches the classroom door, greeting Zhang Mengqing. Ms. Zhang. Dr. Wang, who treated September, got into a car accident today and is now hospitalized. I'm going to check on him. Oh, be careful on the road. Zhang Mengqing advises with concern. Jiang Ning nods. Understood, don't worry. As his figure disappears down the corridor, Zhang Mengqing finally shifts her gaze back to class 16. To her surprise, the entire class appears frozen, as if someone pressed the pause button, all eyes fixed on the classroom door. Clearly, they have overheard the exchange between Zhang Mengqing and Jiang Ning. Everyone's eyes twinkle with amusement, wearing expressions of satisfaction as if they have just witnessed a delightful scene. Zhang Mengqing feels a flush rise to her cheeks and, feigning composure, clears her throat. Class is about to begin. So please make sure to rearrange your seats and take out your textbooks. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly retreats to her office after issuing her brief instructions. Deskmate, what do you think of my brother? Jiang Wan asks, watching Zhang Mengqing hurry away. Zhang Jinqing, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, ponders for a moment before responding earnestly. He is quite good. Jiang Ning cooks deliciously, has a pleasant temperament, and is considerate of everyone's feelings. Then how about we deepen our ties? Jiang Wan suggests. Zhang Jinqing blinks in confusion. Deepen our ties? Indeed, if my brother were to be with your sister, it would be a delightful intertwining of our families. With the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday at the end of this month, how about we embark on a road trip together, my brother and I, along with you and your sister? Chapter 52, Preserving Innocence in the World Now, concerning Jiang Ning. After parting ways with Zhang Mengqing, he hurried to the hospital without delay. Wang Jiao's ward was located on the 4th floor of the inpatient department. Upon Jiang Ning's arrival, he found the younger student clad in a hospital gown, lying on the bed and engrossed in short videos, captivated by various dancers in black, white, and flesh-colored stockings. If it weren't for the cast on his foot, Jiang Ning would have found it hard to believe that this lad's mental state warranted hospitalization. Senior, you've arrived. Wang Jiao exclaimed, putting down his phone and making an effort to sit up straight. Jiang Ning placed a fruit basket on the table and took a seat on the opposite bed. How are you feeling now? Thank you for your concern. I'm much better than when I first entered the hospital, Wang Jiao replied. Jiang Ning nodded and inquired further, would you like some water? Yes, I am indeed a bit parched. Wang Jiao was not one to stand on ceremony with Jiang Ning, as they had been acquainted since their university days. Becoming quite familiar with one another, the lad was quite the water guzzler, finishing off a bottle of mineral water in no time. After quenching his thirst, he began to recount the details of the accident. I was riding the electric bike like it was a bumper car with that elderly lady. And then I was propelled several meters away, no exaggeration. At that moment, I felt the world spinning and nearly lost consciousness. My first thought was that it was over. Surely I wouldn't meet my demise so young, especially when I haven't even found a partner yet. With that survival instinct kicking in, I summoned all my strength to stand up and retrieve my phone from the ground. And then you called 120? Jiang Ning interjected. Wang Jiao shook his head, no? First I cleared my browser history. Ah, to preserve your innocence in this world. I see, Jiang Ning teased. Pretty much, ha ha ha. Wang Jiao scratched his head awkwardly. He was the reserved type, appearing exceedingly solemn and serious around strangers. However, once familiar, one would discover his playful nature. By the way, do your family members know about your hospitalization? Jiang Ning casually asked. They do not, Wang Jiao replied with a shake of his head. My parents are busy with their business in Guangdong. Informing them wouldn't resolve anything. It's a virtue of adulthood to share good news rather than worries. I refrain from burdening my mother with distressing matters, as she cannot help and would only lose sleep over it. And how will you manage lunch today? Jiang Ning inquired further. Wang Jiao pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps I'll order some takeout? I'm not sure if the delivery person will bring it upstairs. You should limit your takeout consumption. It's not healthy in excess, Jiang Ning advised, patting Wang Jiao's shoulder. I'll bring you lunch today. Really? Thank you, senior. Wang Jiao expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Just treat me to a grand meal in return, Jiang Ning replied with a grin. And remember, it must be a feast, not just a simple pig trotter rice. Absolutely. Brothers for life. Wang Jiao affirmed earnestly. Wang Jiao clenched his fists and struck his chest, appearing remarkably righteous. Subsequently, Jiang Ning lingered in Wang Jiao's hospital room for a while, ensuring that the young man was indeed all right before he descended the stairs. As he exited the inpatient department, he was greeted by the sight of two familiar figures. Among the crowd, a pair of stooped, silver-haired elders stood out distinctly, supporting each other as they entered the hospital. Could those be Jiang Mingqing's grandparents? Jiang Ning had previously encountered them once, hidden in his bedroom, peering through the window as Jiang Mingqing took her grandparents out for errands. It seemed that their visit to the city was not solely to deliver vegetables to the Jiang family, but for other significant matters as well. Observing the elderly couple's retreating figures, Jiang Ning swiftly followed in their wake. "Hello, sir. I'm experiencing discomfort in my lower back." Zhang Yushu bent down, explaining his condition to the staff behind the glass window. Before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted. "Sir, this is not an outpatient clinic. Please proceed to the side to queue for a number, and once you have your number, return here to register. If you have a smartphone, scanning the QR code will expedite the process." What is scanning a QR code? Is it truly this complicated to seek medical attention in the city now? Zhang Yushu felt utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. It had been many years since his last visit to a hospital, and he could not comprehend the current procedures. The elderly woman beside him was equally disoriented, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. This was an era of rapid advancement and progress, yet it felt as though their vessel had not been built to navigate it. "Perhaps we should just call the children to come over," the elderly woman suggested hesitantly. Zhang Yushu cast a glance at his wife and replied with discontent. "Didn't we agree before coming to the city that I would not inform the children about my hospital visit? What if I were diagnosed with cancer? Do I want them to deplete their savings for someone like me, an old man nearing the end of his journey? I would become a burden to them." Zhang Yushu had prepared himself for the worst before arriving at the hospital. If he were to find out he had cancer, he intended to forego treatment, return to his hometown, indulge in food and drink, and quietly traverse the final stretch of his life. Tears glistened in the elderly woman's eyes as she comforted him. "Nonsense, it certainly cannot be cancer. Whether it is cancer or not is not for you or me to decide. It must be determined by the doctors at the hospital. The pressing issue now is that we have arrived at the hospital, yet we cannot find a doctor to attend to us." Just as Zhang Yushu was furrowing his brow in distress, Jiang Ning appeared before him, offering assistance. "Grandpa, may I ask where you are feeling unwell? You can confide in me." However, upon encountering Jiang Ning's sudden appearance, Zhang Yushu's instinctive response was one of caution, fearing that Jiang Ning might be a con artist seeking to exploit him. "Young man, I appreciate your kindness, but I can manage on my own." Jiang Ning understood that the elder was wary of him, so he clarified his identity. "Grandpa Zhang, we have met before, at Teacher Zhang's home. Do you recall?" Jiang Ning spoke the truth. Indeed, they had crossed paths, albeit from Zhang Yushu's perspective, he had never seen Jiang Ning before. "Teacher Zhang's home?" Zhang Yushu was taken aback. The young man before him knew his surname. "Indeed, I am a student of Teacher Zhang Shanhe and a friend of Jiang Mingqing." Jiang Ning mentioned the names of both old Zhang and young Zhang to demonstrate that he harbored no ill intentions. As expected, Zhang Yushu's demeanor towards Jiang Ning shifted significantly, transforming from initial suspicion to tranquility. "Young man, what is your name?" "Grandpa Zhang, my name is Jiang Ning." Jiang as in river, Ning as in peace. Chapter 53. The era of adulthood has changed. Following this, Jiang Ning assisted the elderly Zhang with his outpatient registration and subsequently arranged for a lumbar MRI based on the expert's recommendation. "Doctor, do I have cancer?" In the room, Zhang Yushu felt a dryness in his throat as he swallowed. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this possibility, the tension was still palpable in that moment. The elderly lady standing behind Jiang Ning held her breath, not daring to exhale as she awaited the doctor's verdict. At present, no cancer cells were detected in the scans, indicating a low likelihood of cancer. The doctor examined the images under the light and then shook his head. "It is not cancer." Zhang Yushu turned to his wife behind him, and they both sighed in unison, finally releasing the burden that had weighed heavily on their hearts. "I told you it wasn't cancer. You were merely frightening yourself," his wife chided, her eyes glistening with tears. The most beautiful words in this world are indeed those that signify a false alarm. "Since it's not cancer, why does my lower back hurt so severely? At times, I can't even get out of bed to work and can only lie down." Zhang Yushu inquired further. The doctor did not respond directly but instead asked, "Old sir, how long have you been experiencing this back pain?" "I can't recall. It has been many years," Zhang Yushu replied, shaking his head. Initially, he dismissed the back pain as a minor issue, believing it to be a common ailment among farmers who toil in the fields. However, as time passed, the severity of his discomfort escalated, prompting him to seek medical attention only when it became unbearable. The doctor furrowed his brow. Your condition indicates a herniated disc. Generally, conservative treatment suffices. However, the issue has been neglected for too long, compounded by extended periods of heavy labor, which has severely compressed your nerves. As you mentioned, during flare-ups, you can only lie in bed. I recommend that you undergo surgery promptly. Delaying further could affect your daily living. Many ailments may start off as minor but can worsen over time, leading to missed optimal treatment windows, ultimately necessitating surgical intervention. Fortunately, Zhang Yushu only needed a minimally invasive procedure for his herniated disc, which was a silver lining amidst his misfortune. Grandpa Zhang's surgery was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while Jiang Ning and the elderly lady sat quietly outside the operating room, awaiting news. The elderly lady clutched the old mobile phone left by her husband tightly in her hands, glancing at the time intermittently while casting worried looks toward the surgical room. Grandma, there's no need to be anxious. I spoke with the doctor. This is merely a minor operation, and Grandpa will be fine. Jiang Ning noticed the old lady's anxiety and softly offered her words of comfort. Zhang Yushu's wife nodded repeatedly. She understood the logic but felt a deep unease within her heart. After all, Zhang Yushu was already in his 70s. His health was certainly not as robust as in his youth, and even a minimally invasive surgery would entail considerable suffering. She felt utterly helpless, left only with her prayers for the swift conclusion of the operation and her husband's safety. Grandma, does Grandpa have any hobbies? Jiang Ning ventured to ask. Aware that soothing words would bear little effect, he sought to divert the old lady's attention. After the surgery, Zhang Yushu would need to stay in the hospital to recuperate. And during this time, it would be prudent to find activities to occupy his mind. He enjoys playing chess, the old lady replied after a moment's reflection. Whenever someone in the village challenges him to a game, be it day or night, rain or shine, he never declines. Very well, I shall buy a set of chess for him. During his hospital stay, I can keep him company and play chess with him to alleviate his boredom, Jiang Ning nodded. Committing this detail to memory. Jiang Ning, what is your level of chess? The old lady suddenly inquired. My husband has a peculiar habit. He only enjoys playing with those who are more skilled than he. If he happens to win against you easily, he will certainly lose interest in playing again. Jiang Ning laughed. My chess skills are rather ordinary, but whether I can best Grandpa Zhang remains to be seen in a match. He mused to himself. Despite his modest proficiency, he had a smartphone. Have you heard of the chess software that embodies the unity of heaven and man? Grandpa, are you prepared to embrace the slight shock brought by artificial intelligence? A cacophony of gunfire erupted from the hospital room, prompting the old lady to lower the volume with the remote control, ensuring a balance of sound to avoid an eerie silence while not disturbing the rest of the patients. After attending to this, she glanced once more at Zhang Yushu, who lay on the hospital bed. The surgery had been successful, and he had awakened from anesthesia. The doctor assured that with 3 days of rest, he could be discharged, concerned that Zhang Yushu might find the next 3 days of bed rest tedious. She had brought along some more films he usually enjoyed. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Yushu appeared distracted, struggling to focus on the television, his mind clearly preoccupied. It had been days since he had last played chess, and the longing gnawed at him, much like some are addicted to smoking or drinking. Zhang Yushu's addiction was to chess. He could forego meals, but could not endure a day without playing. Regrettably, in the hospital, there was no one to engage him in a few games. Just then, Jiang Ning entered, carrying a silver thermal container. Grandpa, how is your recovery going? He asked, settling beside the bed and gently placing the container on the table. The hospital food was both expensive and unpalatable, and cooking was inconvenient for the elderly couple. So Jiang Ning had brought homemade meals from his home. Regardless, bringing a meal for Wang Jiao or for the elder Zhang and his wife is the same endeavor. It is better to do it together. Xiao Jiang, once again, I appreciate your efforts in coming to see me. Zhang Yushu forced a smile, harboring a fondness for the young Jiang Ning. From outpatient consultations to surgery and hospitalization, Jiang Ning has been a constant source of assistance, significantly alleviating the burden on the elderly couple. Nowadays, he even takes care of their 3 daily meals. Zhang Leoi has observed all of this and keeps it in his heart. Grandpa Zhang, as we're family, let us not stand on ceremony. Jiang Ning cheerfully lightened the mood. Today, I've prepared vegetable and lean meat porridge. You and Grandma should taste my culinary skills. Jiang Ning opened the thermos box and served porridge to the 2 elders. Given that Zhang Yushu was recovering from a serious illness and needed to follow a light diet, the meal was prepared accordingly. Let it be for now. I'm not hungry yet. Zhang Yushu shook his head, lacking an appetite. Observing the elder's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed he was troubled by the absence of a chess companion. Grandpa Zhang, since you're not hungry yet, why don't we play a couple of games of chess? Jiang Ning suggested. Upon hearing the words chess, Zhang Yushu's murky eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Xiao Jiang, do you know how to play chess? Jiang Ning replied, I know a little. I used to play with my classmates at school. I see. Zhang Yushu's enthusiasm quickly waned, realizing that school-level chess might not be very impressive. Jiang Ning sensed the elder's lack of faith in his chess skills and continued, Grandpa Zhang, I heard from Grandma that you are quite fond of chess and have no rivals in the village. How about taking this opportunity to guide me? Jiang Ning first praised Zhang Yushu and then smoothly expressed his desire for guidance. All right, let me see how good your fundamentals are, and I'll teach you a few of my signature moves. Seeing Jiang Ning's humility, Zhang Yushu nodded in agreement. They cleared the thermos box and water jug from the table, transforming it into a chessboard. Xiao Jiang, I want to play the elder card. You can make the first move. Even at this point, Zhang Yushu did not regard Jiang Ning's chess skills seriously. He was even contemplating how to ease the game so Jiang Ning wouldn't lose too embarrassingly. All right, Grandpa Zhang, I shall show my skills. Jiang Ning began to move his pieces, with Zhang Yushu following suit. A minute passed, and Zhang Yushu's gaze towards Jiang Ning underwent a complete transformation, from dismissive to one of newfound respect. This young man is playing the fool to catch the wise. He claimed to know only a little about chess, yet his moves were full of vigor and brilliance. Had Zhang Yushu not spent a lifetime playing chess, he would have been unable to withstand Jiang Ning's fierce onslaught. What truly terrified Zhang Yushu was that Jiang Ning did not even need to think while playing. The moment his piece had moved, Jiang Ning was already countering. 5 more minutes passed, and Zhang Yushu was drenched in sweat. What is happening? He was renowned as the chess king within several miles in the countryside, yet now he found himself relentlessly outmatched by a young opponent. Zhang Yushu lifted his gaze towards Jiang Ning, only to discover that the lad was holding a mobile phone. What did this mean? Was he multitasking? Engaging in a game of chess while distracted by his phone, and yet he managed to corner Zhang Yushu? Several of Jiang Ning's moves had even illuminated Zhang Yushu's mind, revealing new strategies to break the stalemate. Was it truly the case that the younger generation had become so formidable? The two had been engaged in a back-and-forth battle on the chessboard for half an hour, or more precisely. Zhang Yushu had been competing against an artificial intelligence for that duration, while Jiang Ning merely played the role of a companion. As it became apparent that Zhang Yushu was on the verge of defeat, Jiang Ning discreetly shut off his phone. After all, chess was not merely about victory. It was about human connection. Winning was not the goal. Rather, it was about bringing joy to the old gentleman. Indeed, without the assistance of artificial intelligence, Zhang Yushu quickly reversed the situation and triumphed. However, he did not appear particularly elated. Instead, he wore a look of dejection. Xiao Jiang, you deliberately let me win, didn't you? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Was it that obvious? Of course, Zhang Yushu nodded. Had you made even a single mistake, you would have won. Instead, you allowed me to turn the tables. Though I may be older, I do not require such leniency to secure a victory. Let us play again. But this time I shall be serious. Zhang Yushu believed that his earlier setbacks were due to underestimating his opponent and walking into the traps Jiang Ning had set. As long as he remained vigilant, he would not repeat his mistakes. This time, he was determined to reclaim everything he had lost. Playing another round was not out of the question, but first, you must finish your kanji. Jiang Ning pointed to the bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Very well. It's a deal. Zhang Yushu, who had initially lacked an appetite, quickly consumed the kanji. His singular focus was on winning a legitimate game against Jiang Ning. Nothing else mattered. In the following days, Jiang Ning visited the hospital daily to bring meals for Wang Jiao and the two elderly individuals, while also spending time playing chess with Zhang Yushu. Each match brought forth a whirlwind of emotions for Zhang Yushu. He felt discomfort if he did not play for a day, yet felt equally troubled after playing. Jiang Ning's unpredictable playing style made Zhang Yushu feel as though he were contending with multiple chess masters simultaneously. At times, it felt as if he were playing against himself. I feel as though I am perpetually living in his shadow, Zhang Yushu remarked. 3 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Yushu had shown remarkable recovery. Now ready to proceed with his discharge, This indicated that the elderly couple would soon return to their countryside home. Naturally, Jiang Ning would be driving them back. For family members do not speak in divided tongues. Indeed, having a vehicle proved convenient, allowing for effortless travel. The village where Zhang Yushu resided was 60 kilometers from the city, a third of which consisted of narrow one-way roads that could barely accommodate two vehicles, requiring one to reverse if another approached. After nearly an hour and a half of travel, Jiang Ning finally caught sight of the village's outline. This village is home to around 300 to 500 inhabitants, predominantly elderly and children, as the younger generation has sought employment elsewhere. As Jiang Ning drove past the village entrance, he noticed several middle-aged women seated in a circle on small stools, leisurely crossing their legs and cracking sunflower seeds, basking in the comfort of their lives. Yet, one must not underestimate this group. They serve as the village's intelligence network. If one seeks information about a household, a visit to the village entrance is guaranteed to yield results. The scene of Jiang Ning driving two elderly individuals home also did not escape the watchful eyes of the intelligence agents. Were those not Zhang Yushu and Tang Hongsue in the car? Indeed, it appeared to be them. Weren't they supposed to have gone to the city a few days ago? Why have they only just returned? Who can say? They had no prior dealings with that family. What were they discussing? Ah yes, you still remember that dog Dan from the village, right? He hasn't returned in 2 or 3 years and was rumored to have been incarcerated. The intelligence gathered at the village entrance is abundant, yet often unreliable. Some individuals, after years away, return home only to learn they were executed the previous year. Others might merely mention feeling faint from hunger, only to have it rumored they were remarrying. Truly, one can be at home and still be beset by calamity. Even a passing dog can become the subject of gossip among these women. Jiang Ning parked his car in front of Zhang Yushu's residence, a charming 2.5-story villa, whose simple yet elegant exterior was pleasing to the eye. According to the elder, this lovely abode was constructed a few years ago by Zhang Shanhe and his wife. Woof, woof. As Jiang Ning approached the villa, the sound of barking erupted from the courtyard. In rural areas, many families choose to keep dogs for protection, and Zhang Yushu was no exception. He owned a pure yellow dog with white paws, resembling a creature adorned with 2 pairs of white gloves. Da Huang, quiet down. We have a guest, Zhang Yushu admonished the dog. However, the dog paid no heed to his words. With a resigned sigh, the elder picked up an iron basin from the ground and gently tapped Da Huang on the head. The dog immediately fell silent. The tap neither too harsh nor too soft, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Chapter 55. The first encounter with the dogs cunning the breathtaking landscape. Adorned with clear waters and vibrant flora, was Jiang Ning's initial impression upon arriving in the village. He found himself quite fond of the languid pace of rural life. Free from competition and rankings, where everyone rises with the sun and retires at dusk. Aside from the inconvenient transportation, there seemed to be little to complain about. Jiang Ning mused that once he amassed wealth, he too would construct a home in the countryside, indulging in leisurely strolls with his dog and fishing. Though not a life of opulence, it would certainly be a comfortable existence. Throughout history, whenever individuals faced misfortune, they sought solace in pastoral retreats, and in moments of prosperity, they returned home in grandeur. It can be said that the desire to return to the land is ingrained in the very essence of the nation. Da Huang, come here. Jiang Ning settled onto a small stool in the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze, glancing at the dog lying motionless on the ground, calling out softly to it. Just moments ago, the once boisterous Da Huang became surprisingly serene after receiving a gentle reprimand. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's call, it cautiously approached, wagging its tail. The dog had now grasped the dynamics of the situation. Jiang Ning was under the protection of Zhang Yushu, an authority not to be trifled with. Why the long face? I know a pet doctor. Perhaps I could set you up with a companion? Jiang Ning remarked, patting the dog's back. Da Huang tilted its head in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the remark. Never mind. Let us just have you undergo a neutering procedure, a quick snip, if you will. If you agree, bark once. If not, pen me an 800-word dissenting letter. Da Huang understood this statement, and in excitement, began barking at Jiang Ning. Perhaps I am not human, but you are undoubtedly a true canine. How could such a chilling remark escape its mouth? In the kitchen, Zhang Yushu and his wife were busy when they heard the commotion from the yard and curiously peered outside. Look, dear, how fond Da Huang is of little Jiang, exclaimed Granny Tang with a sigh. Zhang Yushu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been a while since I've seen Da Huang so joyful, Look at it wagging its tail, nearly lifting off the ground. The elderly couple remained blissfully unaware of the true circumstances, perceiving only the harmonious interaction between the man and the dog. Oh dear, it's getting late. I must hurry to prepare some food for the chickens and ducks, Granny Tang remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall as she hurriedly grabbed a plastic basin from the corner. Zhang Yushu rolled up his sleeves, intending to take over the farm chores. Allow me to help, he offered. No, you've just had surgery. You still need to recover. I'll handle it, she replied, shaking her head. The couple not only kept a dog, but also tended to a flock of chickens and ducks. Recently, while Zhang Yushu was hospitalized in the city, these fowls had been neglected, often going without proper meals. Now that the couple had returned, it was only right to let the chickens and ducks feast. Granny Tang poured rice and corn into the basin, mixing them together before opening the door to the chicken coop. In an instant, the poultry surged forth, occupying the courtyard. They showed no fear of Jiang Ning, even approaching him boldly. What a striking plumage this black chicken has, Jiang Ning remarked, his attention caught by a pure white hen. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Granny Tang swiftly dispatched the hen. Little Jiang, I'll prepare chicken soup for you this afternoon. The rural elders were straightforward. The highest honor in hosting guests was to offer freshly killed chicken or duck. Since Jiang Ning expressed a liking for the black chicken, it was only fitting to serve him one. Jiang Ning was taken aback by the attention he was receiving and instinctively glanced at De Huang. The dog, terrified, tucked its tail between its legs and trembled, silently distancing itself from Jiang Ning. It turned to leave, as if resolutely deciding on a course of action. Fearful that Jiang Ning might praise it, thereby leading Zhang and Tang to prepare it as a dish, De Huang embodied the essence of canine trepidation, causing Jiang Ning to burst into laughter at the sight. Grandmother, let me assist you, he said, rising to stretch his arms. Grandma Tang shook her head, replying, no need. I can manage this little task on my own. Yet, feeling idle, she added, but if you're looking for something to do, find me a task. Old Zhang had previously mentioned that when visiting the bride's family, the young must appear industrious, a lesson Jiang Ning had etched in his mind. Observing Jiang Ning's insistence, Grandma Tang finally assigned him a task. Very well, help me kindle a fire in the stove, and then bring a pot of water upstairs. Though electric kettles and water heaters are commonly used now, the older generation prefers boiling water over a wood fire. Understood. Jiang Ning swiftly commenced his task. Having helped his parents with farm chores during visits to the countryside, igniting a fire was no challenge for him. In no time, he had the kindling ablaze, filled the iron kettle with water, and placed it steadily on the stove. Grandma Tang watched with keen interest, initially thinking this clean-cut city boy would lack practical skills. To her surprise, he worked with finesse, indicating he had experience. This greatly enhanced her fondness for him, prompting her to engage in conversation. Xiao Jiang, what is your occupation? How many family members do you have? Do you have any siblings? Grandma Tang's questions poured forth without pause. Jiang Ning finally understood why Zhang Mengqing had insisted he remain in the bedroom that day. She must have worried that his grandparents would bombard him with endless inquiries. However, this posed no trouble for Jiang Ning, who had a natural talent for charming the elderly. He adeptly answered Grandma Tang's myriad questions, even sharing details about their family cat, Tang Yuan, who was 6 months old, with sincere enthusiasm. As time passed, noon approached, and soon it was time for lunch. Grandma Tang prepared 3 dishes and a soup, a black chicken and red date soup, braised fish, spicy stir-fried meat, and a vegetable dish. The fish was sourced from their own pond, and the vegetables were freshly picked from their garden, emphasizing a commitment to all-natural, pesticide-free produce. Xiao Jiang, you've worked hard today, driving us back and helping with the cooking. Come, eat more, Grandma Tang said, using her chopsticks to pile food into his bowl. In the blink of an eye, his bowl overflowed with a mountain of delicacies. Zhang Yushu chuckled, your grandmother is quite the cook. She was a chef at a restaurant in her youth. You must taste her creations. Delicious. I love it, Jiang Ning exclaimed, taking a few bites and giving a thumbs up. This was not mere flattery. Despite her age, the old lady's culinary skills remained remarkable, showcasing exceptional knife work and flavor mastery. Moreover, after assisting with the chores, Jiang Ning was ravenous, and even a plain bun would have seemed delectable to him. Eat slowly, have a bowl of soup, and enjoy a chicken leg, Grandma Tang encouraged. Grandma Tang's warm smile filled her with a sense of accomplishment as she observed Jiang Ning devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. Grandpa, Grandma, please take your time. I am quite full. Moments later, Jiang Ning set down his bowl and chopsticks, typically content with a single bowl of rice. Today he had astonishingly consumed two, an acknowledgement of the elderly lady's culinary skills. "Young man, you are in your growth phase. How can you possibly be full?" Grandma remarked. "Xiao Jiang, look at how thin you are. Let me serve you another bowl of rice." "Grandma Tang, I assure you, I am truly full," Jiang Ning quickly replied, moving his bowl aside, wary of her insistence to refill it. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yushu, seated across from him, seized the opportunity to add a generous helping of vegetables to his bowl. Upon noticing, Jiang Ning swiftly reclaimed his bowl, only to inadvertently collide with Grandma Tang's serving spoon. The couple, one on each side, continued to pile rice and vegetables into Jiang Ning's bowl. "What is happening? Why does my bowl seem to overflow?" he thought, overwhelmed by the food. It was a curious kind of hunger, one that stemmed from a grandmother's perception of his appetite. Jiang Ning glanced around in search of De Huang, hoping the dog could assist in alleviating some of the pressure. However, he soon realized that De Huang had not even approached the dining table. Instead, it lay at a distance, resting at the entrance, devoid of any worldly desires. De Huang simply could not comprehend why its peers would hoard their food. After lunch, Jiang Ning prepared to drive back home. The elderly couple, wishing to keep him for the night, were politely declined. His heart was set on returning, especially after several days apart from his beloved teacher, Xiao Zhang. Strangely enough, although it had only been 3 or 4 days since he last saw Zhang Mengqing, it felt like an eternity. Perhaps the saying "a day apart feels like 3 autumns" held some truth, for days must equate to 12 autumns, explaining his deep longing. "Xiao Jiang, these are fresh vegetables I just picked from the field. Please take them home," Grandma Tang said, emerging from the house with a burlap sack. The kind-hearted couple not only treated Jiang Ning to a meal of chicken and fish, but also insisted he take some vegetables home. Truly a generous gesture. "Thank you, Grandma." Although Jiang Ning had spent little time with the elderly couple, he could sense that they regarded him with the affection of a beloved grandson. "And this bottle of drink, keep it in your car for when you get thirsty on the road." "Thank you, Grandma." As Jiang Ning reached out to take it, he suddenly realized that the so-called drink was actually a bottle of erguota liquor. "Grandma, isn't this drink prohibited for drivers?" "It's fine. While the traffic police may say no, your grandma says yes," Jiang Ning continued, "but one cannot drink while driving." Grandma Tang replied, "Then just stop by the roadside to finish it before you continue." Jiang Ning exclaimed, "That's too extreme." Unable to resist Grandma's enthusiasm, he ultimately accepted the bottle of liquor. However, he firmly resolved not to drink and drive, placing the bottle in the passenger seat to later gift to his father. "Xiao Jiang, may I ask you for a favor?" Zhang Yushu approached as they prepared to part ways. "A few days ago, we visited the hospital, but please refrain from informing Shanhe and Mengqing about it. Old Master Zhang wishes to spare his family from worry. Thus he requested Jiang Ning to conceal his health condition." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ning nodded and replied, "All right, Grandfather Zhang, I promise you. Drive carefully on the way. Make sure to visit us often when you have the time." Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Ning observed Zhang Yushu and Tang Hongsui waving goodbye at the intersection. He honked the horn twice in response. De Huang, hearing the commotion, dashed out from the yard, chasing Jiang Ning's car all the way to the village entrance. "What's the matter, De Huang? Do you really want to accompany me to the city for sterilization?" Jiang Ning glanced at the dog racing alongside the car. "No need to see me off. I'll come play with you next time." Uncertain of when he would meet again, or if another opportunity would even arise, Jiang Ning felt a strange premonition that they would indeed reunite. "We shall ultimately meet again." An hour and a half later, Jiang Ning returned to the city from the countryside. As he parked in the underground garage, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Yushan. "Little Jiang, have you arrived home?" Jiang Ning responded, "Grandfather Zhang, I just reached the underground garage. The engine is still running." "Ah, as long as you've arrived safely. By the way, we left some money on your back seat as a token of gratitude for your assistance during this time." During Zhang Yushan's hospitalization, Jiang Ning had covered numerous medical expenses. Although the young man never brought it up, the two elders were well aware of his generosity. They felt he had already done enough for them, and it was inappropriate to ask him to incur further costs. Thus, during the return journey, the elderly couple discreetly tucked the money under the back seat cushion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning rushed to the back seat to search, and indeed discovered a stack of vibrant red bills. The amount exceeded his outlay for medical expenses by 1,000 yuan. However, Jiang Ning had no intention of taking advantage of their kindness. He resolved to return the surplus funds to the elderly couple at an appropriate time. With this thought, he carefully stowed the money in his pocket. Next, he retrieved all the local specialties from the trunk, intending to carry them upstairs himself. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Ning took out his phone and opened the chat window with Zhang Mengqing. It was already past 3 o'clock. Was Teacher Zhang in class? Zhang Mengqing's afternoon classes were during the 7th and 8th periods, and at the moment, she was resting in the office. Ding dong. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message notification. Qin Xiu had sent her a voice message. My dear Qingqing, I can't sleep. What should I do? Being far abroad, Qin Xiu was experiencing a 12-hour time difference. It was 3 in the morning there. Perhaps a warm glass of milk or a soothing bath would help, Zhang Mengqing suggested. Qin Xiu replied with a frantic emoji. I've already tried both, but still can't fall asleep. Zhang Mengqing asked, Sweetheart, have you been under a lot of stress lately? Qin Xiu responded, Not particularly stress, but I made some dreadful dark cuisine and got food poisoning. I'm still recovering from it. Qin Xiu's culinary skills are indeed hard to describe. Zhang Mengqing once had the fortune of tasting the braised eggplant made by Qin Xiu, only to discover upon taking a bite that it was sweet and sour pork, with both sugar and vinegar in lethal quantities. Since then, Zhang Mengqing has never allowed Qin Xiu to step into the kitchen again. Did you not say you would never cook again? Why the sudden inspiration to prepare a meal today? Zhang Mengqing inquired with a question mark emoji. Qin Xiu replied, It's because the food here is both expensive and unpalatable. I long for the taste of home-cooked Hunan cuisine, but there is no Chinese restaurant within several miles. I had to attempt it myself, but who knew it would turn out disastrous? Zhang Mengqing could almost envision Qin Xiu's aggrieved expression through the screen, and thus she typed a response. When you return, I shall cook for you. That sounds wonderful. Hearing you say that, I feel less miserable. Once I return, I must indulge in all sorts of food and fun. By the way, the short holiday is approaching. Do you have any plans to travel? Zhang Mengqing replied, I have no such intentions. According to online sources, traveling merely means escaping from one's own weary surroundings to visit someone else's. Besides, with the Golden Week approaching, there will undoubtedly be throngs of travelers, making it a crowded affair. On second thought, I shall pass. Ding dong. A message from Jiang Ning arrived. Teacher Xiaozhang, do you have any arrangements for the upcoming short holiday? How about I bring my sister, and you bring yours, and we form a quartet for a road trip? Upon seeing Jiang Ning's travel proposal, Zhang Mengqing swiftly typed back, Sounds good. Zhang Mengqing indeed despises traveling during the bustling Golden Week. However, with Jiang Ning's company, it becomes a different story. Chapter 57. The God of Multimedia in Ancient Greece. Though it was a 4-person road trip for Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing, 2 young ladies, the destination mattered little. For Jiang Wan, the mere opportunity to go out and have fun was enough. She cared not for tourist attractions, but cherished the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinqing had no particular city she yearned to visit. Her demeanor was one of serene contentment, valuing companionship above all. This meant that the ultimate destination for this road trip would be decided by Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. I have researched numerous tourist spots, both within and beyond the province. However, it's hard to convey everything over the phone. Perhaps we should discuss it in person, Jiang Ning suggested. How about dinner together tonight? Sounds great. See you in the evening, Zhang Mengqing replied. Their conversation came to a close. Zhang Mengqing glanced at her reflection on the phone screen and suddenly felt that her attire was not suitable for a date. Had she known Jiang Ning would invite her for dinner, she would have donned a lovely dress. However, changing her outfit now was still an option. Checking the time on her phone, she noted that she had 40 minutes before her class began. A round trip from the teaching building to the residential area would suffice. With that thought in mind, she picked up the keys from her desk and swiftly left the office. Not only did Jiang Ning feel a sense of longing for their reunion, but Zhang Mengqing felt the same. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In class 16 of the first year, a boy sitting in the last row began to count down, glancing at his watch. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the bell signaling the end of class rang promptly. Teacher Ku Rin set down the chalk in her hand and took the textbook from the podium before leaving class 16. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Mengqing, also holding a textbook, gracefully entered the classroom. The moment she appeared, a collective wow resonated from the students. Teacher Zhang looks exceptionally beautiful today, teased a girl seated in the front row. Zhang Mengqing, already known for her beauty, radiated an extraordinary charm today. She wore a light blue dress that gracefully extended to her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair, rounded calves, complemented by pristine white canvas shoes. The overall ensemble exuded an air of elegance and youthful vigor. Although the dress was conservatively styled without any daring designs, it imparted a sense of mature allure when worn by her. Not only did Zhang Mengqing possess impeccable taste in fashion, but her demeanor and physique were equally commendable. Even the simplest, most unremarkable dress would look exquisite on her. Were she not a teacher, she would undoubtedly excel as a model for an online clothing store, effortlessly attracting numerous female customers with just a single uploaded photo. "Teacher Zhang, are you going on a date with your boyfriend tonight?" boisterously inquired a mischievous boy from the back, voicing the curiosity of many. Several students who had initially planned to leave the classroom and stretch their legs now remained seated, quietly observing the unfolding scene. However, Zhang Mengqing did not directly respond to the question. "No gossip about teachers, especially the homeroom teacher," she remarked. Though she said nothing, the joy evident on her face spoke volumes, as it is customary for girls to don beautiful new dresses only when going out with someone they admire. As her words lingered in the air, the students exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding palpable. "Who has the multimedia key for our class? Please assist in turning on the computer." She subtly shifted the topic. "Network administrator, power on," someone shouted from within the classroom. Almost immediately, a boy seated in the front row retrieved a key from his pocket and approached the podium. Every class has a student designated to manage the computer, often referred to as the network administrator, a term derived from the ancient Greek deity who oversaw multimedia keys. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Mengqing exited the gates of Xingming High School. She did not inquire where Jiang Ning was to meet her, for she spotted him standing in their usual spot. Likewise, Jiang Ning noticed Zhang Mengqing approaching and proactively offered her a box of throat lozenges. "You've worked hard in class, Teacher Xiao Zhang," he said. Having previously shared her class schedule in the parent group, Jiang Ning was well aware that Teacher Xiao Zhang had just concluded 2 consecutive lessons. The strain of teaching back-to-back classes can be quite taxing on a teacher's voice, and the lozenges would provide some relief. "I've grown accustomed to it. But I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness," Zhang Mengqing replied as she unwrapped a lozenge and placed it in her mouth. She immediately felt a refreshing coolness in her throat, lifting her spirits. Although a few days had passed since their last meeting, Jiang Ning remained as considerate as ever. A boy who knows how to care for others is always a plus. "Where shall we dine?" Zhang Mengqing inquired. "Nearby, there is a delightful establishment renowned for its crayfish. Would you be interested in trying it?" Jiang Ning's invitation to Zhang Mengqing was not a whimsical thought. Rather, it stemmed from a conversation with the Zhang Yushu couple, who revealed that their eldest granddaughter had a fondness for crayfish in her youth. "Crayfish, you say? Certainly. Let's go." Zhang Mengqing nodded in agreement. Chapter 58. Girls are creatures of contradiction. The restaurant Jiang Ning chose was conveniently situated not far from Xingming High School, merely a couple of traffic lights away. Thus, the two decided to stroll there instead of taking a car. The establishment bore an intriguing name, Xiache Dan, primarily serving crayfish alongside an array of other seafood and barbecued dishes. "Good evening, ladies. Where would you like to sit?" As Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing entered, a waiter promptly approached them. "Could you kindly find us a window seat on the second floor?" "Thank you," Jiang Ning replied without hesitation. Zhang Mengqing had a penchant for window seats, a preference she consistently exhibited during their dining outings. Having dined together a few times, Jiang Ning had gradually memorized this little habit of hers. "Certainly, please follow me." The waiter gestured invitingly, leading them to their table before promptly leaving the menu. "Take a look and see what you'd like to order." Jiang Ning offered the menu to Zhang Mengqing. She shook her head. "You order. I trust your taste." This was her first visit to this restaurant, and unfamiliar with the offerings, she felt it best to leave the ordering to Jiang Ning. "Very well, I shall decide," he mused as he scrutinized the menu. The crayfish here were priced by weight, at 40 yuan per pound, with a promotion of buying 3 pounds and receiving 1 free. He settled on 2 pounds of spiced crayfish, along with 1 pound each of garlic crayfish and marinated crayfish, all signature dishes of the establishment, ensuring a worthwhile investment. The crayfish were freshly prepared, which meant the dishes would take some time to arrive. "While we wait, let us discuss our travel plans," Jiang Ning suggested, moving to sit beside Zhang Mengqing. Though she often occupied the passenger seat in his car, this was their first instance of sitting closely together. To what extent was the proximity? Jiang Ning could distinctly perceive the delightful fragrance emanating from Zhang Mengqing and observe the delicate strands of her long eyelashes. The fan mounted on the wall whirred noisily, the third setting creating a strong breeze that tousled Jiang Mingqing's hair, causing it to brush against Jiang Ning's face, eliciting a slight itch. Apologies, a faint blush crept onto Jiang Mingqing's cheeks as she hastily tucked her hair behind her ears. This marked her first experience sitting so closely beside a male counterpart, prompting a nervous shift away from him. However, once they had created some distance, she began to regret her movement. What if this unintentional retreat hurt Jiang Ning? Surely, he would feel upset, she pondered. With that thought in mind, Jiang Mingqing promptly inched back toward him. In truth, Jiang Ning felt no discomfort. His focus was entirely absorbed in the travel itinerary. This exemplifies the cognitive differences between genders. At times, men remain oblivious to issues while women tend to contemplate extensively. This afternoon, I explored numerous travel guides. If we were to travel within the province, we could visit Mount Hung in Nanyue, Dongting Lake, or the Orange Isle. As Jiang Ning spoke, he scrolled through videos on his phone for Jiang Mingqing's reference. Should we venture outside the province, destinations such as Wudong Mountain, the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, Nanshan Ancient Town, or Tsongshan and Irai Lake beckon? Upon viewing a video of Irai Lake, a spark of interest distinctly illuminated Jiang Mingqing's eyes. Jiang Ning surmised that teacher Zhang had a penchant for Irai and promptly paused the video. I checked the weather forecast, and it appears that Irai's conditions are rather pleasant at this time. Do you have any thoughts? Jiang Mingqing nodded graciously. A close friend of mine has always yearned to visit Irai, but she hastily left for abroad before she could embark on the journey. I truly wish to visit Irai on her behalf, and if possible, I would like to capture some scenic photographs to share with her. Very well. I will inquire about the opinions of the two younger sisters. If they consent, we shall seize this short holiday to explore Irai. Jiang Ning marked Irai and Tsongshan with a star as a contingency plan. He then closed all videos and returned to the green bubble chat interface. This inadvertently led Jiang Mingqing to discover that Jiang Ning had pinned her chat box and noted her as someone with whom he wished to be together. Startled, Jiang Mingqing quickly turned her head to feign ignorance. Jiang Ning, equally taken aback, had forgotten about pinning and the notes, hurriedly shutting off his phone screen. He discreetly observed Jiang Mingqing's expression, noticing that she was engrossed in her own phone, scrolling through short videos, seemingly oblivious to the note. This revelation brought a slight sigh of relief to Jiang Ning. Fortunately, Jiang Mingqing had not seen the note, or else it would have been socially mortifying. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingqing seized the opportunity, inconspicuously opening her green bubble. She too had pinned Jiang Ning's chat box, labeling him as the refined and elegant Mr. Jiang. After a moment's hesitation, she altered his note to read, "When will you confess your feelings to me?" Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth a bountiful platter of crayfish. The establishment claimed it was 4 pounds of small crayfish. However, after removing the heads and tails, the edible meat was rather scant. Nonetheless, this portion was surely sufficient for two, especially since Jiang Ning had feasted to his heart's content at the home of Zhang Yushu and his wife earlier that day and was still not hungry. Thus, during this meal, he primarily donned gloves to peel the crayfish, placing the shelled meat into Jiang Mingqing's bowl. They collaborated in their efforts. One peeled, while the other savored the delicacies. "Jiang Ning, you should eat as well. You need not exclusively prepare for me." Observing her bowl brimming with crayfish meat, Jiang Mingqing felt a twinge of shyness. Strangely, she perceived a resemblance to her grandmother in Jiang Ning's actions. Though Jiang Ning had never met her grandmother, why did he exhibit such remarkable similarities in serving food? It was indeed perplexing. "It's nothing. I find peeling crayfish to be a therapeutic process. Extracting the pristine meat from the shell brings a sense of fulfillment. So, please, enjoy your meal. I shall take over once you can eat no more." Observing Jiang Ning's considerate demeanor, Jiang Ming's heart swelled with warmth. She then feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Jiang Ning, how many girls have you peeled crawfish for?" As her words lingered in the air, Jiang Ning paused his movements, tilted his head, and began counting on his fingers, murmuring to himself, 1, 2, 3. Watching Jiang Ning's earnest expression, Jiang Ming's initial joy gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of dejection. It dawned on her that Jiang Ning had shown kindness to so many girls before her. Though these events had transpired prior to their acquaintance, and she had no grounds to reproach him, a sadness lingered in her heart. It was disheartening to realize she was not the sole exception. "Are you unhappy?" Jiang Ning noticed the shift in Jiang Ming's mood and leaned in to ask. "I'm not," she replied, turning her head away, reluctant to engage. "If you're not, Then why the pout? He teased. I just like it, Zhang Ming retorted stubbornly. Still unwilling to acknowledge him, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, finding it amusing that the composed and intelligent teacher Zhang had transformed into a pouting, emotional girl. I have only peeled crawfish for 3 girls. One is my mother, one is my sister, and the last one, guess who? Peeling crawfish for his mother and sister was an act of familial affection. However, his relationship with Zhang Ming was neither one of kinship nor blood ties. Could it not be considered an exception as well? Really? You've only peeled crawfish for your mother, sister, and me? Zhang Ming turned back, her skepticism evident. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. Indeed, just as true as the pearls. Why is your face so flushed? Because the crawfish is too spicy. Zhang Ming stammered in explanation. Too spicy? Jiang Ning was taken aback. In his recollection, Zhang Ming had a high tolerance for spice. Clearly, she wasn't at her best today. Now it's my turn to peel crawfish for you. Hurry and eat. Zhang Ming interrupted Jiang Ning's thoughts, donned disposable gloves, and began peeling the crawfish. Her technique was deft. Gripping the shrimp head and tail, a gentle twist revealed the succulent meat. 1, 2, 3. Her speed was impressive, and soon, a mountain of crawfish meat filled Jiang Ning's bowl. Then I shall begin as well, Jiang Ning declared, picking up his bowl and chopsticks. Perhaps due to teacher Zhang's expert peeling, the crawfish tasted exceptionally delectable today. As the sky gradually darkened, the evening breeze wafted through the window, offering a refreshing coolness to the diners. Long-haired women often face a dilemma. The meticulously arranged hair is invariably tousled by the wind, and Zhang Ming was no exception. She contemplated smoothing her hair, but hesitated, remembering her gloved hands smeared with chili oil. It would be troublesome if it got on her hair, so she decided against it. Allow me to assist you. At that moment, Jiang Ning gently tucked Zhang Ming's loose strands behind her ear. Zhang Mengqing's delicate hands, which had been skillfully peeling shrimp, suddenly froze, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Thank you. On the surface, Zhang Mengqing maintained her composure, yet internally, a tempest raged within her. It felt as though a young fawn was frolicking in her heart, refusing to settle down. Never before had she contemplated that a boy could so thoroughly disarray her emotions, causing her feelings to oscillate dramatically, even dictating her mood. When he wished for her to be joyful, she found herself elated. When he sought to evoke sorrow, she succumbed to sadness. Was this what it meant to be ensnared by love? Zhang Mengqing sensed herself ensnared, unable to extricate herself from its grasp. After their meal, the two walked side by side back to school. Zhang Mengqing lowered her gaze, quietly observing their shadows. She tilted her head slightly, and in that moment, her shadow appeared to lean against Jiang Ning's shoulder. Beneath the street lamp, 2 shadows danced. One was hers, and the other, too, was hers. Chapter 59. A 10,000-word love letter to Zhang Mengqing upon confirming plans for a short holiday to Arai Lake. Jiang Ning devoted himself entirely to his novel in the ensuing days. As a full-time author, his work was his sustenance, a daily engagement that required meticulous planning. He needed to organize his tasks in advance so that he could immerse himself in travel during the holiday. Presently, his romance novel had surpassed the 100,000-word mark, with the essential plot lines already penned, nearing its conclusion. He spent a week diligently filling in the narrative gaps he had previously created, followed by an elaborate 10,000-word account detailing the wedding of the protagonists and their life thereafter. Ultimately, he composed a 2,000-word epilogue, reflecting on the journey. As the words "the end" echoed in his mind, Jiang Ning gazed at his computer screen, overwhelmed with emotion. This novel had taken 8 months from inception to completion. It was as though he had nurtured this work from nothingness to its eventual form, akin to raising a child, infused with sincerity as it entered the world. Although the novel's performance might not have met expectations, the relationships he forged with charming and intriguing readers throughout the process were more than sufficient. Frog Fun, a beloved tale, had unexpectedly concluded. The author had finally found his footing, and his readers could rejoice. The pure-hearted warriors of love departed, satisfied. Let the celebrations commence. With Jiang Ning's upload of the final chapters, the previously quiet comment section erupted into lively discussion. Apart from some familiar readers, many new faces emerged, including imitation authors, sprouting like mushrooms after a rainstorm. It seemed that many had silently followed the story, only leaving comments upon its conclusion as a testament to their presence. Would the author embark on a new project? At that moment, one comment piqued Jiang Ning's interest. A new book was indeed on the horizon, though not immediately. Perhaps he would contemplate this after the holiday. As for the theme of the new work, it would likely remain within the realm of romance. Given his extensive experience of over 100,000 words in this genre, there was no need to switch tracks and start anew. The sole consideration for Jiang Ning is whether to write the story of his experiences with teacher Xiao Zhang in his next book. It is often said that art springs from life, and should he choose to narrate his personal journey, the authenticity alone would be resplendent. Excellent. Thus, it is decided. His next work will be an autobiography, a heartfelt missive of 10,000 words addressed to Zhang Mengqing. As Jiang Ning concludes his novel, the teaching schedule at Xingming High School likewise reaches a formal conclusion in September. Next comes a 3-day monthly examination. The rhythm of high school life is such: small tests every 3 days and major exams every 5, with each day consumed by either taking exams or preparing for them. As this is the first monthly exam for the first-year students, all assessments take place within their respective classrooms. Only after the exams conclude will seating arrangements be determined based on the results. During the exam, students are prohibited from glancing around or whispering to one another. Upon receiving the exam paper, the first task is to check for any missing or misprinted pages. The mathematics teacher stands at the podium of class 16, meticulously outlining the examination rules. In truth, he feels a sense of reassurance towards this group of students, for they are all top scholars, exuding an air of confidence. Their examination success relies solely on their own merit, and they would never resort to cheating. The first subject of the morning exam is Chinese literature. Upon receiving the paper, Jiang Wan immediately flips it over to view the essay prompt. The topic for this monthly exam is wind, flowers, snow, and moon, with no restrictions on form. Except for poetry. While others are still contemplating the first question, she has already begun to compose her essay, still in the style of a novel. It is her duty to carry forth her brother's legacy. Throughout the examination, most classrooms remain enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of pens scratching and pages turning. However, not all classrooms adhere strictly to the rules. In a parallel class, a boy raises his head to observe the teacher at the podium. He then deliberately coughs to attract the attention of another boy seated in front of him. The two have been inseparable friends since middle school and have now entered Xingming High School together, managing to secure placement in the same class through connections. Yet, instead of dedicating themselves to their studies, they have chosen a more dubious path. During the summer vacation, they practiced Morse code fervently, and now, it finally proves useful. Tap, 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 tap. The two proceed to tap their pen caps in a rhythmic manner. Do you understand question 5? Not at all. How about question 7? I can't make heads or tails of it. What about question 8? Nope. What did you do during that long summer? What do you think? The proctor at the podium hears the commotion and looks up, tapping his thermos cup. Ask me. I can solve these problems. The two boys, who had intended to cheat, are momentarily taken aback, astonished that the proctor is also familiar with Morse code. The proctor then breaks into a benevolent smile. You too, after the exam, come to my office. The 2.5-hour Chinese exam swiftly concludes, with the proctor responsibly organizing the papers before sending them to the grading team. Zhang Mengqing sat at her desk, holding a red fountain pen as she began to grade papers. She was tasked with evaluating the Chinese language exams of 5 classes, with hundreds of papers stacked before her. A workload far more arduous than her usual teaching duties. Among the various components of the grading process, the essays proved to be the most time-consuming and mentally taxing. First, she had to ascertain whether the 800-word requirement was met, then meticulously dissect the structure of each composition, ensuring the central theme was clear and the arguments well articulated. Additionally, the varying quality of the students' handwriting further complicated the grading of these essays. Nevertheless, the papers required assessment. Zhang Mengqing had braced herself for a long battle. She had even prepared eye drops to alleviate fatigue. 1 paper, 2 papers, 3 papers. As time passed, Zhang Mengqing settled into a rhythm, her grading becoming increasingly proficient, averaging 20 seconds per paper. Was this a work of fiction? Approximately 20 minutes later, her pen paused momentarily as she gazed intently at an essay before her. It was the first time she had encountered a narrative in a Chinese exam. Judging by the handwriting, it seemed to be penned by a female student. After carefully reading the story, she hesitated for a moment before awarding it a score of 47 out of a possible 60. This score was considered above average. The essay not only delighted with its elegant prose and adherence to theme, but also stood out amidst a sea of argumentative papers. It felt akin to having grown weary of rice and savoring a bowl of noodles as a refreshing change. Suddenly, Zhang Mengqing became curious about the identity of the student who had written this narrative. She flipped the paper over to the front and spotted the name Jiang Wan inscribed in the designated line. At that moment, Jiang Wan was oblivious to Zhang Mengqing's newfound interest. She was busy organizing her desk in preparation for the next exam. The classroom buzzed with a cacophony of chatter. Why hasn't the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived yet? I want to go home and play video games, someone lamented, resting their chin on their hand. A frown etched on their face. With the long holiday approaching, many students seemed distracted, their minds far from their studies. A boy in the back row twirled a ballpoint pen in his fingers and languidly announced, I have some insider information about the upcoming break. Anyone interested? What news about the break? Spill it. Without hesitation, the boy divulged. On the afternoon following the exams, the entire school will conduct a thorough cleaning. And then we have a holiday. Upon hearing this, peers immediately crowded around him. Is that true? Is your information reliable? With a proud expression, the boy replied. Of course it's reliable. The cafeteria ladies told me. It vividly illustrated the adage that while the army may not have moved, the provisions were already in place. So, that means we have a holiday the day after tomorrow? Wonderful. Finally, the days of suffering are coming to an end. After the break, I want to go karaoke. Who's in? Forget it, with that croaky voice of yours. You could transform the tender melody of waiting for you after class into the deeply sorrowful don't leave after school. Nonsense. I sing beautifully, and when the time comes, I shall deliver the highest notes in the world. The boys sitting in the back row have already begun to plan their upcoming mini-holiday, their voices resonating loudly enough for everyone to overhear. My deskmate, those boys mentioned that after the exam the day after tomorrow, we would be on break. Jiang Wan paused her actions, eager to share this delightful news with Zhang Jinxing beside her. Yes, I heard it too. Zhang Jinxing nodded in response, her voice barely above a whisper. However, she was more concerned about the school-wide cleanup after the exams than the holiday itself, as she bore the heavy responsibility of being the sanitation committee member for Class 16. In the following days, Class 16 spent their time immersed in examinations. Being the first monthly test, the questions posed little difficulty, allowing everyone to appear relaxed and content. No one compared answers. Instead, they discussed their plans for leisure activities. As the final English exam concluded, the black speaker on the wall emitted a crackling static sound, followed by the familiar sounds of microphone testing. An announcement came through the PA system, requesting homeroom teachers to arrange for a thorough cleanup by the students. Following the cleanup, the official start of the holiday would be declared, with students returning on October 6th for evening self-study. Although everyone had already anticipated the news of the holiday, the moment the school officially announced it, they couldn't help but erupt in joyous cheers. Perhaps it was because the confirmation of the holiday felt solid only when uttered by the school authorities. Shoo! Everyone be quiet. Teacher Zhang is coming. At that moment, a boy by the window peeked out into the corridor and immediately relayed the information back to the class. Upon hearing this, the discipline committee member promptly tapped the desk, calling for silence to heed Teacher Zhang's forthcoming instructions. Before long, Zhang Mengqing entered the classroom, instantly sensing the students' eager desire for a break. Some boys had even prepped their backpacks, slightly bending forward in readiness for a sprint. The moment Zhang Mengqing announced the holiday, they would dash out without hesitation. The broadcast had already detailed the precautions for the holiday, so she refrained from reiterating them. Having once been a student herself, Zhang Mengqing empathized with their excitement and endeavored to expedite the announcement process. She reminded them to stay safe during the break and to complete all assignments given by their teachers punctually. Finally, she wished them a delightful mini-holiday and also extended warm wishes for herself. The students responded in unison. Zhang Mengqing then turned her gaze to her sister, Zhang Jinqing, sanitation committee member. How shall we arrange today's cleanup for our class? Being called upon, Zhang Jinqing immediately stood up, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes upon her. Her face flushed crimson, and her hands anxiously clenched the hem of her shirt. Deskmate, I believe in you. Announcing something is surely a piece of cake for you. Jiang Wan quietly encouraged her from the side. Zhang Jin lightly nodded and raised her gaze towards her sister, Zhang Mengqing. I believe we can organize the cleanup by student numbers. Students numbered 1 to 30 will participate in this thorough cleaning, while the next session will be assigned to those numbered 31 to 60. Although it is indeed a comprehensive cleaning, the entire class is not required. Having half of the students engaged, is more than sufficient. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Zhang Mingqing affirmed her sister's suggestion with a nod. Subsequently, those students with numbers beyond 30 left the classroom, their hearts filled with joy as they carried their backpacks. The fortunate ones who remained would serve as the main workforce for today's cleaning. Jiang Wan's student number was 24, making her a participant in the cleanup. Conversely, Zhang Jin, with the number 42, was technically not obligated to take part. However, due to her role as the sanitation monitor, she needed to stay behind and assist. Initially, everyone displayed great enthusiasm, wielding brooms to clear cobwebs from the ceiling and climbing on stools to scrub the tiles outside the classroom. The atmosphere was one of fervor and determination. Yet, as soon as their homeroom teacher, Zhang Mingqing, exited the classroom, the students' enthusiasm waned significantly. With the evening drawing near and many classes already secured, their motivation to continue cleaning diminished further. Sanitation monitor, my family is waiting for me at the school gate, and I don't want them to wait too long. I'll take my leave now, announced a boy responsible for cleaning the exterior tiles. Zhang Jin opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. While he had indeed contributed, his work remained unfinished. However, she understood his need to leave early due to personal matters. She resolved to complete the remaining tasks herself shortly, which would not take too long. Sanitation monitor. I've finished mopping the floor, so I'll be heading out as well, another boy said as he shouldered his backpack and departed. Zhang Jin glanced at the floor, noticing the lingering white foam from the detergent. She thought to herself that the floor needed another mopping. Yet, words failed to escape her lips, as her shyness prevented her from addressing the unfinished work. Thus, once the boy had left, she silently picked up the mop and began again. Strange. Why does it feel like there are suddenly fewer people in the classroom? Jiang Wan returned with a cloth and quickly sensed something amiss. Realizing that the number of students left cleaning was certainly fewer than 30. Many have left for personal reasons, Zhang Jin explained. She could indeed empathize with their sentiments. After all, having endured to the holiday, they were surely eager to return home as soon as possible. Xiaowan, it's getting late. You should head back as well. I can manage the cleaning here. Zhang Jin's thoughts were straightforward. Her home was conveniently located near the school, so she could easily finish the cleaning on her own after allowing others to leave. How can that be? We should do this together and leave together. There's no way I would abandon you. Jiang Wan's resolute expression warmed Zhang Jin's heart. She has few friends, but Jiang Wan is her best friend. Without exception. Thank you, Xiao Wan, Zhang Jinqing murmured softly. Jiang Wan waved her hand nonchalantly. No need to thank me. After all, we are the best desk mates. By the way, where else do we need to clean? In response to Jiang Wan's confusion, Zhang Jinqing pointed towards the wall tiles outside the classroom. Let's make the walls spotless. The exterior of the classroom faces the other class, and while passers-by may not glance into the classroom, they will certainly notice the walls outside. Therefore, it is quite essential to keep the outside of the classroom tidy. All right, I'll go get a chair. Jiang Wan quickly fetched a chair, but even standing on it, she couldn't reach the higher spots. After all, cleaning the wall tiles is a task best suited for taller boys. And with both Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing standing at only 1.6 meters, it was indeed a challenge for them. I didn't know you were in here cleaning, came Jiang Ning's voice from behind them. It seems you have encountered a problem. Do you need assistance? Chapter 61. The belt dipped in iodine, cleaning while disinfecting. Jiang Ning knew that after the afternoon exams at Xingming High School, the students would officially begin their month-long vacation. So he arrived early at the school gate to pick up his sister after class. However, after waiting for quite a while in the car and seeing all the students leave, he still did not see Jiang Wan come out. Feeling puzzled, he decided to enter the school to look for her. He soon spotted the two girls, Zhang Jinqing and Jiang Wan, standing on chairs, straining to reach the wall tiles as they diligently wiped them clean. Brother, you're just in time. Come help us with the walls. Jiang Wan called out to her brother without hesitation. Standing at 1.78 meters, Jiang Ning towered over the two girls. He could easily reach the places they couldn't see, effortlessly resolving the dilemma that had left the two girls at a loss. Once they finished, Jiang Ning asked, "Is there anything else that needs to be done?" Noticing the classroom was short on manpower, he willingly joined the cleaning crew, reasoning that the sooner they finished, the sooner they could rest. We need to mop the floor again, and the blackboard needs to be wiped with a damp cloth, Zhang Jinqing replied softly. Jiang Ning nodded without a second thought. All right, I'll take care of mopping. You two can handle the blackboard. Actually, let me mop the floor, Zhang Jinqing suggested hesitantly. Since Jiang Ning was merely there to lend a hand, and wasn't he even a student of class 16, she felt it inappropriate to have him do the dirty work. Little Zhang, do you know what it means to favor boys over girls? Jiang Ning suddenly asked. Favor boys over girls? Zhang Jinxing blinked in confusion, in her understanding. This phrase carried deep-seated prejudice and was certainly not a compliment. Furthermore, how could it possibly relate to their cleaning efforts? Favoring boys over girls means boys do the heavy lifting while girls take on lighter tasks, Jiang Ning explained with sincerity. Zhang Jinxing, realizing the alternative interpretation, understood that the originally negative term could take on a completely different meaning under Jiang Ning's unique perspective. In this moment, Zhang Jinxing, who was not particularly adept at communication, found herself captivated by the allure of language. Very well, I shall take on the task of mopping the floor. You all can handle some simpler cleaning chores, Jiang Ning declared, confidently striding towards the sink with a mop in hand. Let us have a competition to see who can complete their tasks first. The loser must treat the winner to bubble tea. Observing Jiang Ning's departing figure, Zhang Jinxing was filled with a myriad of emotions. At that moment, she fervently wished for Jiang Ning to become her brother-in-law. Go for it, big brother mopper. Even Jiang Ning himself was unaware that in merely assisting with the cleaning, he had inadvertently won the admiration and approval of his future sister-in-law. Half an hour later, the grand cleaning event for Class 16 was successfully concluded. Jiang Ning retrieved his phone to capture a group photo of those classmates who had genuinely contributed to the cleaning effort, sharing it in the class group chat with the caption, commemorating Class 16's first major cleanup. It was meant to be a group photo of 30 individuals. Yet only a little over 10 appeared in the image, the absence of others left unmentioned. Jiang Ning, why is my son Zihan not in this photo? He told me he would be late returning home due to the school cleanup. My son Dahua also mentioned the cleanup, yet I do not see him here. Several parents chimed in the group chat, addressing Jiang Ning. Indeed, both Gong Zihan and Chao Dahua were part of the cleaning crew, but they had departed quite early, thus absent from the photograph. Jiang Ning responded in writing. Zihan's mother. That rascal must have sneaked off to an internet CAF. Dahua's mother. I suspect the same. He'd better brace himself for the consequences when he returns home. Zihan's mother. Absolutely, they must learn a lesson. Witnessing the parents' rising ire, Jiang Ning quickly intervened. Ladies, please remain calm. Corporal punishment is no longer advocated. Perhaps you could consider using a belt dipped in iodine for both discipline and disinfection. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if he were being scrutinized by a pair of piercing eyes. In the nearby internet CAF by Xingming High School, Gong Zihan wore a grave expression, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Chao Dahua glanced at his screen, attempting to comfort him. Do not panic. It's likely that the enemy jungler is lurking nearby. However, there's no cause for concern, as your ally is here. Just follow my lead in the middle lane, and we'll turn the tide together. With our impressive growth, I cannot fathom how we could possibly lose a 2-on-2 skirmish. I've already weakened their mid and jungle. Zihan, why are you just idling under the tower? Chao Dahua turned to his side, only to find his comrade had removed his headphones, looking utterly terrified at the sight of a middle-aged woman behind him. Gong Zihan, is this what you call participating in the school cleanup? The woman's expression was devoid of emotion, her teeth clenched in barely contained rage. It was evident she was struggling to suppress her feelings. The murderous intent in her gaze was unmistakable. At that moment, as an outsider, Chao Dahua felt an overwhelming sense of dread. When parents resorted to calling out full names, it was a clear indication that trouble was brewing. In a panic, he turned his head away, unable to bear witness to the grim fate that awaited his dear friend. Without any unexpected turn of events, Gong Zihan left with his mother in a rather dejected manner. Before departing, he turned to Chao Dahua and said, Brother Hua, I have matters to attend to. I must leave now. This round is all on you. I'm counting on you for the promotion matches. The resolute expression on Gong Zihan's face bore a striking resemblance to the tragic air of a hero entrusting his fate to another at Baidi City. Chao Dahua thought to himself how commendable Zihan's spirit in esports was. Even at such a critical juncture, he still held the promotion matches in high regard. Rest assured, I will take care of everything here. Chao Dahua nodded earnestly. It was evident that the spirit of esports resided not only within Gong Zihan. At that moment, Zihan's mother glanced at Chao Dahua and quietly remarked, Young man, are you Chao Dahua? Don't blame me for not warning you. Your mother is searching for you everywhere and will likely find you here soon. With her words hanging in the air, Chao Dahua swiftly exited the game and shut down his computer, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm sorry, but Zihan has left." Even if he lost the promotion match, there would still be another chance to compete. However, if his family caught wind of his whereabouts, he would have to endure a lengthy reprimand. Weighing the importance of the situation, Chao Dahua understood his priorities clearly. Chapter 62. A harmonious collaboration. Surely there can't be too many papers left to grade now. In the Chinese language office, Zhang Mingqing gently set down her red pen, extending her slender fingers to massage her aching temples, letting out a sigh of relief. Like Jiang Ning, she hoped to complete all her tasks before the holiday. However, the time consumed had been somewhat prolonged, and she had unwittingly approached 6 o'clock. The cleanup in class 16 must have concluded by now. Was her sister waiting for her in the classroom, or had she already returned home? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Jiang Ning tapped on the ajar door, drawing Zhang Mingqing's attention. "Ms. Zhang, may I come in?" "Of course, please do." Zhang Mingqing moved to the water dispenser and poured a cup of warm water, offering it to Jiang Ning. "Here to pick up your sister after school?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Yes, and I came by to see you as well." In truth, he had specifically come to visit Zhang Mingqing, with picking up his sister being a secondary consideration. Hearing Jiang Ning's response brought immense joy to Zhang Mingqing, though she maintained a facade of composure. It was vital for a young woman to remain poised, especially in the presence of someone she admired. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Mingqing asked nonchalantly. "I was just curious when this busy person would finish work." Jiang Ning replied earnestly. "Health is the foundation of all endeavors. One must not sacrifice it for the sake of work." In the face of Jiang Ning's genuine concern, Zhang Mingqing felt rejuvenated, her fatigue dissipating. She gestured toward the pile of papers on her desk. "I'll finish grading this last batch before heading out." "Would you like me to help you with the grading?" Jiang Ning offered, eager to assist. "I noticed you massaging your temples earlier. It must be exhausting to grade papers." Zhang Mingqing hesitated. "You would help me with the grading?" "I suppose you could, but I worry that these papers might be a bit challenging for you." "How difficult can the first-year papers be?" "Just leave them to me." Jiang Ning appeared utterly confident as he took a seat in Zhang Mingqing's place. He picked up a red pen and opened the examination paper, only to freeze in place the next moment. "An English test?" Suddenly, Jiang Ning's earlier self-assurance waned. The English paper not only contained numerous multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, but also required the grading of student essays, which would undoubtedly challenge the examiner's vocabulary. "A colleague of mine, an English teacher I am quite friendly with, has taken a sudden leave and asked for my assistance in grading the papers," Zhang Mingqing explained. Observing Jiang Ning's despondent expression, she hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps I should take over?" "Not at all. It's a trivial matter. Back in the day, I could recite the entire English dictionary," Jiang Ning replied, shaking his head, steadfast in his resolve. It was a matter of principle that a man should not concede defeat. "Is that so? Then let me test your knowledge. What is the first word in the English dictionary?" Zhang Mingqing inquired. "Goose," Jiang Ning blurted out. "And the second word?" "I've forgotten." Indeed, Jiang Ning had memorized portions of the dictionary, but had never claimed to have memorized it in its entirety. He often found himself recalling the beginning while forgetting the end. And by the time he reached the conclusion, all that remained in his memory was the word goose. Now, having graduated from university, he had encountered English words so infrequently that he had entirely relinquished that knowledge back to his teachers. However, it was not a significant issue. The vocabulary from the first year of high school was not overly complex, and Jiang Ning was still able to comprehend most of the essays. He pondered about his friend Li Hua, who had recently befriended an international acquaintance, and now sought his help in drafting an invitation letter to invite this foreign friend to visit their school. Jiang Ning thought to himself how Li Hua could not seem to handle his own affairs, seeking assistance even for something as simple as writing a letter. It was no wonder he had been active only during middle and high school, disappearing from the scene once he reached university. It seemed his poor English performance had ultimately prevented him from being admitted to college. After deciphering the essay prompt, Jiang Ning began grading the students' compositions. "What? Why is there pinyin here? This is an English exam," he exclaimed. What was this about watching a 30-second advertisement to unlock the full content? This was rather peculiar. The entire essay contained only a single sentence. Jiang Ning was uncertain how to award high marks for essays, but he was quick to identify those papers where students had not taken the task seriously. He was responsible for grading the questions that included reference answers, as well as the essays that contained frivolous remarks. The more serious English essays were left to the capable Zhang Mengqing to evaluate. With their division of labor, the two significantly alleviated the workload of teacher Zhang, while also saving a considerable amount of time. In just half an hour, they successfully completed grading all the papers. Teacher Zhang, can we call it a day now? Jiang Ning set down the red pen and stretched his fingers. After merely half an hour of grading, his eyes felt weary. He could hardly imagine the fatigue Zhang Mengqing must have felt sitting there all day. Teaching was indeed a challenging profession. Yes, Zhang Mengqing nodded in agreement, then asked, where are Xiaowan and Xiaojin? They are in the classroom finishing their homework. It seems they plan to complete it today so they can enjoy a well-deserved mini-vacation afterward. The assignment was merely a ruse devised by two young girls, intended to create a private space for Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. Oh, I see, Zhang Mengqing remarked. Let us meet them in the classroom and then venture out for a meal together. Just as she contemplated where to dine, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from her mother, Shin Suyun. Mengqing, when will you and your sister return for dinner? The dishes at home are getting cold. Mom, my sister and I won't be dining at home tonight. You and Dad can eat without waiting for us, Zhang Mengqing replied. Not eating at home. Why not? The food outside is often unsanitary. As a parent, Shin Suyun's first concern upon hearing her children would eat out was the issue of hygiene. Because Jiang Ning and his sister are here, Zhang Mengqing explained quietly. Generally, inviting friends over for a meal requires prior notice to ensure adequate food preparation. Should they arrive unannounced, the risk of insufficient food would lead to awkwardness. Oh, what does it matter? I can whip up a couple of dishes in the kitchen. It won't take long, Shin Suyun insisted, particularly disapproving of her daughter dining out now that Jiang Ning was present. Isn't it better to have Jiang Ning over for dinner? If necessary, your father can skip a meal. He needs to lose weight anyway. Dining at home, Shin Suyun argued, would undoubtedly be more economical and less burdensome, offering nothing but benefits. All right, that's settled then. Have Jiang Ning and his sister come over for dinner. Your father and I will be waiting for you. Shin Suyun was swift to conclude the call, leaving Zhang Mengqing in a state of uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Jiang Ning who alleviated the tension. I believe Auntie's suggestion is quite agreeable. Let us dine at home. He added, it has been a while since I savored Auntie's cooking. In the living room, Shin Suyun warmly welcomed the siblings. Xiao Jiang, be sure to help yourself to plenty of food. Do not stand on ceremony. Just treat it as your own home. Yes, Auntie. We are making a concerted effort to enjoy the meal, Jiang Ning replied with a bright smile. The array of delectable dishes was overwhelming, making it difficult to choose just one. His words brought joy to Shin Suyun, who beamed with delight. If you enjoy it, that's what matters. Here, have another piece of dompa pork. Meanwhile, Zhang Shanhe watched longingly as his favorite dish was taken away by his wife, feeling powerless to voice his displeasure. In this household, his status was even lower than that of their newly adopted kitten, September. He could only lower his head and silently take a bite of plain rice. Jiang Ning, I heard Mengqing mention that you plan to drive to Yunnan for a short holiday. It must take quite some time to get there by car, Shin Suyun casually inquired. Indeed, if we take the highway, it will take approximately 18 hours, Jiang Ning responded. Jiang Ning nodded in response, having long prepared his travel itinerary. He answered old Zhang's inquiries with remarkable fluency. What does 18 hours signify? If departing at 7 in the morning, they would arrive at Dali ancient town well past midnight. This is merely the driving time. Factoring in meals and rest, it would likely exceed 20 hours. The lengthy journey posed little concern for Zhang Mengqing and her two younger sisters, as they could sleep through most of the trip. However, for Jiang Ning, it represented a significant challenge. Enduring such an extended car ride seemed less appealing compared to the swiftness of a flight. Shin Suyun frowned slightly. Driving for 18 hours as opposed to a mere 2-hour flight saved an immense amount of time. She preferred to spend a little extra money rather than subject her children to hardship. Auntie, it's the Golden Week. Tickets to Spring City have been sold out for over a month, Jiang Ning explained. He had considered flying to Yunnan, yet the tickets were no longer available. Nonetheless, every situation has its pros and cons. While a road trip is time-consuming, it also offers greater freedom and a plethora of choices. One need not travel so far. There are delightful spots within the province or nearby capitals to explore, Shin Suyun suggested. Beside her, Zhang Mengqing grew restless, as she had chosen Arai Lake among several travel destinations. Ultimately, Jiang Ning and her two sisters were accompanying her on this longer journey. I've heard that Arai Lake is stunning, so I wanted to see it, Jiang Ning replied, subtly taking credit for the decision, rather than attributing it solely to teacher Zhang. Mengqing and her sisters graciously chose to indulge him in this desire. This marked Jiang Ning's first reference to Mengqing by name, and he instinctively glanced at teacher Zhang seated across from him. Their eyes met briefly before they both averted their gazes. Shen Siyun was about to continue speaking when Zhang Shanha interjected. While young, it is beneficial to explore the world. One must travel thousands of miles in addition to reading countless books. With several language teachers present, the essence of literary romance and sentimentality permeated their being. Zhang Shanha wholeheartedly supported Jiang Ning and the others in their quest to discover the world beyond. The winds of youth are more precious than gold. Following this, Shen Siyun inquired further about the road trip. After all, a mother's worry accompanies her children even as they traverse 1,000 miles. The thought of her daughters embarking on a long journey during the holiday left her feeling uneasy, constantly fretting over their well-being. However, Jiang Ning's meticulous travel preparations provided old Zhang and his wife with some reassurance. I do not oppose your visit to Arai Lake, but it should wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhang Shan had declared, taking a sip from his teacup, embodying the authoritative presence of the family patriarch. The Mid-Autumn Festival symbolizes family reunions, and every year, old Zhang would take his wife and children back to the countryside to celebrate with the elderly. This year was no exception. Must we always return to the countryside for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Can't we bring your parents to the city to celebrate? Shen Siyun could not help but express her discontent. She is the type who inevitably suffers from motion sickness whenever she rides in a vehicle, particularly unable to endure the unpleasant smell of paint on the bus. Thus, she harbors a strong reluctance to travel to the countryside. After all, where can one see the moon in the city during the festival? Zhang Shanha gently reassured his wife. Besides, we visit the countryside so infrequently that we can count the occasions on one hand. If we don't return to make an appearance, the villagers will surely start to gossip about us. Uncle Zhang, allow me to drive you there. Jiang Ning suggested upon hearing that the Zhang family was heading to the countryside. Zhang Shanha had been using his savings to invest in real estate, which resulted in their reliance on public transportation. Traveling as a family of 4 on a bus was rather inconvenient. It would be far better to drive them there. Jiang Ning, the roads in the countryside are not like those in the city. Although they are paved with cement, they are quite narrow and driving can be challenging. Are you certain you wish to take us? Zhang Shanha inquired. Jiang Ning thought to himself that having already visited old Zhang's hometown once, it was hardly a matter of concern. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers for your continued support and generous gifts. I initially planned to add an extra chapter today. However, I must accompany teacher Xiao Zhang to pick cherries this afternoon. Therefore, I shall update 1 chapter for now and will return to update 2 more this evening. Chapter 64. Yin knows the coldness of the door. The dog knows the new son-in-law on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Ning drove the Zhang family of 4 to the countryside. This time, the passenger seat was occupied not by the beautiful teacher, but by the retired educator Zhang Shanha. Our beloved teacher Xiao Zhang sat in the middle of the back seat, flanked by her sister and their mother, who was prone to motion sickness. Although Jiang Wan was eager to join the lively gathering, the vehicle was already at full capacity, and she had to relent. She placed a Pikachu pillow in the car, a token of her spirit accompanying them. Jiang Ning, please drive slowly. Safety is paramount. Better to be cautious than to rush, Zhang Shanho advised, as this was his first time in Jiang Ning's car, leaving him uncertain about the young man's driving skills. Certainly. Uncle Zhang, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. In truth, even without old Zhang's reminder, Jiang Ning was a steady driver. He was accustomed to applying the throttle smoothly, braking gently, and adhering to all traffic regulations. Even Shen Siyun, who typically suffered from motion sickness, felt at ease in Jiang Ning's car. The vehicle gradually set off, departing from Xingming High School toward the outskirts of the city. The first part of the journey offered little to discuss, as they traversed wide, flat, 3-lane roads. Both novice and experienced drivers appreciate such routes for their efficiency and ease. The real challenge lay ahead. As the surrounding scenery transformed from steel giants to verdant hills and clear waters, the road narrowed to a single lane, intensifying the difficulty. This narrow lane tested the driver's skill to the utmost. A moment's distraction could lead to driving off into the fields. Zhang Shanha had initially worried that Jiang Ning would struggle with the winding country roads, but he soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. Even on the narrow country lanes, Jiang Ning remained composed and unhurried. This made Zhang Shanha regard him with newfound respect, as he had not anticipated that such a young man could already possess the prowess of an experienced driver. Ah, Shanha has returned. It is commendable that you show such filial piety, returning each year for the Mid-Autumn Festival to celebrate with the elders. As the automobile gracefully entered the village, villagers promptly greeted Zhang Shanha. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Shanha offered a cigarette, acknowledging that he had often been away and had not paid sufficient attention to the elderly at home. If he were to neglect visiting during the festive seasons, it would indeed be quite unbecoming. Truly, as a teacher, his words carried a certain eloquence, prompting the villagers to give him a thumbs up in admiration. By the way, who is this beside you? The villagers turned their attention to Jiang Ning, who accompanied Zhang. Given the village's modest size, everyone was well acquainted with one another's circumstances. It was common knowledge that Zhang Shanha had 2 daughters, but no sons. Ah, he is a distinguished guest of our Zhang family, Zhang Shanha replied with pride. Jiang Ning glanced at the villagers outside the car and politely greeted, "Hello, uncle." Unsure of the villagers' connection to the Zhang family, he sought to gauge their relationship with this respectful address. "Hello, hello." The young man is quite spirited. The villagers nodded in satisfaction. "Well then, we shall take our leave. Do come by for tea sometime." Zhang Shanha waved his hand, signaling Jiang Ning to continue driving. As the vehicle gradually receded from view until it vanished at the end of the road, the villagers returned home to share the news with their wives. Zhang Shanha has brought his son-in-law back. "Son-in-law? Is that true?" came the incredulous response. "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. He drove them back, all 4 of them. Is he the elder daughter's partner or the younger one's?" What a ridiculous question. It must be the elder daughter. The younger one is still in high school. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning had parked the car in front of the Zhang residence and opened the trunk to assist with the items. Despite it being his second visit, he feigned the demeanor of a newcomer. There was no other choice, as he had promised the elder Zhang to keep the surgery matter a secret. "Jiang Ning, my family's dog is rather fierce. It tends to bark at anyone who isn't part of the household," Zhang Shanha had forewarned. "Just stay behind us, and all will be well." "Understood," Jiang Ning nodded, taking his place at the end of the procession. In truth, Zhang's concerns were unfounded, for after their previous friendly encounter, Jiang Ning had already formed a bond with the dog, De Huang. Now, De Huang not only refrained from barking, but would even allow Jiang Ning to lift him up and scratch his belly without a hint of resistance. "Fear not. I shall protect you." Zhang Ming intentionally slowed her pace to walk alongside Jiang Ning. As De Huang lounged in the yard, he perked up at the sound of commotion outside, alertly twitching his ears before rising and shaking off the dust. Suddenly, he dashed past Zhang and the others, lunging towards Jiang Ning. "De Huang, what are you doing? This dog must have lost its mind. It dares to bite now?" The scene erupted into chaos, with startled shrieks echoing around. Zhang Shanha, quick on his feet, seized a bamboo stick from the wall, ready to strike the dog. In rural areas, it was an unspoken rule that a biting dog could not be spared. However, just as he prepared to act decisively, the bamboo stick abruptly halted midair. As the large dog lunged towards Jiang Ning, it was not with the intention to bite, but rather to embrace Jiang Ning's leg tightly, emitting soft whimpering sounds. This left Zhang Shanha momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same dog he remembered? There is a saying, the swallow knows the cold door, and the dog recognizes the new son-in-law. Even the dog seemed to discern the extraordinary status of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning mused that since the dog did not bare its teeth at him, did that mean he could be considered a family member, as Zhang Shanha had mentioned? Having returned too late, he would make amends in the morning. Chapter 65. You can always trust old Zhang's selection. This was the first time Zhang Shanha had witnessed the dog not being hostile towards an outsider, even going so far as to approach one. It was indeed strange. He quietly set down the bamboo stick in his hand and could not help but mutter. Shen Siyun glanced at him, saying, "What is so surprising about this?" It indicates that the dog possesses a certain sensitivity and recognizes Jiang Ning as a new member of our family. Can it really tell? Zhang Shanha asked, astonished. Why not? Your daughter has been walking behind Jiang Ning, and the implication is quite clear. Ever since Zhang Mengqing had invited Jiang Ning to their home for dinner, Shen Siyun had not pressured her about marriage. Even at night, she slept soundly, no longer tossing and turning in worry. She could see that the 2 young people were subtly trending towards something more substantial. First, they planned a road trip together, and then they drove a family of 4 to the countryside. Would ordinary friends go to such lengths for one another? Shin Siyun did not oppose the close relationship between Jiang Ning and her eldest daughter. In fact, she encouraged their budding romance. Thus, when Zhang Mengqing intentionally slowed her pace to walk at the back with Jiang Ning, Shin Siyun merely pretended not to notice. At the same time, she took her youngest daughter's hand and quickened her steps, distancing the two from them. Matters of youth should be left to the young to navigate. It was best for someone of her generation not to meddle. In this moment, Zhang Shanhe felt a whirlwind of emotions. His eldest daughter harbored feelings for Jiang Ning, while his youngest affectionately called him brother. Even his wife regarded Jiang Ning as part of the family. The ever-vigilant dog, too, was captivated by Jiang Ning, displaying a demeanor akin to that of an infatuated admirer, its tail wagging with exuberance. It was as if the entire world wished for Jiang Ning to become his son-in-law. Once upon a time, Zhang Shanhe had contemplated how wonderful it would be if Jiang Ning were to marry his daughter. Now, everything seemed to be aligning with his original vision, yet he found himself unable to feel joy. It was akin to the difference between merely possessing 100,000 yuan and actually having it in hand. If I had 100,000 yuan, I would lend it to you without hesitation, as we are well acquainted. However, if I truly possessed that amount and you came to borrow money, I would have to think it over carefully, for we are not that familiar. Marriage is a significant matter. It is the only opportunity to choose one's family. As a father, Zhang Shanhe felt it was imperative to scrutinize his daughter's future husband. Old Zhang's selection, dedicated to choosing a son-in-law for his daughter throughout his life. Not the most expensive, but the most suitable. However, before he could take action, Jiang Ning decided it was prudent to first win over the elder statesman and matriarch. Zhang Mengqing was acutely aware of the considerable pressure Jiang Ning would experience in meeting her grandparents. So she offered him words of encouragement before they entered the house. You need not feel anxious when you meet my grandparents. They may pose numerous questions, but their intentions are benign. They merely wish to know you better. Just respond truthfully when the time comes. Of course, I will be right beside you to lend support. You can do this. Although it was Jiang Ning who was to meet her grandparents, it was Zhang Mengqing who appeared more anxious, for she deeply desired her grandparents' approval and fondness for him. Rest assured, leadership, I will complete the task, Jiang Ning affirmed earnestly, nodding with conviction. He excelled at charming the elderly, finding it far simpler than grading English papers. Subsequently, Jiang Ning followed Zhang Mengqing into the quaint villa, where they encountered the venerable Zhang Yushu and the esteemed matriarch, Tang Hongcui. After a period of separation, it was evident that the elder's health had significantly improved. He exuded vitality and bore no resemblance to someone who had recently undergone surgery. Greetings, grandparents, Jiang Ning said politely, and upon hearing his voice, Zhang Yushu appeared momentarily taken aback, surprised by this swift reunion. Almost immediately, he feigned ignorance of Jiang Ning, turning to Zhang Shanhe. Who is this young man? Zhang Shanhe, seated on the sofa, explained, Father, Jiang Ning was my student and is now Mengqing's friend. He drove us back today. Ah, I see, Zhang Yushu responded, realization dawning upon him. Young Jiang, thank you for your efforts on the road. Please come sit and join us for tea. Certainly, I was indeed parched, Jiang Ning replied. Taking a seat on the sofa without hesitation, Zhang Mengqing sat closely beside him, her hands nervously resting on her knees, bracing for a barrage of questions from her grandparents. However, to her astonishment, not a single question was posed by them that day. Their conversation revolved around mundane family matters, discussing which children had been accepted into universities, who had built new homes, and who had discovered wild honey in the mountains. They spoke of everything but Jiang Ning, as if intentionally sidestepping the topic. What Zhang Mengqing remained unaware of was that, many days prior, the matriarch had already approached Jiang Ning and posed all her inquiries. It could be said that the elderly couple possessed more information than Zhang Mengqing herself. My dear, it seems that the bond between young Jiang and our eldest granddaughter is rather special, Zhang Yushu casually remarked while rinsing teacups in the kitchen. Tang Hongcui, assisting nearby, paused her actions. If even you can discern this, it suggests that the two children must be courting. I suspected as much. During my hospital stay, young Jiang visited daily, bringing meals and playing chess with me. Now it all makes sense, Zhang Yushu mused, realizing the implications. What? You doubt his intentions simply because he cared for you during your hospitalization? Tang Hongcui retorted, displeased. The elderly lady regarded Jiang Ning as her own, unable to tolerate Mr. Zhang's harsh words. Zhang Yushu quickly amended his statement, asserting, how could that be? I have never thought such a thing. In fact, I would be delighted if Xiao Jiang were to become my grandson-in-law. Granny Tang's expression softened slightly. Then let us invite Xiao Jiang to dine with us today. What shall we have to eat? Zhang Yushu murmured. Let him stay overnight and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with us. At this moment, Jiang Ning was unaware of the couple's intention for him to remain for the holiday. He was gazing upward, scrutinizing the old photographs adorning the wall. He was surprised to find that Zhang Shanhe had been quite handsome in his youth, his profile reminiscent of Wu Yanzu. In stark contrast, the current Mr. Zhang bore no resemblance to Wu Yanzu, rather resembling a weathered version of the affable citizen Lu Qingyun. As for Shen Siyun, she had retained her beauty throughout her life. In her youth, she was a stunning flower, and even now, she exuded grace and charm. The two sisters, Zhang Mengqing and Zhang Jinqing, were also strikingly beautiful, clearly inheriting the genes of Shen Siyun. Soon after, an antiquated photograph caught Jiang Ning's attention. It depicted two little girls with horn braids, shoulder to shoulder, joyfully posing in front of the camera with peace signs. The date inscribed in the upper right corner read July 2001, indicating that this photograph was taken over 20 years ago. At that time, Zhang Jinqing had not yet been born. It could only be a picture of the young teacher Zhang. Jiang Ning turned to Zhang Mengqing beside him. Which of these little girls is you as a child? Guess. Zhang Mengqing replied with a playful smile, shrouding her identity in mystery. The one on the left? Incorrect. Then it must be the one on the right. Also wrong. Zhang Mengqing revealed the answer. The one lying on the ground is me. Only then did Jiang Ning notice a third figure in the corner of the photograph, a tiny child fast asleep on the ground. The two girls with horn braids had so captivated his attention that he had overlooked Zhang Mengqing's presence. Ah, youth is splendid. One can simply fall into slumber. Jiang Ning's gaze drifted downward, and he soon discovered another amusing photograph. It featured a little girl in a white down jacket, crying heartily, while not far behind. A large goose was in hot pursuit. The caption read, "Our daughter Mingqing's 4th birthday celebration." It must be said that Mr. Zhang was quite carefree. Upon witnessing his daughter being chased by a goose, his first thought was not to protect her, but to capture the moment on film. Yet, it was precisely because of his carefree nature that Jiang Ning learned of teacher Zhang's amusing childhood. Don't look. Upon seeing her embarrassing history unveiled, Zhang Mengqing's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered Jiang Ning's eyes. Girls are particularly sensitive about their image, especially in front of someone they like. She had no idea that this photograph existed in the frame. Had she known in advance, she would have ensured Jiang Ning never saw it, as it was far too embarrassing. All right. I promise I won't look, Jiang Ning quickly assured her, prompting Zhang Mengqing to release her hands. Why do you always look at my childhood photos? Zhang Mengqing inquired. Because I find you adorable as a child, Jiang Ning replied. What does that mean? So, I was cute as a child but not now? If Zhang Mengqing had a grudge book in hand, she would certainly jot down today's incident. Jiang Ning only complimented her childhood cuteness, neglecting to praise her present charm, which left her feeling discontented. Of course, you are even cuter now, Jiang Ning quickly added. As a seasoned author with extensive experience in romantic literature, he certainly knew how to please a girl. If one chooses to compliment, it is only wise to acknowledge both past and present, ensuring a comprehensive approach. Upon hearing Jiang Ning praise her cuteness, Zhang Mengqing's mood brightened instantly, though she retorted, I have outgrown the age of being cute. Cuteness is a mindset towards life. It has nothing to do with age, Jiang Ning countered, shaking his head. Besides, you're still quite young. When you walk down the street, no one would mistake you for a teacher, as you resemble a recent college graduate. Only someone like Andy, with her wealth of teaching experience, can be recognized as a teacher just by standing there, even without uttering a word. Jiang Ning's words not only emphasized Zhang Mengqing's youth, but also subtly complimented Shen Siyun's elegance. Let me tell you, Mengqing was particularly amusing as a child. Shen Siyun interjected. I remember once taking her to a temple to pray. While everyone was seeking peace and love, she knelt there earnestly saying, Guanyin Bodhisattva, I wish you happiness every day. Then, on our way down the mountain, caught in the wind and rain, she complained that the wind was stealing her umbrella. Jiang Ning was taken aback by how endearing little Zhang was. Shen Siyun's brief anecdotes painted a vivid picture. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengqing felt her face flush with embarrassment. Wishing she could disappear into the ground, she suddenly felt compelled to search online to see if mothers universally recounted their children's pasts. or how one could persuade their mother to refrain from such tales. I'm going to help Grandma and Grandpa in the kitchen. This dilemma was insurmountable, prompting Zhang Mengqing to hastily exit the living room. She rushed to the kitchen to assist the elderly with washing vegetables, but her mind wandered elsewhere. What stories was her mother sharing with Jiang Ning? Did he think she was particularly foolish as a child? Need any help? At that moment, Jiang Ning leaned against the kitchen door, interrupting Zhang Mengqing's reverie. What's wrong? Weren't you interested in hearing my mother's stories about my childhood? Why are you in the kitchen? She huffed, clearly displeased. I am indeed curious about your past, but I would prefer to hear it directly from you, rather than through someone else, Jiang Ning noted, observing her slight sulk with a gentle smile. Perhaps, when you have the time, you could share your stories with me? Absolutely not. Zhang Mengqing, with a hint of arrogance, turned her head away. Unless you help me wash the vegetables. All right, Jiang Ning replied without hesitation. Not only washing vegetables, but also chopping and cooking is no problem at all. As long as I can hear Zhang Mengqing recount tales from her childhood, all of this is trivial. I haven't finished speaking yet. You can listen to my childhood stories, but in return, you must share yours as well. Jiang Ning appeared somewhat troubled at the prospect of recounting his own childhood. Is it too complicated? Zhang Mengqing inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity. No, it's too simple. My childhood can be summed up with one word: handsome. How shameless. Zhang Mengqing chuckled at Jiang Ning's serious demeanor. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am not handsome? Jiang Ning asked. Not handsome, Zhang Mengqing retorted, pulling out her phone to glance at the screen, which displayed a photo of her and Jiang Ning from the military training closing ceremony. All right, I suppose Jiang Ning is somewhat handsome, just a little bit. Not too much, lest he become arrogant. Fearing that others might grow impatient, she decided to release a chapter first, promising another later, though it would be after midnight. Everyone take a rest. We shall continue tomorrow. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 67. An uncontrollable desire to be kind to him. Shall I wash some green peppers and ginger? Yes, please do, as we will need them shortly. I will chop a couple of potatoes and carrots. Be careful not to hurt yourself. The two young individuals busied themselves in the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables, with the ever-capable Tang Hongsue still at the helm as the chef. Though in her 70s, the old lady was no less proficient in the culinary arts. The dishes she prepared were not only visually appealing but also fragrant and flavorful, and most importantly, served promptly. In no time, she had filled the table with a sumptuous feast, showcasing the rising prowess of her culinary skills. Time to eat. Zhang Mengqing called to her parents and younger sister. As before, the old lady felt Jiang Ning was too thin and heaped his bowl with an abundance of food. Not only Jiang Ning, but Zhang Mengqing and her sister Zhang Jinling also received the old lady's attentive care. Observing the overflowing contents of her bowl, Zhang Mengqing recognized it as her grandmother's deep affection. However, the quantity was simply too much for her to consume. Jiang Ning, could you help me with some of this? During the meal, Zhang Mengqing discreetly nudged Jiang Ning's arm and whispered. In truth, it was already commendable for Jiang Ning to finish his own bowl, considering the large serving prepared specially for him due to the old lady's concern that he might not be full, one bowl equivalent to two. Nevertheless, responding to Zhang Mengqing's plea, he nodded, all right, my chopsticks and food are untouched, so you can rest assured. Seizing the opportunity while the old lady was distracted, Zhang Mengqing stealthily transferred some of her food into Jiang Ning's bowl, emphasizing the cleanliness and hygiene of the utensils and dishes. In his heart, Jiang Ning thought that even if the food had been touched, it mattered not. As long as it was from her, he would never mind. Throughout the meal, Zhang Mengqing intentionally glanced at Jiang Ning's large bowl, noticing that the food she had secretly added remained untouched within it. Even so, Jiang Ning deliberately pushed the food she had served to the side, as if he wished to avoid touching it. What's wrong? Are you repulsed by me? Zhang Mengqing felt a surge of sadness and grievance. Jiang Ning, perplexed, replied, no, how could that be? Then why don't you eat the food I've served you? Because it was you who served it. I wanted to save it for last. This exemplifies the divergent thinking between genders. Girls often believe that prioritizing something signifies its importance, while boys tend to think that good things should be reserved until the end. So that is how you see it. Zhang Mengqing gradually realized her misunderstanding. Jiang Ning nodded. Of course, it's the first time a girl has served me food. I must cherish this moment. Zhang Mengqing reflected that it was also her first time serving food to a boy, and she felt somewhat nervous and inexperienced. However, such things become easier with practice. and she would surely be more at ease serving Jiang Ning in the future. Wait a moment. Why was she already contemplating serving Jiang Ning again? What surprised her most was how naturally this thought emerged, as if it were her duty. It felt as though she had unconsciously assumed the role of a girlfriend. Jiang Mingqing, what on earth are you thinking? Clearly, Jiang Ning has not confessed to you. At most, you are merely good friends. Yet here you are, envisioning yourself as a girlfriend. Hesitation leads to failure, while decisiveness may yield unanticipated outcomes. Perhaps you should simply rename yourself Zhang Oblivious. With that thought in mind, Jiang Mingqing turned her head away, unwilling to treat Jiang Ning with such kindness unless he were to confess. Yet, paradoxically, there were times when she felt an uncontrollable urge to be kind to him. After dinner, Jiang Ning prepared to drive home, for his parents and younger sister were waiting for him to return for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Jiang, why don't you stay here tonight and celebrate the festival with us? It's much livelier with more people, Elder Zhang Yushu urged. Previously, when Jiang Ning had dined at their home, he had already been invited once, but he had politely declined. Now, being invited a second time, the young man surely could not bear to refuse the elderly gentleman twice, could he? But you four are going on a trip tomorrow, aren't you? Grandma Tang chimed in, as the elderly couple was aware of the driving trip. Staying here tonight and returning to the city tomorrow with Mengqing and Jinxing would be much more convenient, wouldn't it? Zhang Mengqing silently watched Jiang Ning, refraining from speaking. Yet her eyes clearly conveyed a desire for him to stay. For a moment, Jiang Ning found himself in a dilemma. On one hand were the Zhang family, and on the other, his own family. Both sides wished to celebrate the festival with him, making it exceedingly difficult to choose. Let me take a few minutes to communicate with my family. After a brief moment, Jiang Ning gathered his thoughts. He took out his phone and messaged his sister. Jiang Wan, hey, what are mom and dad up to? Ding dong. Jiang Wan quickly replied with a photo of their parents bustling in the kitchen. They're preparing dinner. All our favorite dishes. By the way, when will you be home? Chapter 68. The parents who do not dampen the festivities. Mom and dad are preparing dinner. All of our favorite dishes. By the way, when will you be back? Jiang Wan sent a confused expression of tomcat. Jiang Ning, I will return tomorrow morning. Jiang Wan, oh okay. Wait a moment, tomorrow morning? Does that mean you won't come back today? Jiang Ning, indeed. The Mid-Autumn Festival has always followed the same routine over the years. It lacks freshness. Let us celebrate a different Mid-Autumn Festival this year. Inform mom and dad not to prepare dinner. I have reserved a table for the three of us at a Western restaurant, and we can head there for dinner tonight. Additionally, I bought them 2 movie tickets. After their meal, they can enjoy a film starring Su Daqiang, which is about love among middle-aged individuals and is said to be quite good. Since Jiang Ning will not be home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, he wishes for his family to celebrate outside. Utilizing this warm festival, he hopes to rekindle the romantic feelings between his parents, which should prove to be delightful. What about me? What about me? Jiang Wan inquired. Since her brother arranged such a splendid evening for their parents, surely she should not be left out? Jiang Ning, I took a look, and there is a comic exhibition at the sports center today. I will send you the location shortly. Then I will transfer you 300 yuan. You can use this money to go out and have fun or to top up your gaming account. However, there is one condition. You must be home by 9 o'clock. Do you understand? Jiang Wan cheered with delight. Brother, the way you transfer money is simply too cool. Enjoy your time at Teacher Zhang's hometown. I want to be a third wheel, and we'll see you tomorrow. The siblings' conversation concluded, and Jiang Wan sat up straight on the sofa, humming a cheerful anime theme song. The 300 yuan in pocket money had arrived, though not a large sum. It marked the happiest Mid-Autumn Festival she had ever experienced. Dear Mom and Dad, my brother said he won't be back until tomorrow. Jiang Wan dashed into the kitchen, acting as a messenger. What? He won't be back until tomorrow? The hands of Song Yujin, who was preparing the dishes, suddenly froze. Does that mean he won't celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with us today? Jiang Xianjuan, did you see? Your son is always out, and now he isn't even returning home. He does everything without consulting us, as if he has taken to unilateral decisions. Who knows, he might suddenly bring home a grandchild one day. Isn't that precisely what you desire? You've always wanted to be a grandmother. After all, Jiang Xiangjuan teased with a smile. Sensing his wife's penetrating gaze, old Jiang immediately assumed a stern demeanor. That rascal is indeed out of line. I'll call and find out what is going on right now. This matter must be addressed with utmost seriousness. No calling. Jiang Wan quickly intervened. My brother is currently busy nurturing his feelings. If a sudden phone call disrupts that, it would ruin everything. Nurturing feelings? Song Yujin and Jiang Xiangjuan paused in surprise, speaking in unison. Song Yujin hesitantly asked, "Do you mean that the girl who reciprocates your brother's feelings hopes he remains there to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival?" "Yes, that's exactly it." Upon receiving Jiang Wan's affirmation, Song Yujin appeared to be devoid of anger, even displaying a hint of joy. Alas, had he mentioned that he was celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival at that girl's house earlier, there would have been no cause for concern. "Mom, you're not angry anymore?" Jiang Wan inquired curiously. "Why would I be angry? I'm delighted." Song Yujin beamed, transformed from her earlier demeanor. "The fact that that girl wishes for your brother to stay for the festival indicates that she and her family have accepted him. This is indeed a positive development." With her spirits lifted, Song Yujin dedicated herself more earnestly to preparing the meal, intending to cook a feast in celebration of the good news. Observing Song Yujin continue her culinary endeavors, Jiang Wan hurriedly added, "Oh, by the way, my brother mentioned that you shouldn't prepare dinner tonight." "Not prepare dinner?" Song Yujin responded with astonishment. "What do you mean? It's one thing that he's not coming home for dinner, but to leave us three starving?" "No. He reserved a table for you two at a Western restaurant and bought movie tickets," Jiang Wan clarified. "A Western restaurant? Movie tickets? Why waste money on such frivolities? Celebrating at home is perfectly fine. Tell your brother to cancel those extravagant plans." Many years ago, Song Yujin was an innocent and whimsical girl, yearning for beauty and joy. However, the realities of life gradually transformed her from a girl into a woman, necessitating meticulous planning and careful consideration in every endeavor. To Song Yujin, dining at a Western restaurant and watching a film seemed like an extravagant expenditure, capable of purchasing numerous garments or preparing countless meals in her daily budget. While young individuals may indulge in such outings, it seemed unnecessary for her and Lao Jiang, who were of a more advanced age. "Let us just cancel it. My brother has already made reservations at the restaurant and cinema. It's non-refundable. If you don't go, that money will be wasted," Jiang Wan insisted. Her little head shaking like a rattle drum, speaking with conviction. She genuinely wished for her parents to rekindle the romance of their earlier years. "Non-refundable? I thought." Before Song Yujin could finish her thought, her husband interjected, "Regardless of the refund policy, let us go out for Western cuisine and a movie tonight. After all, this is a gesture from our child, and we should not be the dampeners of their enthusiasm." Jiang Xiangjuan found this year's Mid-Autumn Festival quite intriguing. Entirely different from past celebrations, and he felt they should embrace the experience boldly. "All right, but the issue remains, what about our daughter while we dine out?" Upon uttering this, both Song Yujin and Jiang Xiangjuan turned their gazes towards Jiang Wan. "It's fine. You two enjoy yourselves. I'll manage," Jiang Wan replied, utterly unconcerned about her dinner arrangements, especially since Jiang Ning had just given her 300 yuan as pocket money, if it were merely to cover one dinner. She could confidently say she had never felt so affluent. This Mid-Autumn Festival, although Jiang Ning's family did not gather to celebrate together, each individual found joy in their own way. Jiang Ning accompanied Jiang Mengqing in celebrating the festival, while their parents enjoyed a Western meal and a film. And the younger sister attended a comic convention. Even the little cat Tang Yuan at home received a box of cat food, proudly strutting around with its tail held high as it surveyed its territory. "Lao Jiang, come over and help me choose which skirt I should wear out." Song Yujin retrieved two skirts from the wardrobe, one a mature and dignified black, the other a refreshing and youthful matcha green. Jiang Xiangjuan found both skirts appealing, yet he knew that expressing such a sentiment would likely earn him criticism for being insincere. Thus, he scrutinized the two skirts for quite some time. "The one on the left," he finally said, pointing to the black skirt. "All right, I'll wear the one on the right today." Jiang Xiangjuan was left perplexed. Was the purpose of seeking his help merely to eliminate options? Very well, very well," Lao Jiang chuckled, suddenly at ease. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning had arranged matters at home before informing Jiang Mengqing and others of his remaining news. Teacher Jiang was naturally delighted, as this marked the first genuine celebration she would share with Jiang Ning. Zhang Shanhe also felt elated, for now he could go fishing without being the sole captain, having a little companion by his side. "Jiang Ning, I plan to go fishing at the reservoir to add a few dishes to tonight's dinner. Would you care to join me?" Zhang Shanhe cherished fishing, yet charges were incurred by the hour when fishing outdoors. There were times he spent money only to return empty-handed, and it would be a lie to say that didn't he sting. Now that he could fish freely in the countryside, he was determined to indulge himself. "All right, Uncle Zhang." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. He was employing old Zhang's tactics to win over his future father-in-law. Even though Jiang Ning had little interest in fishing, he would certainly accompany Zhang Shanha whenever he spoke up. Thus, the duo of Old Zhang and Little Jiang was formed. Zhang Shanha, carrying the fishing rod gifted by Jiang Ning, strode ahead, cheerfully greeting the villagers along the way. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning followed behind, laden with a net and a large bag of assorted fishing tools. Not recognizing the villagers, he could only smile and nod, hoping to become a familiar face. At the very least, when he returned to this village in the future, people would say, "Oh, that person is from Zhang Shanha's family." Zhang Mingqing initially wished to join them for fishing, but the mountain path was arduous, and with the sun blazing overhead, her father naturally insisted she stay home, taking only Jiang Ning with him. Standing at the doorstep, Zhang Mingqing watched as Old Zhang and Jiang Ning's figures gradually receded, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. "Grandma, Grandpa said you used to be a chef at a restaurant. Can you make mooncakes?" Zhang Mingqing approached Grandma Tang, who was sitting in the courtyard, fanning herself to keep cool. "Of course I can," the old lady replied with a smile. "In our time, we didn't have the conveniences we do now. We made mooncakes ourselves." "Then, Grandma, could you teach me how to make mooncakes?" Zhang Mingqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The old lady, grinning, asked, "Are you hoping to make mooncakes for little Jiang?" A faint blush crept across Zhang Mingqing's face, as if her innermost thoughts had been uncovered. She murmured softly, her voice carried away by the wind. Chapter 69. Encountering such a situation would cause Lu, Guan, and Zhang to part ways. Uncle Zhang, how much longer until we reach the fishing spot? Jiang Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Zhang Shanha, who was leading the way. Despite his advanced age and portly figure, Old Zhang traversed the mountains with remarkable vigor. Jiang Ning found himself struggling to keep up with Zhang on several occasions. Indeed, one must not underestimate the determination of fishermen. These individuals can overcome various hardships, even transforming a hefty man into a surprisingly agile one when it comes to fishing. "Just a little longer. Our destination is right ahead," Zhang Shanha remarked, slowing his pace and bending down to pick up a stick to use as a walking cane. Jiang Ning hesitated. "You said the same thing half an hour ago." "Believe me, we are nearly there. Do you see that mountain in front?" Zhang Shanha raised his cane to point in a direction. "Once we climb to that point, we will have completed half the journey." Jiang Ning inquired, "Are we really compelled to catch fish?" He had underestimated the resolve of the fisherman. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. We will arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes to our destination." Zhang Shanha used his cane to clear the wild grass and thorns, revealing a narrow path leading uphill. Several minutes later, the two arrived at the crest overlooking the reservoir. The reservoir, constructed by the village, was substantial. It could easily host a dragon boat race, let alone fishing. Upon reaching their destination, the two began preparing for their fishing endeavor. Zhang Shanha tore open a bait packet and casually scattered a handful into the water. This technique, known as chumming, would attract the fish in the reservoir, thereby increasing the likelihood of catching larger ones. He then skillfully attached the bait and float to the hook, casting the line with an elegant arc. One can discern a seasoned angler from a novice by the fluidity of their casting motion. The smoother the cast, the more experienced the fisherman. Jiang Ning, maintaining a respectful distance from Old Zhang, imitated his actions, chumming, casting, and finally settling onto a small stool. Yet, he felt that something was amiss. He pulled out his phone and searched for a fishing video. "I am Jeremy Ward, a biologist and avid extreme angler." He found it to be quite fitting. With the accompaniment of fishing commentary, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. "Young man, patience is key. Fishing is an endeavor that requires time. For a novice like you, it is entirely normal to go an hour or even an afternoon without a single bite," Zhang Shanha expounded, viewing the afternoon as his stage to demonstrate the artistry of a master angler. Just as Old Zhang finished his statement, Jiang Ning's fishing rod began to tremble. A fish had taken the bait. Jiang Ning sprang to his feet, gripping the rod tightly. He attempted to reel in the line, and soon enough, a 1-pound grass carp surfaced before them. "Impressive. You've caught a fish before even warming the seat," Zhang Shanha exclaimed as he grabbed the landing net to scoop the grass carp and tossed it into the keep net. However, catching such small fish lacks excitement. If one is to fish, it should be for larger specimens weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Before Zhang Shanha could finish his words, Jiang Ning shouted exuberantly, "Another fish is on the line." This time, he had hooked yet another grass carp, this one weighing 3 pounds. Suddenly, Old Zhang felt a sense of embarrassment wash over him. He had intended to showcase his angling prowess before Jiang Ning. Yet, while he had caught nothing, Jiang Ning had already landed 2 fish, one of which was a 3-pound grass carp. It is worth noting that it was rare for him to catch a 3-pound grass carp on any given day. "Uncle Zhang, I've got another bite," Jiang Ning called out suddenly. Yet again, he had caught a fish. 3, 4, 5 fish. Within less than an hour, Jiang Ning had reeled in 5 fish. Zhang Shanhe was left dumbfounded. His best record was merely 5 fish in an entire afternoon. How was it that Jiang Ning had surpassed his record in just 1 hour? "Jiang Ning, it's too sunny over there. I can see you sweating profusely. Let us switch places so you can cool off," Zhang Shanhe insisted, speaking with conviction. In truth, he was merely envious of Jiang Ning's fruitful fishing spot, his hands itching with desire at the sight of Jiang Ning's catches. Jiang Ning, understanding the unspoken intention, remained tactful. He had come primarily to accompany Zhang Shanhe. Whether he caught any fish was of little consequence, as long as old Zhang was happy. "All right, Uncle Zhang. I'll follow your lead." Jiang Ning switched places with Zhang Shanhe. However, scarcely had Jiang Ning settled into Zhang Shanhe's position when the rod he had placed on the ground began to tremble with activity. Drawing upon his previous fishing experiences, he swiftly seized the rod and landed the fish. "What on earth?" Zhang Shanhe exclaimed. How was it that no fish had bitten while he was seated? But as soon as he left, the action commenced. SCHR Dinger's fish. In the following hour, Jiang Ning caught another 7 fish, surpassing even his previous success. It was as if every cast resulted in a bite. "Uncle Zhang, you're quite fortunate to have given me the spot with the most fish," Jiang Ning expressed with gratitude. Zhang Shanhe could only respond with confusion. He had not intended to cede the fruitful spot. Rather, it seemed that wherever Jiang Ning went, the fish followed. As the afternoon wore on, the two had collectively caught over 10 fish, yet all were caught by Jiang Ning, leaving Zhang Shanhe empty-handed. This left old Zhang feeling quite dejected, with a plethora of cigarette butts strewn about. Jiang Ning recognized that old Zhang was intent on fishing until he caught something. He would not leave the reservoir without a catch. Suddenly, Zhang Shanhe shouted, "Finally, it's here!" He hastily discarded his cigarette butt and extinguished it with his foot. His gaze was fixed intently on the water's surface, observing the shadow beneath the water tugging the line forward. "Ah, it's a big one." Zhang Shanhe grasped the fishing rod, feeling a powerful force beneath the surface engaged in a fierce struggle against him. Old Zhang did not rush to haul the fish ashore. He understood that in a battle of strength, excessive force could easily snap the line and allow the fish to escape. At this moment, it was essential to continuously tire out the fish, which involved leading the large catch in circles within the water, gradually depleting its strength. As the resistance weakened, Zhang Shanhe finally summoned Jiang Ning to assist in capturing the fish. After a prolonged struggle, the sizable fish finally broke the surface, an impressive male weighing over 10 pounds. Requiring both hands to embrace it, Jiang Ning remained utterly still, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful that a moment's distraction might allow the fish to leap and escape back into the water. It could be said that if this fish were to slip away, it would spell disaster for their group. Fortunately, he managed to secure the fish on shore without incident. "Xiao Jiang, gather your things. It's time to head home." At this moment, Zhang Shanhe was in high spirits, even affectionately referring to Jiang Ning as Xiao Jiang. Although Jiang Ning had caught many fish that afternoon, none held as much value as this substantial male. Quantity holds little merit. What truly matters is quality. On their way back, Zhang Shanhe cradled the hefty fish with both hands. A journey that typically took just over half an hour stretched to a full hour under his careful watch. "Shanhe, it's been ages since we last met," a villager greeted him. "Indeed, how did you know I caught a 13-pound male fish?" Zhang Shanhe replied, a smile brightening his face. Chapter 70. Not as enlightened as an old lady years ago, Zhang Yushu planted 2 loquat trees in his courtyard, which now stood tall and lush. Zhang Mengqing brought over a wooden chair and settled beneath the shade of the grand tree, while the family dog, Da Huang, lay at her feet, dozing. A black butterfly fluttered by, gracefully landing on Da Huang's damp nose. The dog merely opened one eye to glance at it before letting his eyelids droop once more, remaining completely still. "You, like Jiang Ning, always seem to enjoy napping. No wonder you two get along so well," Zhang Mengqing mused, stealing a glance at Da Huang, which inevitably led her thoughts to Jiang Ning. She had been video calling him occasionally at night, discussing kittens and work matters, only to find him asleep mid-conversation each time. In her eyes, Jiang Ning was the sovereign of slumber, capable of drifting off from lively chatter to deep sleep in an instant. Yet, at times, she envied his quality of sleep, free from the torment of insomnia. Da Huang, do you think they've been gone all afternoon? Why haven't they returned yet? On the surface, Zhang Mengqing appeared relaxed, enjoying the cool breeze in the courtyard while teasing the dog. However, her gaze was consistently directed toward the path Jiang Ning and old Zhang had taken. The idiom "waiting with eager eyes" aptly described her current state. She could not quite comprehend why she yearned for Jiang Ning's swift return. Perhaps in anticipation of his reaction to the mooncakes she had lovingly prepared. Xiao Jiang, I'm not boasting. Today I didn't even showcase half of my usual fishing prowess. Next time, I'll give you a proper demonstration, came Zhang Shanha's voice from a distance. His boisterous tone vividly illustrated the essence of being heard without being seen. Zhang Mengqing was intimately familiar with her father's voice, having grown up listening to it. Upon hearing a disturbance, the young teacher quickly diverted her gaze and pulled out her phone to scroll through short videos. Although she had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Ning's return, she feigned indifference. This pretense of nonchalance was her strongest expression of possessiveness. Mengqing, why are you here alone? Where are your mother and sister? Zhang Shanha entered the courtyard, setting down his fishing rod and bucket while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Mother is sleeping upstairs, and my sister is on the phone with a classmate. Zhang Mengqing replied, putting away her phone. Their mother, Shen Siyun, had no interest in the intelligence from the military office at the village entrance and did not enjoy visiting others' homes. Thus, after dinner, she retired to her room for rest. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinqing had been doing her homework in the living room when she unexpectedly received a video call from Jiang Wan, who was at a comic convention, excitedly sharing the lively atmosphere with her socially anxious friend. You two must be tired from fishing this afternoon. I'll bring out some herbal tea. While Jiang Ning and Zhang Shanha paused to catch their breath, Zhang Mengqing returned to the living room to pour the tea. Grandma Tang brewed a pot of herbal tea every day, and although it had a slightly bitter taste, it was refreshing and perfect for quenching thirst after a day of labor. Now that Jiang Ning and Zhang Shanha had just returned from fishing, they were parched. They paid little heed to the bitterness of the tea, grateful for its revitalizing properties. Zhang Mengqing longed to inquire if Jiang Ning was fatigued from fishing, but the presence of old Zhang stifled her words, and she ultimately remained silent. The two had enjoyed a bountiful catch that afternoon. At that moment, Grandma Tang emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming at the sight of the large fish in the bucket. She had anticipated another disappointing day for Zhang Shanha, but was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected bounty. It seems we shall feast on a fish banquet tonight. In an instant, the elderly lady had already envisioned the dishes she would prepare with the catch. But I cannot manage all these fish alone. Shanha, come and help. She specifically called for Zhang Shanha's assistance. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing, the two young ones, sat in the courtyard, and it appeared that the elderly woman was aware of her position as an uninvited guest. Understood. I'm on my way, Zhang Shanha replied, brushing off the dust from his pants as he made his way to the kitchen. Regardless of his age, he remained obedient in front of his mother. Soon, the courtyard was left with only Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. Freed from the presence of old Zhang, the two young individuals felt a notable sense of ease. Were you tired from fishing today? Zhang Mengqing casually inquired. Jiang Ning replied truthfully, a bit. Mainly my legs are sore from climbing. He had grown accustomed to city life and found the steep, rugged paths quite challenging. Then stretch your legs over here, Zhang Mengqing suddenly suggested. Huh? Jiang Ning stood frozen, seriously doubting his hearing. Did Teacher Zhang just ask him to stretch his legs over? I meant to help you relax your calves, but never mind. Observing Jiang Ning's astonishment, Zhang Mengqing's gaze flickered, and she felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. How could she possibly feel at ease? Jiang Ning expressed his discomfort verbally, yet his body betrayed him as he lifted his leg. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, do let me know, Zhang Mengqing offered kindly. It's nothing. I can manage, Jiang Ning thought to himself, considering how gentle and demure Teacher Zhang appeared, seemingly incapable of inflicting much pain while assisting him in relaxing his calves. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ning realized his misjudgment. A sharp pain surged through his calf, akin to the sensation of his body being torn apart. Zhang Mengqing wielded the bamboo stick like a myofascial tool, scraping along Jiang Ning's calf repeatedly. Although Zhang Mengqing possessed little strength, the use of the tool made a significant difference. Your calf muscles are excessively tense, if not addressed promptly. They will be even more so tomorrow. Moreover, you need to drive long distances tomorrow, so it is crucial to relax your calves, she asserted with conviction. Jiang Ning, how do you feel now? Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Oh, miraculous healer. My leg feels absolutely fine now. Indeed, it was no longer sore. It was simply painful. Zhang Mengqing was not aimlessly scraping with the bamboo stick. She employed a technique. During her university days, Qin Xiu had brought back a set of myofacial tools to the dormitory, claiming they could alleviate muscle tension and sculpt the legs. Since then, Zhang Mengqing had occasionally helped Qin Xiu with her calves, gradually becoming adept at it. Although the bamboo stick was not as effective as the myofacial tools, it would suffice for now. Throughout the process of Zhang Mengqing scraping his leg, Jiang Ning remained silent, appearing tranquil while enduring considerable discomfort. Jiang Ning, are you all right? Zhang Mengqing set down the bamboo stick, her concern evident. Despite the excruciating pain, Jiang Ning feigned nonchalance and shook his head. I'm perfectly fine, truly. Shall we do another round? Zhang Mengqing eagerly picked up the bamboo stick again. Jiang Ning hastily interjected, perhaps not. I'm fine. But I don't wish for you to endure such hardship. He barely survived the first round, and another would surely be his undoing. Zhang Mengqing chuckled at Jiang Ning's flustered demeanor, her eyes crinkling in delight. Some people, only have a tough exterior. Yet, she appreciated his sentiment of not wanting her to suffer. Indeed, she felt significantly more comfortable after the treatment. Jiang Ning stood up to stretch, expressing his relief. He then pointed towards the lounging dog, De Huang, on the ground. May I give it a session of leg relaxation? Observing De Huang's carefree demeanor, Jiang Ning suddenly wished to expose the dog to the harsh realities of the world, just as De Huang, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed, sensed an intruder in the house. His body tensed in alarm. The dog lifted its head to gaze at the ill-intentioned Jiang Ning, barking furiously a couple of times before fleeing without a backward glance. In an instant, dogs scattered across the village rushed to the scene, even the injured little pup limping along in tow. The canine assembly was called to order. Who would have thought that De Huang had become quite the prominent figure in the village, a fact that had previously escaped notice. Observing the throng of followers surrounding De Huang, Jiang Ning couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Once De Huang gathered his followers, the pack of dogs vanished at the end of the road. Their destination remained a mystery. Much like humans, puppies too possess their own social circles. Jiang Ning withdrew his gaze, looking up at the sky. The rural landscape is truly beautiful. The azure sky appeared as if it had been freshly washed. Even though the sun had yet to set, the moon and stars were already visible. Migratory birds flapped their wings, heading deeper into the forest, emitting a gurgling sound. Wait, why would the birds be making gurgling noises? Jiang Ning glanced down at his own belly, realizing the gurgling sound emanated from there. Having traversed hills and valleys alongside Zhang Shana, he had expended considerable energy, leaving him hungrier than usual today. His grandfather had gone out to play chess with friends and had yet to return, which meant dinner would likely be delayed. Zhang Mengqing also heard Jiang Ning's stomach protesting. After a brief pause, she suggested, would you like to have a piece of mooncake to tide you over? Teacher Zhang appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She had devoted an entire afternoon to learning how to make mooncakes from her grandmother, all for the moment when Jiang Ning could savor the mooncakes she had crafted with her own hands. Sure, Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. Zhang Mengqing had made red bean mooncakes, their appearance a vibrant orange red, about the size of a Bluetooth earbud charging case, small yet exquisite. So how does it taste? She eagerly inquired as Jiang Ning took a bite. Instead of answering directly, Jiang Ning countered, did you make this mooncake yourself? Yes, why? Zhang Mengqing blinked, curious. Then it's a disaster, Jiang Ning sighed heavily. Such a delicious mooncake, and there will be no place to buy them in the future. If I eat one now, that's one less for later. That's rather exaggerated. Zhang Mengqing realized that Jiang Ning was cleverly complimenting her mooncake making skills. As long as Jiang Ning found it tasty, all her efforts that afternoon were worthwhile. Suppressing her delight, she softly responded, if you think it's delicious, I can make them for you again. Can I have them every day? Jiang Ning teased. Of course. As long as you never tire of them, I will make them for you daily. Jiang Ning mused that while he might tire of mooncakes, he could never grow weary of Teacher Zhang's gentleness and charm. He took another bite of the mooncake. The unique sandy texture of the red bean paste mingling with a hint of honey sweetness, spreading delightfully in his mouth. This was no ordinary red bean. It was the red bean from Wang Wei's poetry. In the countryside, dinner is typically served quite late, often after dusk, as villagers return from their fields to begin cooking. However, the venerable Zhang Yushan managed to return from his game of chess just before nightfall. He appeared to be in high spirits, his hands clasped behind his back, humming a cheerful tune, striding with a sense of vitality reminiscent of a triumphant victor. Upon noticing the elder's return, Zhang Shanhe peeked out from the kitchen and instructed, "Mengqing, please go upstairs and summon mother and sister, letting them know that dinner is nearly ready." "Understood," Zhang Mengqing replied, turning back to the quaint house. For a moment, Jiang Ning found himself alone in the courtyard. The jovial Zhang Yushan approached him, patting his shoulder. "Xiao Jiang, I must thank you for your company during our chess games recently. Those old fellows at the village are no longer my match. I can't find anyone worthy of a challenge. Especially that old Zhang." He abruptly quit mid-game, claiming he needed to tend to the fields. Observing Zhang Yushan's animated recounting, Jiang Ning finally grasped the reason behind the elder's exuberance. It appeared he had attained an unparalleled mastery of mobile chess, rendering him invincible among the villagers. "Xiao Jiang, it's a rare occasion for you to visit, and with the festival today, please join me for a drink later." The hospitable Zhang Yushan led Jiang Ning into the living room. "Fear not, this wine is homemade, and its potency is quite mild." The phrase struck a familiar chord in Jiang Ning's memory. He recalled his previous experience of overindulgence due to that very assertion about the homemade brew being innocuous. By the time Zhang Mengqing descended the stairs, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes. The elder couple, his father, and Jiang Ning were already seated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the three lovely women. Before each of them stood a glass of amber-hued honey wine. The wine was undeniably sweet, yet it possessed a formidable after-effect. There was a year when Zhang Shanhe overindulged and insisted on dancing with the family dog, De Huang, resulting in a night-long performance. Since that day, De Huang harbored a lingering apprehension, instinctively retreating a step whenever he saw Zhang Shanhe, a small gesture with an unexpectedly profound impact. "Be cautious with the wine, do not drink to excess," Zhang Mengqing whispered as she passed by her father. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a rare occasion for 3 generations to gather, so she refrained from making any prohibitive remarks that might dampen the festive spirit, opting instead to remind him to moderate his intake. Though her words bore a hint of admonition, they warmed Zhang Shanhe's heart. A daughter truly is her father's little cotton-padded jacket, an adage that holds true. "Jiang Ning, I'm speaking to you. Do not pretend you haven't heard." Zhang Mengqing continued. Zhang Shanhe pondered. "So, my daughter is not genuinely concerned for me?" His feelings of being touched gave way to a sense of disillusionment. It is often said that a daughter cannot remain at home indefinitely. This sentiment rang true. "Father, I have something to share with you as well." Zhang Mengqing turned her gaze toward her father, Zhang Shanhe. Old Zhang felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed his daughter still cared for him. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, she immediately came to his defense. "Jiang Ning can stop after this glass. Please do not pour him any more wine, as he has a very low tolerance." Zhang Mengqing wore a worried expression, recalling how Jiang Ning had appeared flushed and disoriented the last time he had drunk too much. Zhang Shanhe thought to himself, "Why does this always come back to caring for Jiang Ning? My dear daughter, with such an elder father present, don't you think I deserve a little concern as well?" Old Zhang suddenly felt a pang of hurt. "Understood," he said, feigning nonchalance. Zhang Mengqing sensed something was amiss with her father, but could not quite pinpoint what it was. After a moment's pause, she added, "And you should also drink less. If you overindulge, your stomach will be upset." Hearing his daughter's concern, Zhang Shanhe's mood brightened considerably. "See, my daughter still cares for me. I understand. You need not worry about my affairs," he replied, trying to maintain an air of indifference despite the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His daughter advised him to drink less for the sake of his stomach, which, in essence, meant he could drink as much as he desired, as long as he kept his stomach comfortable. Soon after, Mother Shin Suyun and younger sister Zhang Jinqing descended the stairs and took their places at the dining table. Old Zhang had prepared refreshing herbal tea for the 3 precious ladies in his life. However, Shun Siyun was reluctant to drink it, preferring to indulge in a couple of bowls of chicken soup instead. "Xiao Jiang, this is your first time visiting our home for a drink. Let us toast, shall we?" Zhang Yushu raised his glass. "Ah, sure, Grandpa Zhang," Jiang Ning replied, taken aback by the sudden attention and quickly setting down his utensils to lift his glass with both hands. With Zhang Yushu initiating the toast, Jiang Ning then turned to Grandma Tang, raising his glass once more. Cheers, Grandma. Good boy, make sure to take more food. That surname, Jiao, won't be stopping you from drinking this time, will he? The elderly lady said with a kind smile. Despite her snow-white hair, she had an astonishing capacity for alcohol, able to drink honey water as if it were plain water. It was said that in her youth, she could down 2 bottles of liquor by herself. After toasting with his grandparents, Jiang Ning turned his gaze to Zhang Shanhe beside him, who raised his glass and said, Uncle, let us drink. This is also our first time drinking together. It holds great significance, Zhang Shanhe replied, clinking glasses with Jiang Ning. After 3 rounds of toasting, Jiang Ning's honey wine was nearly finished. Observing this, old Jiang bent down to retrieve the wine jug from the floor to refill Jiang Ning's glass. Jiang Ning felt the effects of the honey wine beginning to take hold and was reluctant to continue drinking, yet he found it difficult to outright refuse Zhang Shanhe. Dad, have you forgotten what you just promised me? Zhang Mingqing swiftly took hold of her glass, preventing old Jiang from pouring more wine. Zhang Shanhe glanced between his daughter and Jiang Ning, pondering why they were already protecting each other when they had barely begun their acquaintance. Very well, I shall not pour wine for Jiang Ning, he said, reluctantly retracting the jug. I suppose I can still drink with your grandfather. At the dining table, what began as a gathering of 4 drinking companions gradually dwindled to just old Jiang and his son, Zhang Shanhe, after Jiang Ning and the elderly lady departed. The father and son exchanged silent glances, engaging in casual conversation while savoring their dishes, devoid of the need for toasts or any superficial pleasantries. It appeared as though each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Yet, whenever the elder gentleman raised his glass, Zhang Shanhe would quietly set down his chopsticks and join him in the toast. As the evening progressed, and the wine flowed freely, both Zhang Yushu and his son had consumed a fair amount, with Zhang Shanhe particularly flushed and reeking of alcohol. His wife, Shen Suyun, sat opposite him, her brow furrowed in concern as she fought the urge to reprimand him, opting instead to allow him a rare indulgence and celebration. Among the attendees, only Jiang Ning maintained a semblance of sobriety, having consumed little due to the presence of teacher Xiao Zhang, who had helped him avoid excessive drinking. Ah, Jiang Ning, I truly admire you, Zhang Shanhe declared, his breath heavy with the scent of wine as he patted Jiang Ning's shoulder with an unusual force. You are both considerate and polite, and most importantly, you played an invaluable role in my catching that 13-pound 6-ounce fish today. Remarkably, even in his inebriated state, he recalled his achievement. From now on, let us address each other in a more familiar manner. You can call me bro, and I shall call you dad. What do you say? A tipsy Zhang Shanhe began to drape his arm around Jiang Ning, bonding with him as if they were brothers. Wait, what? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Uncle Zhang, what did you just call me? Zhang Shanhe, displeased, inquired in a low tone. What did you say? Dad. Jiang Ning hesitated, adjusting his address. Yes, indeed, Ninggu. Zhang Shanhe erupted into hearty laughter, exuding the joy of a child weighing 180 pounds. Shen Siyun could no longer bear the scene and hastily covered her face as she retreated upstairs. Zhang Shanhe's audacity was too much for her to endure, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Zhang Mingqing wore a similarly uncomfortable yet polite smile, having repeatedly cautioned old Zhang to moderate his drinking before the meal. However, her words seemed to have gone in one ear and out the other, as old Zhang predictably became quite inebriated. Uncle Zhang, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you to your room to rest, Jiang Ning offered, rising to assist Zhang Shanhe. I'm not drunk, really. I'm just getting started. I could take on 10. Zhang Shanhe rejected Jiang Ning's support, embodying the proud spirit of a father determined to maintain his dignity. Jiang Ning, do you know how to dance? Let us dance. Chapter 73. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Zhang Shanhe was indeed very drunk, as evidenced by his insistence on singing and dancing with Jiang Ning. Observing this, Granny Tang quietly excused herself to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy. As a seasoned chef from the restaurant, the concoction she brewed was both delicious and invigorating. After consuming the restorative soup, old Zhang calmed down, eventually lying down on the sofa, where he soon dozed off. The elderly lady emerged from the room, gently draping a blanket over her son. Although late September in Xiangnan remained warm, it was still wise to cover oneself for comfort. This is a tradition deeply ingrained in our culture. Even if one were to find themselves stranded on a deserted island, they would still seek out a couple of leaves to cover their belly while sleeping. My father typically does not behave this way, Perhaps he is simply in high spirits today, which is why he has pulled you into singing and dancing. Zhang Mengqing glanced apologetically at her father on the sofa and explained the situation to Jiang Ning. It's quite all right. It's the first time someone has asked me to dance, and I find it rather amusing, Jiang Ning replied, shaking his head to indicate that he was not bothered. What surprised him, however, was how different Zhang Shanhe appeared when intoxicated. So joyful, he seemed like an entirely different person. It was evident that the inebriated old Zhang was particularly easy to converse with. If there were any significant matters to discuss with him in the future, it would be wise to choose the dining table, as it would yield much better results. Mengqing, could you please check if it's almost 7:30? At that moment, the voice of the elderly lady rang out. Zhang Mengqing took out her phone and glanced at it. Yes, Grandma, there are 3 minutes until 7:30. Upon hearing this, Grandma quickly picked up the black remote control to change the television channel. Soon, the opening music of the weather forecast filled the room. The older generation had devoted their lives to the land, relying on the heavens for their sustenance. Zhang Yushu and his wife would sit in front of the television every day, punctually watching the weather forecast for the following day. Day after day, year after year. It had become a habit. If they missed the weather report one evening, it would linger in their minds as an unfinished task. Xinjiang Province. Light rain turning to moderate rain, 2025. Yunnan, cloudy turning to clear, 1527. The broadcast gradually announced the weather. Fortunately, they had watched the weather forecast today and were forewarned of the impending rain tomorrow. Rainy weather would undoubtedly impact the highways, and in severe cases, it could even claim lives. Jiang Ning had once witnessed a Maybach driving onto an elevated highway during a torrential downpour, entering with a father and son. But only the son emerged. A vibrant life vanished without a trace. Thus, driving in the rain necessitates utmost caution. If they plan to embark on a road trip tomorrow, it would be prudent to leave the province before the heavy rain began. After watching the weather forecast for Xinjiang Province, Grandma stood up to tidy the dishes, preparing to head to the kitchen. Grandma, you've worked hard cooking today. Let me handle the dishes, Zhang Mengqing said, unwilling to see the elderly woman toil. Oh no. No, it's just a small matter that I can manage. The elderly lady quickly waved her hand. I wouldn't want to dirty your clothes. Grandma was reluctant to have her delicate granddaughter doing housework, so she took on any dirty or laborious tasks herself. Grandma, I usually wash the dishes at home. I want to get my clothes dirty. Just let me do it, Zhang Mengqing insisted. Really, it's unnecessary. Just sit here and watch television or play on your phone. Grandma replied, firm in her stance. Observing the elderly lady and the young teacher at an impasse, Jiang Ning hesitated before speaking up. How about I take care of it? Even if my clothes get dirty, it's no concern, and I can't just eat without contributing. Without waiting for Grandma Tang and Zhang Mengqing to converse, Jiang Ning proceeded to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. Earlier that day, he had chopped vegetables with Zhang Mengqing. Thus, he was quite familiar with the kitchen's layout. Do you need any assistance? Zhang Mengqing inquired softly from the kitchen doorway. Jiang Ning shook his head. No, it would be unfortunate if I got your clothes dirty. You speak just like my grandmother, Zhang Mengqing pouted in dissatisfaction. Because Grandma is right. You're wearing a beautiful new dress, and it would be such a pity to stain it with grease. Zhang Mengqing shook her head. That won't be a problem. Even if grease gets on my clothes, I can wash it out the next day. Among all household chores, washing clothes is my favorite. Witnessing the transformation of soiled fabric back to cleanliness brings me immense satisfaction. Is that so? Well then, I shall entrust all my dirty laundry to you from now on, and you will experience double the satisfaction, Jiang Ning jested. Humph. Someone's intentions are quite transparent. I could hear you from the doorway. Surely it's not that obvious? Jiang Ning chuckled. Be a little more confident. Just omit the word shouldn't, and it becomes glaringly evident. With Zhang Mengqing accompanying him in conversation, Jiang Ning unconsciously washed all the dishes until they gleamed. When the two returned to the living room, Zhang Jinqing had already gone upstairs, and their grandparents had retreated to their room to rest. The elderly now retire by 8 or 9 in the evening and awaken around 4 or 5 in the morning. For them, it was already late, and staying up any longer would be considered a late night. Meanwhile, Zhang Shanhe was still sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, indicating that he would spend the night there. Where will I be sleeping tonight? Jiang Ning suddenly realized that he had yet to find a place to rest. Follow me, Zhang Mengqing said, leading him upstairs. The second floor comprised 4 rooms, 2 illuminated and 2 in darkness. The lit rooms were occupied by Zhang Mengqing's sister and mother. while the remaining two were designated for Zhang Mengqing and Jiang Ning as guest rooms for the night. The guest room assigned to Jiang Ning was approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a desk and a tatami bed. The bed was already adorned with fresh sheets, a cooling mat, a clean light blanket, and a pillow. "You will stay in this room tonight. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Mengqing switched on the room's lights. "Not a problem," Jiang Ning nodded. For a one-night stay, a bed was all he needed. Anything beyond that was unnecessary. Zhang Mengqing brought him a pair of slippers and a bottle of mineral water, stating, "My room is next door. Feel free to knock if you need anything." Understood. After Zhang Mengqing left, Jiang Ning lay on the bed, charging his phone. He glanced out the window and was pleasantly surprised to find that the room was perfect for moon gazing. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, how could one forego the tradition of admiring the moon? Jiang Ning took out his phone, aimed it at the moon, and snapped a photo, subsequently sending it to Zhang Mengqing. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." This phrase, in fact, bore a double meaning. In the land of cherry blossoms, the word moon is phonetically similar to like, leading many to subtly express their affection through the phrase "the moonlight is beautiful." Ding dong. Zhang Mengqing promptly replied, "The wind is gentle." Chapter 74. Luring the single dogs in an instant, Jiang Ning was taken aback by Zhang Mengqing's response. "The wind is gentle." If the night is truly beautiful was a euphemistic declaration of affection, then the wind is gentle was an unequivocal affirmation of mutual feelings. His mind momentarily blank, Jiang Ning was consumed by the simplicity of her words. A profound joy enveloped his heart, one that surpassed even the exhilaration he felt upon receiving his first writing payment. The dreams that once seemed distant were now manifesting in his reality. What should he respond with? At that moment, he felt an urgent need to reply, pacing anxiously in his room. As a web novelist, he found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of the significance of his forthcoming reply, demanding careful consideration and deliberation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhang Mengqing was equally anxious, awaiting Jiang Ning's response. The silence in her room was palpable, allowing her to hear the rapid beating of her heart. Thump, thump. Never had her heart raced as fervently as it did now. Was Jiang Ning confessing his feelings to her? Although he hadn't explicitly stated "I like you," nor had he orchestrated a romantic setting, even the phrase "the moonlight is beautiful" was conveyed through a mere phone screen. Yet, despite this, Zhang Mengqing felt an unprecedented sweetness, for she had long awaited Jiang Ning to express such sentiments. The timing, the circumstances, and the manner of his declaration mattered little. What was paramount was that Jiang Ning had conveyed his feelings, and that alone was sufficient. For a long time, Zhang Mengqing had believed she lacked the capacity to love or to fall for any man. It was only upon meeting Jiang Ning that she realized she was not devoid of the ability to love. Rather, the person who could evoke such feelings in her had only just arrived. As the books say, if it is the right person, timing is inconsequential. Zhang Mengqing glanced at the top of the chat window, where she had previously noted, "When will you confess to me?" But now she deleted that remark entirely. Subsequently, she altered Jiang Ning's contact note to read, "It's my Jiang, mister." Gently, she tapped on the photo of Jiang Ning, softly chiding, "Why aren't you replying?" It was then that she realized the torment of awaiting someone's response. She glanced toward the door, suddenly yearning to step out and knock on Jiang Ning's door to inquire why he hadn't replied. Ding dong. At that moment, a message notification from Jiang Ning appeared. "The wind is gentle, the flowers are romantic, you are special, and I like you." If the moonlight is beautiful was Jiang Ning's subtle expression of affection, then "I like you" was a direct and unreserved declaration. Jiang Ning unequivocally liked Zhang Mengqing. Zhang Mengqing's emotions were a blend of shyness and joy, as a blissful smile involuntarily graced her face. She had always been perplexed as to why some individuals would smile foolishly while clutching their phones, yet now she comprehends. She has transformed into one of those people, grinning at her device. Zhang Mengqing gently swiped 3 fingers across the screen to capture a screenshot. Diligently preserving the words Jiang Ning had sent, these would become cherished memories in the future. Shortly thereafter, teacher Xiao Zhang found herself gazing at the chat content, now at a loss for how to respond. After considerable contemplation, she sent a simple 4-character message, "How much do you like me?" Jiang Ning replied instantaneously, "A little more than yesterday, a little less than tomorrow." Upon reading Jiang Ning's response, Zhang Mengqing felt as though her heart had been pierced, as if the room was filled with pink bubbles. Though she had not consumed any alcohol, A slight dizziness enveloped her mind. Amidst her joy, she suddenly realized a troubling question. Why did Jiang Ning respond so swiftly? He hadn't even taken a moment to ponder. His reply was immediate, almost too practiced. Zhang Mingqing teased. Come clean. How many girls have you said this to? Jiang Ning protested. By heaven's virtue, I have only said this to you. Zhang Mingqing retorted. I don't believe you. How could you reply so quickly? Jiang Ning explained. I was playing League. Zhang Mingqing inquired. What is League? He elaborated. It's a computer game, quite similar to Honor of Kings. But knowing how rarely you engage with games, you probably don't know about Honor of Kings either. I do, but I don't play. My college roommate does, she replied. Qin Xiu had an array of games on her phone, and Zhang Mingqing had observed her playing Honor of Kings. Thus, she had some familiarity. Jiangning, do you enjoy playing League? Zhang Mingqing typed. I suppose so. I play a couple of rounds each night when I have time. Teach me how to play. I wish to join you. If you want to teach me, I'll find someone else. Zhang Mingqing's notion of someone else referred to her close friend Qin Xiu, who, as a gaming enthusiast, would undoubtedly be willing to introduce her to the game. Jiang Ning quickly responded, I never said I wouldn't teach you. Don't seek someone else. Zhang Mingqing detected a sense of possessiveness in his words and could imagine the urgency in his heart as he typed. This realization caused her lips to curl upward in delight. It dawned on her that not only did Jiang Ning's every word and action stir her emotions, but she too could make him anxious. It's a promise, no deceiving, she declared. Indeed, I shall teach you after the National Day holiday, he affirmed. As time slipped away, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Although Zhang Mingqing longed to continue her conversation with Jiang Ning, wishing to chat through the night without end, the hour was late, and she reluctantly typed, You should rest. You have to drive tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, after concluding his chat with Zhang Mingqing, reclined back on his bed, charging his phone while perusing short videos. Given that today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, there was an abundance of related content. Some videos began with tutorials on how to make mooncakes, appearing rather impressive. However, midway through the video, the host unexpectedly called for his girlfriend to assist. The so-called assistance refers to wiping the sweat from his forehead and then bestowing upon him a loving kiss. It was then that netizens realized they had been deceived, leaving warm and caring messages in the comments section. My truck's headlights seem to be malfunctioning. Could you kindly check for me? Please send me your address. I would like to send you some local specialties. Having watched your video, I have learned how to make mooncakes. Where can I collect my girlfriend? In the past, Jiang Ning would undoubtedly have commented that he was leaving due to discomfort from the situation. However, now that the person he admires reciprocates his feelings, these videos no longer harm him. If one cannot defeat them, one must join them. One day, he too wishes to create such videos with teacher Xiao Zhang, luring in the single souls for a delightful ruse. After his phone was fully charged, Jiang Ning called Jiang Wan, as it was the festival, and he felt it necessary to check in with his family. His younger sister had returned from the comic convention, and when Jiang Ning called, the young girl was engrossed in watching her favorite series while hugging a Tang Yuan. Have mom and dad returned? Jiang Ning casually inquired. Jiang Wan shook her head. Not yet. It was dark when I got home. Jiang Ning found it peculiar. Logically, the movie should have ended long ago. The absence of their parents suggested only one possibility. They were still enjoying their time together outside. It seems that old Jiang is quite the romantic, with Jiang Ning's subtle encouragement. The couple briefly rekindled their romance. Though the family could not gather to celebrate the festival together, each individual found joy in their own way. After finishing the call with his sister, Jiang Ning lay on his bed, scrolling through short videos before switching off the lights to sleep. Strangely, he usually enjoys excellent sleep quality, capable of drifting off within 5 minutes of putting down his phone. Coupled with the honey wine he had consumed today, which should have further eased his transition to slumber, one would expect him to fall asleep effortlessly. However, the reality was that Jiang Ning experienced insomnia that night. Or more accurately, he was too excited to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Like Zhang Mingqing, he longed to continue their conversation, regardless of the topic. As being enamored with someone can be quite addictive, fostering a desire to feel their presence at all times. Jiang Ning picked up his phone once more, intending to browse through his social media feed to distract himself. At that moment, he noticed that Zhang Mingqing had posted a status 10 minutes prior, a photograph of the moon accompanied by the caption, "May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even if separated by 1,000 miles." Jiang Ning instantly recognized that the photo was one he had sent to Zhang Mingqing not long ago. Surprised, he liked her post, only to receive a message from her the next second. Still awake? Chapter 75. Da Huang, what is happening? I can't sleep. Insomnia has struck, Jiang Ning replied in text. Just as he sent the message, Zhang Mingqing immediately requested a video call. The once silent bedroom was suddenly filled with the sound of his phone ringing, startling Jiang Ning. Concerned that the ringtone might disturb others' rest, he quickly answered the video call. On the screen, Zhang Mingqing donned a delicate gray silk nightgown, revealing her fair, smooth shoulders and enchanting collarbone. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded lazily over her front, evoking a dreamy beauty reminiscent of a figure partially obscured by a veil. Behind her, a warm orange lamp cast a cozy glow, creating an environment that instinctively invited relaxation. It was evident that Teacher Zhang had intended to retire for the night, yet she had made a phone call upon hearing of Jiang Ning's insomnia. Let us have a video call. You'll be asleep in less than 20 minutes. Zhang Mingqing whispered. Every time she video called Jiang Ning, the sleepyhead would inevitably drift off to slumber, a process that rarely exceeded 20 minutes. However, Jiang Ning thought this evening would be different. Even if they exchanged no words, merely gazing at each other would keep him awake. His emotions were still ablaze with the excitement and joy of a successful confession, rendering him incapable of tranquility. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen Teacher Zhang dressed so lightly, igniting a fire within him that, if left unchecked, could burn until dawn. Indeed, you seem to be struggling with insomnia, Zhang Mingqing remarked after 20 minutes had elapsed, surprised to find Jiang Ning showing no signs of drowsiness, but rather appearing increasingly alert. What could possibly be the issue? It's all right, you should rest. Don't worry about me, Jiang Ning replied, shaking his head, unwilling for Teacher Zhang to endure a sleepless night alongside him. How can that be? I am determined to find a way to cure your insomnia, Zhang Mingqing declared earnestly. She did not wish to awaken to a haggard Jiang Ning with dark circles under his eyes the following morning. Perhaps you could sing me a song? Jiang Ning hesitated to suggest. I've heard that music can aid sleep. Although Jiang Ning's phone contained a music player with a dedicated sleep playlist, none could compare to the sweet melody of Teacher Zhang's voice. She was beautiful, and her singing was sure to be delightful as well. Zhang Mingqing considered Jiang Ning's suggestion and nodded. All right, what song would you like to hear? Could it be After Tomorrow? Jiang Ning inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Zhang Mingqing blinked, but I don't know how to sing. Then never mind, it's fine. Seeing Jiang Ning's disappointment, Zhang Mingqing hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiang Ning, wait for me. Upon finishing her words, she hurriedly ended the call. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Mingqing messaged Jiang Ning. Are you asleep? Not yet, came Jiang Ning's reply. Following this, Zhang Mingqing initiated another video call. The image of Teacher Zhang on the screen appeared slightly nervous and somewhat bashful. She cleared her throat and began to sing earnestly. Are two people enough to capture loveless moments? Close your eyes and remember your smile. Teacher Zhang's voice was melodious, albeit slightly off-key, devoid of technical skill, yet brimming with emotion. Jiang Ning quickly realized that the 10 minutes Zhang Mingqing had spent away was devoted to learning a song. Although she did not know After Tomorrow, she was willing to learn it for him. In just 10 minutes of impromptu learning, the performance was already quite commendable. Though Teacher Zhang's singing lacked technical finesse and was solely infused with emotion, in Jiang Ning's heart, it stood as the most beautiful rendition, unrivaled by any other. Enchanted by the melody, he declared himself a fan of Teacher Zhang from this moment forth. As Zhang Mingqing concluded her song, Jiang Ning was the first to applaud, though he was mindful not to disturb others who might be resting. Thus his applause was rather subdued. Could we hear another song? Will you sing again? He inquired. Zhang Mingqing was taken aback. She was acutely aware of her off-key singing, which could be aptly described as a train wreck. She had assumed that after hearing her first song, Jiang Ning would refrain from requesting more for the purpose of lulling him to sleep. Unexpectedly, he prompted her for yet another performance. Having already felt a wave of drowsiness from the previous song, she believed that another would surely send her into slumber. Jiang Ning, with a straight face, continued his playful banter. All right then, what song would you like to hear? Zhang Mingqing encouraged him to choose. Sing your favorite song. After a moment's hesitation, she decided, then let it be this one. No matter how I try to fly away, I remain a drunken butterfly in this colorful world. At that moment, a cacophony of wailing erupted from downstairs. It appeared that old Zhang had awoken, still under the influence of alcohol, and was unable to resist belting out a tune. I'll go check on him, Zhang Mingqing said as she slipped on a jacket. I'll accompany you, Jiang Ning replied, and they both exited the room, hastily descending the stairs. Take your time on the stairs, watch your step, he advised, illuminating the way with his phone's flashlight. Suddenly, a cool little hand reached out to him, intertwining their fingers. Jiang Ning instinctively turned to look at Zhang Mingqing behind him. Why are you looking at me? Focus on the path, she chided, feigning nonchalance. Oh, right, he responded, obediently directing his gaze forward. Zhang Mingqing observed his back, her smile radiant. Upon entering the hall, they found old Zhang lounging on the sofa, the television remote transformed into a makeshift microphone in his hand. To my friends on the left, how are you? He bellowed, extending the remote towards the large dog sprawled on the floor. The dog responded with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Immediately after, Zhang Shanha pointed the remote at Jiang Ning. To my friends on the right, let me see your hands. Let us get this party started. Seeing this, Jiang Ning raised his hands in compliance. Next to him, Zhang Mingqing lightly tapped the back of his hand, signaling him not to add to the chaos, and briskly approached her father. Dad, it's quite late, and even the dog is asleep. Please refrain from your concert and let Grandpa and Grandma rest. My dear daughter, your father is in the wrong. I shall not hold a concert tonight. We'll do it another day, Zhang Shanha acquiesced, nodding like a child, ever obedient in the presence of his wife and daughter. Afterward, Zhang Mingqing headed to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy. Once old Zhang had consumed it, he promptly collapsed back onto the sofa. Ensuring he was sound asleep, Xiao Zhang and Jiang Ning ascended the stairs once more, still hand in hand, fingers firmly interlocked. As they climbed, Jiang Ning heard a soft hum beside him. You know, even if the torrential rain upends the entire city, I will always embrace you. Unable to bear it, as I catch sight of your silhouette approaching, I pen my anguish akin to the passing of years and separation. Zhang Mingqing's gentle rendition of Little Love Song, a cherished melody she had long kept in her playlist, resonates beautifully. Indeed, when teacher Zhang sings songs she knows well, the effect is mesmerizing, akin to celestial music gracing the ears. With the completion of the second song, it is time to retreat to her chamber for some well-deserved rest. Zhang Mingqing relaxed her grip. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. You too. Is that all? She inquired. Jiang Ning pondered briefly before adding, Good night. Good night. How is it possible that I spent last night with Jiang Ning, calling him brother and pulling him into song and dance? The following morning, a sober Zhang Shanha caressed his chin, lost in contemplation. Could it be? How could he have no recollection at all? After all, he is a senior teacher at Xingming High School. Could he truly engage in such absurdity? Do not believe rumors. Do not spread them. How can you still bring this up after last night, when you had your arms around Jiang Ning, calling him Ning Gu so affectionately? I felt embarrassed for you. Shin Siyun remarked with a hint of annoyance. That young man is reluctant to call you uncle, yet you insist he address you as father. What? Do you yearn for a son so desperately? Have I not provided you with two lovely daughters? Being inebriated is not dreadful, for upon awakening, one forgets it all. What is truly terrifying is when someone helps you recall the details of the previous night. If accompanied by a video, it becomes an utter catastrophe. Zhang Shanha, who has weathered many storms, felt his cheeks flush at that moment. It seems he ought to drink less in the future to safeguard his reputation. Mom and Dad, you are up so early today, Zhang Mingqing remarked, descending the stairs, clad in an immaculate white dress and vibrant gradient sneakers. She carried a small bag containing a sunshade and a water bottle, clearly well prepared for the impending trip. It is not that I wanted to rise so early. Rather, someone rummaged through the room at dawn, causing an unbearable racket that disrupted my peaceful slumber. Shin Xian cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Shanha, her implication unmistakable. The old man chuckled awkwardly, attempting to shift the conversation. Mingqing is awake. The toothbrush and toothpaste are on the washstand, brand new and unopened. You'll find them there. Got it. Thanks, Dad. Zhang Mingqing nodded and proceeded toward the washstand, but paused mid-step to turn back. Mom, please refrain from constantly criticizing Dad. We should communicate properly. And Dad, try not to irritate Mom. Pay more attention to the details. Understood, understood, Zhang Shanha replied, though he mused inwardly about how he had failed to attend to details. Last night, while drinking, he had poured equal amounts of liquor for both his parents, ensuring fairness. How could he have achieved this without paying attention to detail? He is indeed a man who values precision. Without exception, have you noticed that our daughter seems different today? Once Zhang Mingqing had walked away, Shin Siyun nudged old Zhang with her elbow. Zhang Shanha pondered for a moment before articulating his realization. Indeed, the way you put it is quite true. Our daughter has applied lipstick today. Shen Siyun sighed in resignation, noting that such an overt change was evident to anyone. And it bore no relation to the transformation she had mentioned. Did you not notice how exceptionally cheerful she seems today? She has adorned herself beautifully, urged us to refrain from quarrels, and even her tone is remarkably sweet. Zhang Shanha mused. Perhaps she is particularly elated because we are going on a trip today? Shen Siyun shook her head, asserting, no, this exuberance is not merely tied to the anticipation of travel. Zhang Mengqing has been preparing for this excursion for over a fortnight. Even if she were joyful, it would not manifest so intensely. In my view, her emotions are likely blossoming due to her relationship with Jiang Ning. As she gazed at Zhang Mengqing's retreating figure, she softly remarked. Having spent a lifetime as a distinguished educator, she had encountered numerous high school students entangled in clandestine romances. Her extensive experience had led her to a firm conclusion. Her daughter had indeed fallen in love, hence her uncontainable joy. Are their feelings truly deepening? Is that credible? Zhang Shanha exclaimed, taken aback. He had merely indulged in a few drinks the previous night. Was it possible that the family's little cabbage had been pilfered as a result? Shen Siyun opted not to elaborate further, leaving him with the enigmatic statement, if you doubt it, let us wait and see. Just as the couple deliberated, Grandma Tang called from the kitchen, breakfast is ready. The elderly lady had risen early, transforming the leftover fish from the previous day into a hearty pot of fish soup. She then prepared the pre-soaked rice noodles, ladling the creamy fish broth over them along with chunks of fish, creating a specialty dish from the Xinjiang region. The enticing aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Zhang Shanha, already famished, hurried into the kitchen to bring the fish noodles to the dining table. At that moment, the youngest member of the Zhang family, Zhang Jinliang, descended from the second floor. The 3 generations of the Zhang family gathered around, with Jiang Ning still absent. Is Jiang Ning not up yet? Zhang Shanha mumbled, implying his intention to ascend and rouse him for breakfast. Let Jiang Ning sleep a little longer. He suffered from insomnia last night and went to bed quite late, Zhang Mengqing interjected, attempting to provide an explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shanha turned to his wife, Shen Siyun. She shrugged, saying, see, I was right. Your daughter is even aware of Jiang Ning's sleepless night. If they were merely friends, I would find that hard to believe. Jiang Ning was awakened by the morning alarm, and, by the time he made his way downstairs, everyone had already finished breakfast. Little Jiang, we saved some fish noodles for you on the table. Hurry and sit down to eat before it gets cold, urged Grandma Tang. All right, Grandma. Jiang Ning nodded repeatedly, and after a quick wash, he joined the dining table. Presently, all had completed their breakfast and were lounging on the sofa, engrossed in their phones and television. Eating in front of a room full of people felt rather peculiar, especially in Jiangning. There was an unsettling sensation of being watched by a pair of malevolent eyes. Yet, whenever he instinctively turned to look, that intense gaze would vanish without a trace. Only old Zhang remained, absorbed in playing with the large yellow dog on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Jiangning's presence. Hurry and eat, or your noodles will get cold, came the reminder. At that moment, Zhang Mengqing sat down beside Jiangning. In her hands, she cradled a bowl of fish noodles, carefully using chopsticks to extract the fish bones from the tender flesh. Ah, so you haven't had breakfast either, Jiangning remarked with some surprise. He had vaguely heard Zhang Mengqing's voice downstairs while he was sleeping, assuming she had already eaten. It turned out that she, like him, was only just now having her meal. With a soft affirmation, Zhang Mengqing replied, I was worried you might feel awkward eating alone, so I waited to keep you company. As she spoke, she placed the deboned fish into Jiangning's bowl. Eat plenty of fish. It's good for your protein intake. Jiangning glanced at the fish in his bowl and then at Zhang Mengqing beside him. How gentle and considerate she was. Such a girlfriend would be impossible to find elsewhere. As rare as a lantern in the dark. Just then, Zhang Shanha, who had been cheerfully playing with the dog, abruptly stood up. I'm done playing. I'm leaving. It was one thing to face reprimands, but the thought of the family's little cabbage being stolen was even more distressing. Chapter 77. Choose a beautiful bag after breakfast. Jiangning and Zhang Mengqing returned to the city. Zhang Shanha chose to stay behind, intending to spend the holiday in the countryside with his elderly parents. Although Shen Siyun pretended to disdain rural life, she stayed with old Zhang, claiming she wanted to supervise Zhang Shanha and prevent him from drinking. Thus, the group that had arrived in 5 dwindled to 3 upon departure, An hour and a half later, Jiang Ning skillfully parked the car downstairs in the residential area. Following that, he accompanied Zhang Mengqing upstairs to fetch her luggage. Her belongings were already neatly packed in a cream-colored suitcase, accompanied by a matching handbag. Zhang Jinqing carried a backpack and pushed another suitcase. If Jiang Ning recalled correctly, his sister Jiang Wanho seemed to have prepared a suitcase as well. How delightful, a 7-day road trip. And all three girls had coincidentally packed their bags. In contrast, Jiang Ning had only prepared 2 changes of clothes for the journey. He hadn't even bothered with a backpack, merely tossing his belongings into a plastic bag. Compared to the 3 meticulous young ladies, Jiang Ning felt as primitive as a caveman. Just then, the little cat September emerged from the bedroom, looking quite forlorn as it gazed at Zhang Mengqing. It raised a paw and scratched at the suitcase. September seemed to sense that the little teacher was about to leave with her luggage and wished to open the suitcase to squeeze itself inside. The cat was oblivious to the concept of a Golden Week road trip. It simply wanted to stay close and not part ways. What will happen to September when we're gone? Sister Zhang Jin cast a casual glance at Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing across from her. According to their original plan, the sisters intended to embark on a journey, leaving the kitten in the care of their parents. However, with old Zhang remaining in the countryside, this implied that there was no one at home to look after Jiuyu. I shall make arrangements. Jiang Ning took out his phone and called Wang Jiao. Yuzu, do you have time during the upcoming short holiday? Last time, Wang Jiao had a mishap while riding an electric scooter with an elderly lady, resulting in a week's hospitalization. Now, having been discharged, he was full of vitality and relishing life, so one could say he had turned misfortune into fortune. Senior, I have plenty of time, came Wang Jiao's exuberant voice from the other end of the line. He had been enviously scrolling through various travel posts in his social circle, almost worn out from feeling envious. Thus, when Jiang Ning inquired about his availability, he readily affirmed that he was free. Wang Jiao initially thought Jiang Ning was inviting him to travel, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. Brotherhood, he mused internally. As long as you have time, I plan to take a trip with Teacher Zhang. We'd like to board Tangyuan and Jiuyu with you for a week, Jiang Ning said slowly. Although their parents were at home, he still intended to send Tangyuan to Wang Jiao's place for safekeeping. Firstly, it would ease his mind, and secondly, it would grant their parents a complete retreat for their 2-person world. At the very least, the couple could freely allocate their time over the next 7 days. Ahaha. Of course, no problem. Just drop them off at the pet hospital. I'll ride over now, Wang Jiao replied with an awkward yet polite chuckle, realizing he had overthought the situation. All right, no rush. I'll arrive in about an hour. Jiang Ning confirmed the timing before hanging up. Afterward, he grasped a suitcase in each hand and descended the stairs first. Although the girl's suitcase appeared large, it was not heavy. Zhang Jin tenderly cradled Jiuyu, following closely behind. While the last to leave, Teacher Zhang was responsible for turning off the lights and locking the doors. Once they exited the residential area, Jiang Ning drove towards home. He had previously messaged Jiang Wan, so when the car arrived at the community entrance, his sister was already waiting by the roadside with Tangyuan in her arms and a suitcase in hand. Sorry to keep you waiting, classmate Xiao Wan, Jiang Ning said as he parked the car, unfastened his seatbelt, and assisted in loading Jiang Wan's luggage into the trunk. Jiang Wan pouted. 5 years. Do you know how I've spent these 5 years? A Wan is dead, the idol you chose. Jiang Ning looked at his quirky sister and suddenly entertained a bold thought. Perhaps Jiang Wan should abandon her aspirations of becoming a broadcaster and instead pursue acting. For she was brimming with theatrical flair. What nonsense. You only kept me waiting for half an hour. That's hardly 5 years. Jiang Ning retorted. Jiang Wan corrected him. Incorrect. It was a day and half an hour. You all went out to have fun without me. Do you know what it feels like for time to drag on? Compared to the comic convention, Jiang Wan was more eager to visit Zhang Jin's hometown, to meet her deskmate's grandparents and experience the simple charm of rural life. It wasn't he intentional to leave you behind. There simply wasn't he enough space in the car. Jiang Ning explained the situation. Very well. I shall select a beautifully colored sack for you. Then, I will place you within, stowing you away in the trunk, ensuring that you will not miss any future events. Originally feeling aggrieved, the younger sister could not contain her laughter upon hearing Jiang Ning's teasing. Her smile was difficult to suppress. Why must I be placed in the trunk instead of my older brother earning money through writing, so that he may one day purchase a 6-seater vehicle? Jiang Wan tilted her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. All right, if my next book becomes a sensation, I shall definitely upgrade to a 6-seater. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan patted her brother's shoulder, exclaiming, "Not if, but definitely. Your next book will surely be a hit. I have faith in you." Zhang Mingqing sat quietly in the car, observing the sibling duo through the reflection in the side mirror. She found their dynamic rather delightful. Despite a 9-year age gap, their interactions held no barriers. They appeared more like close friends. During this exchange, Zhang Mingqing inadvertently overheard their conversation about the upcoming book's potential success. This sparked her recollection of a lengthy passage she had seen on Jiang Ning's phone, resembling an essay. Was Jiang Ning penning a book? Come to think of it, despite knowing him for quite some time, she was unaware of his profession. He had never mentioned it, nor had she inquired. If he were indeed writing a book, she would be quite intrigued to discover its contents. Subsequently, Jiang Wan took her seat in the back of the car. No sooner had she settled in than September, cradled in Zhang Jinqing's arms, reacted immediately, poking her head out to sniff around. This was the first encounter between Tang Yuan and September, as Jiang Wan also held a small kitten in her embrace. Initially, she had harbored concerns about a potential altercation between Tang Yuan and September, given that September was notoriously dominant and would invariably confront any other cat within her line of sight. However, at that moment, September merely sniffed at Tang Yuan's scent without resorting to her feline prowess. Tang Yuan, in turn, caught wind of September's aroma and mewed softly. September promptly responded, and the car resonated with a melodious exchange of meows. Watching the two kittens coexist harmoniously, Jiang Wan's heart swelled with joy. Everything was unfolding as she had envisioned. She played with Zhang Jinqing, September frolicked with Tang Yuan, and of course, her brother engaged with teacher Zhang. Chapter 78. If I were accomplished in my youth, I would have no insecurities, and prospective partners would abound. Afterward, Jiang Ning drove the car to the pet hospital, sequentially placing Tang Yuan and September into their cages. The two kittens, under the impression that their owner had abandoned them, mewed persistently, their pitiful demeanor truly tugging at one's heartstrings. "I will come to fetch you in a few days. You must behave here." Jiang Wan consoled the two kittens through the bars. Zhang Mingqing and her sister were also reluctant to part with the kittens, yet September was still quite young. The veterinarian informed them that she was only 3 months old and had sustained some internal damage due to her prolonged life on the streets. This indicated that taking her on a road trip could pose significant risks, making it prudent for her to remain at the hospital for care. "Yuzu, I entrust these two kittens to your care." Jiang Ning approached the hospital lobby to engage in conversation with Wang Jiao. "Rest assured, Senior, it's all on me." Wang Jiao nodded in agreement. While it may be inappropriate to voice such assurances elsewhere, within the confines of the pet hospital, he commanded both respect and authority. After all, the moniker Wang Yidao was not merely a hollow title. It signified his proficiency in performing sterilization surgeries on animals with a single, deft cut. With his protection, neither September nor Tang Yuan had to worry about other kittens causing trouble. However, given September's iron-fisted demeanor, Wang Jiao's guardianship was somewhat redundant. Our formidable leader could carve out her own territory with her prowess. It was already late, and they needed to set off. Jiang Ning beckoned Zhang Mingqing and the others to board the vehicle. The day's gentle drizzle in Xiangnan was expected to intensify into a downpour, necessitating their departure from the province before the heavy rain commenced. "Wishing you a smooth journey and delightful experiences." Wang Jiao waved farewell. As he watched Jiang Ning's car disappear down the road, a sense of melancholy washed over the junior. While others spent their golden week exploring scenic vistas, he found himself languishing in the pet hospital, devoid of excitement. It is often said that a life devoid of visible horizons breeds confusion and helplessness. Yet, is a life with a clear endpoint truly what one desires? The monotony of existence and the cyclical nature of work raise a profound question. Have we truly lived 365 days, or merely repeated the same day 364 times? Alas, one could blame their childhood self for lending their brilliance to Diga, leaving a future shrouded in darkness. As Li Ronghao's years of youth played softly on the computer, Wang Jiao felt a stirring within and joined in the melody. "If only I had been ambitious in my youth, I would certainly have countless admirers." At that moment, the door of the pet hospital swung open, and the wind chimes hanging at the entrance jingled melodiously. "Hello, doctor. My puppy seems to be injured. It's limping. Can you please take a look?" A soft-spoken girl entered, her voice gentle and endearing. "Of course," Wang Jiao replied, instinctively nodding as he closed the song playing on his computer. Raising his gaze to meet hers, he noted that the girl was not strikingly beautiful. Rather, she possessed a nondescript face that would easily fade into the crowd. However, she had a flair for fashion, donning a lovely matcha-colored dress, and her hair was styled in an endearing bun. She exuded an aura of grace and youthful exuberance. Though Wang Jiao considered himself indifferent to feet, he found himself stealing a glance at the girl's feet, adorned with a pair of stylish sandals, each toe meticulously painted with striking black nail polish, accentuating her fair and delicate skin. He quickly averted his gaze, fearing that another glance might ignite a flurry of emotions. Clearing his throat, he accepted the leash from the girl and examined the corgi at her feet. How long has your puppy been limping? In the medical profession, the principles of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation apply equally in veterinary practice. After a moment of contemplation, the girl replied, "It started last night. When I gently squeeze its leg, it lets out a pitiful yelp. Could it be a fracture?" Wang Jiao's expression turned serious. "Based on your description, we cannot rule out the possibility of a fracture. However, it would be prudent to conduct an X-ray first." All right, the girl nodded earnestly. Afterward, Wang Jiao conducted a comprehensive examination for the little corgi, particularly focusing on the injured leg. "Your puppy is perfectly fine. It is merely pretending to be lame," he remarked, glancing at the images displayed on the computer before turning to the young woman. "Pretending to be lame?" She was taken aback. Wang Jiao nodded. "Indeed. The X-ray reveals that its front leg is entirely normal. It seems to be attempting to deceive you for food and treats. Upon reflection, after its injury, did you not spoil it with an abundance of food?" Realization dawned on her, and she angrily swatted the corgi's backside, exclaiming, "You rascal! Weighing 20 pounds, yet possessing the cunning of 19. I was so worried about you, rushing you to the hospital upon waking, only to discover nothing was amiss." "Well, not entirely nothing," Wang Jiao interjected, shaking his head. "Its weight is already above the standard, and if this continues unchecked, it could lead to osteoporosis. Henceforth, you must oversee its weight loss." "All right, thank you, doctor," she replied gratefully with a nod. Since there were no significant issues, she soon led the corgi out of the clinic. Just as she opened the door to leave, Wang Jiao's voice called out once more, "How about we exchange contact information? We can communicate if any issues arise." Upon uttering those words, he felt his heart race inexplicably. As a science student, he lacked the boldness of his liberal arts peers and found himself at a loss on how to express his feelings in front of the girl he admired. Even asking for her contact information had drained him of all his energy. The girl stood still, blinking in curiosity at Wang Jiao's sudden request for her contact details. After a moment, she softly responded, "Sure." Ding. Wang Jiao successfully scanned her contact, discovering her online username was Big Ruefa Fishmonger. Girls with such usernames were typically university students with interesting personalities. "Hello, Lu Ran," he greeted. "Hello, Wang Jiao," she replied. At that moment, Wang Jiao felt that overseeing a pet clinic was not so undesirable after all, for from this instant onward, his monotonous life began to transform. That evening, he had dinner with Teacher Zhang's circle of friends, hence the update was scheduled for midday. Wish me luck, brothers. Chapter 79, Living Alone versus Living together. A journey exceeding 1,000 kilometers is no trivial matter. It poses a significant challenge for both passengers and the driver. When Jiang Ning finally arrived at Fengwixui City, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. "Ladies, we have arrived at the hotel," Jiang Ning announced as he gently maneuvered the car into the parking lot and switched on the interior lights. "Wow, we're here already?" Jiang Wan rubbed her eyes, appearing drowsy. Aside from mealtimes, she had been asleep throughout the journey, effectively traveling from Xiangjiang province to Yundian province in the blink of an eye, which made the passage of time feel exceedingly swift. "In just 2 hours, it will be dawn. Do you still think it feels quick?" Jiang Ning chuckled in disbelief. Before embarking on the journey, my sister confidently assured that she would keep Jiang Ning company throughout the drive to stave off any drowsiness, engaging in lively conversation or perhaps singing and sharing anecdotes if necessary. However, once in the car, she promptly succumbed to slumber, and not only did she sleep soundly, but she also nestled against Zhang Jinqing beside her. Fortunately, seated in the passenger seat was teacher Xiao Zhang, who aided Jiang Ning in staying alert. Otherwise, the arduous 18-hour drive would have been quite taxing. "Brother, how far are we from Arai?" Jiang Wan inquired as she stepped out of the vehicle, the cool evening breeze refreshing her senses. 5 kilometers. It won't take long to drive there, Jiang Ning replied. Due to the peak tourist season, Accommodations around the scenic spots were fully booked, compelling Jiang Ning to search further afield. Ultimately, he discovered a well-reviewed chain hotel 5 kilometers away. The advantage of a self-drive journey became evident. Even if the hotel was distant from the attractions, it would not hinder their exploration the following day. After all, driving oneself made the 5 kilometers merely a matter of pressing the accelerator. The 4 of them entered the hotel, each carrying their luggage. At the front desk was a young woman, engrossed in binge-watching a series on her phone. "Hello, I have reserved 3 rooms through the platform. My phone ends with Jiang Ning," he said as he approached. The girl, noticing the weary travelers, quickly paused her show and began entering Jiang Ning's phone number on her computer. "All right, you have booked 1 double room and 2 single rooms, correct? Please present your identification." Jiang Ning had initially intended to reserve 4 single rooms, but Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing deemed it too extravagant. After some deliberation, they decided on a double room. Recognizing the merit in economizing while traveling, saving on accommodation to indulge in experiences seemed far more appealing. Before long, Jiang Ning received the room keys and, accompanied by the 3 young women, ascended the elevator. The front desk had conveniently arranged their 3 rooms on the same floor, and they were relatively close to one another. Jiang Ning's room was directly across from that of the 2 sisters, with teacher Xiao Zhang residing next door. With a soft click, he used the key card to unlock the door, but refrained from activating the power immediately. Instead, he opened his mobile app to conduct a network diagnostic check on the number of connected devices and then employed the infrared camera detection feature. It is prudent to remain vigilant while traveling. The existence of hidden cameras in many hotels is a widely acknowledged concern. Jiang Ning felt a responsibility to safeguard the privacy of the 3 young women accompanying him. He meticulously inspected teacher Xiao Zhang's room and those of the 2 sisters, ensuring there were no surveillance devices before finally turning on the power in his own room. Jiang Ning's attention to these details did not go unnoticed by Zhang Mengqing, who felt a profound sense of security traveling with him. His presence instilled a comforting assurance within her. "Everyone has had a tiring day on the road. How about we rest at the hotel tomorrow morning and venture out to explore after a good sleep?" Jiang Ning suggested. Agreed. Jiang Wan was the first to express her approval. In the realm of sibling bonds, the elder brother proposed his plan, and she, of course, offered her unwavering support. Zhang Mengqing and her sister had no objections either. After exchanging goodnights, they retreated to their respective rooms. Upon entering her chamber, Zhang Mengqing placed her suitcase beside the bed and set her phone to charge on the nightstand. The exhausting 18-hour journey had left her feeling fatigued in both body and spirit. She decided to take a shower and retire for the night, postponing the matters of tomorrow until she awoke. 40 minutes later, after her refreshing shower, Zhang Mengqing donned her pajamas and gently towel-dried her damp hair with a bath towel she had brought from home. Just then, an unceremonious rumble emanated from her stomach. She realized she had scarcely eaten anything that day, having only nibbled on a few biscuits at a service area along the highway. Thus, her hunger was hardly surprising. However, at this late hour, all nearby shops had closed, and even if they were still open, venturing out did not appeal to her. Ordering takeout seemed futile as well, considering the potential wait time, which might render her even hungrier. "Never mind, I'll just drink some water and head to bed," she resolved. Ding dong. At that moment, her phone, charging on the bed, chimed with a notification. "Jiang Ning, are you asleep?" Zhang Mengqing. "Not yet, what's up?" Jiang Ning. "I bought some small breads and milk. They can serve as a late-night snack or tomorrow's breakfast. Shall I bring them to your room?" Knowing Zhang Mengqing had not eaten much, Jiang Ning had taken the initiative to drive to a nearby 24-hour convenience store during her shower to procure some food. While these snacks could be optional, they were certainly essential. A warm feeling surged within Zhang Mengqing at Jiang Ning's thoughtfulness. All right. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Zhang Mengqing rose to open it, revealing Jiang Ning standing at the threshold, arms laden with 2 large bags of snacks. "I can't possibly finish all these snacks. You should take a bag to share with the others," she suggested, slightly taken aback by Jiang Ning's generous offering. She now referred to Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing collectively as her sisters, as there was no need for such distinctions. Jiang Ning's sister was also her sister. Her sister was indeed Jiang Ning's sister as well. "Don't worry, I've already sent snacks to their room. These are all for you," Jiang Ning replied, placing the 2 bags on the table. "Take your time eating them. After all, we'll be here for several days. A little each day, and they'll be gone in no time." Suddenly, Jiang Ming's words faltered as his gaze fell upon Zhang Mengqing's still damp hair. You haven't tea-dried your hair yet? He inquired. No, I was just about to when you arrived. Shall I help you? Sure. Zhang Mengqing seated herself on a chair, resting her hands on her lap, while Jiang Ming positioned himself behind her, adjusting the hairdryer's settings. Is the strength and temperature suitable, my dear? Jiang Ming assumed the role of a high-end hairdresser, even altering his tone of voice. Zhang Mengqing smiled brightly. Quite good. Would you like to sign up for a membership card? We're currently offering discounts. Zhang Mengqing blinked curiously. What kind of discounts? Jiang Ming spoke eloquently. Recharge 200 and receive a complimentary head massage. Recharge 500 and enjoy a complimentary facial treatment. Recharge 1000 and select any item from the store to take home. It sounded quite appealing. Zhang Mengqing nodded slightly. So, how much do you intend to recharge? To the full. Zhang Mengqing replied with a gentle smile, her eyes curving delightfully. You mentioned that recharging over 1,000 allows one to choose freely. So I shall take you with me. Beautiful lady, while your appearance is indeed captivating, it is strictly prohibited to tease the staff within the establishment. Jiang Ning replied with utmost seriousness. However, there might be exceptions. Jiang Ning held a hairdryer in one hand, while lifting Zhang Mengqing's long hair with the other. Her hair was in splendid condition, gliding through his fingers with a silky smoothness and a faint, pleasant fragrance. Before long, Jiang Ning had dried Zhang Mengqing's hair. Although he wished to linger a bit longer in the room, the timing felt inappropriate, as teacher Zhang appeared quite fatigued. He could only remind her to rest early before taking his leave. As Zhang Mengqing reclined on the bed, her gaze fell upon 2 bags of snacks on the table. Then to her freshly dried hair, and a wave of happiness surged within her at that moment. Although she could indulge in snacks and dry her hair alone, having Jiang Ning attend to these tasks made for an entirely different sentiment. Perhaps this is the essence of living alone versus sharing life with another. This thought led Zhang Mengqing to recall a phrase she had encountered long ago: walking, feeling the wind, and watching the day darken. After meeting you, these have transformed into leisurely strolls, gentle breezes, and sunsets. Zhang Mengqing took out her phone and sent her location to her close friend, Qin Xiu. Wow. My dear Qingqing, you've traveled to Arai. Qin Xiu replied almost instantly. Wait, didn't someone mention they weren't going to travel and would stay home to rest? Zhang Mengqing typed back. Initially, I intended to stay in, but when Jiang Ming asked if I wanted to travel, I agreed. Oh, so you readily accepted Jiang Ning's invitation to travel. Zhang Mengqing felt a bit embarrassed at Qin Xiu's teasing and quickly shifted the topic. I'll be going to Arai tomorrow. Is there anything you wish to do that I can help fulfill? How about a photo shoot? Qin Xiu responded without hesitation. The scenery at Arai is stunning, and you are beautiful. It would be a pity not to capture it. Chapter 80. Only children make choices. If anyone were to be deemed the most fatigued, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Ning, who had spent the entire day driving with scarcely any time to rest. Thus, upon returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. When Jiang Ning next opened his eyes, it was already noon. He noticed 3 unread messages in his green bubble. The first message was from Wang Jiao, timestamped at 6:23 in the morning. Senior, do you think it is better to walk the dog with a girl in the morning or the evening? Jiang Ning replied, only children make choices. Adults typically do both. Why not walk once in the morning and again in the evening? Although Jiang Ning was unaware of the specifics, he could faintly discern from Wang Jiao's words that the junior wished to enhance his rapport with a girl through the simple act of walking a dog. He pondered for a moment before adding, be mindful not to rise too early in the morning, nor to stay out too late at night. Maintain a sense of moderation. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Jiao quickly replied, Master, I have grasped the essence. I shall follow your advice henceforth. Jiang Ning exited the chat interface, feeling a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a master who discreetly retreats after an accomplished task. He mused to himself. So this is the feeling of being a love strategist. No wonder so many are eager to offer their counsel. The second message came from Jiang Wan 5 minutes past 10. Brother, are you still asleep? The third message was from Zhang Mengqing, sent just 5 minutes ago. I'm up with my 2 sisters, waiting for you in their room. Jiang Ming glanced at the 2 notification dots. Realizing that Jiang Wan's message had been sent 2 hours prior, it wouldn't hurt to keep her waiting a little longer. He quickly replied to Teacher Zhang's message while it was still fresh. All right, I'll wash up and come find you all shortly. After sending the message, Jiang Ning changed into a fresh outfit and entered the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Once he completed these tasks, He opened the door and made his way to the adjacent room. He intended to knock, but was surprised to find the door unlocked. Inside sat Jiang Wan and her sister Zhang Mengqing, along with a little girl sporting adorable pigtails. The tiny tot appeared exceptionally small, her collar adorned with a vibrant red ribbon, and her wrist graced with a smartwatch. At that moment, the little one was engrossed, holding a phone and intently playing a game. Jiang Ning recognized that the game contained numerous baby eggs, and today he finally witnessed it in person. Sister Wan, you're amazing, the little girl exclaimed in admiration as the match concluded. It's just average. I haven't played this game in a while, so my skills are a bit rusty. Otherwise, I could have secured first place more swiftly. Jiang Wan felt quite pleased with her young fan's praise. At this juncture, she noticed Jiang Ning at the doorway and quickly rose to her feet. Brother, you're finally awake. Allow me to introduce you. This little one is my newly acquainted assistant, Duo Duo. Assistant? Duo Duo? Jiang Ning was left in a state of confusion. With Jiang Wan's explanation, he soon grasped the situation. Duo Duo was the daughter of the owner of this chain hotel. She had come seeking her mother to borrow a phone to play with and fortuitously encountered Jiang Wan. Little Jiang found Duo Duo to be rather charming, and they engaged in several rounds of games together. As their interaction unfolded, Duo Duo learned that Jiang Wan was visiting for leisure and enthusiastically offered her assistance if any issues arose. Despite being only 10 years old, Duo Duo was quite familiar with Arai. Jiang Wan continued, she knows which places are enjoyable and which should be avoided. As a local, Duo Duo's knowledge of Arai undoubtedly surpassed that of outsiders like Jiang Ning. During their travels, having a local to provide guidance can indeed prevent many unnecessary troubles and greatly enhance one's comfort. Thank you very much, little Duo Duo, Jiang Ning said, crouching down to gently pat the little girl's head. You're welcome, big brother. Duo Duo replied with a beaming smile. With the arrival of Jiang Ning, the four-member travel team has officially gathered. The first order of business is to address the issue of sustenance. After all, it is now midday, and it would be remiss not to indulge in the exquisite culinary delights of Yunnan. This is a journey, after all. One cannot simply remain ensconced in a hotel and resort to takeout all day long. At this moment, Duo Duo, the intelligent little assistant, springs into action. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning and his companions are preparing to dine, she enthusiastically introduces nearby gastronomic offerings. She suggests trying mushroom hot pot and hand-grabbed rice. If they are in the mood for noodles, she knows of a particularly unique Crossbridge rice noodle establishment and offers to draw a map for them. Duo Duo wishes to accompany Jiang Ning on their outing, but her parents have forbidden it, insisting that she complete her homework first. Consequently, the little one can only guide Jiang Ning to the best eateries through her map drawing skills. Before long, she retrieves a box of watercolor pens and diligently begins to sketch at the table. Duo Duo, didn't you say you were going to draw us a map? Why does it look like a turtle now? Jiang Wan blinks in confusion. Big sister Wan, this is the map. Duo Duo insists, her dedication evident, though her skills still require refinement. Jiang Ning and his sister scrutinize the drawing for quite some time, but struggle to decipher Duo Duo's rendition. However, Zhang Mengqing takes the paper and quickly grasps the child's intent, likely due to her role as a teacher, which enables her to comprehend the whimsical thoughts of children. Duo Duo, do you know where is the best place to take portrait photos? Before parting ways, Zhang Mengqing poses a question to the little assistant. Big sister, what is a portrait? Duo Duo blinks in puzzlement. Zhang Mengqing explains, it's a place specifically for taking photos where you can change into many beautiful outfits. Oh, I understand now. Duo Duo exclaims, realization dawning upon her. Wait a moment, I will draw you a map. Some readers are curious about the author's subsequent interactions with her circle of friends. So here is a response. Can you imagine a table full of girls with only me as the lone male? Typically, I can manage 2 bowls of rice with ease. But last night, I only consumed half a bowl. Don't ask why. Let's just say I wasn't tea hungry. I can effortlessly spout clever remarks when writing. But when it comes to socializing, I find myself at a loss for words. It's truly a case of being bold online, but timid in reality. However, after the gathering, Teacher Zhang remarked that I performed quite well. Hee. This storyline will be included in my book. It should prove to be quite entertaining. Thus concludes the account. Chapter 81. The heroine stepping out of an anime, following Duo Duo's recommendations. Jiang Ning and his companions venture to a well-known mushroom hot pot restaurant tucked away from the bustling commercial streets, hidden within an alley. After inquiring with several locals and exerting considerable effort, they finally locate the establishment. Generally speaking, true delicacies are often concealed in inconspicuous eateries along the streets, while opulent, resplendent hotels rarely offer the same authentic flavor. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, they are greeted by an array of mushrooms displayed on the shelves, matsutake, chicken fur, and porcini, among others. It can be said that the people of Yunnan have a unique fondness for mountain mushrooms. If asked to rise at 8 in the morning for breakfast, they might struggle to do so. However, if it involves foraging for mushrooms at that hour, they would likely set out by 4. Of course, the delectable nature of these fungi is one matter. Their potential toxicity is another. For instance, the mushroom hot pot consumed in Jiangning must be allowed to cook thoroughly before anyone dares to pick up their chopsticks, as consuming them prematurely could lead to dire consequences. Some hot pot restaurant owners, wary of the possibility of customers consuming the mushrooms too soon and falling ill, may even assign someone to supervise or deliberately withhold utensils. For someone like Jiangning, who is from out of town, encountering such dining regulations was a first and quite amusing. Boss, would consuming poisonous mushrooms induce hallucinations? During the wait for the mushrooms to cook, Jiangning engaged in casual conversation with the hot pot restaurant owner. She was a middle-aged woman with a voluminous, wine-red hairstyle, reminiscent of a robust maternal figure. She appeared approachable and amiable. After pondering for a moment, the owner replied, "Each individual's experience of poisoning differs. Allow me to share a personal anecdote. Once, I sat at a plate of not fully cooked mushrooms, and while conversing afterward, I saw subtitles floating by. On another occasion, I prepared a dish with mushrooms that were slightly green. I felt perfectly fine until my dog returned home and asked if I had eaten. That's when I realized I was in trouble." With a humorous flair, the owner recounted her encounters with food poisoning, captivating Jiangning and his companions, who found these experiences novel. "All right, the mushrooms are fully cooked. You may begin to eat." As she spoke, the owner brought 4 sets of chopsticks to Jiangning and quickly departed. Jiangning distributed the utensils and ladled soup for each person. The rich broth infused with a medley of mountain mushrooms, both savory and sweet. It was no wonder the locals were willing to risk food poisoning for a taste of these delicacies. Jiangning had previously found it difficult to comprehend, but now he understood. A heartfelt gratitude to nature's bounty. After relishing the mushroom hot pot, Jiangning and his companions ventured to the ancient city for a photo shoot. The idea of capturing memories through photography was proposed by Zhang Mengqing, and it was instantly embraced by her 2 younger sisters. After all, it was a rare opportunity to travel, and one must have beautiful photographs as mementos. The ancient city boasted numerous photo studios. Yet the quality of service and attire varied greatly, making it easy to fall into a trap. Fortunately, during their journey, they had met Duo, who, with her recommendations, guided them to a studio that offered excellent value for money. At that moment, the studio was attended by 3 young female university students, all locals who had partnered to establish this venture post-graduation. The studio was well stocked with a variety of outfits, and the photography prices were reasonable, with the added advantage of a promotion where one person could shoot for free if 4 were booked together. Jiangning could hardly believe it. He had merely assumed the role of a driver, and yet he would be able to have a free photo shoot. "I want to wear this for the photos," Jiang Wan exclaimed, pointing at a uniform on the rack, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Who could resist the allure of a stylish outfit, especially for a girl enamored with the world of anime? Jiang Wan selected a pristine white shirt, elegantly paired with a mint green pleated skirt that exuded a collegiate charm. Her good friend, Zhang Jingqing, followed suit by choosing a delicate light blue dress. Soon, the 2 young women emerged from the changing room, their natural beauty enhanced by the vibrancy of youth, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance. As they stepped out, their beauty shimmered like the stars, captivating all attention. Observing this, Jiangning turned to Zhang Mengqing beside her and remarked, "I believe you would look splendid in such a dress. Sister, come join us." Jiang Wan waved to Zhang Mengqing. In school, she affectionately referred to Zhang Mengqing as Teacher Zhang, but now that they were out for leisure, it felt inappropriate to maintain such formalities. Calling her sister seemed more fitting, while sister-in-law felt somewhat out of place. "Am I really suited for such a dress?" Zhang Mengqing appeared hesitant, pondering if a dress like Jiang Wan's was meant solely for the youthful. Approaching her 30s, she questioned whether donning such a youthful garment might seem incongruous. "Why not give it a try? I am curious to see," Jiangning encouraged softly. "All right, I shall try it on. But you must promise not to laugh if it doesn't suit me," Zhang Mengqing replied, her cheeks flushed. "I assure you, I won't mock you. Rest assured. Jiang Ning promised earnestly. Afterward, Zhang Mengqing chose a dress dominated by a cherry blossom hue, complemented by a black collar and pleated skirt, which added a touch of mature elegance. Do I look good? She inquired nervously as she stepped out, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ning. You look stunning. If an anime were to be adapted into a live-action film, you would undoubtedly be the perfect lead actress, Jiang Ning affirmed wholeheartedly. Despite recognizing the hyperbole in Jiang Ning's compliment, Zhang Mengqing felt a wave of delight wash over her. Upon witnessing the three young women donning their outfits, the photography studio eagerly offered to take their pictures for free, requesting only that their images be used for promotional purposes. The three girls, however, were reluctant to have their photos displayed in the store, akin to merchandise, and politely declined the offer. They had their dedicated photographer in Jiang Ning, who, while not a professional, was earnest in his efforts. Ajin, let us take photos over there. Jiang Wan pulled Zhang Jingqing's hand, intentionally creating space between themselves and Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. Girls should have fun together, and those in relationships should enjoy their time with their partners. Nothing wrong with that. Don't wander too far, Jiang Ning cautioned, his concern evident amidst the bustling crowd of the ancient city. Understood, Jiang Wan responded cheerfully. Barely moments after the two young women departed, a man approached them. Hello, young ladies, I am a professional photographer. I believe you possess a wonderful aura. Would you like me to take your pictures? He brandished an expensive camera, emphasizing its value. Jiang Wan glanced at the man and shook her head. No, thank you. Don't worry, my photography service is complimentary, the man persisted, clearly captivated by the youthful beauty of Jiang Wan and Zhang Jingqing. No one remains 18 forever, yet there will always be 18-year-old girls. He wished to capture the finest years of youth of two young women with his camera. However, she declined once more, shaking her head and pulling Zhang Jin away to depart. The man, perplexed, questioned, What is the matter? Do I not appear to be a professional photographer? Jiang Wan hesitated before replying. You look more like a butcher from the land of light. The man was left bewildered. Chapter 82. Tenderness and affection belong solely to you. Meanwhile, on Jiang Ning's side, with the departure of the two sisters, only he and Zhang Mengqing remained. The next phase involved taking individual photographs of teacher Zhang. In truth, there exists a significant disparity between photographing males and females. For boys, as long as they are included in the frame alongside a recognizable landmark, it suffices. They may even forego their presence altogether, capturing merely a scenic view to attest to their visit. Conversely, girls place great emphasis on detail. The photographs must present a small face, long legs, and fair skin. Ultimately, they sift through a multitude of images to select the perfect one. The saying a general success is built on the bones of countless soldiers is equally applicable to the photographs of girls. Jiang Ning's profound understanding stemmed from the arduous experiences of previously assisting Jiang Wan in her photography endeavors. He had endured ample criticism regarding his photographic skills from his younger sister. However, years spent as her photographer had honed his abilities to a competent level, ensuring that his photographs would not be met with disdain. Moreover, Teacher Zhang's inherent beauty guaranteed that every shot would yield a pleasing result. Click, click, click. Jiang Ning continuously pressed the shutter, freezing time in that moment. Wow, Mr. Zhang's photography skills exceed my expectations. I commend you. Upon concluding the photo session, Zhang Mengqing leaned closer to Jiang Ning, scrutinizing the photographs just taken. You are being modest. It is primarily your beauty and poise that render the photos exquisite. Jiang Ning humbly replied, attributing the allure of the images to Zhang Mengqing's own charm. 3 sentences were sufficient to warm a woman's heart for an entire day. And it was evident that Jiang Ning had accomplished this feat. Jiang Ning, which of these 2 photos do you find more appealing? You cannot say both. You must choose one. Zhang Mengqing selected a few photos from the album, intending to share them with her friend Qin Xiu. After all, her visit to the ancient city for a photo shoot was also to fulfill Qin Xiu's wishes. The 2 photos she referred to included one of her back, turned to the camera, and another showcasing her profile. Perhaps the second one. Jiang Ning pondered before selecting the profile shot. He found Zhang Mengqing's profile enchanting, her long eyelashes framing her bright, expressive eyes. The kind of beauty that would make for an exquisite phone wallpaper. If shared with her friend, it would surely garner praise. All right, Zhang Mengqing nodded. Then began messaging Qin Xiu. Zhang Mengqing, the weather is splendid today. Zhang Mengqing, I took some photos in the ancient city. I'll send them to you. She promptly dispatched the first photo of her back to Qin Xiu. As there was no immediate response, it was likely her friend was asleep. Given that it was the dead of night in her time zone, I had thought you would send the second photograph over as well. Jiang Ning glanced at the chat interface and instinctively remarked, because you mentioned the second photo was beautiful, I wanted to reserve that one exclusively for you. Zhang Mengqing replied lightly. Ever since Jiang Ning remarked on Mid-Autumn Festival night that the night was truly enchanting, Zhang Mengqing had bestowed upon him all her tenderness and affection. Jiang Ning felt a bit dazed, never realizing how charming Ms. Zhang could be. It had been elusive until now. Indeed, literature teachers possess an innate sense of artistry and romance. Jiang Ning, are you feeling unwell? Zhang Mengqing noticed his distraction and waved her finger in front of him. I am a bit. It feels a tad warm. Jiang Ning awkwardly deflected the compliment, clearing his throat twice to attribute it to the weather. In the next moment, he felt a cool sensation on his face, an indescribable comfort. Zhang Mengqing had placed her palm against his cheek, inquiring with genuine concern, Does this feel better? Ms. Zhang. Isn't this a bit too forward? He thought. Much better. I'll go buy some water. What would you like to drink? Jiang Ning felt his heart race. And to prevent Zhang Mengqing from noticing his unease, as well as to calm his own emotions, he decided to make a trip to the convenience store. I'll just have mineral water, Zhang Mengqing replied. Influenced by her mother, she rarely drank soda, preferring mineral water most of the time. All right, please wait here for me. Jiang Ning positioned Zhang Mengqing in the shade and departed alone. Though the Yunnan Guizhou province boasted a spring-like climate year-round, the ultraviolet rays could be quite fierce, rendering tourists vulnerable to sunburn if they weren't careful. Consequently, netizens often joke that maintaining a fair complexion in Yunnan was a true feat. Jiang Ning's sole mission was to protect Ms. Zhang, ensuring she left and returned home with her complexion intact. Subsequently, Zhang Jinqing returned with Jiang Wan. The two girls had also gathered a plethora of beautiful photographs on their phones. Before long, Jiang Ning returned with the water, distributing the mineral bottles to everyone. As he handed one to Zhang Mengqing, he instinctively twisted off the cap for her. She expressed her gratitude and naturally accepted the water, taking a sip. This moment was not lost on Jiang Wan and Zhang Jinqing, who exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Could it be that their bond was on the verge of deepening? From now on, we shall each refer to one another as sister-in-law and sister. After a brief respite, Jiang Ning and his companions returned to the photography studio. The three girls, still brimming with enthusiasm, changed into traditional ethnic skirts and adorned their faces with beautiful butterfly designs. Jiang Ning, the one who had benefited from the buy 3 get 1 free offer, also donned a set of ethnic attire. The studio staff had noticed the unique bond between Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing and had thoughtfully arranged for them to wear matching outfits. This marked the first time Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing had donned couples attire. How could one possibly articulate such a sentiment? As the streets bustled with men passing by the photography studio, many couldn't help but steal glances at Zhang Mengqing, contemplating whether to approach her for her contact information. It wasn't until they noticed Jiang Ning standing beside her, equally attired in couple's clothing, that they realized the young lady was already taken. Never mind then. The so-called couple's outfit was a clear signal amidst the throngs of people, unmistakably indicating a special bond between the two. Hey, brother and sister, let me take your picture. At that moment, the little photographer Jiang Wan raised her phone and began directing from afar. Sister, could you lean a little closer to my brother? This will make for a more beautiful photo. Brother, if you're unsure where to place your hands, just hold your sister's hand. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at her younger sister's exuberance. Let us heed little Zhang's guidance, Zhang Mengqing replied softly. As Jiang Wan pressed the shutter, the photo captured Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing side by side, fingers interlaced, their smiles radiant. Chapter 83. The Guaranteed Victory of the Younger Brother. The four of them spent an entire afternoon taking photographs before indulging in a meal of hand-grabbed rice in the ancient city. While termed as hand-grabbed rice, the meal included a variety of accompaniments such as steamed chicken feet, roasted pork belly, grilled chicken, and fish. As dusk approached, the streetlights began to flicker to life one by one. It is said that the ancient city transforms completely from day to night. By day, it serves as a playground for tourists eager to capture memories, while after midnight, the streets come alive with beer and wooden tables, where individuals strum guitars and sing folk songs. People from various corners of the world, some even strangers to one another, gathered together, sharing laughter as if they had known each other for years. Some exchanged stories for drinks, while others traded drinks for stories. This truly embodies the city's nickname, the city of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. However, Jiangning had little interest in indulging in alcohol, especially with two underage girls in their midst, so she decided against joining the revelry. How about we head to Longcan Pier to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning? Jiangning suggested as they drove back to the hotel. Watch the sunrise. That sounds wonderful. When? Jiang Wan, seated in the back, exclaimed with excitement. Once upon a time, she too had dreamt of standing by the sea, witnessing the sun rise slowly above the horizon. The mere thought of watching the sunrise seemed so warm and romantic. Perhaps around 5 o'clock, before 6, Jiangning contemplated before responding, as they had now entered October. It meant the sun wouldn't rise too early, and leaving by 6 would suffice. Well, never mind then. I can't wake up that early. Jiang Wan suddenly felt that the idea of watching the sunrise wasn't as enchanting upon hearing the early wake-up time. After all, she had to rise early for school. And now that she had finally reached her vacation, wouldn't it be delightful to sleep in a little longer? The experience of witnessing the sunrise in person versus viewing it through a phone screen would likely be quite similar, after all. Meanwhile, the socially anxious Zhang Jinqing wore a hesitant expression. If Jiang Wan chose not to go, she too would be disinclined to attend, believing that close friends should be in sync. What about you, beautiful Zhang? Are you going to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning? Jiangning gazed ahead. Yet his thoughts lingered on the nearby teacher Zhang. In truth, it mattered little whether his two younger sisters chose to witness the sunrise. His genuine concern lay solely with Zhang Mingqing's sentiments. All right, Zhang Mingqing nodded in agreement. She possessed a unique habit. Regardless of how late she retired for the night, she would awaken at the crack of dawn, unable to return to slumber. Thus, the notion of oversleeping was entirely foreign to her, and attending the sunrise was certainly feasible. Moreover, the sunrise at Longcan Wharf was renowned. It would be a pity to miss it. With that, they joyfully resolved that the following morning, the two of them would venture to Longcan Wharf to witness the sunrise, allowing the younger sisters to rest at the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Zhang Mingqing instinctively reached for her charger, intending to power her phone, only to discover it still possessed 85 battery life, indicating minimal usage. It is often said that a phone's battery level serves as the most straightforward evaluation of a date. Zhang Mingqing had left home with a fully charged phone, and upon returning to the hotel, it remained at 85. This signified that during the afternoon's photo shoot, she had been fully present with Jiangning, neglecting her phone entirely. Ding dong. At that moment, Qin Xiu sent a message. Sister, you smell divine. She had seen Zhang Mingqing's profile photo and sent a drooling emoji. I can no longer contain my love for you. I hereby formally request the establishment of a couple space. Please deny this. Zhang Mingqing glanced at her friend's whimsical message but chose not to respond with words. Instead, she initiated a video call. The call connected swiftly, revealing Qin Xiu reclining on her bed, clad in a Pikachu shirt. Poor Pikachu was burdened with pressures unbefitting its age. In a soft voice, Zhang Mingqing inquired, Have you awakened? Yes, I slept soundly until I naturally woke up. It was delightful. Qin Xiu stretched languidly, emitting a soft sigh. Her voice was enchantingly alluring, sending tingles through one's bones. Even Zhang Mingqing, a modest girl, felt a touch of embarrassment. Fortunately, the call took place within the confines of her room. Had it been in public, she would have felt utterly mortified. Unaware of the seductive quality of her voice, Qin Xiu's focus remained on Zhang Mingqing. Tell me all about your afternoon escapades. Zhang Mingqing gathered her thoughts and began recounting their experiences from the day. Qin Xiu listened intently, captivated by every detail. What are your plans for tomorrow? She asked curiously. I will be going to Longcan Wharf to watch the sunrise with Jiangning. Wow, a romantic date for two. Qin Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Help me decide which dress I should wear tomorrow. Zhang Mingqing adjusted her camera, retrieving a variety of beautiful dresses from her suitcase for Qin Xiu's consideration. Trust me, opt for the spaghetti strap. Boys tend to favor girls who dress cool and casually, especially with your stunning looks. Wearing a lovely dress tomorrow will surely leave Jiangning utterly entranced. Really? Are you sure? Zhang Mingqing felt warmth spreading across her cheeks. This strappy dress, she typically wears as sleepwear, often just around the confines of her room, feeling the need to don an outer garment even when venturing into the hallway. Would Jiangning truly appreciate such a little dress? Trust me, my dear brother, it's a guaranteed win. Qin Xiu declared confidently while giving a thumbs up. However, Zhang Mingqing appeared somewhat hesitant. She could wear the strappy dress for Jiang Ning, yet felt embarrassed to wear it outside, leaving her in a quandary. If you feel the dress is too revealing and are uncomfortable wearing it out, then simply add a cardigan, Qin Xiu suggested earnestly. It will give Jiang Ning a sense of ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a pipa player partially veiled. Do you understand? Oh, Zhang Mingqing nodded, half comprehending. Both of them were entirely inexperienced in matters of romance. One dared to speak, while the other dared to listen. Today, there will only be one update. Tomorrow, it will return to the usual two. As today marks the last day of April, is it unreasonable for the author to take a day off? Wishing everyone a delightful May Day holiday. Chapter 84. You are more beautiful than the sunrise, Jiang Ning. I am all set on my end and can depart at any moment. Early the next morning, Zhang Mingqing took out her phone to message Jiang Ning. Following Qin Xiu's suggestion from the previous night, she donned a black strappy dress paired with a white knitted cardigan. This ensemble struck a balance between fiery boldness and reserved elegance, subtly showcasing the delicate beauty of her collarbone. To complement her outfit, Zhang Mingqing deliberately chose a silver necklace, composed of tiny diamonds that resembled stars in the night sky, twinkling in a delicate line. In addition to her attire, she rose 2 hours earlier to apply her makeup meticulously. With eyeliner, eyeshadow, lipstick, and blush, even her long hair was elegantly styled into a French low bun, transforming her into a gentle princess from a fairy tale. Zhang Mingqing undertook all these preparations because this marked her first sunrise viewing with Jiang Ning. Indeed, it was their first official date. She hoped to leave a lasting impression on Jiang Ning today, one that would linger in his mind every time he witnessed a sunrise thereafter. I'm coming over now, Jiang Ning quickly replied, having risen early as well. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Zhang Mingqing stood up to open the door, her heart fluttering anxiously as she turned the doorknob. After all, her attire was entirely different from her usual style, and she was uncertain how Jiang Ning would react. The moment the door swung open, Jiang Ning appeared momentarily taken aback. He perceived a blend of innocence and allure in Zhang Mingqing. She embodied both the mature and intellectual woman and the gentle, charming elder sister, the two styles harmoniously intertwined. Jiang Ning felt utterly captivated, although he had been enchanted long ago, on the day of their school registration. Ms. Zhang, you look stunning today, Jiang Ning remarked, regaining his composure and offering a compliment. Zhang Mingqing felt a surge of joy within her heart, yet she feigned dissatisfaction with a huff. Are you implying that I was not beautiful before? I was beautiful then as well, but today, I am particularly stunning. Jiang Ning, overwhelmed by a fervent desire to survive, paused briefly before responding. Why don't we skip the sunrise viewing? I believe you are more captivating than the dawn itself. The young instructor, Zhang, was unable to withstand such sweetly wrapped compliments. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Why you? She stammered, her words faltering. It was evident that she felt a spark of attraction, leaving her uncertain and wanting to observe further. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Let us depart now. Dawn is approaching. Jiang Ning found Zhang Mingqing's bashful demeanor utterly adorable. The blush adorning her youthful face eclipsed all poetic declarations of love. Very well. Let us go, he replied. Zhang Mingqing entwined her arm with Jiang Ning's as they exited the hotel. Upon their arrival at Lonkin Wharf, the sky had yet to brighten. The faintest hint of dawn was still absent, and the scene remained steeped in the deep hues of night. Nonetheless, the wharf was teeming with people, all gathered in anticipation of the sun's gradual ascent from the water's surface. Some were recording videos on their phones, while others wielded selfie sticks for live broadcasts. The atmosphere was a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Finding the noise overwhelming, Jiang Ning deliberately sought a quieter spot where they could await the sunrise in peace. Zhang Mingqing took out her phone to capture a few scenic photographs, but the icy sea breeze cut through her, stinging her hands. Despite Yunnan's reputation for eternal spring, the temperature still fluctuated between day and night. Particularly in October, before the sun had risen, the air was a mere 10 degrees Celsius. Though Zhang Mingqing had donned a knitted outer layer for warmth, it felt inadequate against the chill, rendering her hands as cold as ice. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Ning silently removed his windbreaker and draped it over her shoulders. Jiang Ning, you've given me your jacket. What will you wear? Zhang Mingqing worriedly observed him clad in only a short-sleeved shirt. Everyone else felt the cold, even in 2 layers, and she feared he might catch a cold in such attire. It's nothing. Northerners endure the cold with heating, while Southerners rely on their inner strength. This minor inconvenience is nothing I cannot handle, Jiang Ning replied dismissively. Zhang Mengqing remained silent, gazing at him intently. Despite visibly shivering, he maintained his bravado. Her heart ached for him, and her mind raced, contemplating how they could both stave off the cold. "Come here and give me a hug," she suddenly whispered. "Huh? What did you say?" Jiang Ning stood frozen, questioning whether he had misheard her. Did she just ask for a hug? "It's nothing," Zhang Mengqing pouted, her courage wavering. She had mustered the bravery to request a hug from Jiang Ning, yet this dense fellow showed no reaction, even earnestly asking her to repeat herself. However, Zhang Mengqing found herself lacking the courage to voice it again. Her embarrassment was palpable. She was too bashful even to wear a strappy dress in public. "Humph. If you didn't hear me, then forget it. Once this village is passed, there will be no more shops. Even if someone were to catch a cold, no one would feel a twinge of sympathy." Jiang Ning, belatedly realizing the foolishness of his previous inquiry, deemed it better left unasked. At that moment, it was imperative not to broach the topic of hugs again, as it would only serve to deepen Zhang Mengqing's embarrassment. Jiang Ning feigned nonchalance and approached Zhang Mengqing, enveloping her in a grand embrace. To his surprise, she did not push him away. Instead, she pinched him lightly at the waist, expressing her subtle irritation in that manner. Jiang Ning winced in pain, yet could not suppress the joy bubbling within him. How delightful it felt to be so close to a girl, soft, fragrant, and warm. A sensation that was utterly enchanting. In that instant, Jiang Ning felt as though the world had muted, with all the cacophony and bustling figures fading into the background, leaving only the synchronized rhythm of their anxious heartbeats. He found himself wishing that the sun would rise more slowly, just a bit more, allowing him to hold Zhang Mengqing a moment longer, savoring the embrace. The sky gradually transformed, shifting from deep black to white, and eventually blending into a warm orange hue. The vast expanse of the sea shimmered, and one could even behold the golden mountains reflecting in the Arai Lake. Tourists on the shore marveled at nature's artistry, eagerly capturing the beauty of life with their smartphones. At the dock, a newlywed couple was engaged in a photo shoot for their wedding. The picturesque scenery of Arai often attracted couples for such occasions. This particular couple had a grand setup, with a sizable photography team. Some tended to lighting. Others assisted with makeup, while 3 photographers captured the moments, including one operating a drone. "Dear bride, your pose and expression while embracing the groom are not quite right. Let's take another shot," the bald photographer remarked, setting down his camera to address the issue he had just perceived. The bride nodded and repositioned herself. Yet the results fell short of expectations. Ultimately, the bald photographer could no longer bear to watch and stepped in to demonstrate how to interact with the groom. He approached, wrapping his arms around the groom with an almost seductive gaze that seemed to linger. Every gesture and movement exuded a charm that eclipsed even that of the bride. Indeed, when a man is ignited by passion, a woman's allure pales in comparison. Chapter 85. Can the sunrise rival the beauty of Teacher Zhang? After witnessing the sunrise at Longkan Dock, the two drove back to the hotel. Zhang Mengqing's phone was filled with numerous photos and videos of the sunrise, while Jiang Ning's device remained devoid of any captures. For while everyone else was captivated by the dawn, his gaze was solely fixed upon Zhang Mengqing. What beauty could the sunrise possess that could surpass the allure of Teacher Zhang? After over 20 years of watching sunrises, he had long since grown weary of them. In contrast, Teacher Zhang was a sight he could never tire of, a vision he could cherish for a lifetime. On their return journey, the two seized the opportunity to purchase some local delicacies, grilled rice cakes, and bridge-crossing rice noodles for breakfast. These were specialties of the Yunnan Guizhou region, offering a refreshing experience for Jiang Ning, an outsider unacquainted with such culinary delights. The vendor, however, spoke with a thick Northeast accent. "Boss, you're from Northeast China, aren't you?" As Jiang Ning casually mentioned his payment, the owner, a robust man standing at 6 feet 3 inches, wore a perplexed expression. "How do you know that?" Jiang Ning pondered, realizing he himself had no accent. Indeed, there was none, though when speaking Mandarin, he carried a hint of rusticity that nearly led him astray. Thankfully, Zhang Mengqing's Mandarin was articulate and precise, which brought him back on track. After purchasing breakfast, the two swiftly returned to the hotel. Jiang Ning took out his phone to message his sister, Jiang Wan, yet received no reply, likely because the two young ladies were still indulging in slumber. The poor students typically rose before dawn for classes and retired late at night. Now that they had finally reached their holiday, it was only natural to allow themselves to wake up at leisure. Having once been a student himself, Jiang Ning fully comprehended this. So he refrained from calling Jiang Wan to awaken her, choosing instead to wait for her message upon her waking. Traveling is not merely a task of checking off trendy destinations. It is an opportunity for both body and soul to find relaxation and healing along the journey. If a trip leads one to exhaustion and haste, it would indeed be a case of losing sight of the essence. As Jiang Ning passed through the lobby, he noticed little Duo leaning over her desk, deeply engrossed in her homework. In that moment, her brow was furrowed, her small head filled with considerable confusion. "Daddy, where has my mommy gone? There's a question I cannot solve." Duo glanced at the middle-aged man at the front desk, timidly posing her query. Upon hearing this, Duo's father immediately set down his phone. "Every day, you speak of your mother. Can't you ask your father for help with questions that baffle you? Are you questioning my teaching ability? Which question stumps you? Show me." With a confident sweep of his hand, he appeared resolute. Although he possessed little formal education, having completed only junior high, there is a saying, "The past is the past, and the present is the present. Practice makes perfect." He refused to believe that a junior high schooler could not assist an elementary student. Duo complied, bringing her assignment to her father. He glanced over the work, and the confidence that had previously radiated from him dissipated. "Your mother has gone out for a manicure. She will be back shortly. In the meantime, tackle the other questions." "But I only have a few remaining questions that I cannot solve. I have completed the rest," Duo replied earnestly. She had established a rule with her family. A certain amount of homework must be completed each day before she could play games. Now, with only a handful of unanswered questions lingering, she longed to play but found herself waiting impatiently for her mother's return, which was excruciating. "Why not ask the older brother and sister if they can help you with your homework?" suggested Duo's father, providing a possible solution. At that moment, Duo noticed Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing passing through the lobby. "Older brother and sister, I have a few questions I cannot solve. Could you please help me?" the little girl exclaimed, dashing over with her test paper in hand. Jiang Ning took a glance at the paper. It was a fourth-grade math test. The questions were indeed somewhat complex, and it was no wonder Duo struggled with them, nor could her father be blamed for his difficulty. Duo observed, "The mnemonic for solving such problems is to proceed from left to right, tackling multiplication and division before addition and subtraction." Jiang Ning patiently guided the little one seated beside him as she worked on her homework. He refrained from simply providing the answer, instead illuminating the problem-solving process for Duo, gently steering her towards the correct conclusion. Zhang Mengqing, nearby, smiled with delight, perceiving Jiang Ning's innate talent for nurturing children. His approach was both gentle and patient, rendering complex concepts into easily comprehensible explanations, prompting her to affectionately refer to him as Teacher Xiao Jiang. "Big brother, I now understand how to solve this problem." Under Jiang Ning's tutelage, Duo experienced a moment of clarity. Subsequently, she leaned over her desk, scribbling on a piece of draft paper, swiftly arriving at the correct answer. The clever child exhibited impressive reasoning, extrapolating from the first problem's logic to tackle several other challenging questions. "Big brother, how should I approach this essay?" Duo presented another sheet of her Chinese exam paper. She appeared exhilarated, for completing the essay would signify the conclusion of her homework, allowing her the joyous prospect of playing games thereafter. "An essay?" Jiang Ning glanced at the prompt, which required children to compose a fairy tale from the perspectives of a little squirrel, a little rabbit, and a little turtle. This was precisely within his realm of expertise, as his vocation was to craft novels, making the fairy tale a simple endeavor for him. The requirement of 400 words was merely a starting point, hardly enough to fully develop the narrative. However, for an elementary student, 400 words represented a substantial undertaking, and one could not impose adult standards upon them. Duo. The three essential elements of storytelling are time, place, and characters. We must clarify these points first. Observe, this rabbit is named Little White. With just a cursory glance at the essay prompt, Jiang Ning was instantly inspired. Since it was a fairy tale, it would undoubtedly conclude on a joyous note. He would then construct the plot in reverse, based on this happy ending. Zhang Mengqing listened intently from the side, captivated by Jiang Ning's unique storytelling, which included unexpected twists that were refreshingly original. This demonstrated his remarkable ability to weave tales. Previously, Zhang Mengqing had speculated whether Jiang Ning was indeed a novelist. After hearing his fairy tale, she was now certain of it. Chapter 86. When the sun rises, the stars disappear. Duo sat beside Jiang Ning, her big, watery eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence. She struggled to compose a 400-word essay, akin to squeezing toothpaste, taking a considerable amount of time to formulate even a single coherent thought. Yet, for Jiang Ning, the task seemed effortless, as if he were merely sprinkling water. This was truly impressive. Duo silently wished for the third time, aspiring to write as fluidly and creatively as Jiang Ning when she grew up. Her prior wishes had been to eat instant noodles every day and to possess 100 yuan daily. Thank you, brother. I've completed all my homework today. Under the guidance of Jiang Ning, Duo successfully completed the most challenging part of her essay. The little one, filled with joy, raised her completed assignment triumphantly, a testament to her diligent efforts throughout the morning. No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial task. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. It is rather the elder brother who should express gratitude. We owe it to you for recommending so many delightful places. Thanks to Duo, the local guide, Jiang Ning and his companions enjoyed a leisurely couple of days without taking any wrong turns or encountering any unpleasantness. You're welcome. It is my duty to assist. Hearing that her suggestions had borne fruit, Duo beamed, revealing her 2 little canine teeth. She relished the feeling of helping others discover the charm of her hometown. By the way, has Sister Xiaowan woken up? I want to play games with her. Duo successfully procured her father's phone, and the baby egg was officially online. Jiang Ning shook his head. Not yet. Your sister Xiaowan always sleeps in during holidays, and this time is no exception. It would be considered an early rise if she gets up by 10. Duo glanced at the time on her phone. Then I shall wait for her. It will soon be 10 o'clock. The friendships of children are pure. They are willing to wait for a long time just to play games with their good friends. Unlike today's university students, who may arrange to play at 8 o'clock but find their friends already engaged in the game by 8:01. Is the little sister awake? Duo is waiting for you to play games. Jiang Ning sent a message to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan quickly replied, I'm up. Tell Duo to come directly to my room. I will guide her. Jiang Ning showed the chat record to Duo, whose eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed off to find Jiang Wan. Oh, to be a child again. Jiang Ning mused as he watched Duo's retreating figure. How foolish one was in childhood, always yearning to grow up, believing that adulthood would bring all the answers, only to realize that it often brings its own set of troubles. Just like how one longs for the new year in childhood, only to dread it in adulthood. It is no wonder that there are so many urban rebirth tales. Yearning to return to college, high school, or even elementary and kindergarten days. Because we cannot return, we reminisce. Those beautiful memories warm the dullness of my existence. At that moment, Zhang Ming lightly tiptoed and gently patted Jiang Ning's head. Jiang Ning, if you have anything troubling you, you can share it with your elder sister. Perhaps I cannot offer much help, but I will certainly be a good listener. Jiang Ning looked at Zhang Ming with her earnest demeanor and replied with a smile. I indeed had many unhappy moments in the past. Those worries were as numerous as the stars in the sky, too many to count. Yet now, having met someone as radiant as you, my situation has improved greatly. Radiant? Zhang Ming blinked, intrigued by such a metaphor, comparing a girl to the sun. Jiang Ning nodded. Indeed, when the sun appears, all the stars fade away. His voice was soft and gentle, yet Zhang Mengqing could not shake off the words that echoed in her mind, leaving a profound impression. Unintentional sweet nothings tugged at her heartstrings. Zhang Mengqing began to suspect that Jiang Ning was a seasoned romantic. Otherwise, how could he express himself so eloquently? However, Jiang Ning claimed he had never been in a relationship, and his sister could attest to that. How could someone so skilled in the art of romance have never experienced love? Could it be related to the novels he wrote? Jiang Ning, your words are so sweet, and the stories you construct are captivating. Have you ever penned a novel? Zhang Mengqing voiced her curiosity. Rather than speculate, she decided to ask Jiang Ning directly about his background. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Ning appeared taken aback, surprised that teacher Zhang would inquire about this matter. Indeed, he realized he had never mentioned his profession, so it was no wonder Zhang Mengqing was intrigued. To be precise, my occupation is writing online novels. I have been a full-time author for a year, Jiang Ning admitted with a nod. His endeavor was known among friends and family. Even retired teacher Zhang Shanhe was aware. So it was hardly a secret. There was no need for concealment. No matter what Zhang Mingqing asked, he would respond with honesty, prioritizing transparency. You seem quite impressive. I would love to read your works, may I? Although Zhang Mingqing was not particularly interested in novels, her curiosity about Jiang Ning's writing was piqued. Jiang Ning hesitated, contemplating his response. Are you perhaps writing something suggestive and unsuitable for children? Is that why you won't show it to me? Zhang Mingqing tilted her head, inquiring. Jiang Ning quickly refuted. How could that be? The review process is quite stringent now. Even anything below the neck cannot be depicted. He merely recalled certain past events. What events? Zhang Mingqing's curiosity intensified. Do you remember when I earned my first paycheck from writing? My family found it astonishing, especially my parents. They never imagined storytelling could be profitable. My father then asked for the title of my book, and without much thought, I told him. The next day, during dinner, my father played an audiobook on his phone. Indeed, it was the beginning of my novel. Can you imagine the awkwardness of that moment? My father played my book in front of the entire family. It felt akin to public execution. Then he even shared my book on social media, recommending it to friends and relatives. When I wrote about Spain and Portugal competing in the World Cup, he asked me which side was better and which was worse. Jiang Ning reflected on the past, feeling a sense of dread at the memory. It was too mortifying to revisit. Since then, he had refrained from disclosing the title of his works to his family to avoid further embarrassment. After a brief pause, Jiang Ning shifted the tone of the conversation. However, if it is you who wishes to read it, I would be willing to share. I spent yesterday playing and did not update. Today, I shall make up for it. There will be 2 more updates following this. Chapter 87. The Wind Blows Through the Wheat Fields. Jiang Ning's previous work was a romance novel exceeding 1,000,000 words, featuring a single female protagonist, completed just 7 days prior, making it quite fresh. Upon seeing the title and the words related to romance and girlfriends in the synopsis, Zhang Mingqing suddenly understood. No wonder Jiang Ning, despite never having been in a romantic relationship, possesses such an extensive repertoire of sweet nothings. It turns out he has penned a lengthy novel on the intricacies of love. Perhaps it is through this writing endeavor that he has subtly mastered the art of charming women. Jiang Ning, does it take a long time to write a 1,000,000-word novel? Zhang Mingqing inquired with genuine curiosity. She found Jiang Ning impressive for being capable of producing such a voluminous work. If it were her, she would certainly struggle to maintain the effort. It takes me about 8 months to write a 1,000,000-word novel, Jiang Ning replied after a moment's contemplation. I update about 4,000 words daily. On good days, I might even reach 6,000. 8 months for 100,000 words. That's astonishing. Zhang Mingqing exclaimed in awe, having thought that crafting a novel of such length would require more than a year. Jiang Ning shook his head. In fact, 8 months is relatively slow. I know several peers who produce 10,000 words a day without fail. They can write at an astonishing pace, tirelessly updating every single day of the year. Compared to them, my 4,000 words are merely an appetizer. As a full-time web novelist, Jiang Ning understood well the adage that more updates yield greater rewards. Regrettably, his writing pace was sluggish, averaging only 1,000 words per hour, and he could only find the tranquility to write at night, maintaining a steadfast routine of 4,000 words daily. Why compare yourself to others? As long as you are continually improving, that is sufficient, Zhang Mingqing gently reassured him. In my eyes, your ability to write 4,000 words daily is already commendable. Zhang Mingqing was the type of girlfriend who could provide immense emotional support. Whether Jiang Ning updated with 4,000 words, or merely 2,000, or even 1,000, she would always offer heartfelt praise. Initially, Jiang Ning felt guilty for not updating more, but after hearing Zhang's comforting words, he felt considerably better. Is it possible that the keyboard is at fault? Why can't it just type by itself? He mused. When did you first write a novel, Jiang Ning? Zhang Mingqing casually asked. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. In my senior year of high school, overwhelmed by academic pressure, I wrote a story on a Chinese exam paper. And from that moment on, I was hooked. Writing a novel on an exam paper? Zhang Mingqing paused, momentarily taken aback, as this scene felt oddly familiar. During the monthly examination at the end of September, Xiaoan had also written a story in her essay. Zhang Mingqing, responsible for grading the papers, had been quite surprised by Xiaoan's unconventional approach of choosing a narrative style for her composition. Now she understood, this was a form of inheritance. Is this a case of like brother, like sister? What story did she write? Jiang Ning asked, intrigued to learn that his younger sister had emulated his technique. Dragon and the Young Girl, Zhang Mengqing replied, word by word. Jiang Ning was pleasantly surprised to discover that his sister had a flair for storytelling. Although the narrative lacked maturity, the imagination was commendable. If she ever decided against becoming a voice actor, perhaps she might consider writing. Ding dong. Jiang Ning's phone chimed as a message from his younger sister, Jiang Wan, arrived. Big brother, where are you and teacher Zhang? We're ready to head out. Jiang Ning typed back. We're in the hotel lobby. You'll see us as soon as you come down. After tutoring Duo and completing her homework, he chose to remain in the lobby with teacher Zhang instead of returning to his room. The two sat in wicker chairs, enjoying the breeze and the serene view of the flowers and greenery in the courtyard, experiencing an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Got it, coming down now. A short while later, Jiang Ning spotted his two sisters, hand in hand with Duo, emerging from the elevator. Jiang Wan was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt paired with light blue denim overalls, topped with a cap, exuding a youthful and vibrant charm. Beside her, Zhang Jin wore a flowing red dress, her lustrous black hair cascading gently over her shoulders, and she carried a canvas bag. In contrast to Jiang Wan's exuberance, Zhang Jin appeared more demure, embodying the gentle grace typical of girls from the Jiangnan region. The two girls, one lively and the other serene, were a study in contrasting personalities. Since both of you are ready, we can set off. Jiang Ning announced as he rose from his chair and addressed Zhang Mengqing beside him. Big brother, where are we headed today? Jiang Wan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. To Shizhou Ancient Town. Have you heard of it? Shizhou Ancient Town lies approximately 25 kilometers from the hotel where Jiang Ning was staying, a mere 40-minute drive. Like Lonkin Wharf, Shizhou is renowned as a popular tourist destination. Mr. Lao Shi once described Shizhou Ancient Town as a paradise on earth and a dignified town in a remote area. A trip to the city of wind, flowers, and snow would be incomplete without a visit to this ancient town. Before entering Shizhou, one is greeted by endless fields of rice. In autumn, these rice paddies transform into a golden sea, swaying in the brisk wind, reminiscent of rolling waves. Many tourists, braving the sun, raise their phones high to capture the moment when the wind dances through the grains. Upon entering the ancient town, a plethora of local delicacies awaited discovery: grilled milk skin, flour cakes, Shizhou Bia Bao, and rose grilled milk. For Jiang Wan, who had just enjoyed breakfast and was not quite ready for lunch, sampling some snacks was the perfect choice. The group sauntered leisurely through the town, occasionally pausing to snap photos of the picturesque scenery. In addition to photography, Shizhou Ancient Town is famed for its tie-dyeing. Simply put, tie-dyeing involves twisting and knotting fabric before submerging it in dye to create unique patterns. Each tie-dyed garment is one of a kind, making it an excellent choice for personal wear or as a gift for friends and family. Furthermore, visitors have the opportunity to try their hand at tie-dyeing, allowing them to experience the distinctive craftsmanship of the local ethnic minorities firsthand. As for what the finished product will look like, no one knows until the final moment of untying, a sensation akin to opening a blind box, filled with delightful anticipation. Zhang Mengqing harbored a profound fascination for tie-dyeing. Under the guidance of the skilled artisans at the tie-dye shop, she crafted 2 skirts and a short-sleeved shirt. One skirt was her own creation, while the other was a gift for Qinxiu. The short-sleeved shirt, undoubtedly, was intended for Jiang Ning, as it was her inaugural experience with tie-dyeing. Zhang Mengqing's technique was rather unrefined, leaving her seemingly flustered. She fretted over the aesthetic appeal of her dyed garments, using the 2 skirts as experimental pieces. With practice, she gradually became adept at the tie-dyeing process before she finally attempted the shirt for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, perplexed, inquired why the shirt was left for last, as it should, logically, be easier to dye than the long skirts. Zhang Mengqing softly replied, "The thought of you wearing this shirt inspires me to achieve the finest results." Teacher Xiao Zhang was well aware that dyeing a shirt was simpler than a skirt. She merely wished to reserve her best efforts for Jiang Ning, and that was the sole reason. In addition to Zhang Mengqing's endeavors in tie-dyeing, the 2 young girls, Zhang Jinqing and Jiang Wan, also created 2 exquisite skirts. Tie-dyeing resembled painting on white fabric, allowing each to leave their preferred designs. There was a particular shade of blue reminiscent of the sky over Fenghua Shuyue City, the surface of Arai Lake, and the distinctive patterns of the ethnic minorities tie-dyeing. After their tie-dyeing experience, Jiang Ning and her companions ventured to a nearby pottery studio, a hidden gem recommended by the guide, Duo. There was no need to endure long queues. nor was the space overcrowded, and most importantly, the prices were remarkably reasonable. Even during holidays, the shopkeeper refrained from inflating prices, demonstrating commendable integrity. Upon entering the studio, each guest was presented with 2 pieces of clay. Following a brief introductory tutorial, it was time for the guests to unleash their imagination and creativity. Here, one could mold the clay into cups, ceramic dolls, or even Ultraman transformation devices. There were no limits to what could be replicated from clay. Only the imagination could restrict one's creations. This serene and inviting atmosphere was a haven for those with social anxiety, as interaction with others was unnecessary. One merely needed to focus on the clay in hand. Zhang Jinxing found herself unusually relaxed, fully immersed in the joy of crafting. How chilly it is. Though the Northeast isn't vast, I have no home in Dalian, she mused. At that moment, Jiang Wan suddenly broke into song, feeling that the tune was quite fitting for the occasion, and she found herself singing it aloud. What's wrong, Jinxing? Do I have something on my face? Jiang Wan inquired, noticing Zhang Jinxing's gaze upon her with curiosity. No, Zhang Jinxing replied, shaking her head. I anticipated you would sing while molding the clay, but I didn't expect this particular song. It's quite a surprise, right? Would you like to sing along with me? Jiang Wan excitedly invited. Zhang Jinxing blushed and shook her head. No, that is not necessary. Just sing for me. All right, then I shall put on a show. Jiang Wan, displaying her extroverted nature, cleared her throat and began to sing with heightened seriousness. Jinxing, what are you crafting? After a brief moment, Jiang Wan approached Zhang Jinxing, her face alight with curiosity. What is that? She inquired. It's a, Zhang Jinxing replied. He is a mythical guardian beast from the folklore of Yunnan and Dian. Legend has it that they can devour all manner of demons and spirits, while also possessing the ability to gather energy and bring fortune. Zhang Jinxing found the symbolism of the to be quite profound and had taken the liberty of crafting one as a keepsake. What are you molding there? Zhang Jinxing's attention was drawn to Jiang Wan's hands. This, Jiang Wan beamed, it's a pokeball. She eagerly shared her creation with her dear friend. It looks amazing, Zhang Jinxing exclaimed, marveling at the craftsmanship. The most impressive part was that Jiang Wan had fashioned the pokeball entirely by hand, and it bore a striking resemblance to the real thing. Once she baked the clay and applied color, it would be nearly complete. I'll make a Pikachu to go with the pokeball, Jiang Wan mused, envisioning the pottery studio as a veritable paradise for anime figurines. Whatever figurine she desired, she could simply create it herself. Regrettably, her skills were limited to crafting simple pokeballs. If only she had the patience and ability, she would undoubtedly sculpt an Iron Man figurine. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing were also busy, each deciding to create a cup for the other. Drinking water is an essential part of daily life, and sipping from a cup crafted by one's partner could foster a sense of companionship, even when they were apart. This was indeed a meaningful endeavor. The pottery studio displayed numerous finished cups for visitors to draw inspiration from. However, Jiang Ning deliberately avoided looking at the samples, as he believed that doing so would lead him to unconsciously mimic their shapes and styles, resulting in a lack of creativity and personal flair. He aspired to create a unique cup, one that belonged solely to Teacher Zhang. Hey, is that a cup shaped like Mrs. Puff from SpongeBob SquarePants? Jiang Wan leaned in, scrutinizing the clay in Jiang Ning's hands. After completing her pokeball, she had been wandering around, appearing quite busy as she admired everyone's creations. Mrs. Puff? Jiang Ning was taken aback. The cup he was crafting bore no resemblance to Mrs. Puff whatsoever. How could it be mistaken for her? What had gone awry in the process? Wait, aren't those the round spots on Mrs. Puff's face? Jiang Wan pointed at the design on the cup. Jiang Ning sighed in exasperation. What kind of eyes do you have? These are stars, twinkling brightly in the night sky. He lamented that his stars, though not particularly attractive, were being unfairly criticized. Jiang Wan pouted in discontent, unwilling to accept any blame. After a moment, she added, Are you planning to make a star-themed cup for your sister-in-law? You're calling her sister-in-law already? Jiang Ning chuckled in disbelief. Of course. You two are holding hands and making cups for one another. If not now, then when? Over the course of their trip, Jiang Wan had been observing closely, fully aware that Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing's relationship had evolved beyond friendship into something more. Thus, she readily referred to her as sister-in-law without any hesitation. Brother, you haven't answered my question yet. What kind of cup do you intend to make for sister-in-law? Jiang Wan inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. Jiang Ning paused momentarily in his actions before reciting an ancient poem, drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water. A boat full of serene dreams pressing upon the Milky Way. The similarity between the name Mengqing and the phrase serene dreams immediately brought these lines to his mind. Subsequently, his imagination conjured an image of a wooden boat drifting upon an expansive lake, its surface reflecting the moon and stars, with the green hills along the shore appearing as if shrouded in mist. However, Jiang Ning's craftsmanship in pottery was rather limited, and the result fell short of expectations. Even his sister failed to recognize that the design on the cup was meant to depict stars. Seizing the opportunity before it set, he swiftly attempted to salvage his work. With a decisive slap, he flattened the clay and began anew. It was during this process that he gradually discovered the technique, producing a cup that was significantly improved over the first attempt. At the very least, one could discern the wooden boat, the lake's surface, and the reflected stars. Jiang Ning felt a sense of satisfaction with this creation and called upon Jiang Wan to serve as a judge. I can only give this cup an 82. As the remaining 18 points are represented by 666, Jiang Wan declared, nodding in agreement, believing her brother possessed some talent in pottery. Perhaps, if he ceased writing, he could consider a career as a pottery master. After receiving his sister's affirmation, Jiang Ning took his creation to find Zhang Mengqing. Teacher Zhang's progress on her cup was somewhat slower. She too was dissatisfied with her work, having remade it several times without achieving the desired outcome. Do you need assistance? Jiang Ning inquired, placing his cup down and pulling up a small stool to sit beside Zhang Mengqing. Last night, he had stayed up late writing, only to be scolded by teacher Zhang, leading to today's additional updates. In the future, he aimed to update during the day, avoiding late-night work. Chapter 89. Drink more water, eat more, and call teacher Zhang often. Crafting ceramic cups requires a steady hand, and a bit of water can be added to the clay to smooth its surface. As he spoke, Jiang Ning demonstrated the process, shaping a round lump of clay into the rough outline of a cup. How does it feel? Have you found your rhythm? He demonstrated several times before pausing his actions. Zhang Mengqing shook her head. I still find it challenging. No worries, we can take our time. There is plenty of time today, Jiang Ning reassured her. For a complete novice, producing a finished piece on their first visit to a pottery studio is quite difficult. Generally, successful ceramic creation involves the guiding presence of an instructor who can intervene promptly if the situation goes awry. Alternatively, novices may experience numerous failures before gradually acquiring the necessary skills. Teacher Zhang had not sought guidance, exploring the craft alone, which made it reasonable for her to struggle with the process. Since theoretical lessons proved ineffective, practical instruction was in order. Jiang Ning took Zhang Mengqing's delicate hand in his, initiating a hands-on teaching approach. Observe, these clay pieces are exceedingly fragile before they are fired and take shape. Even the slightest touch from a fingertip can cause them to deform or collapse. Therefore, it is imperative to exercise control over the force applied while shaping the clay. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Zhang Mengqing, embarked on crafting a cup, significantly easing the complexity of the handmade process. Through their collaborative efforts, the clay gradually began to resemble the form of a cup. The next step involved patiently refining the details to enhance the cup's aesthetic appeal, a methodical progression. Jiang Ning was not concerned about Zhang Mengqing's attention to detail, as she often practiced calligraphy at home, demonstrating a commendable level of patience. I believe I have discovered a trick, Zhang Mengqing exclaimed with delight. Then let us put it to the test. I am confident you will succeed, Jiang Ning encouraged. Releasing her grip, Zhang Mengqing nodded, her focus unwavering as she gazed intently at the cup before her. She then picked up a brush, dipped it in paint, and began to adorn the cup with a whimsical illustration of a cartoon boy seated at a computer, energetically typing away. The depiction mirrored Jiang Ning's daily work routine, capturing both his appearance and demeanor with remarkable fidelity. Beneath the illustration, a neat line of black text read, "Drink more water, eat well, and call Xiaozhang often." Why call Xiaozhang often? Jiang Ning inquired, puzzled. If not Xiaozhang, then whom would you call? Zhang Mengqing retorted with a playful huff. Pausing her movements to fix her striking gaze upon Jiang Ning, her expression implying that a wrong answer would not bode well for him. What I mean is, calling is too cumbersome. Can't we simply meet Xiaozhang at school? Jiang Ning's response was laced with a palpable desire for survival in the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Mengqing conceded, that is feasible, but you must check the class schedule in advance to meet Xiaozhang when he has no classes. Jiang Ning nodded, forming a gesture with his hand that signified not merely a single meeting, but rather 3 encounters in a day: morning, afternoon, and evening. The duration of these meetings need not be lengthy, yet it was essential to ensure they took place. This encapsulated Jiang Ning's philosophy on love. "Is this cup crafted by you?" Zhang Mengqing asked curiously, lifting the cup adorned with a depiction of a serene lake beneath a starry sky. Jiang Ning affirmed, "Indeed. Do you know the meaning behind this cup? In drunkenness, one knows not the heavens and the water. A boat full of dreams pressed against the Milky Way. No wonder you are a language teacher. Your reservoir of knowledge is truly impressive," Jiang Ning remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Before he could continue, a voice called out from behind, "Brother, we need your assistance." It turned out that Zhang Jinqing, after completing a cat sculpture, wished to create a cup for her collection but had faced repeated failures. The shy girl, hesitant to ask for help, prompted Jiang Wan to seek external aid on her behalf. "I will go take a look," Jiang Ning said to Zhang Mengqing as he prepared to leave. "All right." Once Jiang Ning departed, Zhang Mengqing placed the 2 cups side by side and took a photograph to send to Qin Xiu. "Dear Qingqing, today I engaged in pottery crafting." Qin Xiu almost instantly replied. Zhang Mengqing: "Indeed, the cup on the left was crafted by Jiang Ning, while the one on the right is my handiwork, or more accurately, it was he who instructed me in its creation." "Qin Xiu, did I hear you correctly? The illustrious Zhang, a paragon of talent, requires someone else to teach her the art of crafting? Back in university, you were the president of the Pottery Association. Creating a cup of such complexity should be child's play for you." "Ah, I see. You're feigning ignorance as a novice, thereby cultivating an opportunity to deepen your bond with Jiang Ning. Am I right?" Zhang Mengqing, upon reading Qin Xiu's message, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. This blunt fellow, Qin Xiu, certainly had a way with words. Instinctively, she glanced in Jiang Ning's direction, and upon confirming he was unaware of her, she continued to respond. "Not quite. At that time, he moved a chair beside me and taught me the techniques of molding clay. If I had claimed proficiency, it would have rendered the situation rather awkward, so I merely played the part of an uninformed novice to accommodate him." Qin Xiu: "Oh, how charming. I wonder what sort of charm Jiang Ning possesses that could inspire our beautiful Zhang to invest so much effort silently. Once I return, I must have a proper chat with him." Zhang Mengqing: "When will you be back?" Qin Xiu: "At the end of October." Chapter 90. Here, you need not pretend to be strong. Jiang Ning and his companions spent an afternoon at the pottery studio before driving back to the hotel. Over the subsequent days, they visited Shashi Ancient Town and Shuanglong Ancient Town, capturing photographs and immersing themselves in local culture. Alas, the joyous times are fleeting. Their week-long holiday slipped by swiftly, and soon it was time to return. Before departing, they purchased numerous local specialties. The flour cakes and milk fan, with their extended shelf life, were perfect for sharing with their mothers. As both Lao Zhang and Lao Jiang enjoyed tea, they procured Shuangjiang Tua tea for them. Additionally, they gathered some hand-dyed scarves and garments as thoughtful souvenirs. Thus concluded their week-long road trip, followed by another arduous 10-hour journey. As customary, they set off in the morning and arrived home at midnight, with the 2 young ladies dozing in the back seat throughout the journey. "Attention, passengers, we have arrived at the Xingming High School teacher's apartment." Jiang Ning parked the car beneath Zhang Mengqing's residence and turned on the interior lights. The previously dim atmosphere inside the vehicle was suddenly illuminated, causing Zhang Jinqing, seated in the back, to rub her eyes and recognize the familiar buildings outside. She adjusted her backpack, opened the car door, and stepped out. The early morning air in Xiangnan carried a chill, and the gusting evening breeze danced through Zhang Jinqing's long hair and skirt. "Jiang Ning, why not stay over at my house with Xiaowan tonight?" Zhang Mengqing unfastened her seatbelt but lingered in her seat. Jiang Ning had been driving for quite a while, and both his body and spirit were weary. She could not bring herself to watch him endure another half-hour of driving home in his fatigued state. After a brief pause, she added, "Xiaowan and Xiaojin can share a room, while you can occupy that single room from last time. How does that sound?" Zhang Jin lightly nodded, expressing no dissent regarding her sister's arrangements. During their previous travels in Yunnan province, she had shared a twin room with Jiang Wan, and they had grown accustomed to it without any issues. "Brother, let us heed sister-in-law's suggestions. I am utterly exhausted and crave sleep," Jiang Wan remarked, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, reluctant to endure any further travel. She felt a dizzying haze enveloping her mind, leading her to inadvertently address Zhang Mengqing as sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang's eyes widened in surprise, yet she swiftly regained her composure and refrained from commenting, tacitly accepting the title. Very well, Jiang Ning thought. Initially reluctant to impose on Zhang Mengqing, especially at such a late hour when disturbing the older couple's rest would be inconsiderate. However, witnessing Jiang Wan's utter exhaustion and Zhang Mengqing's intention to keep them longer, he ultimately resolved to stay the night. After securing the car doors, the group ascended the stairs, burdened with their belongings. Are you hungry? I will prepare some noodles, Zhang Mengqing suggested as she illuminated the living room and tied her flowing hair into a ponytail with a rubber band. I'm not hungry. I just want to sleep, Jiang Wan replied, shaking her head. Zhang Jin softly echoed, I am not hungry either. Never mind. You all have endured a long journey. You should return to your rooms and rest. Jiang Ning managed to smile, sharing in their lack of appetite, primarily due to the fatigue from driving. Following a 4-hour drive with only a half-hour respite at a service area, he had scarcely any time to recuperate. If offered a pillow at that moment, he could easily succumb to slumber. I'm not in a hurry. Allow me to escort you to your room. Zhang Mengqing observed the weariness in Jiang Ning's eyes. Feeling a pang of concern, there was no way she could allow him to descend alone. Afterward, the four of them split into 2 groups. Zhang Jin accompanied Jiang Wan to their room to rest, while Zhang Mengqing escorted Jiang Ning downstairs to the single room. Upon entering the familiar space, Jiang Ning felt as though he had returned to a second home, surrounded by remnants of his past life. His toothbrush and towel remained on the sink, and his slippers were neatly placed beside the bed. Zhang Mengqing had not discarded his belongings. Instead, she preserved them, acknowledging him as the room's male occupant. Jiang Ning, you have worked hard driving today, Zhang Mengqing said, closing the door behind her as she handed him a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Ning accepted the water, jesting. With your company throughout the journey, it hardly felt arduous. He sought to alleviate Zhang Mengqing's worries, adding, I am truly not tired. Very well. Seeing as you have endured such hardship, I had planned to offer you a hug. Since you claim not to be fatigued, I shall forego that gesture. Zhang Mengqing turned her head away, feigning indifference. As her words lingered, Jiang Ning's expression shifted, prompting him to quickly amend. However, on the contrary, while driving may not be strenuous, remaining inactive in a vehicle for an extended period can be quite exhausting. A loving embrace would be delightful at this moment. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a warm and soft body envelop him in a spontaneous embrace. Admitting one's fatigue should not be a source of shame. There is no need to feign strength. Zhang Mengqing, in a huff, extended her finger and playfully flicked Jiang Ning's forehead. To his surprise, the seemingly delicate teacher Zhang possessed a remarkable power, her gentle demeanor concealing a fierce nature. Jiang Ning, wincing in pain, rubbed his head and explained, I merely wished to spare you worry, which is why I spoke thus. I refuse to listen, Zhang Mengqing huffed. From now on, no matter what transpires, you must not endure alone. You are to confide in me, do you hear? Here, you need not pretend to be strong. Very well, I shall heed your words. Jiang Ning replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Oddly, despite receiving a reprimand from teacher Zhang, he felt an inexplicable joy. Chapter 91. A love like tending to flowers. Jiang Ning had twice stayed in Zhang Mengqing's dormitory room, and on both occasions, he had suffered a painful flick to the forehead. The first incident was due to a misunderstanding arising from an ambiguous love letter penned by Qin Xiu to Zhang Mengqing, while the second was a result of his own stubbornness. His feelings for this room were a complex mix of affection and resentment, a blend of pain and pleasure. Well, it's getting late. You should return to rest, Jiang Ning said, glancing at his phone with reluctance as he released Zhang Mengqing from his grasp. Though he yearned to remain close to her, he recognized that he was not the only one weary. Love is indulgent, yet true affection calls for restraint and rationality. He could not allow his selfish desires to deprive Zhang Mengqing of her much-needed rest. While he cherished her gentle presence, he prioritized her well-being above all. Take care. Do not stay up late on your phone, Zhang Mengqing advised, reaching out to affectionately pat Jiang Ning's head, evoking the image of an older sister comforting her younger brother. All right, I promise, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. After this exchange, Zhang Mengqing exited the room, sending a voice message to inform him that she had arrived home. Only then did Jiang Ning extinguish the bedside lamp and drift into a deep slumber. Upon returning home, Zhang Mengqing did not retire immediately, but instead lay in bed and opened Jiang Ning's novel. Chapter 1. You're crushing my hair. Zhang Mengqing read the novel slowly. Lacking the ability to skim through the text, she absorbed it paragraph by paragraph, which indicated her thorough attention. Moreover, since the work was penned by Jiang Ning, she approached it with even greater diligence. The narrative flowed seamlessly, making for a delightful reading experience. Upon completing the first chapter, she formed an initial assessment of Jiang Ning's writing, but rather than proceeding to the second chapter, she ventured into the comment section. Online literature, apart from its content, is enriched by the engaging commentary and reviews that accompany it, akin to the entertaining banter of a variety show that enhances the viewing experience. So brief, yet utterly charming. Such a short piece, the author has worked hard. Reread. The book is delightful, but why is the author so concise? Zhang Mengqing chuckled at these amusing comments, quietly registering an account to express her appreciation for the endearing readers. She resonated with their sentiments. Following this, she delved into the second and third chapters of the novel. Until drowsiness enveloped her, she finally set aside her mobile phone and gradually succumbed to sleep. A night devoid of dreams passed, and when Zhang Mengqing next opened her eyes, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Her slumber was both brief and shallow, leading her to rise early each day. In this moment, the household lay in tranquil silence. Her parents and younger sister had yet to awaken. Zhang Mengqing approached her wardrobe to select her attire for the day. A cream short-sleeve shirt paired with loose-fitting light blue straight-leg trousers, embodying a minimalist aesthetic. After completing her simple morning routine, she descended the stairs to procure breakfast. Today marked the final day of the brief holiday, and the once quiet campus gradually regained its liveliness. While the adjacent decadent street began to open its doors, "Little Zhang, you've been away for days," exclaimed the cheerful proprietress of the breakfast shop as she greeted Zhang Mengqing. This establishment had been a fixture near Xingming High School for many years, maintaining close ties with the surrounding neighborhood, and the proprietress had watched Zhang Mengqing grow up, making their rapport quite familiar. Zhang Mengqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Auntie. I was traveling a few days ago. I thought so. No wonder you look so radiant today," the proprietress teased with a smile. Zhang Mengqing had anticipated that her late night would result in visible puffiness and dark circles upon waking. To her surprise, the proprietress's compliment regarding her complexion was unexpected. Could it be that the embrace she shared with Jiang Ning last night had uplifted her spirits? It seemed that affectionate hugs not only alleviated Jiang Ning's fatigue, but also rejuvenated her own energy. "Little Zhang, will today's breakfast be the usual?" The proprietress interrupted Zhang Mengqing's musings. The usual referred to 4 servings of soy milk and youtiao, accompanied by 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Zhang Mengqing's sister and mother had modest appetites. 1 serving of soy milk and youtiao sufficed for an entire morning. Only her father, old Zhang, had a hearty appetite, necessitating the additional dumplings prepared just for him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Mengqing replied, "Auntie, I'll have 6 servings of soy milk and youtiao, plus 4 baskets of soup dumplings. With Jiang Ning and Jiang Wan visiting today, we must increase the portions." "All right, I'll have everything packaged for you." The bag on the left contains the youtiao, while the right bag holds the soy milk and dumplings. The proprietress executed her tasks with efficiency, quickly preparing the breakfast. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll settle the payment now," Zhang Mengqing said, displaying the transaction record on her phone. The proprietress, trusting of Zhang Mengqing, merely glanced at the screen before returning her gaze. "Good. Take care on your way." As Zhang Mengqing walked away, the proprietress began to share gossip with her husband. "I tell you, little Zhang is in a relationship. How did you deduce that?" Her husband paused in his kneading, astonished. After all, the two had merely exchanged pleasantries about mundane matters. How could one glean romantic involvement from that? "Because I just saw that her phone wallpaper features a photo of her with a boy," the proprietress revealed her discovery. If she weren't in a relationship, who would set a picture with someone of the opposite sex as their wallpaper? Wouldn't you agree? After a brief pause, she noticed her husband engrossed in his phone and curiously inquired, "What are you up to?" "I have set our photo as the wallpaper." My husband responded with a teasing remark, questioning why we, as an old married couple, still indulge in such youthful antics. Although the boss lady feigned disdain, her heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, whether they are young girls or middle-aged women, all are captivated by sweet words. At this moment, Jiang Ning remained in slumber, the room enveloped in silence. Zhang Mengqing gently closed the door, cautiously placing breakfast on the table before tiptoeing to the bedside. Jiang Ning lay soundly asleep, entirely unaware of the additional presence in the room. Fortunately, he was not in the habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, it would have been a rather candid situation. Oh, that person, even in sleep, is restless, akin to a child. Zhang Mengqing bent down to retrieve the air conditioning blanket that had fallen to the ground and draped it over Jiang Ning once more. Aware of his exhaustion from driving the previous day, she refrained from waking him, entering the room without making a sound. Subsequently, she brought a chair to sit beside the bed, intending to play on her phone while waiting for him to awaken. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were far from her phone. Her gaze constantly drifted towards the peacefully sleeping Jiang Ning. Zhang Mengqing put away her phone, extending her slender fingers to gently poke Jiang Ning's face. Noticing his lack of response, she felt relieved and switched her phone to selfie mode, directing the lens towards herself and the slumbering Jiang Ning behind her. Click. As the shutter clicked, Jiang Ning groggily opened his eyes, questioning the disturbance. Startled, Zhang Mengqing quickly hid her phone, feigning nonchalance. Jiang Ning, I brought breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings. Oh, okay. Upon seeing Zhang Mengqing in the room, Jiang Ning became much more alert, surprised that teacher Zhang had brought him breakfast so early. Have you had breakfast? He asked casually, sitting up straight. Zhang Mengqing replied, I've already eaten. I have a meeting at 9 o'clock, and I'm pressed for time, so I didn't wait for you. The golden holiday was nearing its end, and as per tradition, Xingming High School would gather all homeroom teachers for a work conference. Such meetings typically involved outlining the teaching plans for the upcoming month, mostly reiterating familiar topics. As the saying goes, hearing a word from a wise person is akin to receiving a treasure. Generally, meetings with many attendees are of little significance, while important meetings tend to be more intimate. Nevertheless, punctuality was essential, especially for a young homeroom teacher like Zhang Mengqing. All right, I want to be polite then. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding. He quickly washed his face and brushed his teeth before sitting at the dining table to enjoy his breakfast. Zhang Mengqing silently opened the soy milk and placed it in front of him. Jiang Ning, do you have any plans for this morning? I should be picking up September and Tang Yuan from the pet hospital. They have been there for several days now. Jiang Ning contemplated before responding. Tang Yuan was gentle and quite affectionate. Aside from his penchant for leaping from heights to deliver a decisive blow, he had no notable flaws. Jiang Ning's true concern lay with September. Had that feline leader caused any trouble at the pet hospital, perhaps bullying the other kittens? Chapter 92. Why are you yelling so loudly? Following this, Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing parted ways. Teacher Zhang attended a meeting at the school, while Jiang Ning drove to the pet hospital to pick up 2 kittens. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the conference room at the school was filled with teachers. These educators, all homeroom teachers from Xingming High School, varied in age and gender. At this moment, no one was engaged in idle chatter. Everyone had their notebooks open, pens poised, thoughtfully taking notes. The grade director and the principal had both arrived, scrutinizing the assembly with keen eyes. Let me say a few words, the grade director began, tapping the microphone. Last summer, a student in our second-year class named Lu Yuan was involved in a tragic traffic accident. The doctors have stated that without surgery, he will spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. Lu Yuan's family has sold their home and car to fund his treatment. I have heard that even his sister, who is currently in university, has taken a leave of absence to help raise money for his surgery. I urge all homeroom teachers to mobilize their classes to help raise funds for Lu Yuan. This is a charitable initiative, and donations are not compulsory. All faculty and students should contribute according to their financial capabilities. While Zhang Mengqing was in the meeting, Jiang Ning had arrived at the pet repair center for cats and dogs. As he pushed open the door and entered the hall, he heard Wang Jiao's voice. Senior, how was your recent road trip? Quite enjoyable, Jiang Ning replied, nodding, before tossing a gift box to Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao instinctively caught it. What is this? Jiang Ning explained, flour cakes, a specialty from Yunnan. I appreciate you taking care of Tang Yuan and Zhu Yue these past few days. Just a small gesture, nothing to fuss over. Wang Jiao chuckled, examining the flour cakes in his hands. I've seen videos of these online. They're made with edible petals, right? Are they truly as good as they say? Why not open it and find out? Jiang Ning suggested, gesturing with his chin. Wang Jiao opened a drawer and placed the flour cakes inside. I'll save it for Xiao Lu. She will surely enjoy them. Oh, I see you've mastered the art of gifting, Jiang Ning praised, giving him a thumbs up. Curiously, he asked, the Xiao Lu you mentioned. Is she the girl you sought contact information from last time? Jiang Ning recalled that when they first arrived at a ride during the road trip, Wang Jiao had messaged him for advice on walking dogs with a girl. It seemed that she must be this Xiao Lu. Yes, her name is Lu Ran. A junior at the business school, Wang Jiao confirmed. A junior? She's around your age. How far have you two progressed? Jiang Ning inquired. Wang Jiao scratched his head awkwardly in response. So far, we're just ordinary friends. We meet every evening from 7 to 8 to walk our dogs. I'm not very good at charming girls, so our conversations mostly revolve around pets. This has hindered any progression in our relationship. After a brief pause, he said earnestly, Senior, I want to ask Xiao Lu out to watch a movie this weekend, and I need your help with this. How can I help you? My family doesn't run a cinema. Jiang Ning expressed his confusion. Are you suggesting I watch a 30-second advertisement on my phone to receive 2 discount coupons? No, that's not it. Wang Jiao shook his head. If I invite her to watch a movie alone, it feels too intentional. If she declines, it would be quite awkward, and I might not even be able to maintain our friendship. However, if you and Teacher Zhang also join us, with the 4 of us together, Xiao Lu is unlikely to refuse. Even if we were to be turned down, the embarrassment would be mitigated. Don't you agree? Understanding dawned upon Jiang Ning. I see. You want me and Zhang Mengqing to join as additional company. Wang Jiao pleaded with a look of desperation. Please help me, Senior. My dear brother. My guardian. Unable to withstand Wang Jiao's relentless persuasion, Jiang Ning retrieved his phone from his pocket. I'll message Zhang Mengqing to see if she wants to go to the movies this weekend. After all, he had yet to watch a film with Teacher Zhang. Attending a matinee this weekend sounded delightful. Regardless of whether Wang Jiao successfully invited Lu Ran, he was determined to take Zhang Mengqing to the cinema. Jiang Ning typed a message to Zhang Mengqing. Would you like to go to the movies this weekend afternoon? Sure, came the prompt reply. Surprised by her swift agreement. Jiang Ning noted, that was quick. But I haven't even mentioned which film. Zhang Mengqing responded, then what are we watching? After some contemplation, he typed, how about Chaoga Wind and Cloud? It's quite popular lately. Sounds good, she replied. As Jiang Ning observed their exchange, he suddenly felt he had uttered a superfluous statement. For Zhang Mengqing, the film choice was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the company. Thus, her immediate acceptance reflected this notion. I've secured our plans. Teacher Zhang will join me for the movie this weekend, Jiang Ning signaled with a gesture. Now it was Wang Jiao's turn. He took out his phone and messaged Lu Ran. Xiao Lu, are you free this weekend afternoon? My friend is going to the movies with his girlfriend and insists I join. I find it quite embarrassing to be a third wheel alone. Could you come and help share the load? Wang Jiao exemplified a typical lack of confidence, coupled with severe nervousness. Lu Ran did not respond immediately, leaving him to ramble on. Ding dong. Lu Ran replied, sure, see you this weekend afternoon. Senior. Xiao Lu has agreed to go to the movies with me. Wang Jiao momentarily froze, followed by an overwhelming joy. Calm down, why are you shouting? My ears are about to burst, Jiang Ning remarked, adjusting his ears. This junior was quite amusing. It was he who had coaxed Jiang Ning to accompany Zhang Mengqing to the cinema, yet during his conversation with Lu Ran, it transformed into a scenario where the two were inviting him to join. Without uttering a word, brotherhood was silently acknowledged. Wang Jiao remained lost in his elation. I'll cover the tickets for you and Teacher Zhang. Chapter 93. For 1,000 words is the limit of humanity. As the October holiday came to a close, life gradually returned to its regular rhythm. Those who were to work resumed their duties, and students returned to their studies. Everyone retrieved their exam papers from the previous monthly test, as this lesson was dedicated to reviewing the assessments. The first 10 multiple-choice questions are fundamental, requiring little discussion. Let us proceed directly to the final 2 questions. At the podium of Class 16, the elderly math teacher holds the test paper in one hand and chalk in the other. He skillfully sketches a perfectly smooth circle on the blackboard without the aid of any drawing tools. Before tackling this question, we must first contemplate the intention of the question setter. What knowledge does he seek to evaluate? The resonant and authoritative voice of the math teacher reverberates throughout the classroom, lingering in the air. However, for the most part, he speaks to himself on stage, with no one in the audience responding. Everyone has just returned from a holiday, and their biological clocks have yet to adjust. At this hour, they would typically be nestled in bed, fast asleep, but now they find themselves in class, grappling with this abrupt change, leading to a general sense of lethargy and incessant yawning. The math teacher has grown accustomed to such scenarios. He is no stranger to it. Having been a teacher for a lifetime, He recognizes that the first day back at school always brings a somber atmosphere to the classroom. This is not unique to Class 16. It is a perennial occurrence with each new cohort. Students who feel drowsy are encouraged to stand for a moment or, if necessary, to step out and splash some water on their faces before re-entering. The math teacher pauses briefly to sip from his teacup. Seated in the audience, Jiang strives to muster her energy. She glances up at the clock above the blackboard, realizing it has only been 10 minutes since class began. The 8-day holiday seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye, as if it had ended before it even began. Yet, those 10 minutes of math class feel interminable, stretching beyond the bounds of a lifetime. Truly, the days seem to drag on like years. At long last, the first class concludes, and instead of participating in outdoor activities, the students collectively slump over their desks to catch a few moments of sleep. Though merely 10 minutes of rest, any semblance of sleep is better than none at all. The subsequent second and third classes belong to Zhang Mingqing's Chinese language session. Initially planning to discuss the monthly exam papers, she hesitates upon observing her students' drowsy demeanor and ultimately decides that the next 2 periods will be devoted to writing essays. As her words resonate in the room, a chorus of cheers erupts from the students. Long live Teacher Zhang. I love essay writing. Their enthusiasm stems entirely from the relative ease of essay writing, devoid of pressure. Although labeled as 2 periods for essay writing, 1 period suffices for the task, leaving the remaining period for personal pursuits. As long as their activities do not disrupt others or violate school rules, the teacher turns a blind eye. Students might engage in games of Go with their desk mates, rest their chins on their hands for a brief nap, or peruse a book of their choosing. Meanwhile, as Class 16 begins to put pen to paper for their essays, Jiangning at home also opens his computer. After a lengthy break, it is time to embark on a new writing project. He opens a document and types the words love story as the title. After a moment of contemplation, he deletes that title and alters it to autobiography. However, it feels somewhat dry and lacking in flair. Love story, autobiography. That appears much more appealing. Jiangning first stretched his neck and then placed his hands upon the keyboard. Let the typing commence. It is often said that the beginning is the hardest part of any endeavor, a sentiment that holds true even in the realm of online literature. In the past, there existed a notion within the web fiction community known as the Golden 3 Chapters, denoting the critical importance of the initial 3 chapters in determining whether a reader would continue their journey through the narrative. However, after several significant updates, the landscape of online novels has evolved from the Golden 3 Chapters to the Golden 3 Lines. Nowadays, many readers merely skim the opening lines of a novel, and if they find it uninteresting, they swiftly exit, lacking the patience to delve deeper into the plot. This has rendered the opening chapter of a novel particularly vital, necessitating meticulous revisions and careful crafting. Fortunately, Jiangning had already conceived an opening during his self-drive trip in Yunnan and Guizhou. After creating a document, he swiftly penned 4,000 words with fervor. Rising from his chair, he stretched his arms and indulged in a languorous yawn. Another arduous day lay ahead. As a laid-back individual, Jiangning believed that the human limit was 4,000 words, exceeding that by even a single character would be exhausting. Upon completing his manuscript for the day, he retrieved his phone and opened the comment section of his previous novel. As expected, the comments were filled with remarks such as short but delightful and thank you for your hard work, sister. A twinge of regret washed over Jiangning for having shared the book's title with Zhang Mingqing. What if the young teacher stumbled upon these comments? Wouldn't that be social death? As days passed, the weekend swiftly approached. Today was the day the 4 friends had agreed to watch a movie together. Wang Jiao's residential complex was conveniently located near Jiangning's home. It would take only 20 minutes to walk there. Jiangning drove to pick up his junior first, then proceeded to the school to fetch Zhang Mingqing. Senior, what do you think of this outfit for the movie? Wang Jiao nervously emerged from his bedroom, seeking Jiangning's fashion advice. In that moment, the young junior resembled a bashful bride preparing for her wedding. It was no wonder Wang Jiao felt anxious, as today marked his first date with Lu Ran, and dressing up a tad more formally seemed prudent. Jiangning scrutinized the junior's red plaid shirt. Hesitating before speaking, it appears rather dated, reminiscent of a programmer in his 30s. Do you have anything else to wear? I'll go change, Wang Jiao replied, retreating into the bedroom. Shortly after, he emerged clad in a more casual ensemble, appearing significantly younger. Now that was the appropriate attire for a university student. Jiangning nodded in approval. Not bad, you can wear this out. Great. Let's hurry. I have a rendezvous with Lu at 1 o'clock at the cinema. We mustn't be late. Wang Jiao urged, repeating the time for the movie no less than 5 times, causing Jiang Ning's ears to nearly develop calluses. I know. Rest assured, it won't interfere with your date with Lu Ran. In no time, they took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, where Wang Jiao habitually approached the front passenger seat. Wait, Jiang Ning suddenly called out. Wang Jiao froze in place, bewildered, and asked, What's wrong, senior? You should sit in the back. The front seat is reserved for Xiao Zhang. Oh, right. Wang Jiao nodded weakly and promptly took a seat in the back. The car gradually started, departing from the parking lot. As he gazed out at the scenery, his thoughts drifted. Suddenly, he yearned to possess a car of his own, envisioning the passenger seat as a dedicated space for Lu Ran. Chapter 94. The life of a singleton is still life. At noon, the school day ended, and students from Xingming High School began to emerge from the gates, bags slung over their shoulders. They animatedly discussed their plans for lunch, karaoke, and gaming, chirping like canaries freed from their cages. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingqing stood quietly across the street, gently fanning herself with a sunshade, awaiting Jiang Ning to pick her up for a movie. Hey there, want to hop in for a film? At that moment, a white sedan rolled to a stop before her. Jiang Ning rolled down the window and greeted her. Zhang Mingqing tucked her sunshade away and gracefully settled into the passenger seat. As soon as she was seated, Wang Jiao in the back proactively greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. The young freshman considered himself somewhat perceptive. Today, addressing her as sister-in-law was undoubtedly appropriate. Several others had previously referred to Zhang Mingqing in that manner, a title she had grown accustomed to and tacitly accepted. Hello, Junior. Teacher Zhang nodded at Wang Jiao. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiao instinctively glanced at Jiang Ning, who was driving. Jiang Ning occasionally addressed him as Junior, and now Zhang Mingqing had adopted the same term. Does this count as a harmonious couplet? Ah, I see. Luring the singleton into a trap, are we? The life of a singleton is still a life, you know. Shall we grab a bite first? Or head straight to the movie? Jiang Ning, oblivious to Wang Jiao's inner turmoil, turned to seek teacher Zhang's opinion. After a moment's thought, Zhang Mingqing replied, Let us go to the movie first, and we can eat afterward. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Jiang Ning's collar, noticing it was askew. Without hesitation, she reached out to straighten it. Jiang Ning, ever composed while driving, exuded an air of someone accustomed to such tenderness. At traffic lights, he would also glance at teacher Zhang, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The console played soft, melodious music, and the playlist gradually shifted from Jiang Ning's favorite songs to those cherished by Zhang Mingqing. At that moment, Wang Jiao in the back seat felt a prickly discomfort, as if sitting on needles, with a lump in his throat. Had he known that accepting a ride would subject him to such a deluge of romantic overtures, he would have preferred to take a taxi to the cinema alone. Ouch! The pain was unbearable. Was there anyone who could come to his rescue? Ding dong. Just then, Wang Jiao's phone rang, a message from Lu Ran. Dr. Wang, I've arrived at the cinema. Seeing his savior materialize, Wang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly typed back. All right, we'll be there shortly, in about 10 minutes. The movie was set to start at 1 o'clock, yet it was only 12:30. This meant that Lu Ran had arrived half an hour early, even before Wang Jiao and the others. Lu Ran, it's all right. No need to rush. Please drive safely on the way. I will go ahead to buy the movie tickets and popcorn and wait for you all. Wang Jiao, no need. I have already purchased the tickets and popcorn online. We can simply verify them when we arrive. Lu Ran, oh, understood. See you soon. Wang Jiao, see you soon. Wang Jiao set his phone down, and the thought of soon reuniting with Lu Ran to watch a movie alleviated the heaviness in his heart. Yuzi, what are you grinning about over there? Jiang Ning unfastened his seatbelt and engaged the handbrake. We arrived at the cinema. Let us go watch the movie. Oh, coming. Wang Jiao snapped back to reality and bent down to open the car door. This cinema is located on the second floor of Times Square. The time spent waiting for the elevator is considerably longer than climbing the stairs, so locals generally prefer to ascend on foot. Jiang Ning and Zhang Mingqing walked ahead, supporting each other hand in hand. Wang Jiao trailed behind, his envy for the couple palpable. Having been single for over 20 years, he had yet to experience the warmth of holding a girl's delicate hand. How wonderful it would be if he could hold Lu Ran's hand. Before long, the trio reached the cinema on the second floor. Given that it was the weekend, the audience was quite substantial, and the hall was filled with patrons, leaving no vacant seats in sight. Wang Jiao scanned the room, straining to catch a glimpse of Lu Ran. "Dr. Wong, over here." At that moment, he heard Lu Ran's cheerful call. Following the sound, he spotted her seated in a massage chair, energetically waving. Today, Lu Ran wore a charming matcha green dress that fell to her knees, revealing a portion of her smooth, fair calves. "Little Lu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Wang Jiao said, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. Lu Ran's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. "No worries. It's quite comfortable here, enjoying the air conditioning. My mom doesn't allow me to use it at home." "Dr. Wong, these two must be your friends?" Lu Ran inquired with curiosity, glancing at Jiang Ning and Zhang Mengqing. Wang Jiao nodded and proceeded with the introductions. "Yes, this is Jiang Ning, a senior I met in university. And this is his girlfriend, Zhang Mengqing. Hello, I'm Lu Ran." Lu, as in the road, and Ran, as in rising gently. Lu Ran introduced herself with grace and poise. "Hello, Lu Ran. I've often heard Wang Jiao speak of you," Jiang Ning chimed in, not missing the opportunity to tease his friend. Wang Jiao was taken aback, stumbling over his words. He had intended for Jiang Ning to assist him, not to betray him. Lu Ran's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Has he been secretly saying bad things about me?" "Not at all," Jiang Ning chuckled. "He mentioned that he enjoys walking the dog with you. It's the most relaxing part of his day." Oh no. The secret he had kept hidden was now laid bare. Jiang Ning's words nearly revealed Wang Jiao's feelings for Lu Ran. Wang Jiao lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Ran's gaze. The junior was the type who dared only to harbor a secret crush, too afraid to express his feelings openly. He worried that once these sentiments were laid bare, he might jeopardize even the friendship they shared. At that moment, what thoughts occupied Lu Ran's mind? Would she perceive my intentions as ulterior and choose to sever ties in the future? How fortuitous it is that I also thoroughly enjoy walking dogs with Dr. Wang. Lu Ran responded with a smile. As her words landed, the previously bashful Wang Jiao abruptly lifted his head. "Really?" Lu Ran looked into his eyes, playfully replying, "Absolutely. Absolutely." Wang Jiao blinked in confusion. Beside them, Jiang Ning smiled silently, recognizing that the junior was still quite naive. When a girl is willing to accompany you to a movie, it signifies a genuine fondness for you. You cannot act like a fool, concealing your affections and indulging in secret admiration. If you like her, you must express it. Chapter 95. In my heart, you are more beautiful than Daji. Let us choose these 4 seats. What do you all think? Wang Jiao turned to seek the opinions of Jiang Ning and the others. He selected 4 consecutive seats in the central area, a prime location for viewing the film, as it allowed for a perfect line of sight both forward and backward. "I think it's quite good." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement with Wang Jiao's arrangement. "Watching a movie without some snacks feels somewhat lacking. Let us order 2 buckets of popcorn and 4 cups of milk tea." Wang Jiao continued placing the order on his phone. Initially, he intended to order 4 cups of cola, for nothing pairs better with popcorn than cola at the movies. However, considering the 2 girls might not favor cola, he opted for the more universally accepted milk tea instead. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the film's commencement. Wang Jiao set his phone down and hurriedly made his way to the service counter to collect 2 buckets of popcorn and 4 cups of milk tea. This was the first time Jiang Ning witnessed such an enthusiastic junior, clearly eager for the upcoming movie experience. Subsequently, the 4 of them, armed with movie tickets and snacks, smoothly passed through security and entered screening room 1. Jiang Ning took a seat against the left wall, with Zhang Mengqing to her right, followed by Lu Ran, and Wang Jiao occupying the far right. Before long, all the lights in screening room 1 dimmed, and the feature presentation began. The Winds of Chaoga, spanning 2.5 hours, narrated the tyrannical reign of King In Shou and the fox demon Daji, who treated the common people as mere pawns. GFA, having been a hostage at the king's side since childhood, initially supported the king, but gradually discerned the truth, ultimately opposing him. The recent popular line, "A person cannot be resurrected once dead," originates from this film. Jiang Ning had encountered numerous promotions for the Winds of Chaoga on short video platforms and found it intriguing enough to view. Overall, the film's martial arts sequences were well crafted, and the plot flowed seamlessly. For someone like Jiang Ning, who had never seen Fengshen Bang, the experience was thoroughly engaging. He sat there, munching on popcorn and sipping milk tea, alternating between the two. How peculiar. Why does Zhang Mengqing always cast a glance at him whenever he indulges in bubble tea, wearing an expression that suggests she has much to say yet refrains from voicing it? Could it be that the sound he makes while sipping is so loud that it disrupts others' enjoyment of the film? That seems implausible, he muses, as he himself has not created any disturbance. Jiang Ning finds himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Just as he contemplates setting his bubble tea aside, he suddenly notices another cup resting on the cup holder against the wall. Jiang Ning is taken aback. If the cup on the holder belongs to him, then what of the one in his hand? In a moment of clarity, Jiang Ning realizes why Zhang Mingqing's attention is drawn to him every time he drinks bubble tea. He is consuming her drink. The dim lighting of the cinema, coupled with his engrossment in the film, has led to this amusing mix-up. If memory serves him right, Zhang Mingqing had already taken a couple of sips from her bubble tea before the film commenced. From the perspective of their teacher, Xiao Zhang, Jiang Ning appears to forsake his own drink, frequently running over to consume hers. Quite the rogue indeed. Jiang Ning, you finished my bubble tea. Zhang Mingqing's voice suddenly resonates in his ears. To avoid disturbing the other patrons, her tone is barely above a whisper. Jiang Ning's face flushes. I'll buy you another cup. No need. It's my turn to drink your bubble tea now, Zhang Mingqing replies softly. Jiang Ning stands there in astonishment. Xiao Zhang wants to drink his bubble tea? Noticing his silence, Zhang Mingqing pouts, saying, "What's with you? It's only fair that if you drink my bubble tea, I can have yours too. You're so stingy." This isn't merely a matter of stinginess, he thinks. It's that he has already sipped from this cup. Regaining his composure, Jiang Ning hastily explains, "I'm aware of that. But didn't you write in your novel that the bubble tea sipped by another tastes sweeter? I want to see if that's true." Jiang Ning is taken aback that Xiao Zhang can cite such details, indicating she must have diligently followed the narrative. With the situation as it stands, he says no more and hands his bubble tea to Zhang Mingqing. "Is it sweet?" he inquires. Zhang Mingqing nods. "Sweet." The film continues to play. Yet the two seated together are enveloped in a tumult of emotions, akin to ripples stirred by a single stone. Of course, another individual equally unsettled is Wang Jiao. It has been ages since he last ventured out to watch a film. He recalls the last time being during his university days when he and his roommates gathered to watch Avengers: Endgame. Now, sitting beside the girl he fancies, the experience is wholly different. When watching a film with friends, one's focus is on the movie itself. However, in the company of someone special, his attention is diverted entirely towards her. Wow, that character's eyelashes are incredibly long, he muses. Even King Zhou has an undeniable charm. At that moment, Lu Ran turns her head to glance at Wang Jiao. She seems to be saying something, but her voice is too soft. Coupled with the cacophony of the film's action sequences, her words are completely drowned out. "Lu, what did you say?" "I can't hear you," Wang Jiao responds. Looking bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Lu Ran leans slightly forward, bringing her lips close to Wang Jiao's ear. At that moment, the sounds of the fight abruptly ceased, and the entire cinema fell into silence. Lu Ran's voice resonated clearly, echoing in Wang Jiao's ears. "Do you think Daji in the movie is beautiful?" Wang Jiao, momentarily lost in thought, realized this was the first time he was so close to a girl, close enough to catch a whiff of her fragrance. "She is indeed beautiful," he replied, snapping back to reality and nodding vigorously. Once Lu Ran returned to her seat, he quietly added, "But in my heart, you are even more beautiful than Daji." His voice was barely audible, drowned out by the film's soundtrack, unnoticed by anyone. Lu Ran's eyes were fixed on the large screen, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Wang Jiao, being hard of hearing, was oblivious to her awareness. Chapter 96. No longer lovers. Be a cat or a dog instead of lovers. 2.5 hours swiftly passed, and the four of them exited Cinema 1. Jiang Ning and Wang Jiao made a trip to the restroom. "I believe Lu is rather fond of you," Jiang Ning, acting as Wang Jiao's romantic strategist, began his analysis once inside. "Really?" Wang Jiao hesitated, lacking confidence in himself. "Absolutely," Jiang Ning asserted with conviction. "It's often said that those involved are blind to the truth, while outsiders observe clearly. You might not notice, but I, as an outsider, see it clearly. For instance, during the movie, you two were sitting quite close. It's said that the unintentional distance can reveal the nature of a relationship. If she had no feelings for you, she would have kept her distance, wouldn't have shared popcorn, nor would she lean in to whisper in your ear." The master's words hold merit. Wang Jiao listened intently, hanging on every word, eager to improve. "So, what should I do next?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before responding. "If you're certain Lu has feelings for you, then you should take the initiative. You can't just wait for her to make the first move. Oh, Wang Jiao was curious about what exactly constituted taking the initiative. But Jiang Ning had already finished washing his hands and exited. Left with no choice, he followed suit. At that moment, Zhang Mengqing and Lu Ran stood in the cinema lobby, engaging in light conversation. Although Zhang Mengqing had graduated from university several years ago, she appeared remarkably youthful, prompting Lu Ran to inquire which university she attended. How about we all grab a bite together? Jiang Ning suggested. He and Zhang Mengqing had yet to have lunch, having only nibbled on popcorn during the film, which was hardly a proper meal. You all go ahead. I want to join. Lu Ran declined Jiang Ning's invitation, stating she had come merely to watch the film, not to dine. Lu, let me walk you home, Wang Jiao offered, volunteering as her escort. Though he too had not eaten lunch, accompanying Lu Ran home seemed far more significant than having a meal. All right, thank you. Lu Ran smiled, not bothering to be polite, gladly accepting his offer. The two walked side by side out of the cinema, with Lu Ran leaning close to Wang Jiao, their proximity unmistakable. The younger student cast a glance back at Jiang Ning, recalling the previous conversation about boys needing to take initiative. At that moment, a thought struck Wang Jiao. Should I hold Lu Ran's hand? He yearned to reach out and grasp her hand, yet he lacked the courage to do so. Instead, he timidly brushed his fingers against hers, cautiously testing the waters. When Lu Ran did not retract her hand, Wang Jiao summoned his courage and extended his own. Suddenly, Lu Ran felt a warm hand enveloping hers and instinctively turned to look at Wang Jiao beside her. Meanwhile, Wang Jiao feigned indifference, deliberately turning his gaze elsewhere, as if the hand holding hers did not belong to him. Lu Ran blinked in surprise, not expecting Wang Jiao to take her hand so suddenly. This guy must be holding a girl's hand for the first time, she mused. Otherwise, how could he be so tense, his entire body rigid, unable to walk properly? At that moment, Wang Jiao's heart raced wildly. He had finally held Lu Ran's hand. The sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before. Her delicate hand felt soft and smooth, entirely different from his rough masculine grip. No wonder the senior always held teacher Zhang's hand wherever he went. Wang Jiao had never understood it before, but now it dawned on him. He wished he could hold Lu Ran's hand forever, never letting go. Soon, they exited the cinema, and as Wang Jiao reveled in his happiness, Lu Ran suddenly withdrew her hand. Dr. Wang, we are just ordinary friends. You have overstepped, she stated. Your two friends were watching us earlier, and I feared that rejecting you outright would embarrass you. Wang Jiao stood frozen, suddenly feeling that Lu Ran seemed unfamiliar. I'm sorry, he began, but Lu Ran interrupted him. Dr. Wang, you are a good person. I know you like me, and I appreciate your feelings. However, what we have is impossible. Wang Jiao felt his mind go blank. Why? He asked, bewildered. There is no reason. We come from two different worlds. Do you understand? She turned to hail a taxi. I'm leaving. You don't need to see me off. Without looking back, Lu Ran departed. Wang Jiao remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. In that fleeting moment of holding hands, he sensed that Lu Ran had feelings for him too. Yet, he could not comprehend how things had shifted so abruptly. He felt that throughout his life, his greatest talent was in ruining everything, and he had never failed to disappoint. Xiao Lu, I'm so sorry, Wang Jiao took out his phone and composed a lengthy apology message to Lu Ran. However, the message failed to send, displaying a red exclamation mark. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend verification request first. Wang Jiao felt his heart sink, engulfed by an indescribable sensation, as if his very soul had been lost, and the world around him faded from vibrant hues to dull gray. He crouched by the roadside, resembling a forlorn dog. No longer be a lover. Become a cat or a dog, but do not be a lover. Wang Jiao hummed in a plastic Cantonese, his voice hoarse, akin to a wounded little beast. The song lacked technique, yet was infused with raw emotion. A trash collector passed by Wang Jiao and couldn't help but pause. Young man. That water bottle. Wang Jiao glanced at the mineral water bottle at his feet and immediately shook his head. Auntie, I no longer need this water bottle. Please take it. No, I meant to say your singing is atrocious. Not only is it disturbing the peace, but it also frightened the children. Truly a misfortune. The aunt shook her head and left, exasperated. It is often said that an adult's breakdown can occur in an instant. Wang Jiao first received a rejection card from Lu Ran, and then was scorned by the trash collector for his singing, truly a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. He took out his phone and messaged Jiang Ning. Senior, I've experienced a heartbreak, even though the romance never truly began. Lu Ran does not harbor feelings for me. It was entirely my own misguided affections. Lu Ran arrived at the entrance of the community, but did not immediately enter. Instead, she sat on a bench outside. Lost in thought, Wang Jiao, that fellow, could not conceal his emotions, wearing them openly on his face. Even now, Lu Ran's mind was occupied with the sorrowful expression Wang Jiao had worn. For reasons unknown, seeing him distressed made her heart ache as well. In the past, Lu Ran would have unhesitatingly embraced Wang Jiao's affections, boldly embarking on that relationship. However, due to sudden changes at home, she was forced to resolutely push Wang Jiao away. How could one, burdened with poverty, dare to venture into opulence? How could one, with empty sleeves, dare to mislead a fair maiden? This sentiment could equally apply to young women. Lu Ran did not wish to burden Wang Jiao's life. He could undoubtedly find a better partner and commence a more fulfilling existence. As the sun set, she finally rose to return home. Before entering, Lu Ran did her utmost to adjust her demeanor, striving to appear relaxed. The situation at home was already dire. She could not afford to bring any negativity back. Sharon is back. Quickly go to the bedroom and call your brother out for dinner. Her mother, busy in the kitchen, called upon hearing the commotion at the door. Though she was not yet 50, her hair was already white and her face lined with wrinkles, resembling an elderly woman in her 70s. The reason for her aged appearance was simple. Last summer, Lu Ran's younger brother had suffered a severe accident, resulting in debilitating injuries that left him wheelchair-bound. The sudden misfortune had turned her parents' hair white overnight, and they had sold everything to fund his treatment. Yet, in the face of exorbitant medical expenses, their efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean. Chapter 97, mentioning the unmentionable Lu Ran's brother, named Lu Yuan, was a sophomore at Ximing High School. Previously a member of the school basketball team, he boasted a steady mid-range shot and a cool demeanor in clutch situations, with academic performance hovering around average. The coach had said that as long as Lu Yuan played to his potential, he could secure a place in a top sports university. Unfortunately, a sudden car accident last summer had shattered those dreams beyond repair. Lu Yuan suffered severe injuries to his legs. Not only was playing basketball out of the question, but even the simplest acts of standing or walking posed a significant challenge. Confined to a wheelchair, he could only navigate his home with great difficulty. The car accident had dealt him a tremendous blow, altering his very nature and disposition profoundly. He became taciturn and despondent, retreating into solitude and locking himself away in his room, shunning all interaction. In desperation, his family decided to enroll him in a leave of absence from school. Concerned about his mental well-being, they acquired a small corgi to provide him companionship and alleviate his boredom. Lu Yuan, dinner is ready. Lu Ran called from outside her brother's door, gently rapping on it. Silence greeted her, save for the sounds of a video game emanating from within. Brothers, let us go for it. Play it safe, don't be reckless. Lu Yuan spent most of his time in that room engrossed in games. As the virtual realm offered a fleeting escape from his pain and sorrow, a soft click signaled the unlocking of the door, and soon after, a small corgi bounded out, joyously circling Lu Ran. Trailing behind, however, was a boy in a wheelchair, clad in a black pajama set, his hair disheveled and untamed like that of a caveman. Since his withdrawal from school, Lu Yuan had ceased to groom himself, embracing a state of neglect. Even his hair was trimmed by his sister and mother when it grew too long. Let me help you, Lu Ran offered, noticing her brother straining to maneuver his wheelchair. Yet, Lu Yuan merely cast a glance her way, his expression stoic as he replied, I can manage. He was a proud young man, unwilling to accept assistance, even from his own sister. To him, help felt like charity, and he scorned the notion of needing anyone as charity. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Lu Ran sighed heavily, her heart a tumult of emotions. Dinner is served. Dad prepared 3 dishes and a soup for you. Come and see how they taste. Lu Ran's father cheerfully set the bowls on the dining table. As the family's pillar, he felt it imperative to maintain an upbeat demeanor in front of his loved ones, suppressing any signs of worry or despair. Thus, he endeavored to project an optimistic outlook, though the gray hair and increasingly gaunt visage betrayed the restless nights he often endured. In this household, each member harbored their own secrets and burdens. Soon enough, the family of 4 gathered around the table for their meal. The dishes prepared by Lu Ran's father included scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy and sour potato shreds, green beans stir-fried with pork, and a soup of loofah and poached eggs. There were no lavish dishes, only simple and economical home-cooked fare. Financial constraints necessitated that every penny be saved for Lu Yuan's medical expenses, compelling the family to live frugally. At that moment, the dining table was enveloped in silence. No one spoke. Although they sat together, each was lost in their own thoughts. Perceiving the suffocating atmosphere, Lu Ran's father picked up the remote and turned on the television. Television need not be a constant source of entertainment. A mere murmur of sound is sufficient to prevent the home from descending into a state of desolation. Brother Shah, do not flee. Let us sit down and converse earnestly. Ji Sheng, speak frankly to me. Are you truly an undercover agent? Oh, I assure you I am not. Brother Shah, please do not run. The television is currently airing a variety show where celebrities chase each other in a game of tearing name tags. Father Lu paused momentarily before hastily changing the channel. Since the unfortunate accident involving Lu Yuan, an unspoken agreement had formed among them to avoid discussions of running or high jumping. Even when watching television, they steered clear of programs featuring frenzied chases in order to shield Lu Yuan's emotions from being affected. Perhaps a movie would be a safer choice, Father Lu mused quietly. Switching the channel to films. There must be someone who will claim the top spot. Why can't that someone be me? Listen closely. Tonight, I shall be in this corner, scoring a last-second three-pointer to defeat you and your team. At that moment, the movie channel was screening a film about basketball. Father Lu could no longer contain himself. His son had previously been a member of the school basketball team, and now showing a basketball film was akin to striking a nerve. Initially intending to liven the atmosphere, it now seemed that turning on the television had been a misstep. The middle-aged man frantically switched off the television while discreetly observing Lu Yuan's expression. Lu Yuan's face was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow, as he quietly consumed his bowl of white rice. I am full. Soon after, he set down his utensils, turned his wheelchair, and retreated to his room. After closing the door, Lu Yuan gazed blankly out of the window. He harbored a deep aversion to the looks of pity and concern directed at him, as if they were constant reminders of his physical limitations. Lu Yuan yearned to convey to his parents and sister that they should regard him as a normal person, without the need for such cautious protection. He was not as fragile as they believed. Yet, time and again, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unable to find their way out. It was not that Lu Yuan could not face his family, but rather that he struggled to confront himself. Once Lu Yuan returned to his room, a lengthy silence enveloped the dining table. After what felt like an eternity, Father Lu finally broke the silence. Xiaoran, please tidy up your belongings in the bedroom tonight, and pack what you need to take with you. Your mother and I have sold this house, and we must move everything out by tomorrow. The Lu family had reached the point of selling possessions to gather funds for Lu Yuan's surgery. All right, Xiaoran nodded, signifying her understanding. She refrained from inquiring about the sale price of the house, instead asking, how much more do we need for my brother's surgery? Upon hearing her question, the middle-aged couple exchanged glances. We still need approximately 1/3. They refrained from providing a specific figure, wishing to shield their daughter from worry. That will be soon enough. If this were a marathon, we are already nearing the finish line, Xiaoran reassured them with a smile. I believe that as long as we persevere and endure, we shall surely reach the end. Xiaoran, leave the matter of the surgery fees to your father and me. Your focus should be on completing your studies. Her mother insisted, wanting to alleviate any undue pressure from her daughter and encourage her to concentrate on her education. Lu Ran shook her head. Mom, you and Dad work tirelessly every day, and even after Dad finishes work, he goes out to drive for Didi, often returning home at 2 or 3 in the morning, having lost more than 20 pounds. Although you have never mentioned these things, I am well aware of them. As a member of this family, how could I possibly stand by idly? I have already applied for a leave of absence from school. I will find a way to alleviate your burdens. Leave of absence? For a moment, Lu Ran's parents exchanged glances. No, you must return to school immediately. You need not worry about the family's affairs, her father said sternly. It's too late. The leave of absence has already been submitted and approved by the school. Anticipating her parents' strong reaction, Lu Ran had taken decisive action ahead of time. She paused before continuing. Moreover, it's a leave of absence, not a withdrawal. Once we gather enough for the surgery, I can go back to school. However, her mother still hesitated. Lu Ran interrupted. All right, dear Mom and Dad, I am no longer a child. Every decision I make is well considered. You must trust me. Chapter 98. No entry after drinking too much. Meanwhile, in Jiangning's vicinity, His initial plan was to watch a movie and then enjoy a leisurely meal with teacher Zhang at a time that avoided the midday rush. However, before they even reached the restaurant, they received the unexpected news that Wang Jiao had suffered a heartbreak. Thus, their intimate outing transformed into an inexplicable trio. Wang Jiao, feeling dejected, trailed behind with his head down, feeling as if he emitted an incongruous aura, aptly dubbed the light bulb. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I truly did not mean to disrupt your date with the senior. He repeatedly apologized, resembling a child who had committed a grave error. Had it not been for the circumstances, he would never have come to partake in their misfortune, especially since the memory of the dog food consumed in the car lingered vividly. Zhang Mengqing shook her head gently. It's all right. Anyone in your situation would feel miserable. I understand your desire to drink with Jiang Ning. Wang Jiao, having encountered a significant setback in life, intended to drown his sorrows in alcohol, seeking to intoxicate himself. However, drinking alone lacked excitement, leading him to think of Jiang Ning. Specifically, he wished for Jiang, the emotional expert, to help him navigate through his heartbreak. It was also the first time Jiang Ning saw such a despondent junior and willingly agreed to accompany him for a drink. However, drinking at Times Square was evidently impractical due to the exorbitant prices and subpar quality of the beverages, nothing but counterfeit liquor. Jiang Ning drove to a location near Xingming High School, where the drinks were affordable, and most importantly, after getting drunk, he could easily stay at Zhang Mengqing's home. Indeed, Teacher Zhang's room was becoming his second home. Jiang Ning even found her bed more comfortable than his own. You two take your time. I have some matters to attend to at school, so I'll be leaving, Zhang Mengqing said as she exited the passenger seat, bidding Jiang Ning farewell. Jiang Ning nodded. All right, I'll treat you to a grand meal next weekend. In truth, he felt quite guilty. Originally, he had planned to dine with Zhang Mengqing today, but the meal fell through, and their date was ruined. You mentioned it, so upon my return, I must meticulously plan our next weekend's dining experience and ensure you are left penniless. Zhang Mengqing chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Although teacher Xiao Zhang often joked about bankrupting Jiang Ning, she consistently insisted on covering the bill or opting for modestly priced dishes whenever they dined out. When a girl genuinely cares for you, she will endeavor to save you money. Those who lavishly spend your money while complaining it is insufficient are merely gold diggers. Senior, where did your sister-in-law go? Isn't she joining us for dinner? Wang Jiao scratched his head in confusion. Jiang Ning did not directly answer, but retorted. If she were to join us, would you feel comfortable expressing your true feelings? Wang Jiao instinctively shook his head. That would certainly be awkward. Precisely. She wishes not to stifle your expression, hence her departure. This way, you can speak freely and voice your thoughts. Wang Jiao found Jiang Ning's reasoning compelling, feeling moved once more by teacher Xiao Zhang's gentle consideration. Brother, come here, let us share our innermost thoughts. I need to vent about all the grievances and hardships I've endured over the years. Wang Jiao exclaimed loudly, belting out a song with an off-key voice that drew perplexed glances from passers-by. Although they did not understand, they respected him. Jiang Ning silently distanced himself from Wang Jiao, regarding him with the same bewildered expression. As the saying goes, if you cannot win, join in. If you cannot join, run away. Senior, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Wang Jiao shouted from behind. Jiang Ning quickened his pace. Who are you? I don't know you. Ding dong. Jiang Ning's green bubble suddenly received a message. Zhang Mengqing, drink less. If you overindulge, you are not allowed in my bed. The other party retracted a message. Zhang Mengqing, drink less. If you overindulge, you are not allowed in my home. Upon seeing these two messages, Jiang Ning surmised that teacher Xiao Zhang must have found the first message too explicit, prompting her to hastily amend it to the second. He, in turn, feigned ignorance, deliberately waiting a few minutes before responding. Meanwhile, on Zhang Mengqing's end, after parting ways with Jiang Ning, she headed straight home. Having consumed some popcorn during the movie and possessing a small appetite, she felt no hunger at all. As soon as she returned home, the head of her grade shared a donation message in the work group. Without much thought, she clicked on the mini-program to learn more. Lu Yuan, a sophomore at Xingming High School, had unfortunately lost the use of his legs in a car accident last summer and now lived life in a wheelchair. His sister, Lu Ran, a junior in business school, had chosen to suspend her studies to earn money for her brother's medical expenses. Following were testimonials from Lu Yuan's friends and even his homeroom teacher, attesting to the veracity of the situation. Upon seeing Lu Ran's photo, Zhang Mengqing felt a wave of realization wash over her. She seemed to understand why Lu Ran had rejected Wang Jiao. Regaining her composure, Zhang Mengqing swiftly forwarded this information to Jiang Ning. At this moment, Jiang Ning and Wang Jiao entered a barbecue restaurant that had been operating for many years. During his high school days, Jiang Ning often frequented this establishment, fostering a familiar rapport with the owner. Over the years, the modest eatery had transformed from a mere few square meters into a beautifully renovated two-story venue, with Jiang Ning as a witness to its evolution. "Boss, we'll have 200 yuan worth of barbecue and 6 bottles of beer," he greeted the owner with a wave of his hand. Although Jiang Ning had a moderate tolerance for alcohol, Wang Jiao was even less capable, turning red after just 1 bottle of beer. Therefore, Jiang Ning was cautious not to let his junior drink excessively. 3 bottles each would suffice. "All right, find yourselves a seat. Your order will be up shortly," the owner replied, bending down to retrieve the barbecue from the freezer. Before long, the tantalizing food and refreshing beer were served at their table. Jiang Ning skewered the meat with one hand while raising a beer bottle with the other. The 2 green glass bottles clinking together with a crisp sound. This is what drinking was about. No words were necessary, as everything was conveyed through the shared experience of the beverage. As the rounds of drinks progressed, Wang Jiao's face gradually flushed from its initial shyness to a state of animated conversation. "What you said was true." She took my hand, but she left without looking back. "Senior, what is love really? I can't distinguish it. I truly cannot." Jiang Ning felt at a loss regarding Wang Jiao's turmoil. To him, it seemed evident that Lu Ran had feelings for Wang Jiao. How could she leave so decisively? Ding dong. Jiang Ning's phone chimed with a message from Zhang Mengqing. "You must see this." He opened the donation app, quickly spotting a photo of Lu Ran. "Yuzu, come over and take a look." Upon seeing Lu Yuan's message, Jiang Ning immediately understood the situation and hurriedly called Wang Jiao over. It was quite a coincidence that this young man also bore the surname Lu, just like Xiao Lu. Wang Jiao leaned closer to Jiang Ning, the scent of alcohol wafting from her. "And this girl looks so much like Xiao Lu. Now I see anyone and think of her." Jiang Ning sighed in resignation. "That's because this is Lu Ran. The high school student above is her brother, Lu Yuan. The young man suffered a car accident last summer and is now wheelchair-bound. To restore his legs, a substantial amount of surgical funds is required. Don't you see? Lu Ran doesn't lack affection for you. She is merely concerned that her family's situation might burden you." With Jiang Ning's explanation, Wang Jiao was momentarily stunned. In that instant, many previously inexplicable matters suddenly became clear. Why didn't she tell me these things? I wouldn't mind her troubles. I'd be willing to help her through the hardships. Truly, Wang Jiao murmured to herself. Jiang Ning shook his head. "It's useless to tell me. You must speak with her." Wang Jiao nodded vigorously. "All right, forward me the message, and I'll go find Lu Ran at the address provided." "Wait, are you really going to find her like this? With the scent of alcohol on you? She won't be touched. She'll just think you're drunk and babbling. Do you understand my point?" Wang Jiao found Jiang Ning's reasoning quite sensible and quickly inquired, "What should I do then?" "Get some rest tonight, and go see her tomorrow morning," Jiang Ning advised. He was far more composed than Wang Jiao, allowing him to make rational judgments. Wang Jiao found Jiang Ning's suggestion quite commendable and couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior, it's truly wonderful to have you around." Jiang Ning cast a glance at him and couldn't help but retort, "Damn it, I'm not into that." Chapter 99. He even contemplated where the child would attend kindergarten. "Senior, when I become wealthy, I must organize a grand wedding for Xiaolu. To be honest, I've even thought about where our child will go to kindergarten in the future." Senior, why aren't you speaking? "No way. Have you already had too much to drink? It seems your tolerance isn't as impressive as mine." As Wang Jiao's spirits lifted, he incessantly murmured Lu Ran's name, even addressing the wall as if it were Jiang Ning, engaging in a monologue. It is often said online that one can live freely and boldly, for life does not have so many spectators. However, Jiang Ning felt this statement was not entirely accurate, as there were numerous patrons in the barbecue restaurant staring intently at Wang Jiao, with some even discreetly taking out their phones to capture the moment. It was quite peculiar. Although it was Wang Jiao who was losing face, it was Jiang Ning who felt utterly embarrassed. From now on, he vowed never to drink with this lad again. It was simply too humiliating. "Hello, do you still have a double room available?" Soon, Jiang Ning supported his junior to a nearby inn, directly inquiring at the front desk. The newly employed receptionist looked astonished and instinctively asked, Are you two men sharing a room? He'll stay, but I will not, Jiang Ning clarified. Oh, then please provide his ID. The hotel requires registration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning turned to Wang Jiao, saying, Yuzi, your ID. Wang Jiao, with his head bowed and eyes tightly shut, did not respond for a long time, thoroughly intoxicated. Jiang Ning sighed in exasperation and continued, Yuzi, Lu Ran is asking for your ID. What? Xiaolu wants my ID? Give it to her, hurry. Wang Jiao instantly perked up and began rummaging through his pockets, retrieving his ID from his wallet. Indeed, invoking Lu Ran's name proved effective in rousing the junior. Afterward, Jiang Ning settled Wang Jiao into the inn before returning to the staff quarters of Xingming High School. He had been visiting the school quite frequently lately, to the point that he had grown familiar with the gatekeeper. Now everyone knew he was the family member of teacher Zhang Mengqing, allowing him easy access to the school with a simple greeting. Of course, Jiang Ning didn't come empty-handed. He had purchased 2 bunches of large, sweet black grapes along the way. Teacher Zhang had a fondness for grapes, although she had never explicitly mentioned it, but Jiang Ning had noted this detail. Through their time together, he had completely grasped Zhang Mengqing's preferences. His phone contained a meticulously crafted memo detailing her likes and dislikes. While awaiting her return from work, Jiang Ning patiently peeled the grapes one by one, placing them in a bowl so that upon her arrival, she could enjoy the fruit without the hassle of peeling. Soon, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Zhang Mengqing, after finishing her work, hurried to her small room to check on Jiang Ning's condition. It seemed that someone had indulged in excessive drinking again tonight. As Zhang Mengqing pushed open the door, a strong scent of alcohol assaulted her senses. Jiang Ning exclaimed in protest, Please, my lady, be fair. I only had 3 bottles of beer tonight and dared not drink more. Then why is the room so saturated with the smell of alcohol? Zhang Mengqing tilted her head, puzzled. Jiang Ning quickly explained. It is because that fellow Wang Jiao got drunk, and when I helped him to the inn, I inadvertently brushed against him and picked up the scent on my clothes. I see. Zhang Mengqing slowly approached, gently cupping Jiang Ning's face in her hands, scrutinizing him from her elevated position for a considerable time. Jiang Ning cooperatively tilted his head back. It was his first time observing Zhang Mengqing from this angle. Indeed, teacher Xiao Zhang was a beauty. She appeared stunning from every perspective. The more he looked, the more captivating she became, stirring his heart. Seeing Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, Zhang Mengqing finally believed him. The smell of alcohol on you is too strong. Hurry and take a shower in the bathroom, and change out of those soiled clothes, she urged. As she spoke, she retrieved a brand new set of men's clothing from the wardrobe. You even bought me clothes and pants. Jiang Ning exclaimed in surprise as he accepted the new garments. He never imagined that one day he would find new clothes for himself in Zhang Mengqing's wardrobe. Zhang Mengqing replied softly, I thought you might occasionally stay here overnight, and having a change of clothes would be more convenient. So I ordered a new set online. Do you like it? I like it. As long as it's something you bought for me, I will always like it. Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. Oh, by the way, I also prepared something for you. He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly retrieved the grapes he had hidden, handing them to Zhang Mengqing. You brought back grapes and even peeled them. This time, it was Zhang Mengqing who was taken aback. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, I remembered you liked grapes, so I bought some while passing by the fruit shop. While waiting for you to finish work, I just casually peeled them. Though Jiang Ning downplayed the peeling process, Zhang Mengqing understood well that it required considerable time and patience to produce a full bowl of peeled grapes. To her, the bowl contained not only grapes, but also Jiang Ning's abundant affection. All right, I'll go take a shower now. You can sit here and enjoy the grapes at your leisure, Jiang Ning said as he took the new clothes and walked into the bathroom. Behind him, Zhang Mengqing reminded. Shampoo and body wash are in the niche to your left as you enter. Your towel is still in its original place. I haven't moved it. Got it. Jiang Ning closed the door and adjusted the water temperature of the shower. Zhang Mengqing's array of toiletries was quite impressive. Facial cleanser, conditioner, shampoo, body wash, and soap. This made Jiang Ning reflect on how he had never experienced such lavishness before. He squeezed some shampoo into his hands, creating a generous lather of white foam on his head. Had he been at home, Jiang Ning would have undoubtedly burst into song while bathing. However, in Zhang Mengqing's presence, he felt too shy to unleash his vocal prowess and thus stifled the urge. Before long, Jiang Ning emerged from the bathroom, only to find that the grapes left on the table remained untouched, and Zhang Mengqing was nowhere to be seen. Curiosity piqued. He searched for her and eventually spotted the petite teacher standing on the balcony, intently scrubbing a men's jacket. This jacket was the very one Jiang Ning had removed prior to his shower, as he had intended to wash it after his bath. To his surprise, Zhang Mengqing had taken the initiative to clean it first. In the midst of her household chores, she radiated a gentle grace. And even the moonlight cascading over her seemed to soften in response. Indeed, she exuded the essence of an ideal wife and mother. Were she to marry and raise children, Zhang Mengqing would undoubtedly embody the qualities of a devoted spouse and nurturing mother.